Book 22 Chapter 5, A Change in the Three Realms. Book 22, True God, Chapter 5, A Change in the Three Realms. As a half-step elder god, Ning possessed incredibly sharp vision. When he swept the island with his gaze, he saw many immortal palaces, flying arcs, and mazes that were extremely famous in the three realms. Many were treasures belonging to true gods and Taofathers, and all of them possessed extremely powerful defenses. Junior apprentice sister, look, that sword Immortal Dark North. So he is Ning? I heard father say that sword Immortal Dark North's sword arts are absolutely astonishing. In fact, his sword arts are the best sword arts of the three realms, and he's just as powerful as father is Zadut. Best in the three realms? That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? He's simply mastered the five treasures, his sword force is still merely at the fourth stage. His true body has been wiped out by the seamless gate as well. When he was using the envoy, he was perhaps comparable to master, but I heard that the envoy's been ruined. With his true body lost as well, he surely is much weaker than master now. He was born at the wrong time. If he was given another 10,000 years, he would probably be far more powerful than he is now. Look! That's Ning over there. Sword Immortal Dark North? Such a pity. I heard that he was ambushed by the seamless gate. The killer was Sword Father Darklight, supposedly, he was killed by Hui afterwards. Hui truly is incredible. He didn't even use his arrows, he just used a single blow from his hatchet to kill Sword Father Darklight. My senior apprentice sister told me that Ning's talent is absolutely incredible. He's no less talented than Hui. Perhaps. But for now, there's no way that Ning can be compared to Hui, the difference in power is simply too great. If his true body was still alive, then after a few million years he would perhaps be a match for Hui. Now, however, there's no hope of it happening. A pity. The island wasn't that large, just a few 100,000 kilometers in size. Given how many immortals were present, quite a few noticed as soon as Ning arrived on the island. All of them felt pity for Ning. They all felt that Ning had been born at the wrong time. He was born with utterly astonishing talent, but alas he had been born just a little too late. What's going on? So many treasures have appeared here, and the secret formation protecting this island is utterly terrifying. Ning's heart was filled with questions. And these immortals, there are even Empyrean gods and true immortals here, many of whom are the descendants and progeny of major powers. Come over here. A mental message was sent to him. Ning turned to look in towards the direction from which the message had come. His eyes were filled with torchlight, and he was able to see a seemingly ordinary Taoist monastery looked far off in the distance. Master? Ning was truly stunned now. This was the monastery which Patriarch Subhuti lived in. It had been located on Mount Innerheart for countless years. Why did it now appear atop this island? Swoosh! Ning immediately flew 100,000 kilometers before landing before the monastery. Uncle Master. Standing at the entrance of the monastery were the two Dao novices, Clearwater and White River. Both of them called out quite respectfully, and their eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as they stared at Ning. Ning relaxed slightly upon seeing these two children. Their presence meant that everything should be fine. Ning immediately strode into the monastery. Soon, he saw the white-haired Patriarch Subhuti seated on the ground in the distance. Master! Ning immediately walked towards him, then respectfully knelt on the ground. Sit! Subhuti smiled as he looked at Ning. Ning sat down in the lotus position as he looked at his master. Aren't you curious? Subhuti looked at Ning. Of course I am. Ning nodded. The Crescent World, in the past, this island didn't exist. Now, it suddenly has appeared out of nowhere, and has such a terrifying formation protecting it. The estate treasures, palaces, and flying arcs of many major powers are here as well as many of their disciples and progeny. And you, Master, you actually moved your own monastery here as well. Master, can it be that the major powers of the three realms are using this place as their refuge? Ning frowned. Subhuti nodded. This place has indeed become a place of refuge. Ning felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. Master, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist three purities, the primordial imperial clan, they each have their own abilities. It shouldn't be hard for them to protect their disciples and progeny. Why is it that they've all been moved over to the Crescent World? Ning hurriedly asked, has the war taken a turn for the worse? It has indeed, but we are doing this just to prepare for the worst, Subhuti said. It really has taken a turn for the worse? Ning was shocked. He had only spent 6 years in the prison world. How could such drastic changes have occurred in the outside world? What's going on? Ning immediately asked. Listen to me carefully, Subhuti said. When the Seamless Gate ambushed you, we negotiated with them and agreed that they were no longer to use envoys in the war for karmic luck, while you were not to participate either. After the negotiations, the realm wars began once more, and everything proceeded as we expected. However, half a year ago, Ning was secretly shocked. Something unexpected had happened half a year ago? Half a year ago, Taoist three purities could sense that given how ferocious the war for karmic luck had become, as soon as it ended the end war would immediately begin. Aside from our two sides, there are two other forces that we have to reckon with. If they aren't dealt with, then it is very possible that those two forces will take advantage of our conflict to become the final winner. Two other forces? Ning was stunned. The first is Old Man Yuan's forces, Patriarch Subhuti said. The four ancestors of the river source aren't that powerful. Before the end war begins, they will have to choose to join one side or another. In truth, they aren't powerful enough to try and take advantage of the war to become the final victor. The second, however, is the primordial ruin world. Patriarch Subhuti had a solemn look on his face. Ning was suddenly jolted. The primordial ruin world? Right. The primordial ruin world. He had been so focused on the Seamless Gate that he had nearly forgotten the primordial ruin world. When he had been exiled into the Nihilam zone, he had suffered attacks from the Snaphorn world of the primordial ruin world. In the end, it had been his master Subhuti who had intervened to rescue him and wipe out those three queen mothers. The Snaphorn world was just a weak power in the primordial ruin world. If the entire ruin world rose up together, they would constitute a terrifyingly powerful force. Not even true gods or Tao fathers would dare to casually enter the primordial ruin world. They could very well die if they did. The primordial ruin world is far more powerful than the four ancestors of the river source, Patriarch Subhuti said. After the war that ended the primordial era, Mother Nuwa drove all of those alien outsiders into the harsh environment of the primordial ruin world. Nin nodded. The primordial ruin world's environment was indeed harsh and inhospitable. Both space and time were scrambled there. The environment itself was quite deadly. Ordinary true gods and Tao fathers could easily die if they encountered a shattered region of spacetime. When Mother Nuwa became a Pangda-level divinity, Subhuti explained, she invincibly dominated all her opponents. The reason why she didn't wipe out the alien outsiders was because she wanted to leave them behind for us as neighbors, constantly reminding us of the importance of being vigilant. We were to never again engage in internal civil wars. In fact, their very existence was a way of subtly ensuring that we would continue to train and grow more powerful. Mother Nuwa's actions were quite correct, and we agreed with them back then. During the primordial era there were no outside invaders, and so we constantly engaged in internal wars, causing many major powers to perish. Ever since Mother Nuwa left them behind, we have never again engaged in large-scale civil wars, Subhuti said. In fact, experts from the three realms will often enter the primordial ruin world region to test and temper themselves. This has resulted in the Immortals and Fiend gods of the Nuwa Alliance to constantly grow more powerful, resulting in quite a few new true gods and Tao fathers being born. Nin nodded. An outside threat was a good way to ensure internal unity. Taoist Three Purities decided that before we were to begin the end war against the Seamless Gate, we should first deal with the primordial ruin world, Patriarch Subhuti said. Those alien outsiders have been forced to live in the deadly ruin worlds, and they have always wished to enter our three realms. Once both the Seamless Gate and our New Alliance are both exhausted by the end war, they will definitely seize this opportunity to invade from the primordial ruin world. Right. Ning agreed with this. And so, we raised this matter with the Seamless Gate. Since there's no way to avoid the end war, it would be best if both sides joined together to deal with this future threat first. Patriarch Subhuti shook his head. But the Seamless Gate was completely disinterested in fighting against the primordial ruin world. They weren't interested? Ning was puzzled. Why is that? Do they want to leave it up to us to handle? They want the New Alliance to waste its own power? But they aren't fools. They should understand that if we don't get rid of the primordial ruin world, neither side can fight the end war with confidence. It's not as simple as you think. Subhuti shook his head. Several other major powers and I have been investigating in secret. We've discovered that the primordial ruin world is now filled with many terrifyingly powerful formations. Fushi has looked at these formations, and he can recognize them as being the work of Keeper Everwood. Master, Ning was shocked. Did you just say that the primordial ruin world is filled with many formations that were laid down by Keeper Everwood? Yes. Subhuti nodded. We can say with a 90% certainty that the primordial ruin world allied in secret with the Seamless Gate a long time ago. A cold look was in Subhuti's eyes. The Seamless Gate, we permitted them to remain in the three realms and live amongst us, but now, for the sake of winning the end war, they actually dare to ally with those alien outsiders? Have they forgotten? The Great War between the two Chaos Worlds was instigated by those alien outsiders to begin with. Humph. Enough of that. As far as those of us from the Pango Chaos World are concerned, the Seamless Gate is also an organization of alien outsiders. Then what should we do? Ning quickly asked. You saw it for yourself. The Crescent World has become a place of refuge. Subhuti said coldly. We have already sent a strike force of major powers deep into the primordial ruin world. We are going to wipe out all of the alien outsiders within the ruin world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 6, Those We Protect. Book 22, True God, Chapter 6, Those We Protect. Wipe out all the alien outsiders in the primordial ruin world? Ning was rather worried. Is that really doable? Now that they've joined forces with the Seamless Gate, it's uncertain, Subhuti said. However, the major powers that we sent out are led by Fushi and Tathagata. Fushi is a master of formations and skilled in tying down foes, while Buddha Tathagata possesses incredible defenses and is skilled in dealing with dangerous situations. With them leading the strike force, even if unexpected circumstances arose, they would be able to hold out for a period of time, more than enough time for reinforcements to make it to their side. Ning relaxed slightly. Fushi was the number one formations expert of the three realms. Tathagata could be said to have the most durable divine body of all major powers. They are leading a total of 19 Taofathers with them on this strike mission, including both elite Taofathers and ordinary Taofathers, Subhuti said. They will work in unison, but they'll split up into 4 squads to do so. All 4 squads will simultaneously attack a single world together. A single world? Ning was puzzled. Right. The primordial ruin world has many worlds within it, Subhuti said. The Snaphorn world you encountered in the past was just an ordinary, unremarkable, small part of the ruin world. We're not sure about exactly what the ruin world holds either, or what alien outsider major powers are hiding where. The only choice we have is to crush all their worlds, one by one. They'll simultaneously attack the same world together. The reason why they have split up into 4 squads is because they are worried that they might fall into an enemy trap or formation, Subhoodie explained. By splitting up into 4 squads as they attack each world, they can ensure that even if one squad does fall into a trap formation, the other 3 squads would immediately become aware of it and will thus be on their guard, and can also go reinforce them and rescue them. That way, even if the Seamless Gate or the Primordial Ruin World have set up traps, they won't be able to get all of us at once. Ning nodded. He was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Master, I wish to go to the Primordial Ruin World." "You wish to take part in the battle?" Subhoodie was stunned. "Yes." Ning nodded seriously. Subhoodie was silent for a moment, then looked at Ning. In the Primordial Ruin World, both space and time are in a state of chaos. They are located in an extremely dangerous part of the Ruin World right now. If you were to enter, you would first need to join together with them, but we don't have a clear sense of where they are exactly. This is because the Primordial Ruin World is simply too chaotic. I would only be able to tell you the general region they are in. It would be very dangerous for you to try and join together with those squads. Subhoodie said these words in the hope that Ning would change his mind. He knew, after all, that Ning's envoy had already been ruined. "I'm confident in my abilities." Ning looked at his master, and as he did his eyes flashed with hidden swordlight. Upon seeing that 7-colored swordlight flash in his disciple's eyes, Patriarch Subhoodie felt stunned. But Lu Dongbin had mastered 5th stage Taiji Force, which was already quite impressive. But now, Ji Ning had mastered 5th stage Sword Force, which possessed even more powerful offensive abilities. It must be understood that the reason why Swordfather Darklight was so powerful as an assassin, powerful enough to kill Ji Ning's true body with a single sword strike, was because of how powerful his sword force was. Ji Ning, however, was different from Swordfather Darklight. His sword had surpassed the limits of the Heavenly Daos in terms of speed. His sword arts alone would ensure that he would be extremely close to the Overlord level of power. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you would have reached such a level of power. Patriarch Subhoodie laughed. It seems I was worrying over nothing. You might as well go. You have a self-cloning technique. For you to adventure through the Primordial Ruin World won't be too great an issue. Right. Ning nodded. Your disciple wishes to first visit with his daughter. Your daughter, Brightmoon, has been worried about you all this time. It is indeed time for you to visit her, Subhoodie said. Worried, Ning was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. He immediately left. Subhoodie stroked his beard and smiled as he watched Ning leave. This old Taoist judged correctly, all those years ago. Ji Ning's talent for the sword truly is superior to his talent for heart force. In less than 1,000 years, he's upgraded his sword arts to such an incredible level. His sword arts alone shall ensure that he can stare down upon the entire 3 realms from his lofty perch. By the side of a lake. A black-robed maiden was quietly seated by the lakeside, staring at the waters of the lake. Brightmoon. Autumn Leaf walked to her side and called out to her. The black-robed maiden turned her head to glance at her, then turned to stare at the lake once more. She stared at the lake silently. What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Autumn Leaf asked. I'm fine, Aunt. The black-robed maiden shook her head. Worried about your father? Autumn Leaf sat down next to her. The black-robed maiden hesitated a moment, then nodded slowly. A little. Father's been completely devoted to his cultivation, and he was the only figure ever since the primordial era who was comparable to Hoei. But Aunt, you must have heard it as well. Those people were saying that Father's true body was slain by the Seamless Gate. They said that Father's golem was destroyed as well. I didn't believe it, so I went to ask Patriarch Subhoodie, and the old patriarch didn't deny it. Stop worrying. Autumn Leaf stretched her arms out to gently take Bright Moon into her embrace. I watched your father grow up. Your father will ignore all setbacks and continue to grow more and more powerful. He definitely won't despair. He will never give up. You need to have faith in your father. Can you tell me some more stories about father? Bright Moon looked at Autumn Leaf. All right. Autumn Leaf laughed and nodded. Ning, Uncle White, and Little Chang were watching the two from afar. The New Alliance's major powers have all moved their progeny and disciples here. Thus, Ning, there was no way for us to continue hiding from Bright Moon what had happened to you on the Deer Chaser world, Uncle White said. Bright Moon didn't believe it at first and she even argued with them. Afterwards, she paid a personal visit to Patriarch Subhoodie. Only then did she truly believe the stories about what had happened on the Deer Chaser world. She's been worried about you for months now. Ning looked at his daughter, a warm feeling in his heart. Go. When she sees you, she'll definitely be very happy, Uncle White said. All right. Ning walked towards her. Autumn Leaf was speaking to Bright Moon in a soft voice, telling her of her father's stories. Bright Moon was listening intently. No matter how often she heard these stories, she never got tired of them. She always hoped to hear more. Ning secretly felt a sense of guilt. He really was a failure of a father, having made his daughter worry so much about him. Although one of his clones had been quietly protecting his daughter this entire time, that clone had always kept in hiding, not even paying attention to the affairs of the outside world. Only when his daughter was in danger would certain restrictive seals be dispelled, allowing the clone to take a look at what was happening outside. It had been many years, but the clone had never been activated. Thus, Ning didn't know anything at all about what had happened in the Crescent world. My clone's been staying in hiding all this time. Although this helps to temper her, perhaps sometimes, love is more important than training? Ning quietly pondered to himself. Was I wrong? Father. Bright Moon had turned her head, as though she had sensed his presence. When she saw Ning standing behind her, she immediately clambered to her feet in surprise and delight, then charged straight towards Ning. Father. You finally came back. I've been waiting forever and ever for you. You've been gone for way too long. Bright Moon clutched at Ning, babbling non-stop. Ning gently stroked his daughter's hair. Ever since she had become a celestial immortal and manifested her body, she had chosen this appearance for herself. She looked very similar to her mother, Yue. In fact, she also liked to wear black clothes. When Ning looked at his daughter, he sometimes felt as though his wife was by his side. However, his wife's gaze was soft and steadier, while his daughter's gaze was filled with veneration and love. His wife was a bit colder. His daughter was a bit more playful and hyper. Father, the Immortals and fiend gods on the island are all saying that your true body was destroyed. They said you. Bright Moon looked at Ning, her hands tightly wrapped around Ning's arm. She said softly, "Can you stop fighting against the seamless gate?" The elders and teachers of those Immortals and fiend gods on the island, are any of them shirking in their duties? Ning shook his head. I cannot simply run and hide. You should understand, Bright Moon. But father, you've already sacrificed enough. Your true body was destroyed and you've been drastically weakened. What more do they want from you? Father, you are now just a true immortal. Even if you have powerful heart force and can use it to command the Rahu formation, you still aren't a true god or a Tao father. There are many Empyrean gods and true immortals on the island who aren't taking part in the war. You've already done much more than them, father. Bright Moon looked at Ning, at the verge of tears. I'm so afraid. I'm afraid that your primal twin will also be killed. I've already lost Mother. I can't lose you too. Ning's heart shook. Promise me. Bright Moon looked at Ning. Just stay with me. All right? I'll stay with you. Ning's heart ached when he saw that look in his daughter's eyes. He nodded gently. I'll always stay with you. From today onwards, my primal twin will stay with you here. Primal twin? Bright Moon was puzzled. Don't you know? I only wear white robes with my true body. Ning patted Bright Moon on the head. I thought, a look of joy appeared in Bright Moon's eyes. Others might underestimate your father, but you really should not. Ning laughed. My true body and my primal twin are both fine. In fact, I'm even more powerful than before. Ning stretched his hand out, and his hand glowed dimly with a 7-colored swordlight. The dazzling, brilliant rainbow swordlight possessed an aura of utterly terrifying power. Bright Moon stared at the rainbow swordlight in shock. She was Ning's daughter, and a disciple of Mount Innerheart. She naturally knew many things. Given that Ning walked the path of the sword Immortal, Bright Moon had learned long ago what 5th stage sword force was like. Thus, she recognized it right away. Father, why you? Bright Moon was filled with both joy and pride. 5th stage sword force, and speed which surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos? This was her father. Those immortals and fiend gods had all been prattling on, but her father had actually become far more powerful than before. Father, you said you were going to have your primal twin stay by my side. Then, your true body. Bright Moon suddenly realized what this meant. Ning laughed. We'll go out and fight, of course. Your father can't just hide. But, Bright Moon chewed on her lips, then said softly, I really don't want you to go to war any longer, father. The end war is nigh. We have to step forward to face it, Ning said it with a smile. When the skies collapse, let the big guys handle it, Bright Moon argued. Your father is now one of the big guys, Ning laughed. Enough. You are a celestial immortal now, you know. You are acting like a little girl. His daughter was by his side once more. Ning could sense a surge of strength and energy come from his heart in an unbroken stream. It came from an absolutely indomitable determination that was etched into his very bones. I have to protect my daughter. Even if it costs me my life. The white-robed Ning turned his head, giving the black-robed maiden who was standing at the side of the lake a final glance. Then, he cast aside all his doubt. Master, send me away, Ning sent mentally. Be careful in the primordial ruin world. Subhudi's voice rang out by Ning's ears as well. Right. Ning nodded. A spatial vortex appeared in front of Ning. Ning stepped into it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 7, Dark Still World. Book 22, True God, Chapter 7, Dark Still World. The Nihilum Zone of the Primordial Ruin World. The waves of the void continuously came crashing through this region. Whoosh! A spatial whirlpool appeared within the void, and from it emerged a white-robed youth. He stood there in the void, staring towards the infinitely vast realm that was before him. According to what Master said, right now Fushi and Tathagata squads are around the dark still world. Ning's eyes were blazing with torchlight, allowing him to clearly see the enormous, distant realm of the primordial ruin world. He was quickly able to identify the region that was known as the dark still world. The primordial ruin world had been divided up into many parts by various alien outsider organizations into many different worlds. The closer these worlds were to the core, the more powerful they were. The Snaphorn world was one of the outermost border worlds of the primordial ruin world. Comparatively speaking, it was fairly weak. The most powerful members of the Snaphorn world were those 3 Queen Mothers, and strictly speaking they weren't really at the level of true gods or Tao Fathers. Empyrean God Reds now, when commanding a 7 planets god, had been able to battle against all 3 of them for a long period of time. Patriarch Subhudi had been able to easily annihilate all of them with a single palm. From this, one could see how weak the Snaphorn world had been. The Darkstill world was far more powerful than the Snaphorn world. The Primordial Ruin world. The Darkstill world. Re20-Vol18. Space was forcibly torn apart, allowing a white-robed youth to fly to this location atop a boat. The Darkstill world, it really is a dark, silent place. Ning swept the area with his gaze. Even the skies were gray and dark. Everything seemed to be covered by a hazy layer of gray fog, and it was completely silent here. I wonder where Fushi, Tathagata, and the other Daofathers are. Ning's primal twin was still in the Crescent world. Ning had made a special primal twin incarnation to accompany Brightmoon, with the incarnation being able to converse with Patriarch Subhuti whenever necessary. According to what he had heard, Fushi, Tathagata, and their squads were currently located at the Darkstill world, but it would be hard to find their exact locations without being there. The main reason was because spacetime was in a state of chaotic flux here. One could set clear target coordinates for teleportation, but upon actually arriving one might be ridiculously far off from the original target. This was why Subhuti had sent Ning to the Nihilum Zone, then told Ning to board his void ship and fly from the Nihilum Zone to the Darkstill world. Let me search for them. Ning immediately sent out his heart force. Whoosh! His heart force rippled out like the waters of a lake, spreading out in every single direction. This was a little trick which World God Northrest had taught him. With this technique activated, no one in either the three realms or the primordial ruin world would be able to escape his detection. His heart force quickly spread out to encompass an enormous region. It spread out past tall mountains, deep lakes, and quite a few alien outsiders. Those alien outsiders were all quite weak. They weren't even close to becoming celestial immortals. Ning suddenly frowned. There were some regions where both space and time were both so badly shattered that not even Ning's heart force could see past them. I'm only able to scan a region of a few 100,000 kilometers. There's no way to scan any further. This was Ning's first trip into the actual primordial ruin world itself, and it was the fairly stable Darkstill world. He immediately understood why this place was known as the ruin world. Such a dire, inhospitable environment simply wasn't suitable for life to flourish on a large scale. I wasn't able to find Fushi and the others, however. Towards the east I can see some signs of a battle. Swish! Ning immediately transformed into a black lightning serpent, instantly flying more than 200,000 kilometers east towards the region which had been scarred by battle. By east, Ning was referring to the direction from which the solar star would rise. Thus, in the three realms and in the primordial ruin world, east meant a different direction for different worlds. Here? Ning stood there in midair, staring down at the vast basin below him. The basin was shaped like an enormous palm print that was more than 1,000 kilometers wide, and the ground below it was completely scorched black. A palm? Could it be that Tathagata launched a strike? Reverse. Ning immediately willed a temporal inversion to begin. In places like the primordial ruin world where the heavenly Daos did not exist, it was extremely difficult to use temporal inversion techniques. However, as Ning had slowly gained more insight into the 9 chaos seals, he was instantly able to see into the past history of most mortals. He had gained the ability to easily seeing into the past, which was really the fundamental essence of how the temporal inversion technique worked. Thus, Ning was able to easily accomplish the temporal inversion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many images of the past began to flash past Ning. Soon, time had inverted back to a point where 4 major powers had appeared in this place. Those 4 major powers were led by the smiling yellow-robed Lord Buddha, Tathagata. By his side were 3 other Buddhas, each of which glowed with boundless holy light. Darkstill, you think to stop us with small tricks such as these? Tathagata flew forward atop an auspicious cloud, a smile on his face as he spoke. Hurry up and show yourself. Otherwise, your Darkstill world won't exist for much longer. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Shining with golden light, his hand descended from the heavens and smashed downwards towards the land. The ground trembled violently as a massive palm-sized basin was imprinted deep into the earth. Tathagata! An ear-piercing screech rang out, but it was quickly silenced. The Archdarkstill is one of the most famous major powers of the primordial ruin world. We're destroying the various formation bases located throughout his world, but he still refuses to show himself? He must be scheming something big, Tathagata said. Lord Buddha, there's no need to worry about his plots and schemes. Let us continue to destroy their worlds, one by one. Let's go. Tathagata nodded, then led his 3 mighty Buddhas to continue forward to their next destination, flying off on that auspicious cloud. A short while later. Swoosh. 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 One gray-skinned, gray-cloaked alien outsider after another descended from the heavens. They landed within the basin, then exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with cold rage. They then flew off as well, heading in the same direction which Tathagata and the others had just gone. After Ning finished viewing what had happened here roughly 2 hours ago, he nodded slightly. The leader of the Buddhist Sangha and human sovereign Fushi became overlord-level figures during the primordial era. Even though they haven't broken through to become elder gods, their techniques have surely become much better. With them in command, and with their forces split up into 4 squads, no single world in the primordial ruin world can possibly withstand all of them at once. Swoosh. Ning also flew towards the direction where the others had gone. Although the Darkstill world was located in a region of relatively stable spacetime, there were still many regions in it where spacetime was distorted. The alien outsiders who lived here were used to these regions and knew them well. There were some regions where only they dared traverse, and they were only able to do so because generations of predecessors had sacrificed their lives to help their race accumulate experience. Someone's coming. A white-robed youth. He's hesitating a bit. Oh, he's actually come inside. 3 alien outsiders were gathered together within a region of distorted spacetime, staring past a restrictive formation at the white-robed youth who had just flown in from the outside world. Captain, the Buddhist leader of the 3 realms, Tathagata, has led 3 of his Tao fathers to attack this world. Why has this white-robed youth appeared? These 3 alien outsiders had pale white skin, handsome faces, and were dressed in gray cloaks. All of them were top-tier Empyrean gods in power, and they were skilled in fleeing through space. Judging from his appearance, it should be Sword Immortal Dark North of the 3 realms, Ning. The alien captain frowned. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning, his sword arts are extremely profound, said to be the best in the entire 3 realms. However, he himself is just a true immortal, and his true body has already been destroyed by the Seamless Gate. The one who just appeared should be his primal twin. Judging from his aura, he should still be just a true immortal. But I'm puzzled, why would a true immortal dare to brave our primordial ruin world by himself? Is he planning to just rely on his Rahu formation? The heavenly Daos do not exist in the primordial ruin world. There's not much natural energy for the Rahu formation to make use of. It won't be nearly as powerful as it was in the 3 realms. Captain, he's advancing quite quickly. He'll be past our observation range soon, one of the alien outsiders quickly reminded. It was extremely hard to set up an observation formation within a field of distorted spacetime. There was no way to make it have an extremely long detection range. Let's go test him out. Beneath his gray cloak, the alien captain had a cold look on his face. Let's see how powerful this pure yang true immortal is. The 3 of them quickly flew out in pursuit. A few moments later, all 3 of them were dead. Ning stood quietly within the void, giving each of their corpses a glance. Chase me? He was a half-step elder god. How acute were his senses? As soon as those 3 alien outsiders had gotten slightly closer to him, he had immediately discovered them. These 3 puny Empyrean god pawns, Ning had easily killed 2 of them, then heavily wounded the 3rd one. He had planned to soulscour the 3rd one, but alas, the alien had voluntarily destroyed his own soul. Deep within the primordial ruin world, within a round castle that glowed with dark golden light, an alien major power was seated atop a throne here. He had a long green tail, a bald head, and handsome features. He was resting his head on his one hand, contemplating as he tapped the armrest of the throne with his free hand. 6 golden armored figures stood solemnly at attention before him, each of which radiated auras that were far superior to the auras of ordinary Dowfathers. These aboriginals really are quite something. The alien outsider seated atop the throne let out a congratulatory chuckle. They actually destroyed 12 of my worlds. The seamless gate really is useless. They created all those formations, but not a single one of the true gods or Dowfathers of the 3 realms have died to them. It seems we can't simply rely on those fools after all. In the end, it'll be up to us. Master, this chaos world has given birth to a world god. We cannot be overconfident. One of the golden armored figures standing below him gave a respectful reminder. The Lord of all things, it's all his fault for being an idiot. The seated alien outsider laughed coldly. He spent quite a bit of time roving about the primordial chaos and has seen quite a few chaos worlds. Back then, when Nuwa had yet to become a world god, he should have immediately attacked. Instead, he set up a stupid scheme to have the 2 chaos worlds fight against each other? How bored was he? Why didn't he just destroy one chaos world, then destroy the other? Instead, he started a war that caused these primitives to give birth to a world god. Before she left, she definitely left behind some techniques for her allies. A chaos world that had given birth to a world god is not so easily conquered. That's the reason why I've acted so carefully and waited for the perfect opportunity. Master, how about we just go back for now? Let's build up our forces before we return. We know exactly where this place is now. When we are more powerful, we can return. A skinny golden armored figure suggested. Whap! The seated alien outsider's long green tail suddenly swept out and knocked the golden armored figure flying. The seated alien outsider pointed at the golden armored figure and cursed, "You fool! We barely survived the trip here, you really want us to risk the trip back? Unless we make a major breakthrough in strength, if we go back the same way we came in, we are almost guaranteed to die. It's better for us to join forces with the Seamless Gate and slowly grind down the New Alliance." Master! Almighty Master! A voice suddenly called out from outside. Dark still? The alien outsider chortled merrily. Let him in. Instantly, a gray-skinned, golden-robed man strode in, emanating an aura of great power. It was the master of the Dark Still world, the Archdark Still. He respectfully fell to his knees. Almighty Master, my minions just discovered that yet another invader with the power of a Dowfather has entered the Dark Still world. Another enemy Dowfather has come? The seated alien outsider frowned. Who? He belongs to the New Alliance of the 3 realms, the Archdark Still said respectfully. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 8, Godfiend Witherspike. Book 22, True God, Chapter 8, Godfiend Witherspike. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning? Sounds familiar. The alien outsider leaned back against his throne, resting his head against his palm and muttering to himself. Moments later, his eyes lit up. I remember now. I believe he's one of the fastest rising stars of the 3 realms, supposedly as talented as Hoey was. If memory serves, the Seamless Gate's intelligence report stated that his true body was destroyed by them. Only his primal twin survives. Primal twins, I can't help but feel jealous just thinking about them. Those mortal creatures who slowly rise to power have the chance to form a primal twin. We fiend gods who are born from the primordial chaos don't even have the chance to do that. The alien outsider shook his head and sighed. How can those mortal creatures be compared to you, Master? One of the 6 golden armored figures, a red-bearded elder, immediately spoke out in protest. Ahaha, the seated alien outsider laughed loudly, his laughter echoing within the room. After he stopped laughing, he looked downwards at the still kneeling the Archdark Still. Dark Still, you said that he has the power of a true god and Tao Father? Isn't he just a third-tier true immortal? Low-class true immortals like him are numerous beyond count in the primordial chaos. 3 of my minions were slain by this Ning. One of them, prior to dying, sent the scenes of his death back to our race, the Archdark Still said respectfully. The scenes of his death? The seated alien outsider was intrigued. Let me take a look. Yes. The Archdark Still assented respectfully, then pointed towards an empty space nearby. Instantly, moving images began to appear there. The scene displayed the 3 gray-robed aliens moving forward. Suddenly, a black streak of lightning flashed past them, instantly piercing through their bodies. The black lightning serpent was simply far too fast. Although the 3 of them could sense how dangerous it was and had wanted to flee, they simply weren't able to escape. With a single flash, the black lightning serpent slew 2 of the 3 gray-robed figures and heavily injured the 3rd. The scene then switched to that of a white-robed youth reaching his out with his hand, intending to soul-scour the survivor. However, the gray-robed survivor instantly committed suicide. Quite fast. The seated alien outsider's eyes lit up. He laughed merrily. Those fools of the Seamless Gate, they claimed that Ning's true body was killed. Just now, he used the 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, something which only a fiend god can use. Clearly, his true body isn't dead after all. The exalted Seamless Gate, it couldn't even handle something as simple as this. Right. He's not dead. One of the gold-armored figures who had just one arm frowned as he spoke. And for him to be able to use it while slaying 3 Empyrean gods in an instant, and he wasn't even using a sword. Just now, he used his fingers to execute sword arts. This set of sword arts, incredible, simply incredible. The Archdark Still agreed. Venerable Saber speaks the truth. In the 3 realms, Ning has been acknowledged as possessing the most profound sword arts. It is said that he wields 4th-stage sword force, with the speed of his sword exceeding the limits of the heavenly Daos. The seated alien outsider had 6 retainers, but the only one which the Archdark Still truly admired was the single-armed man. No, the single-armed man shook his head. He was able to display his sword arts so easily while using the 9-horn lightning serpent. This level of perfection in the sword isn't something which someone merely at the 4th stage of sword force can accomplish. If my guess is correct, he has quite possibly reached the 5th stage of sword force. What? The 5th stage of sword force? How is that possible? The golden armored figures next to him all called out in surprise. Even the Archdark Still was stunned. The seated alien outsider frowned as he looked at the one-armed man. Saber, are you sure? This is just my conjecture. His sword arts were too fast, after all, and he used them while executing the 9-horn lightning serpent. I wasn't able to see it too clearly, so I'm just making an educated guess. After speaking, the one-armed man no longer said a word. The seated alien outsider pondered for a moment. He had collected these 6 retainers while roaming through the endless primordial chaos. Of the 6, Saber had voluntarily decided to join him in order to repay a debt of gratitude and voluntarily decided to call him master. Saber was also the only retainer who this figure truly respected. As for the other 5? He hit them and berated them as he pleased. Ever since he had arrived at the primordial ruin world, he had easily subjugated and taken control over all of the alien outsiders here, including the most powerful ones such as the Archdark Still. Since Saber is willing to make the claim, it probably really is true, he murmured to himself. There were some similarities between the usage of a sword and the usage of a saber. Both were weapons meant for attacking. If he has 5th stage sword force. The seated alien outsider stared into the looping scenes, peering at those three gray-robed figures as they died again and again. He's reached such a level despite having trained for less than 1,000 years. He really is terrifying. But of course, it's also possible that Saber's conjecture is wrong. Still, no matter what, for him to be able to kill those three in such a short period of time means that he definitely has the power of a Taofather. Intriguing. The seated alien outsider chuckled. Black Heaven. He sent a mental call directly out to Black Heaven. Come here, Dot. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven was relaxing and drinking wine in another part of the castle. This time, he was the one responsible for delivering messages on behalf of the Seamless Gate. This was a golem body he was using, and so even if it was destroyed he wouldn't care in the slightest. He naturally was quite relaxed and content. Coming. Black Heaven picked up the jug of wine and headed off. No one barred his path, and a short while later he arrived at the place where the alien outsiders were located. My respectful greetings to you, great god-fiend Witherspike. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven chortled merrily as he bowed. Each time I see you, I feel happy. The seated alien outsider smiled merrily back at him. That idiot, all things, whenever I saw him, he used to put on such stupid airs. I would have wiped that idiot out long ago, if he didn't have so many subordinates or that pack of utterly unbreakable envoys. I didn't have the chance to personally see him die, but whenever I see you, his former treasure spirit, I feel happy all the same. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven continued to chortle merrily, seemingly not bothered in the slightest. He had been enslaved by the Seamless Gate, becoming the personal retainer of the Lord of all Fiends. Why would he be bothered by a bit of jesting from the great god fiend? You used to be the treasure spirit for the Black Heaven Cauldron. That idiot had to have used the Black Heaven Cauldron to create the cores of those golems, yes? And you ended up learning those techniques, but now, you've been enslaved by the Seamless Gate. What's the point? I think it'd be better for you if you join me instead, the alien outsider said with a laugh. You? Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said in a very uncaring manner, it doesn't really matter to me. If you can defeat my master, the Lord of all Fiends, I'd be more than willing to join you. The Lord of all Fiends? The alien outsider frowned. A monster. The Three Realms really was a place that could give birth to monsters. One of these primitives, Nuwa, had actually been able to force her way into becoming a world god. This was quite a monstrous accomplishment. And the Lord of all Fiends, he had actually been able to flee with a group of experts while being pursued and attacked by a world god. The world god, Nuwa, hadn't even been able to catch up to him. This was an even more monstrous accomplishment. It must be understood that world gods all completely surpassed the limitations of the heavenly Daos in every way, be it speed or power or other areas. But Nuwa had still been unable to catch up to the Lord of all Fiends. Most likely, the experts of the Three Realms didn't truly understand what a terrifying accomplishment this was. Mighty god fiend Witherspike, however, had wandered the endless primordial chaos for many years. He understood quite well. Advancing to become a world god represented a fundamental change in every single aspect. The difference between an elder god and a world god was simply unfathomably vast. To make it so that even a world god couldn't catch up, it meant that the Lord of all Fiends' insights into the Tao must have reached an even more unfathomable level. The Three Realms was now divided up into two major alliances. The Nuwa Alliance, when Mother Nuwa left, she must have left some treasures and techniques behind for them. These things made this alien outsider quite nervous. The Seamless Gate, the person who worried him the most was the Lord of all Fiends. He was wary of both sides, which was why he had never tried to attack the Three Realms. In fact, he had chosen to ally with the Seamless Gate instead. Well, enough of that. The alien outsider pointed towards the constantly looping images in midair. See for yourself. Only now did Black Heaven turn his head to take a look, and when he did his face completely changed. That flashing black serpent of lightning, that white-robed youth who attempted to perform a soul scour, wasn't that Ning? Ning. Black Heaven no longer had any trace of a smile on his face. Instead, it was ashen. The nine-horn lightning serpent? His true body isn't dead? Oh, you noticed? The alien outsider chuckled. Didn't the Seamless Gate claim that Ning's true body was destroyed? And if I recall correctly, I think the Lord of all Fiends, Mother Devilhand, and quite a few others joined forces to ensure it, but now, he's reappeared in the dark still world, seemingly with his true body. Celestial immortal Black Heaven stared at the continuously looping images in the air. He forced down the rage and hatred he felt, then growled out, "Great Godfiend Witherspike, this was indeed our Seamless Gate's mistake. I've already reported this to my superiors, and I trust that Master will soon deliver an order to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 8. Book 22, Chapter 9, All Slain in Battle. Book 22, True God, Chapter 9, All Slain in Battle. Celestial Black Heaven had many golem bodies that he could use. He was able to immediately send a message to the Lord of all Fiends, and the news was then quickly spread to Mother Devilhand, the God King, and the other high-level members of the Seamless Gate. What? He's not dead? The black-robed God King was the most stunned of them all. He simply couldn't accept this. Some sort of clone technique? Keeper Everwood had been using a knife to whittle away at a piece of wood. When he heard the news, he frowned and began to mumble to himself. Deep within the primordial ruin world, inside that vast castle, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said respectfully, "My master said that this Ning is a scourge. He hopes that when you deal with Tathagata and Fushi, Great Godfiend Witherspike, you will also deal with this Ning as well." Oh? The alien outsider chuckled. But now, it seems, this Ning has a special cloning technique. Black Heaven said hurriedly, "Even if he does, each time he restores his body he most assuredly has to pay an enormous price. Last time, when we destroyed his true body, Hoi ended up taking away his black lightning serpent as well as his other treasures. This time, if you can kill him, he'll lose all of those things. Without them, he will be dramatically weakened even if he does manage to rebuild his body once more. Why is it that I have the feeling that you particularly want Ning to be killed?" The alien outsider looked at Black Heaven, then let out a merry chuckle. "Black Heaven, how about this? If I kill him for you, why don't you teach me the technique for creating envoys? My old master made me swear a lifeblood oath long ago to teach it to no others," Black Heaven said. He was a treasure spirit, much like the giant yellow bear of the star-seizing manor. He had long ago trained to the level of being able to live independently from the treasure which had housed him, and could be considered a true living creature now. Strictly speaking, he had actually learned the art of golems before the Lord of all Things did. The Lord of all Things had been lucky enough to acquire the Black Heaven Cauldron, which was why he also gained access to the ancient golem crafting arts contained within it. This caused his power to instantly skyrocket, resulting in him being an extremely famous figure even amongst elder gods. But alas, he had fallen during his campaign against the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World. "Damn that man," the alien outsider said coldly. "Tell your current master that Ning has quite possibly reached the 5th stage of Sword Force." "The 5th stage of Sword Force? How is that even possible? He's only trained for a few centuries." Black Heaven was visibly shocked. Ning's mastery of the 5 treasures could be ascribed to his peerless talent, but to reach the 5th stage of Sword Force one had to have significant insights into the essence of the sword itself. This was something that required time, as well as many life-and-death battles against powerful experts. Only after seeing enough sword arts and gaining enough experience would one even have a chance of reaching the 5th stage of Sword Force. "He's attacked my primordial ruin world, so I really should kill him. However, I'm also doing the Seamless Gate's dirty work for them. We have borne all the casualties in the battles to date. We agreed on a price for me to deal with Tathagata and Fushi, but if you want me to deal with Ning, I'll need 12 chaos jewels, but 12? Celestial Immortal Black Heaven hesitated momentarily. The energy source for each envoy consisted of 5 chaos jewels, which allowed them to be able to fight for a very long period of time. The other 9 envoys probably would consume less than 100 chaos jewels during the entire end war. Master has responded. If Ning truly has reached the 5th stage of Sword Force, he will deliver 12 chaos jewels after you slay his true body, Black Heaven said. Good. It's always a pleasure doing business with All Fiend. The alien outsider looked downwards at the Archdarkstill. Darkstill, send your subordinates to try and kill Ning. If they cannot, make sure they at least verify whether or not he has reached the 5th stage of Sword Force. Then move to guide him into a danger zone. Yes, Almighty Master, the Archdarkstill said respectfully, then departed. Damn. In private, the Archdarkstill now had an ugly look on his face. He had once been an important general of the Lord of all things. Later, he had become one of the 4 mighty thearchs that dominated the primordial ruin world. He had the power of an elite Tao Father. He wasn't one whit weaker than those 6 retainers of Godfiend Witherspike. The only one he felt respect and admiration for was the one-armed man. As for the other 5? The Archdark still didn't fear them in the slightest. But those retainers had followed Godfiend Witherspike for a very long period of time, and he held more faith in them. He was much more ruthless and brutal in the way he treated the 4 thearchs, who had only submitted to him relatively recently. Sword Immortal Dark North. Ning. He clearly has the power of a true god and Tao Father, but I'm still supposed to go verify if he has reached the 5th stage of Sword Force or not. The Archdark still frowned. If I want to force Ning to reveal his Sword Force, I'll need to send some of my more powerful subordinates. Ugh. Whenever there is a dangerous mission, he always has the 4 of us send our subordinates. Still, the Archdark still understood the reason why. When mighty Godfiend Witherspike had fled to this place, he had only arrived with those 6 retainers in tow. He had no other subordinates at all, and so whenever there was a need for cannon fodder to be sent out, he would naturally choose to send out the original inhabitants of the primordial ruin world. The Darkstill world. A large force of alien experts were flying through the air, each of whom had the power of an Empyrean god. There had to be nearly 300 of the creatures flying forward. Elder brother, when your group goes to fight against Sword Immortal Dark North, you have to be careful. The Arch said that Ning may very well have reached the 5th stage of Sword Force. The 2 leaders of this force looked fairly similar. Both were dressed in silver robes, and they were mentally chatting to each other. Although my team has been assigned to kill Ning, if he really has reached the 5th stage of Sword Force, all we have to do is flee. We don't have to force a fight against him. If he really has reached that stage of power, it'll be up to your team to guide him into the Forest of Dreams, the taller silver-robed man sent back. The Forest of Dreams was an extremely bizarre part of the Darkstill world. Once you entered it, you would be trapped in multiple layers of illusions. You would feel as though you were dreaming. The illusions would come endlessly, and even true gods or Tao Fathers would find it hard to extricate themselves. They would often be eternally trapped within the Forest of Dreams until finally the illusions killed them. The most terrifying thing was, not even the denizens of the Darkstill world could be certain as to exactly where the Forest of Dreams was located. This was because the forest's location was constantly changing. It was entirely possible that the seemingly ordinary-looking forest in front of you was actually the terrifying Forest of Dreams. However, since the Archdarkstill was in command of this entire terrifying world, he naturally had his own ways of determining the exact location of the forest. Fushi. Tathagata. Where are they? Ning stood there in midair. Spacetime was so chaotic that even his sense of directions had become scrambled. He could no longer find any traces of Tathagata's passing, and in a place of such chaotic spacetime there was no way he could even use a temporal inversion spell. Master is telling me that Lord Buddha and the others should still be in the region of the Darkstill world. Screw it. I'll just choose a random direction and just keep flying forward. Ning immediately began to fly forwards, although he didn't dare fly too fast for fear of running into an enemy trap. Shortly after he had entered the primordial ruin world, Ning came to understand that the hardest part of conquering this region wasn't defeating the alien outsiders here, rather, it lay in dealing with the terribly environment. No wonder all the aliens who lived here desired to invade the three realms. None of the aliens wanted to live in such terrifying, inhospitable environments. Ning's pulse picked up slightly. He could sense an aura approaching. After becoming a half-step elder god, his soul had become far more powerful. His soul heart force technique had only made his senses even more acute. Even when Tao Fathers moved towards Ning, he would be able to sense their approach, much less the approach of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Sword Immortal Dark North should be somewhere in that region up ahead. A towering, 8-armed fiend god was carefully flying forwards. This 8-armed fiend god was the culmination of 199 alien Empyrean gods joining together in the 8-armed warfiend formation, but it was one of the formations that had been left behind by the Lord of all fiends. Truth be told, when the Archdarkstill was forced to send out this many Empyrean god subordinates, he felt quite distressed. This sort of formation was quite similar in nature to the Seven Planets god. However, the Seven Planets god only needed 7 Empyrean gods to execute, while this one was used by a total of 199 Empyrean gods. It could unleash a degree of power close to that of an elite true gods. This could be considered a secret technique, and the wielders who learned the core parts of the formation were all forced to swear lifeblood oaths not to teach it to any others. The person who was currently the core of this particular formation was one of the warriors who had followed the Lord of all things. I see him. The 8-armed fiend god had been searching for Ning. Suddenly, he saw in the distance a white-robed youth who was calmly standing in the air. You've arrived. The white-robed youth produced a sword in his hand. Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Attack! The 8-armed fiend god's aura surged explosively. Ning, however, just sauntered forward lazily as though he was taking a stroll through a courtyard. All 199 of our warriors have died in battle. A look of grief was on the face of a golden-robed elder. None of them escaped? The Archdarkstill was incredulous. He barked out, "Show me the scenes of the battle." They weren't able to send back any scenes in time, the golden-robed elder said. What? The Arch was truly stunned now. How fast had Ning killed them all, for not a single one of them to be able to send back a scene of their death? However, one of them trained in a special clone technique. His other clone is currently on assignment in a different region. I suggest ordering him to return immediately so that he can tell us what happened when they fought against Ning, the yellow-robed elder said hurriedly. We have to move quickly. If he somehow loses his clone as well, then we'll have no way of finding any information about that battle. But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 10, Bug Beasts. Book 22, True God, Chapter 10, Bug Beasts. The Archdarkstill immediately gave the order for that soldier's clone to return. A short while later, the Fuyo was stomped to death by Kwafu as he was trying to lure Kwafu away. A report quickly came from his subordinates. What? The Archdarkstill's face turned ugly. For a number of Empyrean gods to die during a time of war was nothing, but this particularly one was the only one who knew what had happened during the fight against Ning. And now, he was dead. This meant that the 199 Empyrean gods who had died in the battle against Ning had died for nothing at all. No intelligence had been gained whatsoever. Kwafu. The Archdarkstill's face was black with rage. Where are those 4 squads currently located? The Archdarkstill asked. The nearby golden-robed elder immediately waved his hand, causing an image to appear in midair. This was an enormous map of the dark still world. There were 4 specks of light on the map, and the golden-robed elder pointed towards one of the specks of light that was close to the edge. This is the squad which Kwafu is leading. Kwafu, an ancient divinity of the 3 realms, possesses truly enormous power. I heard that when those 10 golden crows wreaked havoc upon the ancient Pango Chaos world, Kwafu chased after them so furiously that all 10 of them were terrified by him. None of them dared to turn back and fight against him. From our fights against Kwafu's squad, I can say for certain that Kwafu is indeed astonishingly powerful and is quite close to an elder god in strength. 1. Agreed. The Archdark still nodded. Hui and Kwafu were once equally famous during the primordial era. By now, Hui was publicly acknowledged to be unfathomably strong in being at least at the overlord level of power. As for Kwafu, he was a bit weaker but was still quite close to the overlord level of power as well, and he was an extremely valiant warrior who was extremely skilled in combat. This squad here is the squad led by human sovereign Fushi. This is the toughest squad to deal with. Fushi has been able to easily see through our traps and formations, and even when he enters them he can easily break them apart from within. The golden-robed elder continued, that's why we are temporarily focusing on the other 3 squads right now. Here. The golden-robed elder pointed at yet another speck of light. This is the squad led by the leader of the Buddhist Sangha, Tathagata. It is just as dangerous as Fushi's squad is. And here. This final squad is led by Taoist Jade Cauldron of the Taoist Path. Taoist Jade Cauldron possessed formidable divine abilities and has reached the 5th stage of sword force. He definitely isn't an easy person to deal with either. The golden-robed figure pointed at the final speck of light as he spoke. The Archdark still frowned as he heard this. 2 of the squads sent out by the 3 realms were led by overlords Tathagata and Fushi. The other 2 were led by Kwafu and Taoist Jade Cauldron, who were close to the overlord level of power as well. There were multiple elite Taofathers in their teams, as well as a few ordinary Taofathers who knew certain special techniques. Taoist Jade Cauldron was a fairly low-key figure, but he was still viewed as one of the top 2 figures under the command of Taoist 3 purities. He also had an extremely famous disciple of his own, the number 1 general of the Celestial Court during the primordial era, Erlangshan, also known as Yang Jian. 2. And where is Ning? The Archdark still asked. Sword Immortal Dark North is here. The golden-robed elder pointed to a corner of the map where another speck of light had appeared. He is closest to Kwafu's squad. Oh? The Archdark still nodded. The Arch! A grey-robed subordinate charged into the room, then said frantically, our clansman Floatstone squad attempted to lure Ning into the Forest of Dreams, but his senses were simply too keen. As soon as the squad drew close to him, he immediately discovered them and then killed them. There's no way to lure him away from far away, but whenever our people get close he kills them. The Archdark still frowned. The terrain is to our advantage, but we still aren't able to lure him into the places we want him to go? Are his senses really that keen? But of course, he had no idea that Ning was now a half-step elder god. His soul was incredibly powerful and acute. Have them stay away from Ning for now, the Archdark still instructed. Go. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly departed. The Arch. The golden-robed elder looked towards the Archdark still. Ning is not an easy person to deal with. Even our 8-armed warfiend formation was effortlessly annihilated by him. He is at least as powerful as an elite Taofather. We can tell from this alone that he has reached the 5th stage of sword force. No sovereign. The Arch shook his head. There's many possible reasons why he was able to destroy their formation. For example, it's possible that he's broken through to become a true god. It's also possible that he's traveling with allies, that he's brought other major powers of the Nuwa Alliance with him. It could have been those allies that destroyed the formation. We can't speculate wildly before even seeing the records of that battle. But not even the 8-armed warfiend was able to send back any information, the golden-robed elder felt sorrowful for their losses. Godfiend Witherspike is commanding many different forces to deal with Tathagata, Fushi, Kwafu, and Taoist Jade Cauldron, but we are forced to deal with Ning by ourselves. Far too many members of our race have died, but I will go test out Ning's skills in person. An icy gray light flashed through the eyes of the Arch Darkstill. The Arch, you must not! The golden-robed elder cried out hurriedly. I'll personally test him out, but I'll do it via sending my mind to directly descend upon one of my children, the Arch Darkstill said calmly. Don't worry. I won't risk myself without a good reason. The golden-robed elder let out a sigh of relief. The Arch Darkstill waved his hand. Instantly, 9 mountain-sized freaks suddenly appeared in the hall next to him. There was a stone giant, an 8-legged beetle, a 2-headed serpent. All of them had powerful auras on the level of a Taofather. I've spent countless years in order to rear these bug beasts and make them become as powerful as a true god. I didn't expect that a sword immortal who has trained for less than 1,000 years would be capable of forcing me to use them. The Arch Darkstill looked at the bug beasts, and then let out friendly keening calls in response. It was as though they viewed the Arch Darkstill as their parent. There were actually quite a few techniques in the primordial chaos that were meant for rearing bug beasts. Strictly speaking, the 9 bug solutions, which young Flame Freak had acquired and used, was actually even more profound than the technique which the Arch Darkstill used. However, young Flame Freak was just far too weak. He was only able to make use of a tiny part of the true technique. When these 9 children of mine fight against Ning, I'll send my mind and soul with them. Whatever they experience, I'll experience as well. I'll be able to get a clear sense of what Ning's skills are, the Arch Darkstill said. You are going to send out all 9 bug beasts? The golden-robed elder felt a bit of heartache. 3 should be enough, right? Best to be cautious. We've already failed once. We cannot fail again. The Arch Darkstill sent out his will, causing the 9 bug beasts to once more screech in response. They then soared into the air, quickly disappearing into the emptiness of space towards Ning's direction. The distorted, scrambled spacetime in this area was of no threat to injure Ning. His soul was so powerful that he could sense which places posed a threat to him and which places were safe. Swoosh! As he flew forward, his eyes suddenly lit up. A dazzling beautiful lake had just appeared before him, and there was a little island in the center of the lake which was filled with wild grass. I didn't expect such a beautiful place to exist within a region of such chaotic spacetime. Ning's heart force had spread out to cover an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was rippling out in waves to skin every single inch of the region. He verified that it wasn't a trap, then flew straight down to the island and sat down. He pulled out a flagon of wine, then leaned back and took a sip for himself. He looked rather relaxed, but in truth Ning was trying to decide what his next step should be. Ever since I entered the Darkstill world, I've been attacked by alien outsiders every so often. They keep on challenging me, and they are very familiar with the local environment. They seem to know exactly where I am as well. Ning frowned. This was quite an uncomfortable feeling, to not know where the enemy was but have the enemy know exactly where he was. There was nothing for it. The reason why the 3 realms had never launched an actual assault against the primordial ruin world was in large part due to how inhospitable the environment here was. This place was very hard to invade. The Darkstill world isn't even that big. So long as I visit enough places, sooner or later I'll sense some energy ripples and be able to locate one of the other 4 squads. Ning suddenly frowned and turned to look towards the distance. Here as well? And there as well, dot. Ning looked towards all 8 directions from his position on the island. He could sense multiple auras approaching at high speed from different directions. He hurriedly rose to his feet, producing a dark north sword in his hand. Gruar! Accompanied by a growl, an azure beetle that had a pair of wings on its back suddenly appeared from a distorted region of spacetime that was more than 10,000 kilometers away. Its golden eyes stared fixedly towards Ning. Hisses. A giant, two-headed black serpent emerged from another part of the skies. One bug beast after another appeared, each of which had the aura of a true god. Ning murmured softly to himself, "Bug beasts?" Ning had learned multiple bug beast-rearing techniques, both from stone steels of the prison world as well as from the techniques passed down by world god Northrest. There were many major powers in the primordial chaos who trained in these types of techniques. This was because major powers tended to live for a very long period of time. When they reached a bottleneck and were unable to grow stronger, they would divert a bit of their attention towards rearing powerful bug beasts. These bug beasts would be absolutely loyal and devoted towards them, and there was no chance of betrayal at all. They could be used to scout dangerous areas, or even block a critical blow meant for their master. There were many uses for such creatures. 1. Kwafu was mentioned long ago in the story via the mention of the divine ability, Kwafu Sunchaser. 2. As mentioned before, this is a famous figure from Journey to the West, someone who fought Sun Wukong to a standstill when he assaulted the Celestial Court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 11, Sword Peacock. Book 22, True God, Chapter 11, Sword Peacock. If you were lucky, you might end up rearing a bug beast that was even more powerful than you. Bug beasts possessed low levels of intelligence, and they were far inferior to cultivators in terms of their insights into the Tao. However, this was precisely why it was fairly easy to upgrade them. Their most powerful weapons were their massive, powerful bodies. Gruar. The 9 bug beasts were attacking from 9 different directions. They were tens of thousands of kilometers away from Ning, and they all shrieked, roared, and screeched as they stared at him. Ning stood atop the island. He swept them with his gaze, then chuckled loudly. I wonder which major power is so terrified that he doesn't dare to come in person and instead sends a few bugs over. The Archdarkstill, whose mind and soul was riding with these 9 bug beasts, became rather angry upon hearing this. My children are more than enough to kill you. The bug beast shaped like a stone giant roared angrily. Deep under the cracked parts of its stony exterior, flesh and blood could be seen. Oh? Is that so? Ning made his move. Swish! A black lightning serpent flashed through the skies. A distance of just 10 or 20,000 kilometers was no distance at all to Ning. For him, traveling such a distance was as easy as taking a single step was for an ordinary mortal. He immediately appeared before the stone giant, and as he arrived an icy cold streak of swordlight descended as well. Damn you! The stone giant brandished his enormous club-like hands, smashing at Ning with them and completely ignoring Ning's attack. Attack! The other 8 bug beasts flew towards him as well. But suddenly... Snick! 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 The swordlight flashed back to Ning's side. Ning stood there calmly in front of the stone giant. The stone giant's fists were just about to land upon Ning, but suddenly it froze. It stood there blankly for a moment, and then, its neck, chest, and flank all split apart. Its body was chopped apart into 4 evenly sized pieces, and the 4 pieces all began to fall downwards. Ning's swordlight had completely snuffed out the stone giant's life. In fact, Ning didn't even use the rainbow-colored sword force. Against a foe of this level, there was no need to use it at all. What? He's this powerful, even without using any sword force at all? This sword art definitely is something that only an expert who has mastered 5th stage sword force can come up with. There's no mistaking it. The Archdarkstill instantly became certain of this. Ning hadn't used rainbow-colored sword force, but this was precisely why he was terrifying. Flee! The 8 bug beasts that had been charging towards Ning hurriedly began to scatter every which way. You want to run? Ning's gaze turned cold. Although he possessed the 9-horn lightning serpent technique, these 8 bug beasts were all fleeing in a different direction, and they would soon disappear into a field of chaotic spacetime. Arise. Ning pointed a finger up towards the skies. Rumble. The skies suddenly turned dark. Streaks of rainbow-colored swordlight began to manifest in the area, and in just an instant the entire region seemed to have transformed into a world of rainbow-colored swordlight. This was a world of the sword. The 8 bug beasts stared as the heavens and the earth around them suddenly transformed into a world of rainbow-colored swordlight. All of them were terrified. The Archdarkstill, whose spirit was riding with them, immediately urged them to flee. The Archdarkstill had already guessed that Ning had reached the 5th stage of sword force, which was why he wasn't surprised at all. Oof. So what if he can manifest a world of the sword? This is a large-scale technique, yes, but that means that the technique will be fairly weak. Every single streak of swordlight is quite feeble, there's no way it will be able to harm my children. Sword Peacock. Ning murmured these words softly, but his voice was like the voice of heaven and earth. When he spoke, his words resonated throughout this region as though an edict had just been proclaimed. The brilliant rainbow-colored swordlight filling the area instantly began to merge together, forming a sight that looked like flower buds blooming or like a peacock displaying its feathers. Whoosh! The swordlight radiated in arcane intent as it swept forward, and the countless streaks of rainbow swordlight solidified into a total of 1001 peacock feathers, so dazzling and beautiful that one couldn't help but feel intoxicated by them. The 8 fleeing bug beasts didn't have any chance to escape at all. The terrifying swordlight passed right through them, and then their bodies completely crumbled apart, all life extinguished. All 9 of the bug beasts had been slain. The 7 sword stances of Sword Heaven Earth truly are extraordinarily powerful. Nin nodded slightly. This technique was not a technique he had created himself. His own original creation was the Bright Moon sword art, a sword art which was meant for battling against foes in close combat. All of its techniques, including Heavenbreaker, Blood Drop, and Shadowless, were meant for dueling. The 7 sword stances of Sword Heaven Earth, however, were techniques that were meant for massacring weaker foes on a vast scale. They involved using a large amount of sword force in order to massacre the enemies. This sort of technique was extremely effective against numerous weaker foes, but it was much less effective against someone who was comparable in strength to you. For that situation, the Bright Moon sword art was still better. Sometimes, sufficiently large quantities of cannon fodder could have an impact on the overall flow of a battle. Using a sword art like Sword Heaven Earth against them could be quite effective. Ning had no desire to come up with such a butcher's technique on his own, but he had discovered Sword Heaven Earth amongst the 98 sword techniques inscribed on those stone steels left behind by World God Northrest. Just now, Ning used the 2nd stance of Sword Heaven Earth, Sword Peacock. Deo Father level bug beasts like them. Ning shook his head, then took a single step forward and flew into the skies. He once more disappeared into space, advancing forward in the hopes of joining together with the other squads. The ancestral grounds of the dark still world. What a terrifying sword art. The Archdarkstill was still engrossed in pondering the dazzling sword art he had just seen, the one which had looked like a peacock spreading its feathers. He was an elite Dao-Father, after all, and so he was able to see exactly how terrifying that beautiful sword art was. It must be understood that even when Dao-Fathers used magic treasures, they had to send those magic treasures flying off into the distance to assault their foes. This sword art, however, used rainbow-colored sword force as its underlying power source. With a thought, the wielder was able to fill an extremely wide swath of land with the sword force while maintaining a terrifying level of power. Dazzling. Arcane. Shockingly sharp. The Archdarkstill was completely stunned. When I followed the Lord of all things, I went to quite a few places within the primordial chaos, but this is the first time I've ever seen such a dazzling, beautiful sword art. This sword art alone is profound enough to be proclaimed the #1 sword art of the 3 realms. Terrifying. This sword art is utterly terrifying. Of course, he had no idea that this was something which World God Northrest, someone who stood at the very peak of power amongst world gods, had come up with after meditating on the nameless sword art he had acquired. Even other world gods would be amazed by this technique, to say nothing of a mere true god such as the Archdarkstill. It won't be easy to deceive an expert like this. To lure him into the Forest of Dreams will be far too difficult. In addition, the forest might not be able to hold him. The Archdarkstill had personally witnessed that last sword art, after all. He now had a much higher opinion of Ning than before. In his heart, Ning was now considered an even more terrifying figure than Taoist Jade Cauldron. How could he have come up with a sword art like this? The Archdarkstill couldn't help but ask himself this question. Well, I need to go see Godfiend Witherspike right away. Deep within the primordial ruin world. Within the dark golden castle. Witherspike remained seated atop his throne, relaxing as he stared at 4 different scenes that were playing out in the air before him. These scenes were of Kwafu, Taoist Jade Cauldron, Tathagata, and Fushi as they fought in combat. The Nuwa alliance really is powerful, and this should just be part of their total strength. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The bulk of their forces remain in the Three Realm, unwilling to leave their headquarters. If they did, our seamless gate would absolutely wreck their worlds and their headquarters. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven let out a chuckle. Anyone who is skilled in formations is a monster as far as I am concerned. This Fushi fellow, and that Keeper Everwood of your seamless gate, ugh. I really don't understand. How did they end up developing such troublesome and complicated formations? The alien outsider couldn't help but let out another sigh. I don't have any interest in developing formations myself. Personal power is what matters the most, as far as I am concerned. Almighty Master. A voice rang out from outside. The alien outsider was startled, but Celestial Immortal Black Heaven let out a laugh. The Archdarkstill has arrived. It seems we are going to hear some good news. Darkstill is quite reliable when taking on missions. The alien outsider glanced calmly towards the outside. Soon, the Archdarkstill arrived before him, hurriedly falling to his knees with respect. Master, as you ordered, I did my best to either slay Ning or lure him into the Forest of Dreams. However, Ning is simply far too powerful. Your subordinate is truly incapable of this. Too powerful? The nearby Celestial Immortal Black Heaven frowned. He's a young fellow who has trained for less than 1,000 years. How powerful could he possibly be? Your subordinate sent the 8-armed Warfiend formation to deal with Ning, but all 199 Empyrean gods of the formation perished in battle without even being able to send any information back, the Archdarkstill said. Ning is extremely cautious. There's no way for any of my minions to get close to him or to lure him anywhere. The seated alien outsider frowned. Has he reached the 5th stage of Sword Force? Master, your subordinate sent 9 bug beasts to deal with Ning. Would you like to see the results of that battle? The Archdarkstill asked. Yes. The alien outsider nodded. The Archdarkstill immediately pointed towards the empty air next to him. Scenes of the battle instantly appeared and began to play in empty air. This was what the Archdarkstill had personally witnessed just now. The entire hall was completely silent. Everyone was focused on the battle. The 9 bug beasts appeared. Ning rose to his feet and drew his sword. His sword struck out, and a bug beast was split apart into 4 pieces. The alien outsider nodded and pronounced his judgment. This sword art is indeed proof that he has reached the 5th stage of Sword Force. The 8 bug beasts began to flee in different directions. Ning pointed towards the heavens, causing a boundless amount of sword force to descend and forming an entire world of sword force. Then, he used a horrifying sword art to massacre the bug beast's sword peacock. It was like a peacock spreading its feathers. It was a dazzlingly beautiful scene, and one which caused all the powerful figures in the hall to turn completely silent. Only a long moment later did the seated alien outsider let out a soft sigh. How beautiful! What a beautiful sword! It has been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful sword art. The last time I did see such a sword art was when I was at the city of Hillfall, where I saw distant Chaos Immortals battling in the sky. That was the only time I've ever seen such beautiful sword arts. He truly is the #1 sword immortal of your 3 realms. This reputation, it is completely deserved. All the figures present nodded. This sword art was a technique for committing butchery, but it was also an intoxicatingly beautiful technique. How could it be this powerful? How did he become even more powerful than he was back when he was in the Deerchaser world? Celestial Immortal Black Heaven found this all quite hard to accept. Back then, he still had to rely on the envoy. Now, all by himself and when using just a single sword, he is able to unleash such tremendous power. Master, I have something to report. The Archdarkstill's face suddenly changed. What is it? The alien outsider frowned. He had been entranced by the beauty of that sword art. Naturally, he was quite unhappy to be roused from his reverie. The Archdarkstill said hurriedly, after Ning slew my 9 bug beasts, he continued to advance. He's now sensed ripples emanating from a battle which Kwafu's squad is engaged in. He's moving towards Kwafu's squad at high speed and is going to join with them soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 12, Joining Together. Book 22, True God, Chapter 12, Joining Together. He's about to join together with Kwafu's squad? The alien outsider drummed on the throne's armrest with his fingers, then smiled as he looked at Celestial Immortal Black Heaven. Black Heaven, Ning truly is the undisputed #1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. This sword art alone ensures that there's no way those useless minions of mine can deal with him. Even by himself, he's very hard to deal with. Once he joins together with Kwafu, it'll be even harder to deal with him. There's nothing I can do. If the Seamless Gate wishes to stop him, I suggest you hurry. Black Heaven said hurriedly, the strategy we agreed upon with you, God Fiend, was that we would make use of the inhospitable environment of the primordial ruin world to kill as many of the true gods and Dowfathers of the 3 realms as possible. It isn't time for the Seamless Gate to attack yet. Once we do, the end war shall immediately begin. Oof. Then we are out of options, the alien outsider said calmly. The 3 realms. Within a palace in the All-Fiend world. 16 true gods and Dowfathers were here, including the Lord of all Fiends, Keeper Everwood, Dowmother Devilhand, the Black-Robed God King, Dowfather Netherjade, and others. Some had sent their true bodies, with others manifesting incarnations. The weakest figure present was still an elite Dowfather. Master! A voice rang out from outside. Black Heaven! Come in, the Lord of all Fiends said. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven entered, then said respectfully, we just received a new intelligence report from the primordial ruin worlds. The seated true gods and Dowfathers all looked towards Black Heaven. The Lord of all Fiends said, speak. Master, please take a look. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven pointed towards an empty space nearby. Instantly, scenes of a battle began to be displayed. It was the battle between Ning and those 9 bug beasts. After watching the scene, Black Heaven was naturally able to reproduce it for the benefit of others. Ning? Ning's fighting against 9 bug beasts. From the looks of them, those bug beasts should be quite powerful, at the level of true gods. The major powers were paying close attention to this fight. When they saw Ning easily slay a bug beast with just a single sword strike, they simply frowned. But when Sword Peacock was displayed, all the major powers in the hall were stunned. In fact, looks of absolute rapture could be seen in the eyes of Dowmother Devilhand and a few other Dowfathers as she saw the beautiful technique. What a beautiful sword art! Dowmother Devilhand let out a soft sigh. It really is beautiful. What a terrifying sword art! Keeper Everwood nodded as well. This is just the area of effect sword art Ning uses to attack a host of weaker foes. His close combat skills are undoubtedly even more terrifying. He was able to easily kill that bug beast without even using his rainbow sword force. This means that Strike just revealed a tiny portion of his true power. The Lord of all Fiend became even more solemn. Sword Immortal Dark North of the New Alliance has now become one of our major foes. He's no weaker than Daofather Fujiu was. He's trained for a shorter period of time than Daofather Fujiu had, Keeper Everwood said. He's trained for less than 1,000 years, but has reached such a level of power, but the efforts of our God King really were quite indispensable in helping Ning to train so quickly, Dao Mother Devilhand said mockingly as she glanced sideways at the ashen-faced God King. The black-robed God King was filled with sullen resentment. When he saw that lovely sword strike, even he felt uncontrollably mesmerized by it. It was simply too beautiful. The next moment, however, he remembered that the person who had displayed that sword strike was Ning. Ning was once a minor figure who he held in complete contempt, so much so that the God King didn't even care that much about using Yue as a chess piece. Who would have thought that this minor figure would have become even more powerful than him? Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew quite well that Ning no longer needed to use any formations to fight with him. That sword strike alone was proof that Ning had vastly surpassed him. This sword art alone ensured that Ning was very close to the overlord level of power. No one could have imagined that Ning would advance so rapidly. The actions the God King took against him, such as the destruction of Yue's soul, normally speaking, those actions should have cast a shadow over his heart and perhaps even thrown him into an eternal stupor, never to advance any further. The God King's actions weren't wrong. Ning is simply too much of a monster, Daofather Augur said with a laugh. A shadow over his heart? Dao Mother Devilhand shook her head. I heard that during the Crimson Bright Realm War, this dear God King of ours tried to force Ning to choose to join us. Instead, he broke through to the 4th stage of Heart Force in the blink of an eye. This time, our God King went straight to killing Yue's soul, and in yet another blink of an eye, Ning's nearly become an overlord-class figure. Last time in the Deer Chaser world, Ning had to rely on the Rahu formation and his envoy in order to reach this level of power. This time, he no longer has to rely on any external sources of help. God King. Dao Mother Devilhand turned and smiled at him. Some people are irrepressible. You simply can't beat them down. The more pressure you place upon them, the more dazzling their performance shall be. Ning is one such person. Thank you for your lesson, Aunt Master. The black-robed God King bowed towards her. Ning has already turned into a serious problem for us. The Lord of all Fiends looked at the others, then instructed, Black Heaven, keep a close eye on him in the primordial ruin world. If you can find a chance to kill him there, do so. Yes, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven assented respectfully. The primordial ruin world. The dark still world. A titanic foot that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size pierced through the skies, slamming downwards towards the land. Mountains and rivers alike were completely crushed and flattened by this foot as an enormous footprint was gouged into the earth. The giant foot then quickly shrank in size, and a bare-chested, muscular man who was dressed in a fur loincloth appeared. They laughed loudly. These dogs hit formations sure are a pain in the ass. They seem so mysterious and profound, but when I put my foot down even the earth itself is blasted apart. Doesn't that wreck those formations perfectly? The ones you can destroy are all the weaker ones. A golden-robed woman with draconic horns on her head laughed as she walked towards him. That was a bit anticlimactic. I wanted to spend a bit more time studying the mysteries of this formation. A handsome, silver-haired, fan-wielding youth shook his head. Kwafu took advantage of the fact that he runs faster than me. Otherwise, I would have split that formation apart with a blow of my axe. A massive headless fiend god walked next to them as well. This headless fiend god was bare-chested as well, but he had eyes where his nipples should have been and a mouth where his belly button should have been. His belly mouth was speaking rather unhappily. Xingtian, I didn't run per se. I just stretched my leg out and stepped on that dog's head formation. The muscular man holding a wooden staff in his hands was Kwafu. Kwafu laughed smugly, and he even twiddled his toes a bit. The 6 fiend gods chatted and joked amongst themselves as they continued to cause destruction. Deadly formations? Screw 'em. They'd first give them a chop of the axe or a good hard stomping. When the 6 of them worked together, their actions were straightforward and brutal. The handsome, fan-wielding youth's face changed slightly as he turned to look off into the distance. Something's happening? The other 5 fiend gods, upon hearing his words, all grew careful as they turned over as well. They knew very well that although their good friend Windfate was an ordinary Dao Father, his senses were incredibly acute. He could use the wind to sense many things which others could not sense. In fact, he was also very skilled at scrying on the workings of fate itself, which was why he was known as Dao Father Windfate. In this squad, he was the best detector of danger. Without him, these brutish figures would have easily been drawn into dangerous, trap-filled regions. Swoosh! A black lightning serpent was flying towards them from afar. A 9-horn lightning serpent? Upon seeing the black serpent, all of them relaxed slightly. It's Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. Xingtian laughed. The only person who can use this 9-horn lightning serpent technique in the 3 realms should be Ning. But it's a bit odd. Wasn't his true body destroyed by the Seamless Gate? Patriarch Subhoodie told me that Ning would come, but I didn't expect him to come using the 9-horn lightning serpent, a soft, gentle-looking maiden said. Ning's figure appeared in midair above them, then began to descend. Ning. Dark North. The 6 fiend gods walked towards him in a very friendly manner. Respectful greetings to you, Ning said hurriedly. He had something of a friendship with Xingtian the Heaven Punisher long ago, thanks to the latter permitting him to use the Heaven Punisher formation. As for the other 5, he had met 4 of them before. It was back when Exalted Celestial Thunder God and some other major powers had sought to learn the 9-horn lightning serpent technique from him. Back then, a large group of major powers had congregated around him. True God Xingtian laughed. Ning, let me make the introductions. This fellow here is Kwafu, a barbarian who has warts for brains. You make it sound like you are very refined and gentile, Kwafu said with a laugh. Kwafu actually knows the word Gentile? How unexpected. The fan-wielding Dao Father Windfate chortled. Ning, Subhoodie told me that you'd be coming. Not bad, not bad, it seems your true body is in perfect shape. Kwafu reached out with his hand and patted Ning on the shoulders. Xingtian continued with the introductions. This is Dao Father Windfate. Dao Father Windfate folded his fan, then nodded and smiled at Ning. This is Empress Shi. Kwafu pointed at the dragon-horned woman dressed in golden robes. Ning nodded. Empress Shi was also a fiend god. She was actually the granddaughter of the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon had 9 sons. One of them, the Bayan tiger, had a daughter who he named Shi. No one expected that she would actually prove to be even more formidable than her father, and she eventually became an elite Dao Father. This is Lu Wu. Xingtian pointed at the honest-looking man. True God Lu Wu. Ning greeted him. Lu Wu smiled. He looked like the honest, straightforward man he was. He had become an Empyrean god long ago, and he had served as a guard for quite a few different major powers. In fact, he had once been a guard in general for the Celestial Emperor which Xingtian had slain. When Xingtian had assaulted the Celestial Court, Lu Wu had attempted to stop him, only to fail. After that great battle, Xingtian had finally made his breakthrough to become a true god. A few years later, however, the Loki Lu Wu had also silently, soundlessly broken through to become a true god. This is Graceful Peacock. Xingtian pointed at the gentle-looking maiden. She has 4 clones, and one of them is in each squad. This makes it easier for our squads to communicate with each other.
Greetings to you, Tao Mother Graceful Peacock, Ning said.
Graceful Peacock had an extremely formidable elder brother, Mahama Yuri of the Buddhist Sangha. During the primordial era, he had become a figure who was close to the overlord level of power. His savage reputation was known throughout the primordial era, but in this day and age he rarely showed himself.
1.
Both Graceful Peacock and Mahama Yuri were the children of the deceased elder god known as the Phoenix. Although Graceful Peacock was merely an ordinary Tao Mother, she had been able to cultivate her 5 peacock feathers into 5 separate clones, each of which had bodies like top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures that were completely unbreakable. She usually sent those clones out to adventure, while her true body was kept safe in the legendary Phoenix Palace.
We've sent a total of 4 squads to destroy the primordial ruin worlds, Kwafu said with a loud laugh.
Our squad completely consists of fiend gods, myself, Empress Shi, Wind Fate, Graceful Peacock, and Luwu. Lord Tathagata the Buddha is commanding a squad that is completely composed of Buddhas of the Buddhist Sangha. Their squad has 4 total. Fushi's squad also has 4 members, each of whom is a major power of the human race. The final squad is led by Taoist Jade Cauldron, which consists of 7 true gods and Tao Fathers of the Taoist path.
Now that you've joined us, HM, we've already decided upon a joint combination formation that we are using.
I'm not exactly sure how we should work you into it.
Kwafu pondered on this matter.
These Tao Father squads all came equipped with formations, so as to be able to unleash tremendous power in battle.
How about this? Xingtian said.
Ning, just follow us.
If you encounter anything dangerous, just stay inside our formation for now. We don't have enough time to alter the formation for you right now.
Understood.
Nin nodded.
In truth, Xingtian and Kwafu were speaking in quite a delicate, tactful manner. Because all 6 of them were true gods, when they unleashed their formation they were able to do in a very perfect manner. But now, Ning had suddenly appeared. As they saw it, he was just an Empyrean god. He might have some special techniques, but if everyone else in the formation had true god divine power while Ning only had Empyrean god divine power, an imbalance would occur. Ning had his own concerns as well. Xingtian and the others all had true god power, while he himself was a half-step elder god. His divine power was even purer than theirs. If he joined their formation, it truly would cause an imbalance.
It probably was indeed better for him to act independently for now.
Be careful and stay close to us. The primordial ruin world isn't easy to deal with, Kwafu advised. He actually cared quite deeply about Ning, as Ning had rendered tremendous merits to the New Alliance.
However, Kwafu was quite puzzled as well. Why had Ning even come? Didn't he know that he would just be slowing them down? Still, this question really wasn't very appropriate to actually voice.
I won't cause any trouble.
Nin nodded. All right. Let's head out.
Kwafu gave the order, and the group of 7 began to advance once more, smashing through all impediments that sought to bar their path. 1. Mahama Yuri is also known as the Peacock Wisdom King, and is often shown as being or riding a peacock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 22, Chapter 13, A Dangerous Zone. Book 22, True God, Chapter 13, A Dangerous Zone.
Whoosh! The squad continued to fly forwards, smashing through all obstacles.
Even if they did encounter any problems, Kwafu would stretch out his massive leg across tens of thousands of kilometers and flatten anything in front of them.
When Ning had been traveling alone, he had suffered occasional attacks from the likes of the 9 bug beasts and the fiend god formation, but now that he was alongside Kwafu and the rest of the true gods, things were much simpler.
Does this feel easy?
Xingtian and Ning were flying shoulder to shoulder atop a cloud, and he smiled as he asked Ning this question.
Ning glanced at Xingtian's belly mouth.
He was quite calm,
he himself had once commanded a Heaven Punisher formation before, after all. Laughing, Ning replied, "Yes. I haven't even had a chance to fight. Quafu is the fastest person here. None of us can overtake him." Xingtian chuckled. "And you should know that the alien outsiders of the primordial ruin world are weaker than the experts of the three realms to begin with. This is why they simply don't dare to fight against us head-on when we attack. Their only recourse is to use some of the more dangerous features of the local terrain to deal with us. The Dark Still world, however, is one of the top-ranked worlds of the primordial ruin world. Worlds like the Dark Still world that were taken over by powerful races are actually the least dangerous worlds of all." Nin nodded. It made sense. The powerful races would want to take over the best places to live. The truly deadly places weren't suitable for life to flourish. The Three Realms, for example, was a wonderful place to live, but it had been taken over by the Nuwa Alliance and the Seamless Gate. That's why we can be fairly relaxed here at the Dark Still world. Once we reach some truly dangerous worlds, however, things will become much tenser. Xingtian instructed, "When the time comes, you'll need to be very careful. There are some extremely dangerous regions which will spell guaranteed doom for even Overlord-class Doubtfathers who are trapped within them." "Understood," Ning replied solemnly. It was very true that there were some places which would spell certain doom for even Overlords. The primordial ruin world had 10 famous danger zones, and the Void Sea was ranked first and foremost amongst the 10. The waters of the Void Sea consisted of countless shattered pieces of void space. The pieces of void space all clashed against each other, generating terrifying levels of destructive power. Even top-grade proto-cosmic spirit treasures would be ground to dust by them. Only chaos treasures would withstand their destructive force. To this day, no one had ever dared to enter the Void Sea and face the terrifying destructive force. Not even Mother Nuwa had ever given it a try. Perhaps she gained the power to survive it after becoming a world god, but why would she be willing to take on such an unnecessary risk? The squad continued to advance. 2 days later. Ning stared downwards. There was an enormous city of buildings beneath them. There were even some dazzlingly beautiful palaces amongst the strange alien edifices, but all of them were in wretched condition. Many of those buildings had clearly been chopped or blasted apart. Quafu glanced downwards, then let out a loud laugh. "Judging from those sword scars, Taoist Jade Cauldron must have come here. He's quite fast." It was indeed Taoist Jade Cauldron's squad which destroyed this ancestral homeland of the Dark Still race, Graceful Peacock said. One of her clones was in each squad, and so she knew exactly what was going on where. The ancestral homeland of the Dark Still race, Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh. This was a war for survival. For the sake of the Nuwa Alliance's survival, their only options were to force their enemies to flee, to surrender, or to be completely wiped out. There were no other options. "Come. We've spent 5 days here at the Dark Still world and have completely scoured it clean. Time to go to the next world," Quafu said. "Let's go. Let's go." Ning and the others immediately continued on their journey. This journey was quite an uneventful one. Even when they did encounter some minor problems, Quafu and the others would deal with them. There was no need for Ning to intervene at all, and Ning was in no rush to do so. He had come to the primordial ruin world to help fight and help them win. When they truly needed him, he would make his move. In fact, if they could win the entire war without him revealing his true power, that would be even better. Ning had always been quite calm. Now that he had reached the overlord level of power, he had become even calmer and more self-assured than before. Those words I heard in the past were true. Only when one has become truly powerful does one have the right to be relaxed and self-assured in dealing with all things, Ning murmured to himself. The Three Realms. All Clan's Palace, the Imperial Palace of the Primordial Imperial Clan, also known as the Imperial Palace of the Yu the Great's clan.
During the primordial era, the human clans had summoned all of their major powers to come here. When the human clans had reached the true zenith of their power, they had been the rulers of the entire primordial world. Many fiend gods such as Xingtian or the Rain Dragon had long ago opted to stand alongside the human race. Inside the palace were the three sovereigns of mankind, the leaders of Taoism and Buddhism, Patriarch Subhuti, Great Divinity Hui, various elite Tao Fathers of the Taoist path and Buddhist Sangha, and a number of unaffiliated Tao Fathers. They had gathered here more than half a year ago. Ever since the war against the primordial ruin world had started, they had gathered here. But of course, most only sent incarnations or clones. The reason they were gathered here was to ensure that they could all mobilize together at a moment's notice. Fushi's squad has already entered the extremely dangerous Thousand Mountains world, Swerin said. This is the most dangerous world they have encountered since they launched their assault against the primordial ruin world. Those alien outsiders are quite crafty. Dao's three purities nodded. They've been unwilling to fight head-on, and we haven't been able to find any of their true headquarters. We've already finished destroying the easy targets, those safer worlds. Now, our only option is to assault the extremely dangerous ones. As I see it. Suddenly, a muscular, black-armored figure seated below him boomed out in a deep voice. Ning's sudden addition to the strike team of Tao Fathers is going to be a problem. Things were fine in the first few months because they were only dealing with the safe worlds. In fact, he didn't even need to help out, as my old brother Quafu and the others dealt with everything. But now they are entering the Thousand Mountains world, and that is a dangerous place indeed. When something dangerous happens, Quafu and the others might not even be able to protect themselves, to say nothing of Ning. When that happens, Ning will end up slowing them down and exposing them. Although I dislike Thunder God's personality, a skinny old man with an extraordinary demeanor said, his words aren't unreasonable. We sent out those squads after careful discussion, and every member of the squad can join together into a combination formation. But with Ning thrown into the mix, no matter which squad he joins, he won't be able to work with their combination formations. At this point in time, he really could easily become a burden to them. I'm worried that he's going to make things harder for Quafu and Xingtian's team. The major powers seated below all began to speak their thoughts. A few months ago, when Ning had first entered the primordial ruin world, they had discussed this matter. However, things weren't quite so dangerous back then as the squads hadn't encountered any of the more dangerous worlds. None of them opposed Ning's presence. His master was Subhuti, after all, while his senior apprentice brother was Hui. They had to give these two figures some face. Subhuti. After being silent for a long moment, Dao's three purities turned his head to look at Patriarch Subhuti. Shenong turned to look at him as well. Although they all liked Ning very much, this was an extremely important undertaking. Personal feelings could not be allowed to interfere with their decisions. They had to make the best decisions possible for the alliance. Subhuti began to laugh. The major powers present all looked towards Subhuti in confusion. Subhuti, what are you laughing at? Exalted Celestial Thunder God frowned. Subhuti glanced sideways at Thunder God, then said, Ning definitely won't become a burden. Oh? Shinon, Dao's three purities, Swerin, and the others all revealed curious looks on their faces. The major powers seated below them began to whisper amongst themselves as well. Subhuti chuckled again but said nothing else. As inscrutable and mysterious as ever. Dao's three purities shook his head. When the time comes, you will know. Subhuti raised a white eyebrow at the group. Hui, seated next to him, revealed a hint of a smile. He had known Subhuti for far too long. He knew exactly what type of a personality his master had. The major powers continued to chat and jest with each other. For people as long-lived as them, a conversation or a debate about the Tao could easily last for thousands of years. In the past, before the war had begun, two of them might spend a century on a single game of chess. Just half a day later.
Not good. Graceful Peacock was seated below them, and in this moment her beautiful, gentle face changed dramatically. Everyone. Instantly, all the major powers turned their heads to look at Graceful Peacock. 4 of her clones were with the 4 squads while the 5th one was here at the All-Clans Palace. She was responsible for sending and delivering messages. Upon seeing the heavy look on her face, all the major powers felt their hearts clench. Just now, Quafu's team was trapped inside a danger zone, the Earthmoan Mountain. Earthmoan Mountain? All of the major powers were shocked. Earthmoan Mountain was an extremely famous danger zone. Long ago, when the Tao Fathers of the 3 realms had entered the primordial ruin world to test themselves, some had died there, but Earthmoan Mountain is extremely dangerous. Taoist 3 Purities immediately said, I've been there before, and I ended up being trapped for more than 3,000 years. Have Tathagata go to them right away. Tathagata has the best chance of them all for overcoming Earthmoan Mountain. All right. Graceful Peacock nodded frantically. I've already informed Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha and the other 3 are heading there right now. The primordial ruin world. The Thousand Mountains world. Ning had spent more than 3 months here in the primordial ruin world. He had followed Quafu's team this entire time and had experienced no real danger thus far at all. This is the Thousand Mountains world. We have to be careful, Graceful Peacock warned. If any danger appears, I'll smush it with my foot. Quafu hoisted up his wooden staff as he laughed loudly, but after laughing he still said to Taofather Windfate, keep a close watch on things. Right. Taofather Windfate nodded. The 7 of them were flying atop a cloud, and the land around them was filled with countless mighty mountains. Why do I suddenly have the feeling that we just went past this mountain a while ago? Ning suddenly pointed towards the front. Quafu stared at him, then took a close look as well. He then nodded repeatedly. Right. We just went past this place. Not good. Taofather Windfate concentrated for a moment, then the look on his face completely changed. This is a formation that uses mountain ranges as the base. This is an extremely large formation, and it is extremely hard to detect. They must have switched just a few of the nearby mountains. Even I didn't notice anything at all earlier. We are already trapped inside a formation? Xingtian was surprised. We are already inside. Taofather Windfate nodded. What should we do? Quafu hurriedly asked. 2 options, Taofather Windfate said. 1. We forcibly destroy the formation by wrecking all those mountain peaks. If we do that, we'll be able to leave. But this should be a formation that was set up by Keeper Everwood, and he's extremely skilled in the usage of plants and rocks. If he was the one to make this formation, judging from how large it is, we probably won't be able to break it apart. The second option is to solve and break the formation itself, but we can't do that either. Perhaps only Fushi would be able to do that. As soon as his words came out. Thump. It was like a heartbeat that rang out from deep within the ground. Thump. 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 One deep heartbeat after another rang out, echoing throughout the area. The mountain ranges around them suddenly disappeared, transforming into endless amounts of foul water that flowed out in rivers and creeks. The cloud which Ning's group was on had actually been completely surrounded by the reeking water. This is Earthmoan Mountain. Taofather Windfate's face instantly turned completely ashen. Too late. It's all too late. We actually ended up being drawn into Earthmoan Mountain without even knowing it. Luwu's face had changed as well. All of them felt their heart rates quicken. What a profound formation. Ning said softly, we didn't notice anything at all earlier, and by the time we did, we had already been lured into Earthmoan Mountain. Lord Buddha has already been notified. He's on his way right now, Graceful Peacock said hurriedly. Be careful, everyone. No matter what, don't let yourself get separated. Quafu growled savagely, this is the most dangerous place we have encountered since entering the primordial ruin world. Even if Lord Buddha comes, he'll still need time to break apart Earthmoon Mountain. We need to hang on and endure until he manages to break us free. If we cannot, then we will die in here. Right. Ning and the rest of the 6 all nodded. They now all had solemn looks on their faces. At a time like this, no one dared to be overconfident. The cries of the earth have already begun, Graceful Peacock said. When the cries of the earth reach a crescendo, deadly danger shall descend upon us. Thump! Yet another earthen heartbeat rang out, this one even louder than the previous ones. Even the endless flows of foul water around them seemed to shudder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 14, Earthmoon Mountain. Book 22, True God, Chapter 14, Earthmoon Mountain. Lord Tathagata the Buddha and his 3 companions were flying through the air like an enormous streak of golden light as they rapidly advanced towards Earthmoon Mountain. Graceful Peacock, can they keep holding? Tathagata sent mentally. There were countless beings living in Tathagata's Buddha realm within the palm, with one of Graceful Peacock's clones being there as well. The heartbeat sounds are rapidly becoming stronger and louder. When the sounds reach a crescendo, the attacks will begin. Right now all of us are waiting carefully, but we have yet to be attacked, Graceful Peacock replied from within the Buddha realm. You have to be careful. Tathagata said a few more words, then turned to the 3 Buddhas by his side. You should also enter my Buddha realm for now as well. I'll be able to travel more quickly that way. Yes, Lord Buddha, the other 3 Buddhas replied. Tathagata was the undisputed leader of the Buddhist community. Tathagata waved his hand and collected those 3 Buddhas. Immediately after doing so, the Madeir golden streak of light surrounding him became even quicker as it flew towards Earthmoon Mountain. Within the castle located deep inside the primordial ruin world. Master, success! Quafu's squad has already been lured into Earthmoon Mountain, the skinny elder said jubilantly. Godfiend Witherspike, seated atop his throne, let out a soft chuckle. When we make a move, we have to make a big one. We let these bumpkins from the 3 realms have too easy a time of it earlier. Now, it's time to give them a hard hit. The Thousand Mountains world is a world which both we and the Seamless Gate have spent enormous time, effort, and resources building up. The entire world is a huge trap. The Nuwa Alliance obviously knows that, but they still have to charge straight inside. The red-bearded elder let out a laugh. They can't locate us. All they can do is wreck the entire primordial ruin world in their hunt. They have to assault and destroy every single world. It's very possible that we'll be able to wipe out 2 or 3 of their squads here at Thousand Mountains World. Quafu's squad should be done for, at least. Godfiend Witherspike nodded slowly. As for the other 3, let's see how talented they are. Ning. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven remained standing on his feet, staring at the scene being played out in midair. It was a scene showing Earthmoon Mountain, with Quafu's squad having already been trapped inside of it. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven let out a cold laugh. Now that you've entered Earthmoon Mountain, I want to see just how you'll survive this one. Master, Buddha Tathagata is advancing rapidly towards Earthmoon Mountain, the towering, muscular, golden-armored figure suddenly said. Keeper Ever would personally set up the formations around Earthmoon Mountain, and the formations are already activated and constantly transforming. Once Tathagata charges into the formation, he'll virtually have no chance of locating Earthmoon Mountain unless he actually destroys the formation itself. Given his power, he might actually be able to do that, but he'll need time. By the time he succeeds, Quafu's squad would have died long ago. Godfiend Witherspike smiled, licking his lower lips with his bright red tongue. He, the exalted Godfiend, had been biding his time for far too long. This title, Godfiend, it was a title that had been won through countless seas of blood and mountains of severed flesh. Within Earthmoan Mountain. Thump! An extremely loud heartbeat rang out from under the ground, and the sound seemed to smash against the hearts of Ning and the others. The entire team floated in midair, carefully watching their surroundings. Ning, the 6 of us have set up a formation. We can work together to defend against any sneak attacks. You, however, don't have anything protecting you. I think you should enter an estate treasure for now. After we escape from Earthmoan Mountain, you can come out once more. Quafu's group of 6 had already joined together into an enormous formation, and they were sharing their divine power with each other. All of them were surrounded by rings of golden light. No need. Ning shook his head. Quafu frowned slightly upon seeing this. This is a critical situation. You can't be headstrong, Ning. No need to worry about me, fellow Daoist Quafu. When my true body was destroyed by the Seamless Gate, I still ended up surviving, right? Ning looked at Quafu. Quafu was briefly startled, then nodded. If you aren't willing to hide, fine. How about this? Stay inside of our formation. If there any attacks come your way, the formation will be able to help you block a few blows. This formation protects against external attacks but not internal attacks. You'll still be able to fight back from inside the formation. All right. Ning nodded in acceptance. Quafu, Xingtian, Empress Shi, Wind Fate, Graceful Peacock, Lulu. These 6 true gods were sharing their divine power with each other. Rings of golden light were surrounding them, helping to defend against any dangers, and Ning was located within the formation itself. The 6 true gods exchanged glances with each other, feeling quite resigned. As they saw it, this sword Immortal Dark North was being far too rash and arrogant. Earthmoan Mountain was such an incredibly dangerous place that even the 6 of them had to be extremely careful. In fact, they had even asked Lord Buddha to come rescue them. Ning, however, insisted on staying outside. Ugh. This overconfidence stemmed from the fact that he simply hadn't trained for long enough. Thump! 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 Suddenly, the pulse began to quicken. The illusions around them began to change as well. Previously, they had been surrounded by endless tides of foul water. Now, it suddenly changed to a dense thicket of trees. Ning and the 6 were all standing within the thicket. Hurry up and leave. Fly out of the thicket, Quafu said hurriedly. Swoosh. All 7 of them strove to fly out, but no matter how hard or how quickly they flew, they remained trapped within the thicket. We won't be able to fly out. Without being able to see through the illusions of Earthmoan Mountain, there's no way we can leave it at all. Dao Father Windfate shook his head after taking another look. When Daoist 3 Purities was trapped here, he was able to rely on his incredible power to survive against the dangers present. Despite that, he was still trapped here for more than 3,000 years before he was able to see the true face of Earthmoan Mountain and leave it. These are all illusions. Graceful Peacock was worried as well. We aren't able to see through them and see the true face of Earthmoan Mountain, Xingtian said with concern. Ning carefully inspected the surrounding area as well. Earthmoan Mountain was extremely famous. Once you entered it, you would face countless changing illusions and be perpetually trapped by them. Major powers might try to fly out with all their might, but they would remain within Earthmoan Mountain, unable to escape. There were only 2 methods for leaving this place. The first was to rely on overwhelming raw power to annihilate the entire Earthmoan Mountain. However, not even Daoist 3 Purities had been able to destroy this bizarre place. Most likely, only world gods like Mother Nuwa would be able to accomplish it. There was no chance whatsoever that Ning's group would be able to do it. The second method was to do what Daoist 3 Purities did, to see through the illusions and see the truth of Earthmoan Mountain. It would then be possible to fly out. Lord Tathagata the Buddha was extremely skilled in seeing through illusions. The Buddhists were all quite skilled in illusions to begin with. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying attack descended, stabbing straight towards True God Luwu. The layers of golden light protecting True God Luwu were instantly pierced through. Judging from the way in which the piercing occurred, it appeared as the attack came from an awl-shaped object. True God Luwu was so frightened that he immediately lashed out with his whip to block while frantically dodging. Slash, dot. True God Luwu's flank was sliced open. A large bloody wound appeared on his side, but his divine power quickly healed it. Everyone, be careful. Earthmoan Mountain's attacks are very powerful, True God Luwu said hurriedly. The formation is unable to completely block it. However, the formation is still able to whittle away at its power a bit. If it wasn't for the formation, I wouldn't have merely lost a chunk of flesh, I would have been ripped in half. Be careful, Taofather Windfate said solemnly. It looks like we are surrounded by a thicket of trees, but all of that is illusory. The true scene is that of those strange objects flying towards us and attacking us. Ning frowned as well. Despite being weakened by their protective formation, that strange object was still able to easily wound a true god. This was simply far too terrifying. The worst part of it was, they had no idea where it had come from. By the time they were able to notice it, its attack would have already arrived as well. What should I do? Ning carefully scanned his surroundings, his eyes blazing with torchlight. He used the torch dragon's eye to carefully scan the area, but the only result was that the trees and the leaves around them became even sharper and more in focus. He could now even see the leafy veins. But alas, he couldn't find any traces of an illusion at all. To see through the illusions and see the truth, dot. How am I supposed to do that? When Taoist 3 Purities was trapped here, he was also unable to leave until he saw through the illusions and saw the truth. Ning frowned. But how? Ning was carefully inspecting his surroundings with his physical vision, his core sense, and even his heart force. All his senses, however, were seeing exactly the same things his eyes were seeing. It was as though the trees and the thicket around them actually were real. In truth, it made sense. Even Taoist 3 Purities had been trapped here for 3,000 years before being able to escape. Seeing through the illusions would be no easy feat. Rumble. Ning's heart force rippled out from him in a series of waves as Ning used the heart force scrying technique which world god Northrest had transmitted to him, causing his heart force scan through every inch of space around him. This scanning technique could be said to be the most detailed such technique in the 3 realms. It truly surpassed all other similar techniques. Ning had searched the memories of the fiend gods and immortals of the Pangea prisoners but was still unable to find any heart force scrying technique that could compare to his. Suddenly, his rippling heart force seemed to detect a slight wave of motion. Bang! An invisible object once more stabbed straight through the layers of golden light and pierced towards Empress Shi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 15, That Tiny Wave. Book 22, True God, Chapter 15, The Tiny Wave. Empress She only noticed the attack after the strange object had torn through all those layers of protection. Her face instantly changed. Not good. She hurriedly dodged while brandishing her sleeves to block. Clang! The sharp object struck against her sleeves, then flew off towards another direction. Be careful, everyone. Empress She said hurriedly, it is too fast. You can't let yourself be caught off guard. Xingtian, do you have any more shield-type treasures? True God Luwu asked hurriedly. I do. Xingtian produced a small buckler in his hand, then sent it flying towards True God Luwu. It rapidly increased in size, becoming nearly half his height. True God Luwu grabbed the buckler with one hand, using his other to continue holding onto his metal whip. Xingtian was similarly holding a buckler in one hand and his Heaven Punisher axe in the other. He hurriedly asked, anyone else need a buckler? As he spoke his gaze couldn't help but turn towards Ning, located in the center of the formation. Of the 7, Quafu was the strongest. Xingtian and Empress Shi were next, but Xingtian already had a buckler while Empress 11 was skilled in using her sleeves. Next came Graceful Peacock, Wind Fate, and Luwu. Luwu had already acquired a buckler, while Daofather Wind Fate used his fan. The fan could also be used as a shield, and Daofather Wind Fate would actually be able to unleash more power with his fan than with a buckler. As for Graceful Peacock, her body had been forged from a peacock feather that was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. She was actually safer than any of them. As Xingtian saw it, Ji Ning was a wielder of the sword. The sword was an offensive weapon. Defensively speaking, it was comparatively lacking. He felt that Ji Ning would most likely need a buckler. I don't need one just yet. Ning smiled and shook his head. Be careful, Xingtian warned, then fell silent. Attacks continued to rain down upon them from those invisible objects. The 6 true gods all guarded carefully against the attacks, and they even decided to shrink the perimeter of their formation so as to better protect Ji Ning within it. The 6 fiend gods worked together to defend against 19 waves of attacks. Ji Ning, by contrast, had things easy. Protected in the center of the formation, he didn't suffer any attacks at all. It seems to have ended, Graceful Peacock said softly. The cries of the earth are growing softer, Quafu agreed. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat ringing out from deep underground had indeed grown quieter. After a period of time, the sound will grow louder again and the attacks will start anew, Quafu said. Let's rest for now and prepare to deal with the next wave of attacks. Right. The fiend gods all had rather ugly looks on their faces. The invisible attacks were simply too powerful, and they were also extraordinarily unpredictable. During the 19 waves of attacks, True God Luwu had been injured 3 times, Daofather Wind Fate had been injured twice, Empress Shi and Xingtian had each been injured once, while Quafu, Ning, and Graceful Peacock were uninjured. Each time they suffered an injury, they had to use a large amount of divine power to heal it. Using divine power to heal one's body was extremely taxing. As more time passed, the divine power would be used up, at which point they wouldn't even be able to maintain the formation. The reason why they had been able to survive the 19 waves of attacks was because the formation served to weaken the power of those attacks. If they were to face those attacks head-on, even Quafu would be in danger of dying. Everyone could sense death impending. The atmosphere naturally turned quite grim. This guy Ji Ning, all of us are so nervous, but he's actually daydreaming? True God Luwu gave Ning, still located at the center of the formation, a hard look. Ning stood in the center, eyes completely blank. Clearly, his mind was elsewhere and he was completely preoccupied. Ugh. True God Luwu was an amiable and honest fellow. He didn't say anything. We'll do our best. If we can protect Ji Ning, we will. If we end up dying, there will be nothing more that we can do. He's just too young. Ning continued to stand there, pondering to himself. Each time there is an attack, especially when the attack draws close, I can dimly sense a hint of a ripple spread out. Clearly, the power of the attacks is so great that at a close distance, there's no way for it to completely avoid my senses. However, I can just sense a tiny wave each time. There's no way for me to completely verify the exact location the strange object is coming from. Those ripples were perhaps coming from the strange objects, but when those invisible things attack, they instantly arrive before their target, giving the defenders no time to spare. I need to verify and track the direction from which each attack is going to come. Given how powerful these attacks are, they have to cause at least a tiny bit of spatial disruption. Ning stared at the thickets around them. Still, the illusions around us are simply too realistic, and the area around us is filled with multiple ripples that mask the ones coming from those strange objects. What I need to do is to separate the ripples caused by the illusions from the ripples caused by the strange objects. Ning had been watching closely during the last 10+ attacks, but he was still unable to ascertain exactly where each attack was going to come from. Thump! The heartbeat coming from deep beneath the earth suddenly began to grow stronger once more. Thump! 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 The heartbeats began to quicken and strengthen. Be careful, everyone. The next wave of attacks from Earthmoon Mountain is about to begin, Quafu barked. Right. The other 5 true gods hurriedly acknowledged him. They pumped more energy into their formation, staying on maximum alert. As for Ning, his eyes were lidded as he circulated his soul heart force technique, using it to attune himself to all the many varied ripples that were occurring around them. There were ripples caused by the wind, by light, by spatial movement, by scent. Ning was able to separate out the spatial ripples, but what he needed to do right now was to identify the specific spatial ripples being generated by those strange objects. Even for a major power like Ning, this was incredibly difficult. Even Dao's 3 purities had ended up spending more than 3,000 years before accomplishing this. Ning's advantage lay in the formidable techniques taught to him by World God Northrest. Whoosh! Swish! Slash! The invisible attacks began to descend upon them once more. Quafu, Xingtian, and the rest all did their best to defend against the attacks, using all of their power. That seems to be a spatial ripple caused by those strange objects. Ning remained inside the formation, eyes half-lidded as he continued to carefully attune to the surrounding area. Ji Ning, I really think you should enter an estate treasure, Xingtian bellowed. He was fairly close to Ji Ning on a personal level. Ning, however, didn't respond to him, instead continuing to sweep the area with his senses. The 3 realms, the All-Clan's palace of the primordial imperial clan. Many major powers were gathered in this place. Hurry! Graceful Peacock frantically rose to her feet and said, "This is the 3rd time Earthmoon Mountain is attacking us. True God Luwu has been gravely injured, and his divine power is almost used up. Once he's completely dry, there will be no way for them to maintain the formation. Quafu and the others are about to die in Earthmoon Mountain." Tathagata. Dao's 3 purities looked towards him. "I'm working on breaking the formation," Lord Buddha said hurriedly. This should be a formation which Keeper Everwood spent enormous amounts of effort on. He's used the countless mountains in the area to serve as his formation bases. Although I'm breaking it apart as fast as I can, I still need more time. There are no other options. Tathagata shook his head. Even if all of you head there right away, you'll first have to reach their location. By the time you get there, I would have broken through the formation long ago. Dao's 3 purities nodded. It was true. Thousand Mountains World was a place filled with countless dangers. There was no way to teleport through the void to arrive at that place. Ji Ning, Tathagata, Fushi, and the others had all been forced to slowly fly their way there. Fushi is the best at defeating formations, but he's been tied down by those alien outsiders of the primordial ruin world, Graceful Peacock said hurriedly. There's no way for him to get there in time either. Everwood, the seated Dao Father Subhoodie, had an ugly look on his face. In war, one of the most terrifying possibilities was fighting in an arena of your enemy's choosing. Their enemies had already made complete preparations in the primordial ruin world. The New Alliance knew that, but no matter what, they wouldn't be willing to give the primordial ruin world the chance to ambush the victors of the end war. If for no other reason than to uproot an ally of the Seamless Gate, they had to wipe out the primordial ruin world. However, they were indeed worried about the deadly environment and illusions located within the primordial ruin world, which was why they had only sent 2 of their Overlord-class figures in this campaign. The other major powers would all remain on guard in the 3 realms. If something unexpected happened, they would be able to handle it. I've already unleashed all of my Dharma bodies. I'll be able to break the formation soon, Tathagata said with a solemn look on his face. Lord Buddha's squad truly had gone all out. The other 3 Buddhas who had come with him had assembled into a formation. Their holy light spread out in every direction as they launched all sorts of attacks against the land, each strike filled with the power to shatter the heavens and wreck the earth. As for Lord Buddha, he had switched into a different form, unleashing all three of his bodies. These three bodies were his Sakyamuni body, his great son Buddha body 1, and his medicine Buddha body 2. The three of them sent their mighty Buddha palms smashing down from the skies, shattering apart one mountain range after another with each blow. However, each time some of the mountain ranges would once more be reborn from the natural energy of heaven and earth. This was clearly the power of the formation at work. Tathagata had been born a true god of primordial chaos. During the primordial era, he had shattered his own soul, leaving behind just a tendril of his true soul to be reincarnated into the human race. He had become Sakyamuni, and as a result had been truly reborn. He finally was able to reach the pinnacle of power, fully mastering the 5 heavenly Taos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This allowed him to manifest 5 mighty Dharma bodies. However, actually using these 5 Dharma bodies consumed a terrifying amount of energy. He would only activate them all when he was truly going all out. He had brought 3 of his 5 Dharma bodies in this campaign against the primordial ruin world, leaving behind 2 of them to guard the 3 realms. Taoist 3 purities had his 3 pure ones technique. Tathagata, in turn, had 5 Dharma bodies, with the most powerful naturally being his true Sakyamuni body. Tathagata's quite powerful. Godfiend Witherspike let out a sigh as he saw the scene playing out of Tathagata breaking apart the formation with utterly ruinous power. These aboriginals only have inferior key refining techniques. They are clearly ancestral immortals, but only 3rd-tier ones. And yet, despite that, the most monstrously talented amongst them have gained incredible insights into the Tao. Fushi's been tied down for now as well. Keeper Everwood's formations are quite formidable. Even if other major powers were to make their way over, they would still need to spend a considerable amount of time to break through the formation. After doing so, they would then need to actually enter Earthmoan Mountain. Earthmoan Mountain is filled with countless illusions. To actually locate Kwafu's squad will require time as well. I estimate that Kwafu's squad should already be at the verge of breaking down, Godfiend Witherspike mused softly to himself. Given how furious and frantic Tathagata is in trying to break through the formation as quickly as possible, Kwafu's squad should be close to being done for, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said with a laugh. All of them were just guessing, of course. Earthmoan Mountain was one of the most hazardous of regions that had been naturally created from the primordial ruin world. Even the alien outsiders were unable to scry inside of it to see what was happening. The situation inside Earthmoan Mountain truly had turned grim. True God Luwu and Taofather Windfade had ashen looks on their faces, and their bodies were covered with bloody wounds. They no longer had enough divine power to repair and heal their bodies. Swish! Yet another ruthless, cruel attack by an invisible object. Ning's eyes had been lidded this entire time, but now they suddenly opened. His eyes sparkled like the stars as he murmured softly to himself, I finally found it. 1. The Sanskrit name is Vairocana. 2. The Sanskrit name is Baisajayaguru. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 16, Woke Jade Realm. Book 22, True God, Chapter 16, Woke Jade Realm. Luwu, Windfate, give up for now. I'll take you into my estate treasure, Kwafu shouted. No! Although True God Luwu was usually an amiable and honest fellow, he was currently quite resolute and unyielding. Kwafu, you know very well how dangerous Earthmoan Mountain is. The only reason we are still alive is because of the formation. Once we enter the estate treasure, the 2 of us will be able to live for a bit longer, true. But the rest of you will no longer have the formation protecting you. You won't be able to hold on for much longer. Every single cell of my body is formed from divine power. Although I'm out of actual power, I can still convert my body into divine power. I can still hold, True God Luwu growled. We'll keep holding. Taofather Windfade nodded, his eyes filled with cold resolve. Kwafu, don't go soft on us. There's no way out for the 6 of us. This campaign against the primordial ruin world is actually the final precursor to the end war. There will always be casualties in war. It is now my time to die, and I won't shirk back. Quafu, Empress Shi, Xingtian, and Graceful Peacock all felt quite torn. However, they understood that this was indeed the best decision when keeping the big picture in perspective. The bodies of true god Luwu and true god Windfate were indeed manifested from large amounts of divine power. They absolutely were capable of continuing to hold on, but only at a price, the price being that they could die at any moment from an attack. Keep holding, Quafu growled. Protect Luwu and Windfate. Xingtian let out a howl, then turned to look towards Ning. Ning, do your best to help Windfate and Luwu. Xingtian had always felt very well disposed towards Ning. It was one thing for Ning not to help out when they were traveling around, but things were now different. They were trapped here in the deadly environs of Earthmoon Mountain. Ning was quite safe at the center of the formation, but he hadn't even helped out a single time. This caused Xingtian to feel quite displeased. Swish! Ning suddenly made his move. In a single instant, he stepped out of the center of the formation. He actually stabbed out with his sword, and a dazzling rainbow aura of sword force sparkled around the tip of the sword. Quafu, Xingtian, and the rest of the 6 true gods were instantly dumbfounded. Ning had actually left the formation? Quafu and the others were about to immediately rebuke him for doing so. But he had then struck out with his sword? Why did he do that? Rainbow-colored swordlight? That was... Ning's sudden actions had caused the 6 true gods to be instantly and completely stupefied. Clang! A clanking sound rang out. Ning's sword tip seemed to have stabbed onto something. An incredibly loud collision could be heard as space around the sword tip began to ripple violently. Get over here! Ning's sword spun about, transforming into a black hole that possessed astonishing absorptive power. It was able to forcibly entangle and entrap the invisible object. The sword light completely surrounded the invisible object, forcing it to finally reveal its true form. A strange object that was shaped like the horn of an ox had appeared. It was completely black in color, but it was also covered with strands of violet-colored vein lines. It was sharp at one end and blunt at the other. Ning reached out and grabbed the object. Heavy woke jade? Ning mused to himself. If one was to voyage through the endless primordial chaos, one naturally had to first become familiar with many of the strange objects within it. World God Northrest had transmitted a great deal of this information to Ning, who was able to recognize this object at a glance. It's actually heavy woke jade? This is quite a valuable mineral. However, no one in the 3 realms is capable of smelting it. Heavy woke jade was incomparably resilient. Even prior to smelting and forging, it was as tough and resilient as a chaos treasure. This truly was an extremely precious mineral. In the future, I'll enter the primordial chaos and travel to Vast Heaven Palace. Perhaps it will be of use to me at some point. Ning waved his hand, collecting the item and pulling it into his estate treasure. Ning then turned his head to look behind him. The 6 true gods were staring at him, rather dazed. Empress Shi's mouth was open, as though she wanted to say something, but no words could come out. Ning. In the end, it was the straightforward and blunt Quafu who spoke out. Your sword force reached the 5th stage? Yeah. Ning nodded. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Quafu asked. Well, we didn't run into any danger that you couldn't easily deal with, Quafu. There was no real need for me to get involved, Ning said with a laugh. The nearby Xingtian said hurriedly, Ning, are you able to see through the illusions of Earthmoon Mountain? If he was, they'd be able to leave this place. Yes. Ning nodded. Luwu, Windfate, and the others all felt relieved. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for death, staying alive was naturally much preferred. Follow me, Ning said. Follow Ning, everyone. Quafu said hurriedly, do what he says. Right. The 6 true gods all immediately followed behind Ning, who advanced with sword in hand. Another one is coming. Ning once more struck out with his sword. His sword arts flashed out in an unpredictable, ephemeral manner. It instantly struck against yet another invisible attacking object. Ning's sword art once more transformed into a black hole, trapping the second invisible object as well. Earthmoon Mountain should be a woke jade realm. Ning once more reached out with his hand to grab the piece of heavy woke jade. He glanced at it, then tossed it into his estate treasure. In all the 3 realms, I'd wager that no one knows as much as me about Earthmoon Mountain. The endless primordial chaos was filled with countless dangers, and world god Northrest had recorded details regarding many of them. If you were to foolishly adventure through the primordial chaos without knowing about some of the dangerous types of regions within it, you truly would be courting death. No one would be able to save such a fool. Woke Jade realms were a type of danger zone which world god Northrest had written about. Based on the information Ning had, he was able to quickly ascertain that Earthmoon Mountain was a type of Woke Jade realm. Ning, how long before we can leave? Empress, she looked at Ning in a different way now. 5th stage sword force, and sword arts that surpassed the heavenly Daos, these 2 points alone ensured that Ning had to be very close to the overlord level of power. His single target attacks would be even more terrifying than Quafu's. Don't worry, Ning said. Earthmoon Mountain is essentially a world unto itself. If you don't see through its illusions, there's no way to escape it at all. When we talk about seeing the truth, we aren't talking about literally seeing through all the illusions. Rather, what I can do is just barely get a sense of where those strange objects are going to attack from. Through them, I can get a rough sense of direction. Through those strange objects? Windfate, Graceful Peacock, Luwu, and the others were all puzzled. Right. Nin nodded. Those things that are attacking us are formed deep underneath the ground. They are expelled with astonishing power through Earthmoon Mountain's eruptions, Ning said. The closer we are to the core of Earthmoon Mountain, the more powerful those objects will be. The farther away we are, the weaker they will be. I heard Taoist 3 purities say the same. Empress, she nodded. However, that'll only allow you to get a very crude sense of direction. In addition, Earthmoon Mountain's dangers aren't just limited to those invisible objects. Right, I heard that Earthmoon Mountain can also give birth to terrifyingly powerful attractive forces that can devour even major powers, Graceful Peacock said hurriedly. Nin nodded. That is indeed the case. Woke Jade realms were usually in the eruption phase, but they occasionally had a devouring phase as well. Each time there was a devouring phase, the closer you were to the core, the more powerful the attractive force would be. Once you were actually swallowed inside, it was virtually guaranteed that you would perish, even if you were an ancestral immortal or an elder god. It would take some truly impressive and extraordinary measures for you to survive. If you were able to safely enter the deep recesses of the realm, you would be able to acquire an enormous amount of heavy woke jade. The heavy woke jade itself was formed through countless eruption cycles and devouring cycles, resulting in the swallowed objects being refined into priceless treasures. The pieces of heavy woke jade that attacked Ning's group with each eruption was just a tiny fraction of the enormous hoard of heavy woke jade that existed deep underneath Earthmoon Mountain. That's why we have to move quickly. It is currently in the eruption phase. Once the devouring phase begins, things will become even more dangerous. Ning still felt quite confident, and in truth only the core regions of Earthmoon Mountain would pose a threat to him. The ordinary regions were of no threat to him at all. He himself already had the power of an overlord-class figure, after all. Ning led the way quite quickly. They only walked forward for a brief period of time before suddenly, the world turned bright. The thicket of forests around them vanished, transforming into an awe-inspiring sight of chained mountain ranges. Far off in the distance, mountains were continuously toppling and falling apart. They could vaguely make out 3 mighty figures that glowed with boundless golden light.
The three figures were furiously striking out with Buddha palms, and each palm contained utterly ruinous power that was being used to annihilate the surrounding mountains. "That's Tathagata," Quafu said delightedly. "Tathagata!" Xingtian called out to him in a loud voice. Ning laughed as well. "We made it out. So these are Tathagata's Dharma bodies?" Ning stared at Tathagata's three mighty Dharma bodies, paying especial attention to the Sakyamuni body. He's merely a true god and third-tier ancestral immortal, but his insights into the Tao are so profound that he is still able to unleash the power of an elder god. The distant Lord Buddha noticed the 7 tiny figures appear as well. Wonderful! Finally, a smile blossomed on Tathagata's face. His 2 other Dharma bodies merged into his true body, and the 3 Buddhas behind him flew forward towards him as well. Tathagata's squad of 4 Buddhas all flew towards Ning, and Ning's group of 7 rode a cloud towards them as well. "You ended up escaping on your own." Tathagata laughed. "I wonder how you did it." "It was dark north." Graceful Peacock spoke out from within Ning's group. "Dark north?" Tathagata looked towards Ning with surprise. Quafu agreed. "Right. Ning is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even I wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. 3 Purities was trapped here for more than 3,000 years, but Ning managed to lead us out after just a short period of time." "Ahahaha. Once that old Taoist hears about this, I wonder what sort of an expression he will have on his face." And at this exact moment back in the 3 realms, Graceful Peacock was narrating everything which had just happened to the concerned major powers of the new alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 17, Subhuti and Old Man Yuan. Book 22, True God, Chapter 17, Subhuti and Old Man Yuan. The 3 Realms. All Clans Palace. Graceful Peacock was narrating the entire story to the major powers present. "We were trapped in Earthmoan Mountain, and both Lulu and Windfate were heavily wounded. We were just about finished, but Dark North, fellow Taoist Dark North had been carefully scrutinizing everything from inside our formation, and he finally was able to see through the illusions of Earthmoan Mountain and see the truth. He walked out of our formation, then blocked several invisible attacks of Earthmoan Mountain as he led us to safety." "He blocked those attacks?" Exalted Celestial Thunder God asked. "Graceful Peacock, didn't you say that the attacks of Earthmoan Mountain are extremely powerful?" "Empress, she was just barely able to defend against those attacks, thanks to the protective formation, but she was still wounded." Ning walked out of the formation and then blocked those attacks? "Right." Graceful Peacock nodded, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. Fellow Taoist Dark North is one of the most peerless figures to ever exist, ever since Pangu established heaven and earth. He has already reached the 5th stage of sword force. "The 5th stage?" Exalted Celestial Thunder God was incredulous. "How is that possible?" The entire palace became a hubbub of commotion. 5th stage sword force? Anyone and everyone who could reach the 5th stage of sword force would become one of the most elite Tao Fathers alive. Someone like Ning, who also knew the 5 treasures, sword art, would be even more terrifying. Is that true? He hasn't even trained for 1,000 years, right? The major powers were all discussing this in hushed voices. Lord Tathagata the Buddha, seated on high, spoke out. "It is indeed so." Exalted Celestial Thunder God was now truly dazed. He could no longer say a word. Ahahaha. Tao Father Subhuti, also seated on high, started to laugh. Next to him was Taoist 3 Purities, who laughed as well. "Subhuti, you knew all along?" Subhuti just smugly stroked his beard. "My junior apprentice brother truly is formidable." Hui laughed as well. "We have gained yet another mighty general for the N War." Exalted Celestial Thunder God was filled with many mixed emotions.
He was an aloof, arrogant figure, and he originally had not held Ji Ning in any regard. Ji Ning's performance at the Deerchaser World, though, it had caused Thunder God to feel rather upset. Still, he was able to console himself that the kid had relied on the Rahu formation and the envoy of all things. The kid's true power was still quite weak. But now, the kid had 5th stage sword force and sword arts that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos. This meant that Ji Ning was now, indisputably, the #1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. Subhuti. Finally, Thunder God spoke out. Congratulations. Subhuti looked at Thunder God and chortled. This old Taoist loves to put on airs and keep people guessing. I hope you aren't too angry with me, Thunder God. How could I be? Our new alliance has gained yet another powerful general. I couldn't be happier. Thunder God replied honestly. Subhuti nodded. Although Thunder God was a stubborn, solitary, and arrogant figure, his loyalty to the new alliance was absolutely beyond reproach. In the end, it had been Subhuti's dear old friend, Old Man Yuan, a figure far more powerful than Thunder God, who had ended up vacillating between the two sides. To this very day, he still had yet to join the new alliance. My old friend, I truly don't wish to end up in a fight to the death against you, Subhuti murmured to himself. This was a damaged, badly ravaged planet, but there were 2 major powers present here. An old man with a red nose was seated in the lotus position in front of a thatched cottage. Before him was a small table, and across from him sat the white-bearded Subhuti. This was one of Subhuti's incarnations. Congratulations! Your disciple actually reached the 5th stage of sword force. The red-nosed elder sighed with emotion. A pity, such a pity. I knew all along that Ji Ning's potential was extraordinarily. I really wanted to take him on as my disciple, but you refused to accept. I didn't actually refuse you, Subhuti said. I told you, so long as you joined our side, you could immediately take on Ji Ning as your disciple. But you refused to accept. I still cannot accept. Old Man Yuan shook his head. Poof. Subhuti let out a cold laugh. We've been fighting against the seamless gate for so long now. You should be able to tell that our differences are completely irreconcilable. At a time like this, you continue to waver. You said all those pompous things about not wanting to see all your old friends die, one by one, but your actions now are causing even more of our old friends to die. Your words are complete bullshit. Yes. Old Man Yuan nodded, a distant look in his eyes. I admit that I said those things for the sake of saving face. All of those things I said were lies. Subhuti just looked at him. He felt pain in his heart. They had all emerged together from the primordial chaos as ignorant, wide-eyed newborns. They had all supported each other, discussed the Tao together, advanced together on the path of cultivation. They were so close to each other that they were like actual brothers. Some of them had ended up dying in the chaotic wars of the primordial era, while others had died in the war that had ended that era. Dao's 3 lives, for example, had already perished. Not many were still alive, but this old friend of his, Old Man Yuan, had actually refused to stand alongside them at such a critical hour. You finally admit to it, Subhuti said icily. Yes. Old Man Yuan shook his head. Ever since the primordial era, we have suffered incursions from alien outsiders. When we killed them, we gained some of their techniques and some of their records regarding the infinite primordial chaos. I came to understand that this place of ours is nothing more than a single chaos world. The primordial chaos is a far vaster universe. When I learned this, I became filled with the desire to travel far away, to see more things. We true gods who were born from the primordial chaos were nothing more than local bumpkins who were born to this region. How can we be considered major powers? We simply relied on the power we gained at birth. Old Man Yuan shook his head. In the endless primordial chaos, the true major powers are the world gods and chaos immortals.
they are capable of easily wiping out our entire world. Nuwa saw the truth long ago. The three realms was too small a place to contain her, and so she left to enter the vaster world outside of it. I want to journey through that vast world as well. Old Man Yuan's eyes were filled with desire. But I'm not strong enough yet. Those alien outsiders, the Lord of all things, I learned that even someone as formidable as the Lord of all things was nothing more than a minor figure in the primordial chaos. There are many who are far more powerful than him. As for Rahu, he was an even more irrelevant figure. I have to become more powerful. A war for the three realms? A struggle between the Nuwa Alliance and the Seamless Gate? I've never cared about such things. Your visions are far too narrow, your gazes are focused on the three realms, but my gaze is focused on the endless primordial chaos. Old Man Yuan shook his head. I've never even considered risking my life in some squabble here in the three realms. I want to leave this place. I want to become even more powerful. Because I was born into the three realms, I wasn't able to acquire any good techniques. I had no opportunities. Once I leave, I might be able to become a world god or a chaos immortal, Old Man Yuan said eagerly. That's what I truly want. That's what I truly desire. Subhuti continued to stare at him coldly. Selfish. True, compared to the vast primordial chaos, the three realms is a very small place, and we are indeed nothing more than local bumpkins, but this is our home. The three realms is our home. All of us were born here, and we were all like brothers. They are now in mortal danger, but you are just going to stand by and watch? For the sake of becoming a so-called world god or chaos immortal, you are just going to watch as your old friends go off to fight? Go off to die? I never thought that my old friend Yuan would end up like this. Subhuti shook his head. Old Man Yuan actually began to laugh so hard that his beard shook. He then looked towards Subhuti with a dagger-sharp gaze. Yes, I am selfish. The path of cultivation is a selfish path to begin with. If I'm going to walk this path, of course I need to treasure my own life. Of course I have to seize every opportunity one can find to become more powerful. Am I supposed to foolishly stand alongside the rest of you and risk everything? You don't possess any transcendental qualities. Neither we nor the Seamless Gate will permit you to remain unaligned. Although Subhuti felt sorrow in his heart, he still tried to dissuade Old Man Yuan. I'll do everything I can to get as much as I can from the Seamless Gate, Old Man Yuan said calmly. Don't worry. Before the end war begins, I'll leave the three realms and enter the endless primordial chaos. I'll take my old friends with me, and together we shall adventure through it. As for what happens to you in the Seamless Gate? I won't get involved. Leave? Subhuti was surprised. Right. Old Man Yuan laughed coldly. What, did you actually think that I would really fight on behalf of the Seamless Gate? No, neither your side nor the Seamless Gate is worth me risking my life for. Good. Very good indeed. Subhuti laughed hard, as though he had heard an incredibly funny joke. During my dream of the three realms, I can see countless mortals change, but now, I see that the hearts of fiend gods can change as well. You've changed. You've changed far too much compared to the Yuan who was born alongside me from within the primordial chaos. Back then, I was just a newborn. I was born with mastery over a grand Tao, but aside from that I knew nothing at all. Back then, we were too simple and naive. Old Man Yuan shook his head. As far as I'm concerned, my brothers and friends are of secondary importance. My path of cultivation is of paramount importance. Subhuti gave Old Man Yuan a long, deep look, then disappeared into thin air. As for Old Man Yuan, he just continued to sit there quietly. He lifted up one of the wine cups and took a small sip from it. Once I become a world god and look back, all of this will be nothing more than a memory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 18, 19 years. Book 22, True God, Chapter 18, 19 years. Within that castle located deep inside the primordial ruin world, Godfiend Witherspike's eyes were flashing with dangerous light. The entire hall was completely silent, and none of his 6 subordinates dared to make a sound. Not even the powerful one-armed man dared to say a thing. Although Godfiend Witherspike rather respected him because they were on the same general level of power, the one-armed man knew just what a terrifyingly demonic figure the Godfiend actually was. I was overconfident. Godfiend Witherspike growled gutturally to himself. I didn't expect this Ning would actually be able to solve the riddle of Earthmoan Mountain. That place is a Wokejade realm. Not even ancestral immortals or elder gods should be able to escape it so quickly. How did a bumpkin like him solve it? He's trained for less than 1,000 years. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone to Earthmoan Mountain in person and waited for them there. Godfiend Witherspike was feeling rather frustrated right now. He had very nearly wiped out the entire squad of fiend gods. If he had personally gone to Earthmoan Mountain and set up an ambush there, he probably would have been able to wipe out Quafu's entire squad. However, his arrogance and pride was bred deep. Those figures were mere true gods and third-tier ancestral immortals, while he was an exalted elder god. He had also roamed the primordial chaos for many years and experienced many things. He held no respect for these locals whatsoever. Personally set up an ambush for them? He felt it was beneath him. In all the 3 realms, there were only 2 things he was leery of. The first was whatever Mother Nuwa left behind to her successors before departing. The second was the Lord of all fiends. Mother Nuwa was a world god, after all. The ancestral homeland of a world god was never an easy place to invade, even if that world god had departed. As for the Lord of all fiends, he was an even more freakish figure who had actually been able to escape from a world god. Aside from these 2 concerns, Godfiend Witherspike really wasn't worried about anything or anyone else. He had felt that Quafu's squad would definitely die. He had not imagined that Ning was this formidable. Still, he couldn't be blamed for this oversight. Logically speaking, there was no way someone like Ning should have been able to escape Earthmoan Mountain in such a short period of time. Alas, Ning had the legacy of World God Northrest. The techniques he had were all far superior to the ones which Godfiend Witherspike knew. Very well, then. Your squads wish to ruin my territory, but it won't be that easy. This was just the first trap. You were lucky enough to escape, but next time, I won't be so careless. Godfiend Witherspike gently tightened the grip of his slender fingers around his right armrest. Crack! The armrest instantly disintegrated, but moments later its fragments automatically reformed. Everyone was completely silent. Not even celestial immortal Black Heaven dared to say a thing. When Black Heaven had served the Lord of all things, he had met Godfiend Witherspike quite a few times. Witherspike was definitely a figure who was just as terrifying as the Lord of all things had been. The Thousand Mountains World. Ning's group was traveling alongside Lord Tathagata's group. Dark North. Lord Tathagata the Buddha smiled as he looked at Ning. Which of the 4 squads do you plan to accompany? You are a human. Technically, you should follow the squad which the human race sent. But he joined us a long time ago. Quafu immediately protested. We've been working together for quite some time now. We're used to each other, Xingtian rebutted as well. Empress Shi, Luwu, and the others all immediately voiced their opposition as well. Was this a joke? Given how powerful Ning was, how could they possibly be willing to let him be taken away by another squad? I've always been on good terms with Quafu, Xingtian, and the others. There's no need to go to the trouble of switching, Ning laughed. Exactly so. Quafu reached out with his big hand, loping it around Ning's shoulders. Fine.
Lord Buddha nodded. You might as well. Still, don't get overconfident. The trap you fell into was just one of many dangers we will encounter in our campaign against the primordial ruin world. Even more and even greater dangers await us. You have to be careful. I can dimly sense that things in the primordial ruin world aren't as simple as we thought them to be. We understand, Quafu said hurriedly. Lord Buddha glanced carefully at their surroundings, then said, I imagine that Fushi and Jade Cauldron will arrive here soon as well. This really was a close call. If it wasn't for Ning, your entire squad probably would have been wiped out. A short time later, all 4 squads had gathered together. This close call had woken them all up to the reality of the situation. During their previous efforts, they had encountered some dangerous situations as well, but none of them were truly deadly. This situation, however, had descended out of nowhere and had been absolutely terrifying. After gathering together, the 4 squads started to travel in closer proximity to each other. They advanced more slowly and more cautiously. Time continued to flow on. In the blink of an eye, 19 years went by. Ning and the others had already covered nearly 90% of the territory of the primordial ruin world, and they had caused utter devastation to it. During the past 19 years, Tathagata, Fushi, Jade Cauldron, Ning, and the others had all been extremely cautious. Ning's display of his sword arts had thoroughly convinced Quafu's squad of his prowess. He had faster evasion techniques, more powerful group attacks, more powerful close combat techniques, a better sense for danger than Taofather Windfate. They had encountered numerous dangerous situations during the past 19 years, and Ning's dazzling displays of power had firmly cemented his status. Because they were incredibly cautious, not a single member of the 4 squads had died during the past 19 years. Dark North, catch. Quafu flung a wine gourd over. Ning was seated atop a distant boulder. He reached out to catch the gourd, then raised his head and took a gulp. We've been advancing fairly quickly. Jade Cauldron and the others have been a bit slower than us. Let's take a rest and wait a while, Graceful Peacock said. Ha, we've already wrecked more than 90% of the primordial ruin world. Lulu couldn't help but laugh. Although the final places are rather dangerous, as long as we are careful we should be able to finish this campaign in another 10 or so years. The golden-robed empress she stood with regal dignity. She said solemnly, both Fushi and Tathagata have discussed this matter. On the way over, we've encountered multiple dangers. Although none of them were as terrifying as Earthmoan Mountain, they were still able to see a few hints of the truth. The primordial ruin world's true power is nothing like that we expected. Dark North, what do you think? Xingtian looked towards Ning. Seated on the boulder, Ning just smiled. No matter what, we have to keep attacking and advancing. Let's just be more careful. 19 years. During these 19 years, his primal twin had remained within the Crescent World, training inside the Heaven Gazer Tower of Radiance. The Heaven Gazer Tower had been set to internally advance time at 100 times normal speed, which meant that he had actually been training for the equivalent of 2,000 years. His sword arts had become even more marvelous, and he was slowly becoming even more powerful. Within the castle deep inside the primordial ruin world. They'd had it too easy the past few years. None of the bumpkins ended up dying. Godfiend Witherspike sat atop his throne, staring down coldly. Very well, then. They've already entered the Golddriver world. This time, I shall slay Fushi and Tathagata in that world. The 6 golden armored figures beneath him were all startled. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said hurriedly, Mighty Godfiend Witherspike, although the Golddriver world is a world which we spent tremendous amounts of effort over, the Human Emperor and the Lord Buddha are extraordinarily powerful figures. To slay even one of them will be very hard. To kill 2? I think it might be better to focus on them one at a time. I let Quafu's squad escape last time.
God-fiend Witherspike swept his cold gaze towards celestial immortal Black Heaven, causing Black Heaven's heart to shudder.
I no longer have much faith in your so-called formations.
It will indeed be necessary to use them to kill Fushi and Tathagata, but in the end, it will be up to me to personally deal with them. A bloody light flickered deep within God-fiend Witherspike's eyes.
Personally? Black Heaven was startled. He had thought that the God-fiend would wait until the end war before fighting.
Right.
Personally. God-fiend Witherspike swept his subordinates with his gaze.
Saber, when the time comes, I might need you to get involved as well.
Yes, Master.
The single-armed man bowed with respect.
Black Heaven felt his heart shudder. Good heavens! Both God-fiend Witherspike and Saber were going to strike?
Given the formations they had set up around the Golddriver world, it really was possible that they might be able to slay Fushi and Tathagata, a pair of Overlord-class figures.
You can inform the Seamless Gate.
God-fiend Witherspike glanced at Black Heaven.
However, ideally, the less they know the better. Don't give the New Alliance any chance of finding out about this. This attack of mine should be able to catch them completely off guard, because they don't even know that I exist.
But if this attack ends in failure, it'll be quite difficult to find another such chance.
How could you possibly fail, mighty God-fiend?
Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said hurriedly. They will be caught completely off guard, and they are also weaker than us.
We've also made meticulate preparations around the Golddriver world.
The red-bearded elder hurriedly agreed.
We will definitely win.
If we are to make a move, we must ensure it kills them.
God-fiend Witherspike said calmly, head out.
Whoosh! The castle instantly flew into the air and began to move towards the Golddriver world at high speed. The figures within the castle remained quite calm. God-fiend Witherspike and his 6 golden-armored generals had experienced many dangers in the past.
Celestial Immortal Black Heaven, however, was quite excited. If we are able to kill Fushi and Tathagata.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 22 Chapter 19, Critical Danger.
Book 22, True God, Chapter 19, Critical Danger. The leaders of the Seamless Gate were all excited upon hearing that God-fiend Witherspike was making his move. They were waiting eagerly for Witherspike to slay Fushi and Tathagata.
The Golddriver world.
Ning and the rest of the 7 were resting at a beautifully scenic place.
Their squad included the incredibly fast Kwafu and the shockingly fierce Ning.
They ended up being the squad that fought forward at the fastest pace.
We have to wait a full day. I'm going to take a nap here. Lulu chortled as he lay down onto the grassy ground. You lazy fellow. The nearby Xingtian shook his head. With Kwafu and Dark North in our squad, what have I to worry about? Lulu felt quite relaxed.
Xingtian glanced at Kwafu, who was drinking some wine as well as the distant Ning. Ning was seated in the lotus position atop his boulder, holding a gourd of wine in one hand while experimenting with a few sword stances with his other. Ning's fingers moved like a blur, but if one paid careful attention to them, one would sense a sword intent that was absolutely terrifying.
Even Xingtian couldn't help but feel his heart shudder.
I've been praised as being a god of war, but Ning has the #1 sword arts of the 3 realms, and he improves so incredibly fast.
Xingtian was secretly amazed. I really can't compare to him.
But of course, he had no idea that Ning's primal twin was located in the Heaven Gazer Tower. A day in the outside world meant 100 days had passed inside the tower. How could Ning's sword arts not improve quickly?
Actually, Ning spent more than 70% of his time in the Heaven Gazer Tower meditating on the Tao.
However, completely focusing on just one thing wouldn't necessarily be ideal. Thus, Ning would occasionally train in his sword arts as well as various divine abilities. He tried to balance his training regime, but even so his improvement in the sword remained quite astonishing. That nameless sword art really is unfathomably profound. Ning sighed mentally to himself. World god Northrest stood at the very peak of power, even amongst world gods. This was primarily thanks to the nameless sword art. He had actually only acquired Violet Jewel later on. The nameless sword art was truly unfathomable. After mastering it, world god Northrest had developed 98 sword arts which he had placed on those 98 stone steels. Ning could now train in these techniques without any problems at all, but every time he tried to train in the nameless sword art, he found it to be incredibly taxing and difficult to understand. From this, Ning could tell that the sword spirit of Violet Jewel was correct. He had to master all 98 sword arts before he could truly begin to train in the nameless sword art. However, Ning still did gain a few minor insights over the course of nearly 2,000 years in the tower as he occasionally meditated on the nameless sword art. Those minor insights were enough to allow Ning's sword arts to grow dramatically more powerful. Violet Jewel is nothing more than a weapon, Ning mused to himself. Compared to Violet Jewel, the most important gifts left to me by world god Northrest were those 98 stone sword steels and the nameless sword art within the Jade Shrine. He continued to take a few gulps of wine while practicing his sword stances. The surrounding area was quite beautiful. The area around them was filled with lovely grass, but farther away there was only violently shaking regions of shattered space. The primordial ruin world had many regions of distorted spacetime and shattered space, or strange seas of blood. These things were extremely rare in the three realms, but extremely common here in the ruin world. Not even the creatures who lived here dared to move too close to those regions. If they were drawn into them, they would quickly die unless they were strong enough. Not good. Graceful Peacock suddenly called out. Swish! 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 All of them turned to look. True God Luwu, who had appeared asleep, instantly rose to his feet as well. What's wrong? Quafu immediately asked. Graceful Peacock said hurriedly, this Golddriver world is fairly dangerous. The squad led by Lord Buddha has been trapped into a danger zone. Oh? Quafu let out a sigh of relief, then laughed. Given how powerful Lord Buddha is, I trust he'll be able to handle it himself. Taofather Windfate smiled as well, twirling his fan. Lord Buddha is incredibly powerful. He's generally able to easily deal with any dangerous situations he might encounter. If even he cannot resolve the situation, the rest of us would be of no use either. Lord Buddha said that he can deal with it, but he'll need some time. Graceful Peacock nodded. Lord Buddha's been trapped in a complicated formation. There's no way to destroy it through raw power, the only option is to slowly solve the formation and deconstruct it. Fushi's squad is moving towards him at high speed to assist him. Fushi's heading there as well? Empress, she nodded. Everyone felt relaxed. Tathagata was the leader of the Buddhist Sangha and incredibly skilled in defense. Even if 3 or 4 other Overlord-class figures were to simultaneously assault him, he would be able to hold on for a period of time. As for Fushi, he was the #1 formations expert of the 3 realms. He was the ideal candidate for helping Tathagata solve the formation. Let's head over there as well and take a look at what the formation is all about, Ning said with a laugh. Yes, let's go take a look. Although we won't be of much help, we can still take a good look. It's boring and pointless just to sit here and wait. Ning and the rest of the 7 true gods were quite relaxed. They immediately soared onto a cloud and flew towards Tathagata. No one felt much concern over the fact that Tathagata's squad was trapped. Not even the major powers located inside the All-Clans Palace of the Nuwa Alliance were concerned. Lord Tathagata himself wasn't too worried either. In the past 20 years, they had encountered numerous dangerous situations in the primordial ruin world. On multiple different occasions, they had been trapped within a dangerous region for a brief period of time. In each case, they were able to resolve the situation quite quickly. After being trapped, Tathagata had put it this way,
the formation is just a bit complicated. Once Fushi arrives, he'll soon be able to defeat it.
They had experienced so many situations like this that they no longer considered it a big deal.
Graceful Peacock laughed. Fushi's already arrived. How long does the human sovereign need in order to break the formation? Quafu asked. Fushi is still inspecting the formation.
The formation's a bit complex, but Fushi said that he should be able to break it in under an hour.
Graceful Peacock smiled. An hour? We might as well slow down a bit.
By the time we get there, the human sovereign and Lord Buddha will probably have just escaped the formation.
Taofather Windfate laughed.
There's no point in getting there early and just waiting.
Let's keep flying at our normal speed, Ning said. Graceful Peacock's face suddenly changed.
This immediately captured the attention of Ji Ning, Windfate, Quafu, Empress Shi, Luwu, and Xingtian.
What's wrong? Ning immediately asked quietly. There's a bit of a problem. Graceful Peacock frowned. Something's wrong.
2 of her clones were accompanying Lord Buddha's squad and Fushi's squad, and so she knew exactly what was happening in each squad.
Not good. Graceful Peacock called out in shock.
The formation's completely changed.
Another formation has also appeared outside of the first formation, and it's completely trapped Fushi's squad inside of it. 3 golden armored major powers just appeared. We've never encountered these 3 before. 3 major powers we've never encountered before?
Are they the 4 thearchs?
Xingtian asked frantically.
No, they aren't the 4 thearchs.
Graceful Peacock's face turned even uglier. Tathagata's squad is under attack as well, and other alien outsiders have also appeared.
A large group of alien Taofathers have appeared, dozens of them. All of the Taofathers of the primordial ruin world have appeared and are assaulting them.
Fushi's been locked down by those 3 golden armored outsiders.
Those 3 are incredibly powerful, they've completely tied him down.
Let's move. Quafu immediately bellowed.
The rest of you should enter my estate treasure.
Let me lead the way, Ning barked right away. All right. None of them hesitated at all.
Ning waved his hand, collecting all 6 of the true gods into his estate treasure. Ning then transformed into a black lightning serpent, moving at maximum speed towards the place where Tathagata had been trapped.
Daoist Jade Cauldron's squad, which had similarly been relaxing, was notified as well. What? Almost all of the alien true gods and Taofathers of the primordial ruin world have appeared? They are surrounding and attacking Tathagata? The human sovereign's actually been tied down and won't be able to reinforce him? Daoist Jade Cauldron immediately understood how ugly the situation had turned. Right. Graceful Peacock's face was covered with worry. Let's go. Daoist Jade Cauldron immediately bellowed. The 7 major powers of the Daoist path immediately boarded a boat-type chaos treasure and moved at high speed towards the place where Tathagata was trapped. Although both Ning's squad and Jade Cauldron's squad were worried, the most worried figures of all were within the All-Clans Palace in the 3 realms. Upon hearing this news, the major powers there immediately knew that things were dire. All of the true gods and Taofathers of the primordial ruin world have appeared, and 3 golden armored figures that we've never seen before have appeared and are capable of tying down Fushi. Daoist 3 purities hurriedly shouted, the primordial ruin world really was hiding its true power, but its true power is far more terrifying than what we expected. Hui, Swearen, immediately lead squads of true gods and Taofathers to go rescue Fushi and Tathagata. All right. Hui and Swearen both nodded. Swearen was believed by many to be the most powerful figure in the New Alliance, while Hui's true power unknown and unfathomable. The 2 immediately took command over a group of 36 true gods and Taofathers, then departed from the All-Clans Palace at high speed. Graceful Peacock, after Hui and Swearen reach the primordial ruin world, it'll take them some time to fly over to Tathagata's location.
Have Jade Cauldron, Quafu, and Dark North do their best to try and help Fushi defeat those 3 golden armored figures, Dao's 3 purities hurriedly instructed. Yes, Graceful Peacock immediately acknowledged. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 20, Reinforcements. Book 22, True God, Chapter 20, Reinforcements. The All-Clan's Palace. Everyone was in a state of panic. These 3 golden armored outsiders that we've never seen before have actually managed to stop Fushi in his tracks. Daofather's sub-hoodie frowned. Where did such powerful enemies come from? Fushi was a human sovereign, and he had true gods and Daofathers in his squad. And yet, they had all been completely stymied by these 3 alien outsiders. Such powerful individuals shouldn't be completely unknown figures. Tathagata laughed calmly. No need to panic. Although I'm being attacked by many, my true body is present. Although these alien outsiders are formidable, they won't be able to do anything to me. Right. Dao's 3 purities nodded. I feel slightly better that you are the one trapped there. Tathagata's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? All the major powers in the hall looked towards Tathagata. My great son Buddha body has been injured. Tathagata said in a low voice, and his customary smile was no longer on his face. Instead, he looked as calm and tranquil as the deep seas. I sensed long ago that things in the primordial ruin world wouldn't be as simple as we thought them to be, but the one-armed golden armored figure who injured me just now is definitely no weaker than I am. No weaker than you? All the major powers in the hall were stunned. Tathagata had reached the overlord level of power back in the primordial era, and his defensive prowess was number 1 in all the 3 realms. Yes. He's extremely powerful, Tathagata said softly. He's definitely an overlord. My only option is to focus entirely on defense for now. Hold on as long as you can, Dao's 3 purities said hurriedly. Hoi and Swearin are on the way. Once they get there, this crisis will be resolved. Buddha Lee Swirl's true body has just been destroyed. Tathagata's face suddenly changed yet again. Buddha Lee Swirl's true body has been destroyed? Everyone cried out in shock as they turned to look at a woman located in the corner. Buddha Lee Swirl was an incredible figure of the Buddhist Sangha. She was born a true god, and when Tathagata became an overlord-class figure and established the Buddhist Sangha during the primordial era, she had joined him. When she had seen how much suffering there was amongst the common people of the primordial world of Pangu, she had decided to truly become a mortal herself and join them. She would start as a mortal and train to become a Buddha from scratch so that she might truly experience and understood the sufferings of mortals. That way, she would also be able to better understand the profound mysteries of Buddhism. She had shattered her own soul and sent her true soul to be reincarnated. She had experienced countless tribulations, but her true soul was that of a true god. After all, she had incredibly high talent, and she actually ended up establishing her own Buddhist school, the Leaf Swirl sect. She now had the power of an elite Daofather, and she had both a true body and a primal twin. It was her true body that had ventured into the primordial ruin world for this campaign. Our foe is very powerful. With a single claw strike, he was able to break through our protective formation and slay me, Buddha Lee Swirl said. The atmosphere in the palace instantly grew heavy. Lord Tathagata said slowly, 2 terrifyingly powerful outsiders have appeared. Both are overlord-class experts. I've already stowed Mithraea and the others into my Buddha realm within the palm, and I'm now fighting off all of these fiends by myself. Given how strong my golden body is, they won't be able to do anything to me within a short period of time. Lord Tathagata's golden body was so formidable that it could be said to be number 1 in all the 3 realms. Be careful, Dao's 3 purities urged nonetheless. The 2 of them were the leaders of Buddhism and Taoism. Upon seeing Tathagata fall into such dire straits, Dao's 3 purities couldn't help but feel frantic as well.
However, he had already sent out Swearin and Hoi. The remaining forces they could use to protect the three realms were now clearly weaker than before. No matter what, they had to conserve enough power so that they could deal with the Seamless Gate. If all of them left the three realms, the Seamless Gate would probably seize the opportunity to completely destroy the New Alliance's foundation and truly take over the three realms. When that happened, the war for karmic luck would definitely be completely lost. We've done what we can. I hope Hoi and Swearin will be able to make it in time. Dawa's 3 lives let out a soft sigh. As long as they can make it, there won't be any problems at all, Shinnong agreed quietly. 2 Overlord-class experts. The primordial ruin world actually has a pair of Overlord-class experts, Daofather Subhoodie shook his head. And extremely powerful ones at that. The primordial ruin world. The Sakyamuni body of Lord Buddha was seated in the lotus position, golden light radiating from his body. He had actually manifested a total of 18 arms, and those 18 dazzling golden arms were striking out in every single direction. For now, the many alien outsiders assaulting him were unable to do anything to him. This weak little aboriginal has actually managed to train a protective divine ability to such a level. The distant godfiend Witherspike was watching from afar, his tail slowly swaying in the air. His protective divine ability is extremely formidable, and his divine body is definitely comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. The one-armed man next to him spoke out in agreement. And his palm arts are also quite formidable. They fill the skies and leave no openings whatsoever. I'm able to occasionally land a saber blow on him, but it's still very hard to injure him. If he completely focuses on defense, all we can do is exhaust his store of divine power. Once he is out of divine power, he'll die. I really hate those with strong protective divine abilities like this. Godfiend Witherspike frowned. Are the Taya brothers able to hold on? Godfiend Witherspike suddenly asked. They are skilled in defense, and the 3 of them fight as if they were one. When they join together in their formation, they are easily capable of holding down Fushi's group. Fushi's skill mainly lies in formations. He's a bit weaker in actual combat, the one-armed man said calmly. Master, Daoist Jade Cauldron is about to arrive. The red-nosed elder flew over and bowed respectfully as he spoke. Oh? Godfiend Witherspike nodded. I almost forgot about Jade Cauldron's squad and Dark North's squad. Let the 4 Thearchs take control over 12 true gods and bar their path. Stop Jade Cauldron and Dark North's squads. Swoosh. 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 Soon, a number of true gods and Daofathers who had been assaulting Tathagata retreated, the 4 Thearchs amongst them. They headed off to stop Daoist Jade Cauldron and Ning. The New Alliance sent out 2 Overlord-class experts. One is Tathagata, and his defensive skills are formidable. The other is Fushi, who is even more formidable in the art of formations. Both are extremely skilled in dealing with large groups of attackers. Godfiend Witherspike gritted his teeth. If it had been Daoist 3 Purities or Swearin, things would actually have been much easier. Experts skilled in defense caused quite the headache. Saber, come up with a method to defeat his palm arts. Godfiend Witherspike looked at the one-armed man. Let's join forces to suppress him, then deal with him. All right. The one-armed man nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh. Godfiend Witherspike and the one-armed man instantly charged towards Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha continued to sit there calmly, his 18 golden arms blocking attacks from every direction. He completely focused on defense. His goal was not to win, it was only to avoid making any mistakes. As for Ning, he was advancing at high speed through the 9-horn lightning serpent technique. However, his squad had been the farthest up ahead. The entire reason why they had been planning to wait for a day was to give the other 3 squads enough time to catch up. Thus, Daoist Jade Cauldron and his Chaos Boat was the first to arrive at Tathagata's location. Jade Cauldron's squad has already arrived. Graceful Peacock spoke out to Ning from with his estate treasure. Not good. The 4 Thearchs have all appeared, as well as 12 other alien true gods. They are able to easily block Jade Cauldron's path. In fact, they are actually suppressing him. Ning frowned upon hearing this, but there was nothing he could do aside from continuing to advance at high speed while using the 9-horn lightning serpent. The 4 Thearchs were all elite Daofathers. They also had 12 other alien true gods supporting them, while Daoist Jade Cauldron's team consisted of just 7 individuals. The 4 Thearchs would indeed have the power needed to suppress Daoist Jade Cauldron's squad. Dark North, the 4 Thearchs have a total of 16 in their squad. Jade Cauldron only has 7, while we only have 7 as well. The 4 Thearchs have more than enough power to completely tie our 2 squads down, Xingtian sent mentally. I think we should move to avoid the 4 Thearchs and instead go assist Fushi. No. Jade Cauldron's been surrounded as well. If too much time passes, his squad will also be in danger of losing their lives. Quafu and the others had become rather frantic as well. The primordial ruin world's forces now held the absolute upper hand. Tathagata was in danger, Fushi had been tied down, and Jade Cauldron had been surrounded. They hid their true power quite well. They forbore from striking for a long time, but as soon as they did they immediately knocked us off balance. Ning mused to himself, fortunately, 3 Purities and the others were worried about something like this happening, which is why they sent Fushi and Tathagata. Those 2 are very skilled in defense. Tathagata relied on his powerful body to defend. Fushi relied on his formations to defend. Both were very skilled in delaying and buying time for themselves. According to what Graceful Peacock is telling us, 2 new Overlord-class figures have appeared in the primordial ruin world? Ning's eyes flashed with sharp light. Weren't the most powerful figures here supposed to be those 4 Thearchs? Where did these 2 Overlords come from? Such powerful figures can't possibly be nameless and unknown, but no one has any idea as to who they are. They must have come from the primordial chaos, then. Alien outsiders from the primordial chaos. Multiple such figures had invaded during the primordial era, but the 3 Realms era had been much more peaceful. Although there had been a few invasions, those figures had all possessed low levels of strength. They weren't as terrifying as Ratu or the Lord of all things had been. So in truth, powerful alien outsiders had arrived long ago. They had simply chosen to hide within the primordial ruin world instead. It seems this divine sword of mine is going to see blood soon. Swoosh! The black lightning serpent streaked through the skies, moving towards the direction of a major battle. It was a battle between Daoist Jade Cauldron's group and the alien outsiders commanded by the 4 Thearchs. It is Dark North. Dark North has arrived. The 6 of you, follow me. We'll stop Dark North. Instantly, 2 of the Thearchs and 6 true gods turned to charge towards Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 21, Overlord. Book 22, True God, Chapter 21, Overlord. The Archfusha had handsome features, a large frame, and a natural aura of dominance. The Archvili, by contrast, was incomparably ugly. His body was covered with a layer of thick jade skin, and his body was filled with countless bulges and bumps. On his forehead, there was a particularly large bump that had an eye inside of it, and that eye was filled with endless malevolence. Weaker Empyrean gods and true immortals would probably be instantly dominated by a single glance of that eye. Come with me, but be wary of Dark North and Quafu. Be wary of Dark North in particular, his sword arts are extremely powerful, the Archfusha instructed. Yes. The 6 figures immediately followed directly behind them. Ning was flying through the air, surrounded by his black lightning serpent. He swept the battlefield with his gaze. In his heart, he was most worried about Lord Tathagata the Buddha. Based on what Graceful Peacock had told him,
Tathagata was currently being assaulted by two Overlord-class figures. Even worse, these were figures that no one had ever encountered before. Two Overlord-class figures, it was entirely possible that the two of them were both Elder Gods. If they truly did come from the vast primordial chaos, there was no way for Ning to predict how powerful they might be. If things went on for too long, Lord Buddha might very well be slain. The Seamless Gates alliance with the primordial ruin world meant that they had gained two more Overlord-class figures on their side. Ning's side, the Nuwa alliance, could not afford any more losses. F***ck off. Ning pointed from afar. Instantly, rainbow-colored swordlight began to descend upon the world around him in an utterly dazzling fashion. Next, the countless rays of swordlight began to spin together, condensing into a total of 9 rainbow swords. They struck down towards the Archfusha and 6 of the true gods like 9 rainbow lightning bolts. This scene stunned all of the major powers present. Sword Heaven Earth, third of 7 stances, heavenly swords descend. Boom! Layers of black light appeared around the Archfusha and the rest of the 8. The layers of black light whittled away at the power of the rainbow-colored swords, in the end forcibly halting Ning's strike. Dark North, these aliens of the primordial ruin world have learned some powerful combination formations. Be careful. The distant Taoist Jade Cauldron sent a hurried mental message. Everyone, be careful. All we need to do is keep Dark North tied down. The Archfusha and the rest of the 8 were all badly frightened as well. They hadn't even engaged Ning in close combat yet. They never would have imagined that those 9 long-distance strikes would contain such incredible power. Fortunately, they had been taught certain things by the God Fiend, and so were able to jointly resist those attacks. Sword Immortal Dark North is too arrogant. He actually dares to fight against us by himself. If he had worked together with Quafu just now, we might have been in a bit of trouble. The Arch-Vili snickered coldly. Now that we have this formation which Master taught us, humph. Sword Immortal Dark North won't be able to do anything to us. Whoosh! Ning came to a halt in midair, frowning as he glanced at the alien outsiders in front of him. Time was very precious right now. They were in a hurry to go reinforce Fushi and rescue Tathagata. But now, Taoist Jade Cauldron had been trapped here. Thanks to the 9-horn lightning serpent, Ning would indeed be able to move at high speed and circle around this region, but that would mean Taoist Jade Cauldron's squad would be in serious trouble. If more time passed, they might very well die here. Thus, Ning decided that he might as well spend a bit more effort here. Die! Ning transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. He still isn't having Quafu and the others come out? The Arch-Vili and the Archfusha were both startled. Ning is underestimating us a bit too much. The only reason he is formidable is because of his sword force. It's not as though he is an elder god. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning's 2 arms dramatically increased in size, expanding to become more than 3,000 meters long as the tips of his fingers shone with rainbow-colored swordlight. Fall down. The vile-looking vertical pupil in the Arch-Vili's forehead was staring fixedly at Ning, and an invisible wave of force struck out towards him. Ning, however, just stared back coldly at these alien outsiders. He was completely unaffected. His soul had been nurtured by the power of his half-step elder god body. His soul was so powerful that it would probably rank within the top 3 of the entire 3 realms. His heart force was at the 4th stage as well. In fact, Ning had also learned a heart force soul locking technique from world god Northrest. How could an innate domination technique like this possibly shake his soul? Even if it was 100 times more powerful, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Ning. Those 2 elongated arms were like a pair of extremely long spears. Bang! Bang! Dot! Ning's palms pierced straight through the layers of black light surrounding the 2 Thearchs and the other 6. The Thearchs had felt as though Ning's palms were quite far away, but in the next instant the 2 palms had already pierced through the protective black light. The attack was simply too fast, it had completely surpassed the speed of light. Ning had distilled the best aspects of many different sword arts to create the most penetrative stance of the Bright Moon sword art, Blood Drop stance. Given Ning's power as a half-step elder god and his terrifying sword arts, the power of this blow was so great that it arguably had reached the apex of power in the three realms. Although Ning's palms had merely been trained to the fifth cycle of the star-seizing hand, it was still more than enough when dealing with these alien outsiders of the primordial ruin world. How can this be? No. The two thearchs and the 6 true gods were completely scared silly. Their first reaction was to flee. This was an instinctive desire, separate from all conscious thought. Whoosh. The two massive palms that had pierced through their formation were like a pair of metal hammers smashing together. They were like a pair of enormous storm clouds that were joining together in a tremendous clap, capturing the terrified thearchs and the true gods between them. Agonized, terrified cries rang out as the 10 tried to flee, but alas, how could they possibly move as fast as Ning's palms? Boom! The two massive palms clapped together violently in midair. The true gods and Dao-fathers were completely destroyed, their bodies transformed into dust and their true souls destroyed. But the distant Taoist Jade Cauldron and his squad were dazed by what they had just seen. They had battled against these alien outsiders for quite some time now, and they knew exactly how tough and durable that formation was. They had yet to find a way to penetrate the formation, but Ji Ning had managed to shatter it through just his hands? In fact, he had clapped to death those 8 true gods in an instant. The Archfusha and the Archvili, 2 incredibly tough foes, were amongst their ranks as well. Flee. Flee right away. He's an overlord. He's an elder god. Quick, flee. The other alien true gods and Dao-fathers who had been battling Taoist Jade Cauldron were completely scared senseless. The Archdarkstill and the other the Arch no longer had their usual composure, their only thing on their face was utter terror. Flee? Ning, who had just wiped out those 8 true gods, turned his head to look towards them. Swoosh! He transformed into a black lightning serpent and charged towards them. Flee in different directions. Split up! They didn't hesitate at all. They didn't even dare to think of using their formation to defend against Ji Ning's attacks. They immediately split apart, fleeing in different directions. Their formation naturally dissipated as well. Swoosh! Ning came to a halt. He stood there in midair, staring at the 8 true gods that were fleeing in every which way. Arise! Ning pointed his finger towards the heavens. The skies turned dark, and streams of rainbow-colored swordlight began to appear in the area around them. The entire region became a world of rainbow swordlight. This caused the fleeing thearchs and true gods to reveal looks of horror on their faces, especially the Archdarkstill. He had sent his 9 bug beasts against Ning, and they had all been wiped out by this technique. The dazzling rainbow swordlight unfolded like the blooming of a flower, shooting out in every direction. It was beautiful and dazzling. Slash! 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 Sword Peacock, a stance meant for slaughter. 6 of the 8 alien Dao-fathers were instantly slain. The 2 thearchs managed to resist for a brief moment, but in the end even they found it difficult to resist the consecutive strikes of rainbow swordlight from Sword Peacock. One was disintegrated, while the other, the Archdarkstill, was able to survive thanks to his defensive skills. However, he was still heavily injured. Slash! The black lightning serpent flashed past him, and as it did his head went flying, eyes still filled with a look of celebration at having survived Sword Peacock. The entire world turned silent. The 16 alien true gods had all been slain. The distant Taoist Jade Cauldron, Shijingzi, Holy Mother Turtle Soul, and others all stared blankly. 16 true gods and Dao-fathers, they had all been wiped out in such a short period of time, and in such a completely overwhelming fashion. This sort of power, there was only one explanation. He's an overlord? Old man Shijingzi murmured to himself.
The 6 Tao Fathers by his side all shivered. Overlord? They stared at the distant white-robed youth, the ordinary-looking kid. He was an overlord? Sword Immortal Dark North? He's reached the overlord level? Taoist Jade Cauldron still couldn't believe it. None of the 7 really could. In their hearts, Ning was just a lovesick man who was exceedingly talented. In truth, they felt quite a bit of pity towards Ning. They knew of his history, and they also knew that his wife Yue had been a spy for the Seamless Gate. In fact, Yue's betrayal during the Crimson Bright Realm War had very nearly caused them to lose that realm war. Almost everyone in the 3 realms knew that during the battle in the Deerchaser world, the black-robed God King had personally crushed Yue's true soul. None of them could forget the agonized howl of rage which Ning had unleashed. In their hearts, whenever they thought of Ning, they would at most sigh to themselves and say, "What a pitiable man. He is a genius, but alas, the war arrived too soon for him." This was what many believed, including many of the major powers. In fact, even Ning's own master, Subchui, often mused to himself that it truly was a pity that Ning had been born so late. If he had been born just a few years earlier, he might have stood a good chance of reaching Hui's level. A pitiable man with a pitiable life. These feelings of commiseration and pity were what most major powers felt when they faced Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 22, The Apex of the 3 Realms. Book 22, True God, Chapter 22, The Apex of the 3 Realms. None of them ever would have imagined that this poor youth who had suffered so many setbacks would have climbed up to the apex of the 3 realms. Right. The apex of the 3 realms. The peak of power amongst all the cultivators of the entire 3 realms. A position which only the likes of Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist 3 purities, human sovereign Swerin, human sovereign Fushi, human sovereign Shinon, and the inconceivably talented Hui had reached. But now, yet another figure had appeared by their side, this ordinary-looking white-robed youth who stood before them. Sword Immortal Dark North. Ning. The world just changed, Holy Mother Turtlesoul said softly. Yes, it has changed. Yet another overlord-class figure has appeared in the 3 realms. Taoist Jade Cauldron said softly, and he's trained for less than 1,000 years. He's an absolute legend. A legend which surpasses even that of Hui's. The 7 Tao Fathers present all felt a bit dizzy. They had just watched a legend be born. A youth had trained for less than 1,000 years to journey from the ranks of mortals to the very apex of the 3 realms. He ranked above all other cultivators and stood side by side with Taoist 3 purities, Lord Buddha, and the 3 sovereigns of mankind. Let's go. Ning looked at them and said quickly, Lord Tathagata is in a perilous situation right now. We have to go reinforce Fushi right away and come up with a way to rescue Lord Tathagata. Let me draw you into my estate treasure for now. All right. Taoist Jade Cauldron and the others couldn't help but comply. When facing an overlord, they unconsciously assumed the role of followers. Ning nodded. With a wave of his hand, he drew Taoist Jade Cauldron and the others into his estate treasure, then transformed into a black lightning serpent and flew at high speed towards Fushi. Inside the formation trapping Tathagata, the incomparably ugly, green-skinned Arch-Vili was sending frantic mental message. Master, Almighty Master, we're in trouble. In trouble. Godfiend Witherspike was currently working alongside Saber to deal with Lord Buddha. Upon hearing these words, he immediately turned his head to glance backwards. Dead. All dead. The Arch-Vili said frantically, I'm the only one who survived because I was born with 2 bodies. I lost one of my lives. Darkstill and the others, all of them are dead. What? How? Fushi has been tied down by the Taya brothers, while Tathagata is in front of us. Who killed them? Godfiend Witherspike was quite unhappy.
He had trapped Tathagata in one of the most dangerous parts of the Golddriver world. Anyone from outside the primordial ruin world would need to spend a considerable amount of time flying before arriving at this place. The reinforcements from the New Alliance wouldn't be arriving anytime soon. The only possible reinforcements would be the squads of Dark North and Taoist Jade Cauldron, but the strongest members of those squads were merely close to the Overlord level. There was no way they could possibly kill the group of true gods commanded by the 4 Thearchs. It was Dark North. The Arch-Vili said hurriedly, "It was Sword Immortal Dark North. He's terrifyingly powerful. In the face of his power, our combination formation was far too weak. His hands easily pierced through our formation, then slaughtered all 8 of us. The 8 led by Darkstill are all dead as well. They must have died to Ning as well." "What?" Godfiend Witherspike's face instantly changed. He was no fool. He immediately knew what this meant. Yet another individual with the power of an elder god has appeared? Godfiend Witherspike frowned deeply. These aboriginals don't have any good cultivation techniques. This Ning should merely have trained to the true god level. He's merely a true god, yet he is able to unleash the power of an elder god, and he's trained for less than 1,000 years. Even in the endless primordial chaos, it's hard to find a genius like this. This is trouble. Yet another problematic figure has arisen. "Alright, understood." Godfiend Witherspike barked. Why yes. The Arch-Vili hurriedly slunk back. Godfiend Witherspike waved his hand, causing Celestial Immortal Black Heaven to appear next to him. "Mighty Godfiend, have you slain Tathagata?" Celestial Immortal Black Heaven asked eagerly. "I have some very bad news for you," Godfiend Witherspike said. "Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning, he already has the power of an elder god, What did you just say?" Celestial Immortal Black Heaven's mind went blank. "Did I stutter?" Godfiend Witherspike said angrily, Ning. The Ning your people kept on toying with? He already has the power of an elder god. Or, to put it in words you people might understand, he has the power of an overlord. Those idiots in your Seamless Gate, don't they know that there are some geniuses that you can't simply beat down? You need to avoid causing trouble for them. Yes, some will end up being destroyed, but others, the more you beat them down, the more terrifyingly powerful they will become. You utter imbeciles. You absolute imbeciles. This Ning has trained for less than 1,000 years. If you had completely ignored him and paid him no mind, if you had simply let him live a happy life with his wife, how could he possibly have become so powerful so soon? He's now on the same level of power as I am. Another enemy of such power. I don't give a damn about who wins this war between you and the New Alliance, but you are causing problems for me now. This bone is getting harder and harder to chew by the day. The Seamless Gate is a pack of fools. Idiots. Imbeciles. Morons. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven was still mumbling to himself in a daze. Ning? Overlord? You aren't lying to me, right? Celestial Immortal Black Heaven suddenly asked. When things were in perfect balance, a tiny change could have an enormous impact, like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. For a new overlord to suddenly appear at a time like this, the impact this would have on the war would be simply enormous. It was 10 times more important than the outcome of the battle for the Deerchaser world. You think I'd lie to you? Godfiend Witherspike laughed coldly. All 4 of the Thearchs under my command, aside from the Arch-Vili who was born with 2 bodies, have been wiped out. It was Ning who killed them. Have the Seamless Gate hurry up and come up with an idea. Godfiend Witherspike waved his hand and put away the still-dazed Celestial Immortal Black Heaven. After doing so, he once more turned his attention to Lord Tathagata the Buddha. Lord Buddha was using all his power to defend against the one-armed man. The two seemed to be on equal footing. The one-armed man's saber light carried utterly ruinous power, while Lord Buddha's defense was completely airtight and seamless.
Dark North has become an overlord? Lord Tathagata the Buddha began to laugh. Ah, the heavens truly favor our side. Heavens my ass. A chaos world is nothing more than the manifestations of the world heart that lies in its center. Heavens? Heavens my ass. Stupid bumpkins. Godfiend Witherspike sneered coldly. It doesn't matter. A new overlord might have appeared, but he is definitely inexperienced and new to this level of power. If I can wipe out your Sakyamuni body, it'll be enough to make up for the danger which Ning poses. After speaking, Godfiend Witherspike once more attacked. Lord Buddha had been able to fight on fairly even footing against the one-armed man, but now Witherspike joined in once more. The fight instantly became uneven, and Lord Buddha had to use all of the divine abilities and techniques he had in order to defend against the assaults of these two alien outsiders. I have to fight at full power in order to withstand these two, but in doing so my divine power is going to be depleted far too quickly. Almost half of it is already gone. It seems that I really am going to die here. Still, for Ning to actually make a breakthrough was cause for celebration. Lord Tathagata remained quite calm. As Godfiend Witherspike was cursing at Black Heaven, Ning had already reached Fushi's location while riding his black lightning serpent. Ning came to a halt and stared downwards. Off in the distance, he could see an enormous hemispherical formation that covered an area of several million kilometers. Within the sealed area, one could see Fushi's group battling against three muscular golden armored figures. Ning stretched out his hand. A dark north sword appeared within it. Swoosh! He immediately charged downwards, transforming into a streak of light as he attacked the ceiling formation. His sword stabbed straight through it. Boom! The entire ceiling formation was immediately pierced through, allowing Ning to charge inside. As he did so, the hole he had just created closed up behind him. Within the formation, Fushi was commanding three human experts in a wild battle against the three muscular golden armored figures. However, the three were protected by layers of watery light that were actually capable of repulsing all attacks. Even though they were occasionally wounded, the wounds would quickly close. Dark North? When Fushi's group of four saw Ning appear, they couldn't help but reveal looks of excitement. Careful, Fushi instructed. These three alien outsiders have a special combination formation. There are three of them, but it is as though they are a single unit. And they are simply unkillable. Ning took a look, then instantly understood. The Waterian race? Ning murmured to himself. World God Northrest had transmitted a great deal of information regarding the primordial chaos to Ning. He immediately recognized that these three alien outsiders belonged to the Waterian race. Waterians were notoriously difficult to deal with, and in fact they were often described as having indestructible bodies. They were clearly just a trio of true gods, but they still managed to completely tie down Fushi's group. Have Kwafu and the others arrived as well? Fushi said hurriedly, have your squad help out right away. Help me tie down these three alien outsiders so that I can focus on solving this formation. Tathagata's situation is quite grim. If too much time passes, he probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Remember, all you need to do is tie them down. They are very tough to kill. Yes, they came. Leave these three to me. Ning waved his hand and a group of figures appeared next to him. Aside from Kwafu's squad, there was also Taoist Jade Cauldron's squad. Jade Cauldron arrived as well? Fushi instantly smiled. Wonderful. If the two of you join forces, you'll be more than strong enough to deal with those three alien outsiders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 23, Fire. Book 22, True God, Chapter 23, Fire. Human Sovereign, Ning sent mentally, I know where these three alien outsiders come from. Oh? Fuxi looked towards Ning. Aren't you skilled in using fire, human sovereign?
Ning sent mentally, so long as you use your eternal kindle fire against them, they will immediately retreat. Ning's words were correct. The Watarians were creatures formed from water. They had incredibly durable bodies. Even if you cut them apart, they would just reform like water without using up my divine power. This was why they were described as having indestructible bodies. However, this sort of innate ability came with its own drawbacks as well. There were 3 ways by which one could deal with Watarians. The first was to use overwhelming power. A world god could easily blast them apart and grind them into dust, leaving nothing behind at all. However, Ning and the others clearly couldn't use this method right now. The second method was to repeatedly attack and injure them. If you injured them heavily enough and often enough, they would still eventually use up all of their energy. At some point, the 3 Watarians would no longer be able to hold on. However, this method required a very long period of time, and time was exactly what Ning and the others did not have. Lord Tathagata the Buddha wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Thus, the only method remaining was the third method. Watarians were completely water-aligned lifeforms. One could use fire to counter them. They were terrified of fire. However, the more powerful a Watarian, the more resistant the Watarian would be to fire. True God Watarians were generally immune to ordinary skyfire or true fire. One would have to use something on the level of golden solar fire. Sueren's eternal kindle fire was another type of fire that would work. Eternal kindle fire is useful against them? Fuxi wasn't that skilled in using this type of fire. His water flame apocalypse formation used eternal kindle fire alongside arcane moonwater. Sueren provided the eternal kindle fire while Fuxi was able to harvest arcane moonwater himself. Thanks to his mastery over the heavenly Taos of yin and yang, he was able to control both the kindle fire and the moonwater, but this formation was mainly used for extremely wide area attacks. It wasn't that useful against individual opponents, which was why he hadn't used it yet. Although puzzled, Fuxi trusted Ning. Come out. Fuxi and his Taofathers actually held the upper hand in this fight. The issue was just that they couldn't force the 3 golden armored outsiders into submission. Fuxi suddenly let out a low growl, and as he did, a massive formation suddenly appeared that was hundreds of kilometers across. The arcane moonwater was placed off one side and the eternal kindle fire was placed directly before their foes. The flames looked warm and inviting, almost like ordinary flames. They didn't look as dominating or savage as golden solar fire. They were flames that brought warmth to one's heart. As soon as the flames appeared, the faces of the 3 alien outsiders instantly changed. When the flames touched one of them, he let out a shocked cry. Elder fire! Quick, flee! Flee! The 3 golden armored outsiders no longer dared to tarry. Whoosh! 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 They immediately transformed into 3 streaks of watery light that disappeared into the distance. Fuxi and the others wished to stop them, but the watery streams were formless, shapeless, and moved at incredible speed. They instantly scurried back into large formation off in the distance. If I knew how afraid of fire they were, I would have used eternal kindle fire long ago. Fuxi willed the water flame apocalypse formation to disperse. This was a formation which he had prepared for the war. He would use it to attack large groups of opponents. When activated, it would blanket an entire major world with enough power to cause even elite Taofathers to feel grave danger. But of course, against Overlord Taofathers it would just prove to be a bit troublesome. They aren't afraid of ordinary flames, Ning said. In the primordial chaos, flames were divided into 3 levels of power: Skyfire, True Fire, and Elder Fire. Elder Fire consisted of some of the most ancient types of fire. Golden Solar Fire and Eternal Kindle Fire were both on this level. The term Elder Fire didn't really exist in the 3 realms, as practitioners in the 3 realms only knew of 3 types of fire on that level: Eternal Kindle Fire, Golden Solar Fire, and Zhurong God Fire. In truth, since there were many ways to cultivate and understand the Tao, there were many different ways to produce elderfire. If every person gave their own elderfire a special name, there would be an endless number of them. In the three realms, these three types of elderfire all had unique names, but in the endless primordial chaos they were all simply referred to as elderfire. Advancing beyond elderfire meant making a truly fundamental change. The flames would return to their original, purest form, chaos fire. Generally speaking, only world gods and chaos immortals were capable of controlling chaos fire. A few incredibly talented elder gods or ancestral immortals would be capable of controlling it, but by far the vast majority were not. To find such a monstrous genius would be 1,000 times more difficult than finding vast heaven palace. Fushi suddenly stared. Ning looked back at him. You've reached the overlord level of power? Fushi stared at Ning in shock and delight. The All-Clan's palace of the Three Realms. The new alliance had become a hubbub of commotion. Graceful peacock, don't make jokes like that. The seated patriarch Subhuti was badly shocked. Right, graceful peacock. That's not something you can just randomly claim. To be close to the overlord level and to be at the overlord level are two completely different concepts. Ning is extraordinarily powerful, but don't mistake that for him actually being an overlord level figure. Exalted celestial carefree no longer looked as laid back and carefree as usual. Instead, he looked excited as he nagged at graceful peacock. All of the major powers in the All-Clan's palace were staring at graceful peacock. Graceful peacock's words are correct. Close to her was Tao Father Chijingzi. I, Jade Cauldron, and the rest of our group all saw it for ourselves. Ning is definitely much more powerful than all 7 of us combined. 2 thearchs and 6 true gods joined together into a formation, and the 7 of us were unable to break the formation apart. Dark North, however, was able to pierce it with his bare hands and kill all 8 of them. He killed 8 true gods? All the major powers were stunned. Not just that. When the other 8 true gods who were attacking us saw what had happened, they immediately tried to flee, but Dark North still killed them all. Chijingzi shook his head. 16 true gods, with the 4 thearchs amongst their ranks. In a brief period of time, Dark North slaughtered them all with ease. From this day forth, the 4 thearchs of the primordial ruin world will be nothing more than an old legend. Oh, wait, I heard that the Archvili has a second body. The entire palace was silent for a moment as the major powers all exchanged glances. Then, yet another storm of noise erupted as quite a few major powers spoke out to ask more questions. Enough! A voice rang out, and all the major powers turned to look. It was Lord Tathagata the Buddha, who sat at the very highest position. Ning is indeed at the overlord level of power. Lord Buddha nodded. I can still hear that alien outsider leader screaming and raving about it. Congratulations! Lord Buddha looked towards Subhuti. You've gained yet another overlord class figure under your tutelage. Ha ha ha. Subhuti laughed delightedly. Hui had already been extremely powerful when he had joined Subhuti. Although they framed it as him taking on Subhuti as his master, in truth he was just hiding himself within Mount Innerheart. It was Ning who had been truly trained by Subhuti. Subhuti had always held Ning's talent for the sword in high regard. Although Ning had advanced considerably in heart force, Subhuti had always felt that Ning was still more talented in the sword. And indeed, Ning had reached the 5th stage of sword force, then became an overlord level figure. If he was able to tear apart that formation with his bare hands, he's probably become a true god. Dao's 3 purities laughed. Right. If he's become a Tao Father, there would have been a resonance with the heavenly Daos. He must have become a true god. Subhuti laughed as well. He trained less than 1,000 years, advancing from being an ordinary mortal to become an overlord. Incredible, simply incredible. Shinon sighed in amazement as well. All the major powers seated below them revealed looks of amazement and joy.
Their side had just gained yet another overlord, how could they not be delighted? But they were stunned as well. Only a few figures had ever stood at the very peak of power in the three realms. In the Nuwa alliance, the only figures had been the two leaders of Taoism and Buddhism, the three sovereigns of mankind, and great divinity Hui. But now, yet another person had arisen to stand by their side, a sword immortal. Ever since Pangu had established heaven and earth, there had never been a sword immortal who could reach such heights. Tao Father Fuji was very famous and was once acknowledged as the #1 sword immortal of the three realms, but he only held the same level of status as Subhuti. World God Northrest had been focused on keeping himself alive, after all, and he truly was quite weak compared to his true level of power. He wouldn't even dare to fight against Mother Nuwa. Sword Father Darklight, Tao Father Holy Flame, and the other sword immortals were even weaker than Tao Father Fuju. The Pangu Chaos World, the Seamless Chaos World, the three realms, none of them had ever produced a sword immortal which stood at the very apex of power. But now, a sword immortal had risen up to stand at the very peak of the three realms. Sword Immortal Dark North. Ning. Sword Immortal Dark North. Sword Immortal Dark North. Many of the major powers in the palace were all murmuring softly to themselves. A sense of dread and respect arose in their hearts, a natural dread that one would feel towards those that were more powerful than oneself. Many of the major powers would casually refer to Ning as Ning. Now, however, they no longer dared to do so. They would now respectfully refer to him by his Taoist title of Dark North. Only those who were very close to Ning, such as Subhuti, or those who were extremely powerful, such as Taoist Three Purities and Tathagata, would continue to address Ning by his given name. From this day forth, Ning stood at the same lofty heights as Three Purities, Swerin, Tathagata, and the other overlords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 24, Ripping Open the Formation. Book 22, True God, Chapter 24, Ripping Open the Formation. The Alfian's World. What? Overlord level? The black-robed God King couldn't believe it at all. Didn't you say last time that he was just close to the Overlord level, thanks to his 5th stage sword force? It's only been a few years. How did he suddenly reach the Overlord level? The black-robed God King felt as though a ball of fire was raging in his stomach, making him feel quite miserable. He barked, "Black Heaven, are you sure about this? Are you sure you weren't just seeing things?" Celestial immortal Black Heaven couldn't even be bothered to look at the black-robed God King. Instead, he said solemnly and respectfully towards the Lord of all Fiends, "Master, God Fiend Witherspike is quite angry. Ning is indisputably at the Overlord level of power already. Master, what should we do?" Indisputably? The black-robed God King ground his teeth when he heard this. Damn! How did this kid who had trained for less than 1,000 years suddenly rise to the very apex of the three realms? Even he, the exalted disciple of the Lord of the Demon Heart and the nominal leader of the Seamless Gate, had yet to reach that level. You imbecile! Mother Devilhand glanced sideways at the black-robed God King, smiling coldly. Upon hearing the words, "You imbecile," the black-robed God King snapped out of his daze. He had always played with the hearts of others, but this time he had played himself. He had watched as Ning grew powerful, and he had personally acted to deliver one setback after another to Ning. Now, Ning had advanced to the very apex of the three realms, and indeed, the God King's role in this could not be overstated. How could the God King not feel miserable and stifled? However, he was an extraordinary figure as well. He quickly recovered from his momentary fugue state. Fiend Lord, Dark North has already become an Overlord-class power. He trains much too quickly. We have to get rid of him right away, the black-robed God King said. I know. The Lord of all Fiends frowned.
I heard that Hui, Swearin, and a group of true gods and Taofathers have already headed out. Even if we want to intervene, we would have to first travel to the Golddriver world, then slowly fly to the battle site. We probably won't be able to catch up to Hui's group. We won't be able to help. Black Heaven, tell Godfiend Witherspike that we won't be able to make it in time. There's nothing we can do. It will all be up to him. All right. Black Heaven nodded. Tell him this as well, the Lord of all Fiends instructed, kill as many as he can. He should still do his best to kill Tathagata as soon as possible. All right, Black Heaven said respectfully. The Lord of all Fiends was silent for a moment, then said softly, the roots of the New Alliance truly are deep. We haven't been able to force them to reveal their full power, but we ended up creating a Ning for them. Godfiend Witherspike, oomph. This alien outsider has a belly full of bad plans. Let him fight it out with the New Alliance. The Golddriver world. Outside the Grand Formation. Fushi stared at Ning in delight. He immediately said, no time to chat about that for now. For you to make your breakthrough at a time like this is proof that heaven is on our side. Tathagat has used up too much of his divine power, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. We have to immediately break into the formation and rescue him. This formation is quite complicated. Ning stared at the formation before him. Yes. Fushi nodded. If we slowly take our time to analyze it and deconstruct it, we'll need roughly an hour. By then, Tathagata would be long dead. Fushi continued, Tathagata is an extremely important member of our alliance. If his true body is destroyed, we're going to be in trouble during the end war. No matter what, we have to save him. What do you need me to do? Ning immediately asked. Although he knew a bit regarding formations, compared to Fushi he was like a completely ignorant child. In order for a formation to remain intact, it has to remain stable, Fushi said. If a formation is destabilized, it can easily collapse. It is reliant on outside power, after all. Ning nodded. He understood this principle. Over there. Fushi pointed towards the distance. Instantly, a strand of divine power flew out towards that part of the formation. That's one of the critical parts of the formation. I need you to do your best to tear the formation open at that point. Tear it open as widely as you can, using your full power. This will place an enormous amount of stress on the formation, making it much easier for me to deconstruct it. All right. Ning understood. Ning immediately flew towards that location. Whoosh! His body instantly expanded in size, transforming from an ordinary white-robed youth to a massive giant that was 30,000 meters tall. At the same time, Ning manifested his 3 heads, 6 arms technique. His 6 arms simultaneously stretched out, causing 6 sharp swords to appear within them. He then stabbed forward violently, using the blood drop stance of the Bright Moon sword art. His sword stabbed out towards the formation faster than the speed of light. The formation was incredibly tough. When Ning's 6 arms struck out, he could sense a powerful repulsive force pushing him back. This was a formation which Godfiend Witherspike had designed to trap Tathagata and kill him. To forcibly break it open, there was no one in the 3 realms capable of it. Fortunately, Fushi didn't ask for Ning to do that. All he asked Ning to do was disturb and disrupt it. Once the formation grew unstable, it would be much easier for Fushi to deconstruct it, but despite that, only an overlord-level figure would be capable of merely disrupting the formation. All of you, go assist Dark North, Fushi hurriedly barked. Attack the same part of the formation which Dark North is attacking. Yes. All right. Attack. Kwafu's squad and Taoist Jade Cauldron's squad immediately joined together into their respective formations and began to launch waves of attacks against the formation. The 3 humans under Fushi's command also began to help out with attacks as well. However, they remained close to Fushi, protecting him as he focused his complete attention on the formation.
Eh? Ning suddenly felt that things had become a bit easier. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low snarl. Whoosh! His 6 swords tore at the formation, ripping a small tear into the formation. The tear was large enough for a person to enter, but there was no point in doing so. The formation was filled with many layers of dangers. One had to destroy the entire thing before entering. Fushi ignored all else and completely focused on breaking the formation. Inside the formation, Tathagata was on the verge of collapse, with less than a tenth of his divine power left. Where did these 2 outsider overlords come from? They are incredibly powerful. This truly is a tribulation, and the true face of the tribulation is gradually beginning to show itself. I expect that we'll only understand the cause of it at the very end, Tathagata mused to himself, sighing silently. Only at the end of the war which ended the primordial era had they learned that it was the Lord of all things who had instigated everything. This time, things were still early, but 2 alien outsiders who were overlord-class figures had already appeared. This caused Tathagata to feel truly worried. His defensive skills were formidable. In the 3 realms, he was capable of withstanding attacks from 3 overlords at the same time. Right now, he was currently facing just 2 outsider overlords, but he was at the verge of being defeated. Clearly, these 2 alien outsiders had incredibly powerful attacks, far more so than the overlords of the 3 realms. Eh? Godfiend Witherspike suddenly frowned. Why is the formation beginning to fail? He was in control of the formation. He could clearly sense that one of the critical parts of the formation was rapidly beginning to fail. If this continued, it would soon completely collapse. Master! Master! The 3 golden-armored Watarians suddenly appeared. One of them said hurriedly that human, Dark North, has transformed to become 30,000 meters tall. He's tearing at the formation to help Fushi deconstruct our formation. Tearing at the formation? Godfiend Witherspike instantly understood. It was much easier to deconstruct a destabilized formation. He immediately said, Saber, hurry up and go stop Ji Ning from disrupting the formation. Without Ji Ning helping him out, it'll take Fushi a long period of time before he can solve the formation. Leave Tathagata to me. Given how fast his divine power is being used up, I imagine he should run dry soon. All right. The one-armed man didn't hesitate. He merely nodded. Swoosh. He immediately flew away at high speed, charging towards Ji Ning. Godfiend Witherspike turned his head to stare at Tathagata, still seated in the lotus position. He let out a cold laugh. Tathagata, your human race has gained a new overlord, Dark North, but it is useless. Saber has gone to deal with Ji Ning. Without Ji Ning's help, Fushi won't be able to break the formation in time. By the time he does, you will be long dead. Lord Buddha continued to use all of his divine abilities, striving to resist Godfiend Witherspike's attacks. Godfiend Witherspike and Saber were both extremely powerful. Both were elder gods, after all. Lord Buddha was only a true god. He was only able to resist them when using many divine abilities, secret arts, and ultimate attacks. Now that Saber had left, things were a bit easier for Tathagata. Still, with only a tenth of his divine power left, he was still going to die soon. Harg! The titanic Ji Ning once more struck out with his 6 arms, his hands covered with rainbow light as he furiously tore at the opening he had created. Careful, Dark North. Tathagata said that a saber-wielding outsider is heading your way, Graceful Peacock sent hurriedly. Just moments after Graceful Peacock's message, Ning saw a one-armed golden-armored figure appear. The one-armed man quickly grew in size, also becoming 30,000 meters tall. This was a grim-looking man that looked just like a human. He held a saber in his hand as he stared at Ning. Taking a single step forward, he appeared in front of Ning, then chopped down with the saber in his hand. His saber flashed fiercely, carrying an aura of irresistible power as it hacked down towards Ning. Ning had 2 choices. The first was to continue tearing at the formation. The second was to give up on that and instead focus on blocking the saber. Dark North. Quafu, Graceful Peacock, Jade Cauldron, and the others who were helping out from afar all called out in shock. This was because when the saber light reached Ning's body, he continued to focus on tearing at the formation, completely ignoring the saber. Clang, dot. When the sharp blade chopped down upon Ning's divine body, it tore his white robes apart. Sparks flew from the surface of Ning's skin, and a hint of a white impression could be seen, but the saber hadn't even been able to penetrate Ning's skin. All Ning did was to give the one-armed man a cold look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 25, Golden Statue. Book 22, True God, Chapter 25, Golden Statue. The saber was merely able to leave a white mark on Ning's chest, but the amount of power it contained was quite shocking. It caused Ning to be knocked backwards, but because he was holding onto the tear in the formation, he was able to borrow from the power of the blow. Re-up. The tear in the formation actually grew larger. How is this even possible? The one-armed man was dazed. Didn't they say that he's been training for less than 1,000 years? Didn't he just recently break through to become a true god? How could his divine body be comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure? A body that was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic treasure, there was no way the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art could accomplish this. In all the 3 realms, the only person to ever accomplish this was Lord Tathagata the Buddha. Tathagata's golden body was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic treasure, which was why when Saber and Godfiend Witherspike occasionally managed to land a blow on him, they weren't able to injure him at all. This was why their plan had been to suppress him, then seal him away. But now, Ning's divine body had also reached the same level? He's just a local aboriginal. He actually, the one-armed man's heart was quivering. Quafu, Jade Cauldron, Fushi, and the others watching from afar were all shocked as well. When that outsider overlord landed a saber blow against Dark North, he only managed to leave a small white mark on his body? All of the spectators had incredible vision. When they saw the one-armed man attack, they could sense how terrifyingly powerful the strike was. Tathagata himself had said long ago that the primordial ruin world had 2 overlords in it. One was a one-armed saber wielder, while the other had a tail. Ning himself was quite calm. If he had just recently broken through to become a true god, of course he would not have been able to withstand that blow. However, for him, nearly 2,000 years had gone past. World God Northrest himself was a fiend god body refiner. He was also a member of the incredibly powerful Vast Heaven Palace. In terms of personal strength, he stood at the very peak of power amongst world gods as well. There was an enormous difference in power between the weakest world gods and the most powerful world gods, much like how there was an enormous difference in power between 3rd-tier true immortals and 1st-tier true immortals. As an ancient expert who had received many teachings from his powerful sect, and as a figure who was capable of acquiring things like violet jewel and terrifying sword arts such as the nameless sword art, World God Northrest naturally had left behind many incredible techniques for Ning. Although some of the techniques he gave Ning weren't as good as the ones he himself used, they were still techniques that not even most ordinary world gods would not have access to. Protective divine abilities. Evasion divine abilities. Forbidden skills. He had passed down many such abilities. Ning had long ago mastered the Heartforce Scrying technique and the Heartforce Soullock technique, but he had also mastered a protective divine ability. World God Northrest had transmitted to Ning a divine ability known as the Golden Statue. The Golden Statue, divine ability, was an ability which World God Northrest himself trained in. It wasn't a technique which he had acquired from Vast Heaven Palace. Although he had learned some techniques from Vast Heaven Palace, while adventuring through the endless primordial chaos he had undergone many trials before finally acquiring the upper section and middle section of the Golden Statue, divine ability,
After acquiring this divine ability, World God Northrest hadn't hesitated at all. He had immediately given up his previous protective divine ability to completely focus on this one. The golden statue, divine ability, had an extraordinary history to it. In the endless primordial chaos there was an extremely large world, a world far vaster than the entire three realms. It was a world that could last forever, unlike the ephemeral chaos worlds. 10, 100, 1,000 chaos cycles could go past, but this world would continue to remain. At the center of this vast world there was an enormous levitating island, and hovering directly above the island was a towering golden statue. The golden statue was 54,000 meters tall, and it emanated an aura of boundless might and majesty. This aura made it so that not even world gods would be able to step foot onto that levitating island. Then one day, an absolute genius who had viewed the golden statue for countless years finally managed to gain insight into it and devised the golden statue, divine ability. This instantly became one of the most top-notch divine abilities in existence. It was divided into three sections: the upper section, the middle section, and the lower section. The upper section of the golden statue was the introductory section. When one mastered it, one's body would become comparable to a top-grade protocosmic treasure. True gods could train in this section. The middle section of the golden statue could be used to train one's body to become comparable to a top-grade chaos treasure. Elder gods could train in it. World God Northrest had only acquired the upper section and middle section to this divine ability, but it was so profound and high class that he had still chosen to use it. It was also comparatively easy to train in, and so he quickly mastered these two sections, upgrading his body to become comparable to a top-grade chaos treasure. Although he wasn't able to acquire the lower section, it didn't make much of a difference. Even if he did acquire it, actually mastering it would be incredibly difficult. Fortunately, I had a foundation via the 8-9 arcane art. When Ning had begun to train in this divine ability, he couldn't help but sigh. The golden statue, divine ability, didn't require any special items, it only required energy. Divine power, immortal energy, chaos energy, spirit pills, all sorts of energy could be converted and absorbed. This was what made this such a formidable, high-class technique. Because Ning himself had already reached the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, when he trained in the golden statue, he was able to start by using up the pre-existing energy in his body. Thus, it only took him 12 years before his body became equivalent to a top-grade protocosmic treasure. The golden statue was a divine ability that had to be slowly cultivated. The cycles of the 8-9 arcane art could be mastered right away, but this came at the cost of enormous energy requirements as well as a heavy burden being placed on the body. This was why it was completely impossible to continue to devise a way to make the 8-9 arcane art usable for true gods. To upgrade the body of a true god in such a way would result in such tremendous stress being placed on the body that there was simply no way it could endure it. The only option was to slowly work on the body, and that was exactly what the golden statue did. Since Ning had a solid foundation thanks to the 8-9 arcane art, he only needed roughly 10 or so years to master the golden statue, and it hadn't even been necessary for him to use any great firmament pills. If he had, he probably would have been able to complete the process in 3 years. However, his primal twin was already using up an enormous amount of great firmament pills due to training in the Heaven Gazer Tower. 10 years wasn't that long, and so Ning had been willing to take it slow. I didn't expect that this war against the primordial ruin world would end up forcing me to reveal my golden statue ability. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. Cultivation techniques, protective divine abilities, heart force scanning techniques, these were all techniques Ning possessed which didn't exist in the three realms. Sword Immortal Dark North. It seems everyone in the three realms completely underestimated you. The one-armed man said coldly, you actually managed to train a protective divine ability to such an incredibly high level without anyone being the wiser. He had no idea that this particular divine ability was something which even world gods would go wild over. World God Northrest himself had trained in this divine ability. As his voice echoed in Ning's ears, he waved his hand and sent a rope flying towards Ning. Damn!
Ning frowned. Those with powerful bodies would mainly be worried about being bound or being contained inside an item. The one-armed man could launch as many saber blows as he liked without it affecting Ning, and indeed it would even hasten the formation-tearing process. This rope, however, was another issue. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning immediately released the rip with two of his hands. His other four hands continued to strive to widen the rip, but the two now freed hands now gripped a pair of Dark North swords. Swordlight flashed, spinning into black holes that drew the rope towards them. Humph! The one-armed man charged forward, continuing to manipulate the rope while launching another blow with his saber. Ning completely focused on defense. The one-armed man actually had his own techniques that were similar to the 3 heads, 6 arms ability, but he chose to keep just one arm. His saber, however, truly was powerful. By comparison, even Ning's swords were a level lower in raw power. Still, when Ning used 2 swords to defend at the same time, he was actually still able to defend against Saber's rope and saber combination. Dark North, just hold on for a while longer. I've almost solved the formation, Fushi sent hurriedly towards Ning. Right. Ning's titanic body continued to tear at the formation with 4 arms while defending himself with 2. Why is it that I feel like this Dark North fellow is even tougher to deal with than Tathagata? He's just a local bumpkin, he should at most be a true god. After battling for a short period of time, Saber began to feel as though Ning was unreasonably tough. But of course, he had no idea that Ning was actually a half-step elder god. Ning also had a sword art that surpassed the heavenly Daos, and he had spent nearly 2,000 years training within the Heaven Gazer Tower. This made it so that his sword arts had become even more well-rounded than before. Saber, why is the formation still breaking apart? Godfiend Witherspike sent mentally. Master, Dark North has a formidable protective divine ability that is as good as Tathagata's. His sword arts are incredible as well. I can't stop him. Saber sent mentally. Are you seeing things? Godfiend Witherspike grew frantic. When I landed a saber blow on him, I was only able to leave behind a white mark, Saber replied. Godfiend Witherspike continued to launch a furious barrage of attacks against Tathagata, but he felt tremendous frustration in his heart. What the hell is going on in the 3 realms? I, an exalted elder god, had to work incredibly hard in order to toughen my body and make it equivalent to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. But these natives, they clearly are mere true gods. For Tathagata to be able to accomplish this is one thing, but Dark North is trained for less than 1,000 years. How it is that his body is this powerful as well? Godfiend Witherspike felt incredibly unhappy right now. Protective divine abilities were extremely rare and difficult to train in. This was why World God Northrest had immediately discarded his previous technique and instead trained solely in the golden statue, once he acquired it. Those with protective divine abilities are always a pain to deal with. Bind him? Tathagata's palm arts are too powerful as well. There's no way I'll be able to succeed in doing so. My only option is to continue exhausting his store of divine power. Godfiend Witherspike felt helpless. Only after exhausting Tathagata would he be able to capture him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22 Chapter 26, Battling Godfiend Witherspike. Book 22, True God, Chapter 26, Battling Godfiend Witherspike. Can this all be due to Nuwa? Are these techniques that she left behind? Godfiend Witherspike muttered to himself, this all came out of nowhere. Now that another troublesome individual like Dark North has appeared, it seems that taking over the 3 realms and taking away its world heart will be even harder than I thought. The thing which Godfiend Witherspike desired the most was the world heart. In fact, the 3 realms was formed from the collision of the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World. That meant that its world heart was most likely the combined world hearts of those 2 chaos worlds. If so, would be even more valuable. Those who bar my path shall die. A savage light flickered in Godfiend Witherspike's eyes as he suppressed all extraneous thoughts. Keep holding on for just a little while longer, Fushi sent hurriedly. I'm about to break the formation apart. All right. The towering Ning continued to tear at the formation with 4 arms while defending against Saber with his other 2. Humph, Saber frowned. Seeing that he couldn't stop Ning, Saber suddenly turned and walked away, disappearing from Ning's field of vision. He actually retreated? Ning couldn't be bothered to overanalyze the matter. He immediately used all 6 of his hands to tear at the great formation. Rumble! Ning suddenly sensed the strength of the formation begin to dramatically weaken, then vanish entirely. He had been pulling at the rip with all his power. Now, all of a sudden, he ripped it completely apart by accident. Boom! The surrounding area completely exploded, causing many spatial cracks and tears that quickly healed. The formation has been breached. Fushi said hurriedly. Quick, go save Lord Buddha, Ning barked back. As the formation broke apart, the surrounding area returned to its normal appearance. Ning could now actually see the golden figure of Lord Buddha seated in the lotus position off in the distance. A fiend god with a long tail, loose hair, and an aura of incomparable savagery was furiously assaulting the seated figure, with many of the alien outsiders of the primordial chaos world helping him out. Hurry! Instantly, Fushi, Kwafu, Taoist Jade Cauldron, and the others all transformed into streaks of light and flew forward. So that's the other outsider overlord? Ning immediately noticed the jade-tailed alien outsider. The man was completely bald and looked rather handsome. He had completely suppressed Lord Buddha in power. In the face of his assaults, Lord Buddha was only able to completely focus on defense. Outsiders. Upon seeing his old friend in such dire straits, Fushi immediately let out an angry roar. Die! Boom! Instantly, the water flame apocalypse formation descended. The surrounding area for 1,000,000 kilometers became filled with arcane moonwater and eternal kindle fire. There were dozens of major powers from the primordial ruin world. For a situation like this, a large formation that could launch area attacks was the ideal tool. Careful! None of the alien true gods or Taofathers dared to continue with their attacks against Tathagata. Instead, they focused completely on protecting themselves. This elder fire, the 3 Waterians frowned as well as they hid themselves within the formation. Once this formation appeared, the power of the primordial ruin world arrayed against Lord Buddha instantly lessened. Swoosh! A black lightning serpent flashed through the skies, launching an initial strike against the alien outsiders. Ning gripped a sword in each of his 6 arms. 5 were Dark North swords while the 6th was Violet Jewel. Things were quite critical and Ning could tell that Lord Buddha wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He could very well perish any moment now. At a time like this, he had to fight with full power. Master, I'll stop him. The red-bearded elder let out a low growl, his red beard instantly expanding dramatically in size as it struck out towards Ning. Of the 6 retainers who followed Godfiend Witherspike, Saber was the most powerful. Next in power was the red-bearded elder. As for the 3 Waterians, they could just barely reach the elder god level of power after joining together in a formation, but they were only really skilled in defense. Hoof! Ning struck out with his 6 swords. Whoosh! 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 6 dazzling streaks of swordlight instantly sliced across the skies. The skies had been completely covered by the endless strands of red beard, but all the strands were instantly shattered apart. The red-bearded elder's face turned pale with shock, and he hurriedly retreated to hide behind the formation that had been set up by those dozens of alien true gods. He said mentally in panic, Master, Sword Immortal Dark North is shockingly strong. I'm unable to stop him. After shattering the old man's red beard, Ning charged straight towards Lord Tathagata in an attempt to rescue him. Saber, you go deal with Fushi. Leave Ji Ning to me. Godfiend Witherspike knew that, given how Saber and Ji Ning specialized in attacks and how tough Ji Ning's body was, it was unlikely that Saber would be able to succeed in doing anything to Ji Ning. Fushi wasn't that offensively powerful, it would actually be a bit tougher for him to face Saber. All right. Saber nodded. Swoosh. Godfiend Witherspike flew towards Ji Ning. Rumble. A streak of light suddenly curved towards Ning without any warning at all. Ning was badly startled, but fortunately he had been using his heart force to constantly scan the area. Fast. So this outsider overlord's tail has actually surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos. Ning was truly surprised. Godfiend Witherspike was able to attack with his tail at incredible speed. Ning immediately chopped out with his sword. Clang! Sparks appeared as the sword clashed with the tail. Godfiend Witherspike's body was tremendously durable as well. He actually managed to block with ease? Godfiend Witherspike frowned as he manifested a total of 6 arms, continuing his attacks against Ning. The two instantly began to battle against each other in midair, 6 arms against 6 arms. As the battle began, Ning realized that although Godfiend Witherspike was very strong, only his tail had surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos, his arms had not. Go! Suddenly, Ning unleashed Violet Jewel. Prior to this, he had been hiding Violet Jewel's full power, keeping it weak and in line with the other 5 Dark North swords. Now, however, Ning suddenly slammed Violet Jewel down as he used that Heavenbreaker stance of Bright Moon, Sword Art. Boom! Violet Jewel crashed down like the thunder, slamming down against Godfiend Witherspike's pale white arm. Godfiend Witherspike's face instantly changed dramatically as he was knocked backwards. What? All the major powers of the primordial ruin world were shocked. It had seemed as though the Godfiend had held the upper hand in his fight against Sword Immortal Dark North. How was it that he was suddenly sent flying backwards? You were actually hiding your true power? Godfiend Witherspike let out a bellow, then charged forward once more. Even when I use Violet Jewel, I don't have much of an advantage over him. Ning also frowned as he charged forward as well. Boom! 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 The two exchanged lightning-fast attacks as they battled furiously. Ning had the advantage of Violet Jewel. Witherspike had the advantage of being a true Elder God. The two actually battled to a complete standstill. This sight caused both the powers of the New Alliance and the powers of the primordial ruin world to feel shocked. The alien outsider is actually this powerful? Sword Immortal Dark North is actually this powerful? Both sides were stunned. The New Alliance was stunned at Witherspike's power. The primordial ruin world was stunned at Ji Ning's power. Even though Ji Ning was an overlord-class figure, they had thought that since Ji Ning had trained for less than 1,000 years, he was still inexperienced. Moments ago, Ji Ning had revealed a truly shockingly powerful protective divine ability, and now, he had revealed that his attacks were every bit as powerful as those of this outsider overlord. More than half a chaos cycle had gone past since the war that ended the primordial era. There were some major powers who were hiding their improvements. It was entirely possible, for example, that Daoist 3 Purity's Immortal slaying formation was even more powerful than Ji Ning's attacks. But in terms of speed, Ji Ning had the 9-horn lightning serpent technique. In terms of defense, he had the golden statue technique. In terms of attack, he stood at the very peak of the 3 realms. Ji Ning had no apparent weaknesses at all. This made him even more dangerous, as he could deal with all types of situations. Any major power, Godfiend Witherspike included, would feel a headache coming when they had to fight against Ji Ning. Inexperienced? Inexperienced my ass. Those seamless gate idiots. They kept on toying and toying and toying with him, and now, those imbeciles have ended up creating a freak of an enemy. Godfiend Witherspike ground his teeth. There's no point to fighting against him like this. He's too powerful. there's no way I can kill him. I should focus on killing Tathagata instead. Sword Immortal Dark North, I paid quite the price to acquire this formation. I wouldn't be willing to use it against just anybody, Godfiend Witherspike mused to himself. Boom, dot. In the same instant that the two exchanged blows yet again, Godfiend Witherspike suddenly waved his hand. Bang! 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 6 utterly enormous stone pillars suddenly appeared out of nowhere, descending from the heavens to cover an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The stone pillars instantly began to radiate with blurry light, completely sealing off the outside world and causing space itself to turn blurry. Dark North. Fushi and the others were shocked as they saw this enormous blurry formation descend and trap Dark North within it. Fushi, correct? Godfiend Witherspike turned his head to smile coldly at Fushi. I heard that your skill in formations is the best amongst the locals. Go ahead and try to break this one if you can, Fushi's heart had turned cold as soon as he saw those 6 stone pillars. The stone pillars were covered with extremely arcane runes. These runes contained incredibly profound mysteries of space within them, and Fushi's head turned dizzy as soon as he looked at them. He instantly understood that this was definitely a formation that vastly outstripped any formation he had ever made. There was no way he would ever be able to possibly break it. His guess was correct. This was a formation that had been created by a Chaos Immortal who was skilled in the art of formations. It was one of the trump cards which Godfiend Witherspike used when he adventured in the primordial chaos to trap tough foes. If you wanted to survive adventuring through the primordial chaos, you needed to have some trump cards up your sleeve. The Watirians under his command were another set of trump cards. When he encountered great danger, he would force those 3 servants of his to go block for him. However, they were only one of his ordinary trump cards. This formation was one of his most important ones. Once unleashed, any foe trapped within would need to spend a long period of time before being able to overcome it. By then, he would have fled long ago. I might not be able to kill you, but I can trap you. Godfiend Witherspike had paid quite a heavy price to acquire this item. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning was incredibly powerful, he wouldn't have been willing to use this treasure at all. If a foe spent enough time figuring out how the formation worked, he would be able to break through it and render it completely useless in the future. This sort of formation was generally a single-use item. Witherspike certainly didn't have the ability to remake it or repair it. First, I'll kill Tathagata. Then, if I have enough time, I'll kill Fushi as well, Godfiend Witherspike mused to himself. Ning had started to battle against Godfiend Witherspike again. Just as he had been knocked backwards a few steps, he saw 6 stone pillars descend out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, the area around him turned blurry. Neither Heart Force nor Core Sense could see past the haze, and he was only able to physically see to a distance of 300 meters. A formation? Ning stared at the blurry area around him. I've been trapped in a formation? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 27, Fighting Back. Book 22, True God, Chapter 27, Fighting Back. Ning brandished Violet Jewel, causing it to explosively increase in size to become many tens of thousands of meters long. Break! Faced with this blurry region, Ning let out a roar as he raised the enormous sword high into the air, then chopped downwards. Whoosh! He struck out with that Heavenbreaker stance. In terms of intent and will, it wasn't too far from the will which Pangu had possessed when he had cleaved heaven from earth and established the world. Pangu had been born with mastery over the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, but his establishment of the world was part of his innate purpose for existing. He was the weakest type of world god possible. For those who had actually trained to become a world god, the establishment of a chaos world would not result in their deaths. Rumble! The sword struck out, causing thunder to boom out around it. Eh? Ning frowned. Although there were some vibrations, the formation is still quite stable. In fact, it is far more stable than the formation we dealt with earlier. It would not be possible for him to break through this formation with raw force. What should he do? Whoosh! Ning began to move, quickly flying forward through the formation. The situation outside was most assuredly quite grim, and Lord Tathagata was in grave danger, but Ning put away all his other considerations as he completely focused on how to break through this formation as soon as he could. After flying for just a second, Ning came to a halt. There is no danger here whatsoever. I flew a few 100,000 kilometers in that second, but I encountered no danger whatsoever, nor were there any illusions. All I see is this perpetual blur in haze. Ning was stunned. Can it be? Is this an endless road? Those 6 stone pillars, right? Damn! This is an endless road formation. Ning's face instantly turned unsightly to behold. World God Northrest had transmitted much information to Ning, including a great deal of knowledge regarding common yet troublesome formations. One such formation was known as the Endless Road. In the endless primordial chaos, there were worlds that were far larger than the 3 realms which held many major powers. All of them needed to train, and so it was quite common for them to exchange techniques and items with each other. One particularly powerful type of formation which many elder gods and ancestral immortals were quite willing to purchase was this, the Endless Road. The principles behind the Endless Road were quite simple. It made use of the principles of the Tao of space to transform a region that was originally just 10,000 kilometers in size to become 100 million kilometers in size. The target would be trapped at the very center of the formation. If you wanted to escape it, the only option you had would be to physically fly out of it. There was no way to teleport from within the formation. Thus, you had to spend a considerable amount of time flying from the center of the formation to the outside. That period of time would be more than enough for the formation user to either flee or do something else. This made this particular formation a very popular item in the endless primordial chaos, and each time someone offered one for sale it would be immediately snapped up. Of course, it was also theoretically possible to break the formation through raw force. The problem was that although the formation was seemingly simple, the arcane mysteries of the Tao of space inside it were unfathomably profound. Even world gods or chaos immortals would need a bit of time to break the formation. As for elder gods and ancestral immortals, there was no chance of it at all. All I can do is keep flying. Although Ning felt incredibly frantic, there was nothing else he could do. Swish! Ning transformed into a black lightning serpent, chose a direction, then immediately began to flee at high speed. Save Tathagata! Outside the formation, the battle had reached a crescendo. Fushi was leading Quafu and Jade Cauldron's squads in a furious assault against the one-armed man, Saber. Saber had transformed to become 30,000 meters tall, and he sent his saber flashing out in streaks of cold, savage light, preventing Fushi and the others from moving past him. Fushi was still just a true god, after all, although he had extremely profound insights into the Tao, he had primarily focused on the art of formations. While using formations he was able to just barely be a match for Saber, but he was still at a significant disadvantage. Only someone like Ji Ning, a half-step elder god who had a powerful divine body and a sword like Violet Jewel, could truly cause Saber trouble. Even Godfiend Witherspike had been unable to do anything to Ning and had been forced to use his precious Endless Roads formation to trap Ning. Damn! Attack! Attack! Quafu, Jade Cauldron, and the others had all joined together into formations and were launching attacks from far away, but Saber was able to easily block the attacks. As for the other golden-armored retainers of Godfiend Witherspike, they were in command of the true gods and Taofathers of the primordial chaos world, having organized them into formations to resist the Waterflame Apocalypse formation. Every so often, they'd launch a few attacks as well. For now, Fushi's entire squad had been completely blocked off by Saber and the enemy major powers. This one-armed outsider is far too powerful.
Fushi gritted his teeth. Per the plans of the New Alliance, Fushi's role was generally to focus on using formations to control and influence the overall battlefield, not fight against powerful ones in one-on-one combat.
Tathagata, you have to hold.
Fushi willed it, and instantly the arcane moonwater and eternal kindlefire close to Godfiend Witherspike transformed into a pair of enormous dragons, one of water and one of fire.
The two dragons furiously coiled around the mighty Godfiend. This was the true way to use the Water Flame Apocalypse formation.
Because Fushi had to spend much of his attention on dealing with Saber, he was only able to activate the Water Flame Apocalypse formation within that fairly small region.
Clearly, he was planning to use it to tie down Godfiend Witherspike. Clang! Clang!
The dragons of fire and water coiled around Godfiend Witherspike, but his body was so durable that he was able to completely ignore them.
A technique that joins Elder Fire and Elder Water together?
This technique is so profound that it can actually slow down my movements. Godfiend Witherspike quickly realized how tough this formation was to deal with, but he still let out a sneer.
A pity for them that Tathagata is almost done for. Although he was being constricted by the dragons of water and fire, he continued to furiously rain down attacks against Lord Buddha. After the formation had been broken apart, Lord Buddha had risen to his feet, intending to flee. But
Godfiend Witherspike moved even more quickly than he did.
No matter how he tried, Tathagata was unable to escape.
My divine power is almost exhausted.
Lord Buddha let out a soft sigh.
Whoosh!
A kind-looking Buddha dressed in a kasaya frock suddenly emerged from Lord Tathagata's body.
Light blazed around his body as he struck out with full power, assaulting Godfiend Witherspike.
Ahaha, is this your final attempt to fight back? You are going to sacrifice your Dharma bodies now?
Godfiend Witherspike laughed wildly.
Boom! 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 After 3 brief clashes, the blazing figure completely broke apart and vanished. That was his medicine Buddha body.
The distant Fushi felt pain in his heart upon seeing this. The Sakyamuni body was Lord Buddha's true body, and he had 4 mighty Dharma bodies as well. This time, Lord Buddha had brought his Sakyamuni body along with 2 of his Dharma bodies, but over the course of this battle they had exhausted all of their energy. Lord Buddha's only choice was to try and preserve his Sakyamuni body while sending out his Dharma bodies to die in the hopes of buying some more time. These Dharma bodies had all been painstakingly cultivated, and today, in a single day, they would be destroyed. Still, the true body was what mattered the most. So long as the true body remained alive, the Dharma bodies could slowly be remade once more.
Go!
Lord Buddha continued to flee as he sent yet another Dharma body flying out from inside of him. This Dharma body blazed with blinding fire, as though it was the sun itself. This was the Great Sun Buddha body, and its attacks were even more powerful than the attacks of the Medicine Buddha body. But, in terms of technique and power, it was still a bit weaker than the true body. If even the true body was unable to withstand Witherspike's attacks, how could the Great Sun Buddha possibly do so?
Still struggling? Godfiend Witherspike felt quite irritated.
He continued his furious assaults, and a few short clashes later the Great Sun Buddha body also dissipated into specks of light.
Swoosh! Godfiend Witherspike continued to chase after Lord Buddha. You want to join together with Fushi?
Godfiend Witherspike's tail suddenly lashed out.
Whoosh! It struck out faster than the speed of light towards Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha immediately moved to block. Boom! Lord Buddha was sent staggering backwards.
Lord Buddha's eyes were dim but peaceful. He folded his hands together in prayer, looking calmly at the approaching Godfiend Witherspike.
Tathagata! Fushi cried out in agony. Killing you really wasn't easy.
Godfiend Witherspike finally relaxed slightly. Lord Buddha apparently no longer had any divine power left. He had long ago converted all of flesh and blood inside of him into divine power,
leaving behind only the outside layer of his golden body. His golden body technique was quite special. He became incredibly powerful after mastering it, but there was no way to reconvert his golden body into divine power. After he died, he would only leave his golden body behind. There were many bodhisattvas and Buddhas who would leave behind golden bodies after dying. But of course, Tathagata had trained his golden body technique to the highest possible level. So I have become the first to fall before the Great Tribulation. Lord Buddha looked at Godfiend Witherspike calmly. It seems he's preparing to give me one final blow before he dies? Godfiend Witherspike didn't dare to be overconfident. Killing Tathagata was no easy feat, and he had paid quite a heavy price to accomplish it. He had lost all 4 of his thearchs, and he had even been forced to take out his Endless Roads formation to trap Sword Immortal Dark North. He certainly didn't want to mess up at the very end. Boom! A sudden explosion could be heard. Off in the distance, the 6 stone pillars surrounding the blurry formation were suddenly revealed, along with another figure, that of the sword-wielding Ning. Sword Immortal Dark North? Godfiend Witherspike's face immediately changed, but his expressions then turned savage as he charged unhesitatingly towards Tathagata. Die! His sharp claws struck directly towards Tathagata, giving the distant Ning no time to intervene at all. When Lord Buddha saw Ning emerge, a smile appeared on his formerly calm face. He let out a low growl, then struck out with both his palms. Boom! His giant hands struck out towards Godfiend Witherspike like a pair of massive worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 22, Chapter 28, Elite Elder God. Book 22, True God, Chapter 28, Elite Elder God. These 2 poems were like worlds unto themselves, and they angered Godfiend Witherfiend so much that he ground his teeth. So he really was preparing to deliver one final blow to me before dying. Lord Tathagata the Buddha was a true god. Although he was able to unleash the power of an elder god, in terms of raw power he was indeed a bit inferior to Godfiend Witherspike. However, the intricacies of his palm arts far surpassed Witherspike's techniques. There was no way Godfiend Witherspike could avoid this final desperation attack. His only choice was to face it head-on. Boom! The 2 attacks collided. Lord Tathagata borrowed from the force of the collision to fly backwards. Outsider. Ning let out a loud roar, transforming into a black lightning serpent as he charged towards Godfiend Witherspike. Damn! After exchanging blows with Tathagata, Godfiend Witherspike was sent staggering backwards as well. By the time he recovered, Ning was already attacking. Godfiend Witherspike could only cast a hateful, resentful glance towards Lord Tathagata as the latter flew far away. I spent all that effort and paid such a heavy price, but I actually wasn't able to kill even one of these overlord-level bumpkins. I really don't want to accept this. Ning's swordlight descended. It was dazzling to behold, and it seemed to contain enough power to split the skies apart. Whap! Godfiend Witherspike's tail lashed out, transforming into a similarly dazzling streak of light that collided against the swordlight. Godfiend Witherspike was knocked flying backwards. He gave Ning a cold look, watching as Ning transformed into a black streak of lightning that flew next to Lord Tathagata. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Lord Tathagata into his own estate treasure. Master! The distant one-armed man sent a mental message to him. Let's leave. Godfiend Witherspike said angrily. This word, leave, came from his lips with the utmost of reluctance. Godfiend Witherspike waved his hand, causing those 6 stone pillars to disappear. Although the endless road had been somewhat damaged by Ning's escape, a skilled formations expert would still be able to repair it. The price of repairing it would be much lower than the price of buying a new one. Leave. The one-armed man waved his hand, collecting the alien true gods as well as the 3 Watarians, the red-bearded elder, and the skinny elder. He then immediately flew over to Godfiend Witherspike's side. Count yourself lucky.
Godfiend Witherspike smiled coldly towards Ning and the others.
The primordial ruin world is a large place. We'll take things slowly. Swoosh.
Godfiend Witherspike and the one-armed man disappeared, a dark golden castle appearing where they were.
The dark golden castle immediately flew away and departed. Within the castle, Godfiend Witherspike was once more seated on his throne.
Below him were his 6 retainers. Master, Sword Immortal Darknorth was trapped inside the Endless Road formation.
How did he end up emerging from it so quickly? The red-bearded elder couldn't help but ask this question. It was too fast.
He was only trapped inside for a brief period of time.
It was quite brief.
The one-armed man frowned as well. These locals, they are fairly ignorant and ill-informed. They shouldn't have been able to recognize the formation as an Endless Road formation. Someone who has never seen this formation, upon being trapped inside it, he should have spent a long period of time trying to figure out what to do.
The formation is so vast that flying out would take a good long while. Agreed.
Godfiend Witherspike's eyes flashed with cold light as he nodded slowly.
They were right.
Someone trapped in a formation he had never seen before would generally spend some time carefully testing it out. It would usually take them quite some time before emerging from the Endless Road formation. Ning, however, had come out a short period of time after being trapped inside.
There's only one explanation.
As soon as he was trapped inside the formation, he immediately knew what it was and how to escape. Godfiend Witherspike said coldly. He immediately used his 9-horn lightning serpent technique to fly out of it at top speed.
That sounds about right. How could he possibly have immediately recognized the formation?
The one-armed man frowned.
Can it be that he's seen it before, Nut?
The 3 realms have encountered figures like all things before, Godfiend Witherspike said. Sword Immortal Darknorth must have acquired some records pertaining to the Endless Road formation from some alien outsider who wandered into this place.
Oof. He can count himself lucky. Master, if you truly wished to kill Tathagata, I feel that you could have accomplished it. The one-armed man looked towards Godfiend Witherspike.
There were differences in power amongst elder gods and ancestral immortals. Ordinary elder gods, those who were born at that level of power, were close in strength to 3 purities, Fushi, Tathagata, and the others.
The Lord of all things in Godfiend Witherspike could be described as elite elder gods.
The Lord of all things reached that level of power thanks to his mastery over golems and bug beasts, while Godfiend Witherspike rose to power thanks to extremely bloody and violent techniques. This was why he was known as a god fiend. In the endless primordial chaos, people titled Godfiend were generally people who possessed and used exceptionally bloody and terrifying techniques. But even if he didn't use those secret techniques, Godfiend Witherspike would still be considered an elite elder god, albeit just barely. The only reason why Ning was able to battle Witherspike to a standstill was because he had terrifying sword arts and a half-step elder god body, which allowed him to reach the power level of an ordinary elder god. With the addition of Violet Jewel, he could also be considered to have just barely reached the level of an elite elder god.
Right.
Godfiend Witherspike slowly shook his head. Ever since I mastered that secret art, I've only used it a total of 3 times.
Each time I use it, I will suffer severe repercussions, and it'll be another 10,000 years before I can use it again.
The end war will be arriving soon, in a few more centuries at most.
We can't be hasty.
We've killed 2 of Tathagata's Dharma bodies, and I've sacrificed both the 4 Thearchs as well as my Endless Road formation.
We've done enough. The rest is up to the Seamless Gate. Their Lord of all Fiends is extraordinarily powerful. The only person in the 3 realms who worries me is him.
Agreed.
The one-armed man nodded. For an elder god to be able to escape from the clutches of a world god and flee so quickly that the world god can't even catch up, this is unheard of. I voyaged through the endless primordial chaos for quite a long period of time and have met over 10,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals, but I've never met such a formidable figure.
Such figures only exist in legends. I never would have thought that an elder god located in such a backwater chaos world would be so powerful.
Right, but we've only just begun to play, God-fiend Witherspike said softly. These two alliances haven't really begun the final fight to the death yet. We would be a laughingstock if we revealed all of our cards now.
That Dark North fellow, God-fiend Witherspike suddenly frowned. He has 6 swords. When he strikes with the blood-colored one, he is actually able to just barely reach the level of an elite elder god in power.
Is it due to the sword? Or is it because he is already an elder god? Ning was standing alongside Fushi.
Behind him was Quafu, Daoist Jade Cauldron, and the other members of their group. They watched as the dark golden castle quickly disappeared into the distance.
Only then did Ning let Tathagata emerge once more. What a terrifying group of alien outsiders, Fushi murmured softly.
Thankfully, Ning was with us.
Tathagata smiled as he looked at Ning.
Fushi looked at Tathagata, then let out a sigh.
It's all my fault.
I was too weak.
No, those alien outsiders were simply too strong. Tathagata shook his head. Fushi couldn't help but nod. He said solemnly, yes.
They were too powerful, especially that one with a tail. Those 2 alien outsiders, they should have the power of elite elder gods.
Fortunately, Ning was able to stop him.
Fushi then turned to look towards Ning, his eyes filled with surprise.
Dark North, you were actually able to stop them.
They still had the upper hand when we fought, Ning said. I was only able to fight on par thanks to this sword. When he had used the blood-colored violet jewel, his blows had become noticeably more powerful. The alien outsider had seen it, as had Fushi and the others. They probably had already guessed the truth for themselves. In terms of raw power, no one in the 3 realms, those 2 alien outsiders included, would dare claim that they were certain of defeating Ning in a fight. Given how strong he was, there really was nothing for Ning to fear any longer. Still, he couldn't tell everyone that he had only unlocked a fraction of Violet Jewel's true power.
Fully repairing Violet Jewel, that would be a task for the distant future. No wonder. It seems that you've had quite a few fortuitous encounters, Ning. Fushi smiled and nodded.
Ning, you might not fully understand what an elite elder god is. Myself, Nuwa, Jerome, the ancestor dragon, we were all born as elder gods, which means we were born at that level of power. 3 purities, Tathagata, Shinon, they are true gods and Tao fathers, but thanks to their tremendously profound insights into the Tao, they too are comparable to ordinary elder gods. In the 3 realms, we describe this level of power as that of the Overlord stat.
Ning nodded.
An elder god who has sufficient insights into the Tao, such as having mastered the 5 elements of the heavenly Taos, will be described as an elite elder god. Mother Nuwa, for example, even before the war that ended the primordial era, she had mastered the heavenly Taos of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, and life.
8 heavenly Taos.
She was so powerful that she was even superior to so-called elite elder gods.
She was far more powerful than the 2 alien outsiders we encountered today.
Only Demonheart, the lord of the seamless chaos world, was comparable to her.
Ning nodded. Nuwa truly was a monster.
She was an elder god who had mastered 8 of the heavenly Taos, and then, in the final battle, she had broken through to master the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos and become a world god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 22, Chapter 29, Devastation. Book 22, True God, Chapter 29, Devastation. Unfortunately, Nuwa left. Demonheart merged into the heavenly Taos. Fushi shook his head.
I was born an elder god with power over the heavenly Tao of destruction. I sent myself into reincarnation, never to regain my former memories or powers until I master the heavenly Tao of life.
Fushi sighed, then said self-deprecatingly, I've now mastered 2 additional heavenly Daos, the heavenly Daos of Yin and Yang, but I've been unable to master the heavenly Tao of life. That's why I remain merely a true god. In all the 3 realms, the only known elder god still around is the Seamless Gates Lord of all Fiends. Now, Dark North, you have acquired a protective divine ability that is on par with Tathagata's. Fushi looked at Ning. Your sword arts are so formidable that you were able to fight that alien outsider to a standstill. Given your power, I imagine that there is no longer anyone in all the 3 realms who you would need to fear. For us to gain a new, powerful ally like you at such a critical moment in history is truly a blessing for our side. Tathagata smiled as well as he looked at Ning. Although he had lost 2 of his Dharma bodies, he still felt joy upon seeing how powerful Ning was. The group was in no hurry to continue the campaign. They just continued to wait without moving. After enough time passed for a kettle of tea to be boiled, Hui and Sueren's group of true gods and Tao fathers arrived as well. There weren't too many major powers left to protect the new alliance in the 3 realms, and so a short while later Lord Buddha and Sueren departed, taking those true gods and Tao fathers back with them. Sword Immortal Dark North, Human Sovereign Fushi, and Hui commanded a total of 29 true gods and Tao fathers as they continued their campaign through the primordial ruin world. Every remaining part of the primordial ruin world was located in extremely dangerous regions. After their latest experience, Ning and the others advanced with even greater caution and moved even slower than before. This time, they were divided into just 3 squads. The 3 squads were led by Ning, Fushi, and Hui. Their 3 squads maintained a distance of 3 million kilometers from each other. They advanced in lockstep and they kept in continuous contact with each other. The reason why they hadn't been willing to join together into a single group was precisely because they were worried about everyone ending up trapped within a single formation. Last time, if Fushi and Ning had both been trapped inside the formation with Tathagata, it would have been much harder for Fushi to break apart the formation. Ning wouldn't have been able to assist him by tearing at the formation from outside. Thus, although separating into 3 squads created new risk, at least it would ensure that they wouldn't all be caught in one trap. 3 million kilometers was a fairly short distance. Given Ning's speed with the 9-horn lightning serpent, he'd be able to travel that distance in a second. All the squads would be able to quickly reinforce each other. Time passed, 1 day at a time. The 3 squads continued to destroy every single world and region they traveled through. Godfiend Witherspike and the Seamless Gate continued to set down traps and formations to deal with them, but the extremely cautious experts of the New Alliance would never encounter such a terrifyingly dangerous situation again. They slowly and laboriously dealt with every single danger as they destroyed one world after another. Destroying the primordial ruin world represented destroying the territory and homeland of the alien outsiders. The end war is about to sweep through the 3 realms. If these outsiders are permitted to survive, they would most likely come and invade the 3 realms. None of them showed any mercy. For the sake of the survival of their races, no mercy could be shown. Godfiend Witherspike did have some estate treasures which allowed him to hold some living creatures, but how many could it possibly hold? It could hold less than 0.01% of the creatures who lived in the primordial ruin world. All the others would die. As Ning, Hui, and Fushi continued to work together and support each other, they grew much closer to each other as well. 39 years had passed since the launching of the campaign against the primordial ruin world. 19 years had passed since Tathagata had fallen into danger. Outside the primordial ruin world, a hatchet-carrying woodcutter, a sword-wielding white-robed youth, and a tall man dressed in Taoist robes stood together in the void, a large group of major powers behind them. Everyone was staring at the primordial ruin world. Rumble. They could see a massive realm teetering at the brink of collapse. The breaking process slowly hastened, and then, all of a sudden, the badly damaged primordial ruin world began to completely break apart. With a thunderous boom, countless shattered spatial shards appeared in that area. The entire primordial ruin world was completely imploding, and as it did, the increasingly powerful spatial shards began to destroy everything. Elsewhere in the void, a dark golden castle was hanging here in midair, the space around it rippling with formation runes. However, there was no way to locate this ship with the naked eye, and even Corsense was completely blocked off. Inside the castle, quite a view. Godfiend Witherspike's gaze passed through the walls of the castle, seeing through the endless void of space as he stared at the distant primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world looked like an enormous fireworks display as countless spatial shards were sent flying in every direction. The three realms. The alien true gods standing before him gnashed their teeth in rage. This was their home that had just been destroyed. They had been the followers of the Lord of all things, but he was defeated in battle. Mother Nuwa hadn't wiped them out. Instead, she had driven them into the primordial ruin world, a place where survival itself was incredibly difficult. It was hard for them to truly flourish in the primordial ruin world, and they had always dreamed of one day counterattacking and taking over the three realms. They would then live in luxury and ease in that beautiful, safe world. They would no longer suffer from random spatial distortions, temporal storms, and more. They rather hated how deadly and inhospitable the primordial ruin world was, but it was still their home. Now, even their final refuge had been torn asunder. The alien true gods all had estate treasures with them, and they were able to bring some of their kinsmen with them inside. However, the total amount of kinsmen they could carry was just a tiny fraction of the total population of the primordial ruin world. Those who were left behind all perished. The three realms. Fushi. Hoi. Tathagata. The alien true gods firmly engraved these hated names into their memories. Ning and the others neither knew nor cared about their hatred. In fact, if they had the chance, they would probably move to completely wipe out all of the alien true gods. These alien outsiders were invaders who had always been the enemies of the three realms. The more of them the Nuwa Alliance was able to kill, the better. Master. The red-bearded elder suddenly said, "What should we do next?" Next? Godfiend Witherspike said softly, "We've sacrificed enough already, and even our territory has been completely destroyed. Fushi, Dark North, and Hoi are simply too powerful when they join forces. There's nothing I can do. The Seamless Gate cannot blame me. It'll be up to them now. Get some rest, everyone. We will keep waiting. Soon, the end war will come soon." Godfiend Witherspike let out a chuckle. "That's our true battlefield. It's been a long time since I've truly engaged in such an exciting battle. The last time was back when we were in that mountain gorge. These natives, they don't have any formidable formations or treasures at all. The only thing they can do in war is to stake their lives. When the end war comes, they shall all become delicacies for me to eat." He licked the corner of his lips with his long tongue. The end war, the one-armed man nodded slowly as well. They had roamed the primordial chaos together, and they had staked their own lives multiple times when doing so. Godfiend Witherspike was going to acquire the world heart of the three realms, no matter what the risk or the cost. After Saber finished repaying his debt to the man, he would depart and continue forward on his own path of cultivation. The other 5 retainers were true slaves. He had only become a retainer in order to repay a debt. He could be considered a servant, but he was no slave. The primordial ruin world was simply far too vast. Its collapse and annihilation took 3 full months to complete. Hoi, Ning, Fushi, and the true gods and Doubtfathers who followed them simply watched for 3 full months. After everything came to a halt, Fushi gave the remnants a final look, then nodded. All of the worlds of the primordial ruin world have been destroyed. The only thing left in the primordial ruin world are those unique danger zones such as Earthmoan Mountain or the Endless Sea. Those places are too stable, even the destruction of the primordial ruin world wouldn't damage them. Ning saw roughly 10 or so places as well when he scanned the ruins. All of them were extremely stable and dangerous locations. The primordial ruin world is finished.
Those alien outsiders are now like a well that is run dry, Hui said calmly. They will be unable to propagate and flourish.
If they appear during the end war, we'll deal with them then.
Right.
Fu Shi nodded.
The Nuwa Alliance had actually been quite worried about the primordial ruin world. If the Seamless Gate was defeated but its survivors chose to hide within the inhospitable environment of the primordial ruin world, they would always be hungrily eyeing the three realms from there. If that happened, the three realms would never know a day of peace. Now they had destroyed the primordial ruin world. The Lord of all Fiends was formidable and he might be able to flee with the survivors of the Seamless Gate, but if they didn't have a place to live then as a race they would never be able to grow powerful again. They would slowly wither away while the Nuwa Alliance would continue to flourish in the three realms, producing more and more experts.
Ning.
Fu Shi suddenly sent a mental message to Ning. Ning was startled.
Everyone around them was on their side. Why did Fu Shi elect to send a private mental message?
What is it?
Ning asked.
You now stand at the highest level of power in the three realms.
In fact, you can be considered one of the most powerful individuals on either side.
The Nuwa Alliance has many secrets which you do not know about, but now, it is time to tell you. Perhaps you'll be able to grow a bit more powerful.
Fu Shi looked towards Ning. The secrets of the Nuwa Alliance?
Ning felt his heart rate quicken.
Let us return to the All Clan's palace first.
Just follow me later, Fu Shi said. Fu Shi had originally been an elder god. He was extremely close to Nuwa, and he naturally knew all of the secrets of the Nuwa Alliance.
All right, Ning replied.
Fu Shi smiled.
Everyone.
Our campaign against the primordial ruin world has lasted for 39 years, but we have finally finished destroying the enemy's lair. Now, we can set our minds at ease as we turn towards our true foes.
We've never feared fighting any in a straight-up battle. Come. Let us return to the All Clan's palace. Return to the All Clan's palace.
The major powers immediately tore a hole through the void and traversed it back to the All Clan's palace of the three realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 23, Chapter 1, Nuwa Immortal Realm. Book 23, End War, Chapter 1, Nuwa Immortal Realm.
Ning, Hui, Fu Shi, and their squad of major powers appeared in the air above the human world of Yu the Great. They immediately saw the many figures awaiting them before the All Clan's palace, including Daoist three purities, Shinon, Swearin, and the others.
Come, let's go over to them, Fu Shi said.
All right. Ning and the others all quickly flew over towards the All Clan's palace, then landed in front of it.
My fellow Daoists, please accept our thanks. Daoist three purities was the first to bow.
Shinon, Swearin, Patriarch Subhuti, and the other major powers all bowed together. They were all bowing in order to express their thanks towards Ning, Fu Shi, Hui, Quafu, Jade Cauldron, and the others for risking their lives for many years in this campaign against the primordial ruin world. Although they had suffered several setbacks, with Lord Tathagata the Buddha losing 2 of his Dharma bodies, overall their losses hadn't been too heavy. In the end, they had accomplished the goals they had set out.
Within the palace, everyone returned to their seats.
Ning sat down as well, but he chose to sit next to Subhuti and Hui.
My fellow Daoists, Daoist three purities said, our warriors went out on campaign against the primordial ruin world.
The primordial ruin world was more powerful than we expected, and they encountered some dangers on the way.
2 extremely formidable alien outsider overlords ended up appearing out of nowhere.
Fortunately for us, Dark North has become dramatically more powerful. He was able to hold down our losses and keep them manageable.
In the end, Tathagata lost the most. The nearby Lord Buddha smiled as he looked towards Ning.
There were losses, but there were also gains.
Ha, Daoist three purities laughed.
The primordial ruin world has been destroyed.
The Seamless Gate can forget about allying with those alien outsiders and hiding in the primordial ruin world in the future. If we can win the End War, we will have nothing else to worry about. Dark North has become an overlord. Swearin spoke out. We haven't held a celebratory banquet for him yet.
No need to go to all that trouble, Ning said hurriedly. Generally speaking, when a new true god or Tao father was born, a celebratory banquet would be held. However, since Ning had made his breakthrough while he was in the primordial chaos, no one had known about it. Since he had been warring for years, there hadn't been a chance to hold a banquet for him yet.
The End War is coming soon.
I agree that it isn't appropriate for us to hold a celebratory banquet at a time like this.
Subhuti nodded. So many of us are gathered here in the All-Clan's palace. Let us simply offer him our well wishes.
Junior apprentice brother Dark North, congratulations.
Hoi was the first to offer a toast. Fellow Daoist Dark North, congratulations.
Lu Dongbin, seated below the overlords, also raised a toast as he smiled at Ning. Sword Immortal Dark North, congratulations. True God Dark North, congratulations.
Various forms of address could be heard as the major powers laughed and cheered.
They all behaved fairly casually. Normally, there were so few major powers in the three realms that the ascension of every single one of them was a major event. Generally speaking, large-scale celebrations would be held for the new major power. However, times were different now, which was why Ning's banquet became a much simpler affair. Still, although the major powers behaved fairly casually, they still had to maintain at least a bit of decorum. Ning was now an overlord-class figure, after all.
Half a day later,
Ning, Subhuti, and Fushi were seated shoulder to shoulder within a wooden boat which was flying through the endless void. They had left their incarnations within the All-Clan's palace. In fact, most of the major powers present within the All-Clan's palace had actually only sent their incarnations as well, with their true bodies standing guard over various locations. By keeping their incarnations there, they would be able to maintain constant contact and mobilize together at a moment's notice.
Nuwa Immortal Realm? Ning was surprised. Right. The Nuwa Immortal Realm. Subhuti let out a laugh.
Before Mother Nuwa left the three realms, she created a special estate world of absolute beauty. However, the number of people in the three realms aware of its existence can be counted on two hands. Most of the other major powers don't know about it, but it is one of the most important realms belonging to the Nuwa Alliance.
Oh? Ning was quite curious.
When Fushi and Subhuti had let him out of the All-Clan's palace, they had told him that they were going to tell him all their secrets. They had also told him that they would first have to go to the Nuwa Immortal Realm.
Let's go.
Subhuti waved his finger, causing a spatial whirlpool to appear in the air in front of them. Swoosh! The wooden boat flew into the spatial whirlpool, then quickly disappeared.
Rumble!
A moment later, a ripple of power swept past the place they had just left.
Damn! What were Subhuti and Fushi saying to Ning? Where have they gone? Subhuti's control over spacetime is simply too formidable.
No one in the three realms surpasses him in this regard. There's simply no way to follow him. The ripple of power quickly dissipated. After passing through the spatial whirlpool, the three saw an absolutely beautiful world appear before them. Flowers and trees covered the entire world, and it was filled with all sorts of fragrant scents. Wild animals were running around happily, and lovely creeks, roaring rivers, and massive thundering waterfalls could all be seen in the world below them. The rivers could be seen winding through the mountains before flowing into the sea. The only creatures which existed in this world were ordinary birds and beasts which possessed low levels of intelligence.
There were no other intelligent beings here.
Subhuti waved his hand, putting away the wooden boat. You have to use this treasure if you wish to enter the Nuwa Immortal Realm, Subhuti said with a smile. Mother Nuwa once created a total of 3 of these boats.
If you don't have one of them, there's no way to enter this place at all.
I have tremendous control over spacetime and can locate this mysterious, hidden world on my own, but not even I am capable of entering it without this boat.
At least you can find it. The rest of us can't even find the Nuwa immortal realm. Fu Shi laughed. Nuwa truly was amazing. She was skilled in so many Daos, including even the Tao of spacetime. Ning couldn't help but silently sigh to himself. The Nuwa immortal realm truly was a mysterious place. One could only enter it when making use of the flying boats which Nuwa had left behind. It seemed that this really was one of the secret mysteries of the three realms. Come. Subhuti and Fu Shi flew in front with Ning following from behind.
Soon, they arrived within a beautiful peach garden. The area around them was surrounded by beautiful peach trees, and inside the peach garden was an ordinary-looking wooden cabin.
Come in.
Subhuti was the first to enter the wooden cabin.
Ning followed behind and entered as well.
Upon doing so, he found that the insides of the cabin were quite plain and unadorned as well. The only thing it held was bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled with jade scrolls and slips. Subhuti pointed at some of the jade slips. These wooden cabins are all filled with many jade slips, as well as some storage-type treasures. These jade slips over here contain all of the powerful techniques, spells, and divine abilities which the Nuwa Alliance has acquired. These aren't just our own original techniques, the techniques of the alien outsiders are included here as well.
All? Ning was shocked.
The various major powers would generally keep their own secret killing techniques hidden from others.
All the major powers were willing to hand over their supreme techniques? Ning was quite curious.
If they wanted to keep them hidden, I imagine that Mother Nuwa wouldn't have been able to discover them. After Mother Nuwa became a Pangda-level god, she was at an incredibly high level of insight and power. In front of Mother Nuwa, there was no way for any of the major powers to keep anything hidden whatsoever.
Subhuti shook his head. You've never met Mother Nuwa. If you did, you would understand. There's no way you can even lie in front of her.
It was Mother Nuwa herself who created the number one fate-type treasure of the three realms, the Book of Life and Death.
Ning nodded.
The Book of Life and Death truly was an unearthly item. It recorded the lives of all of the countless living beings of the three realms, and it was capable of changing their fates, their very destinies.
In addition, Mother Nuwa would often provide guidance to the other major powers, Subhuti said. These techniques actually won't be of much use to you. What really will be of use are the techniques which Mother Nuwa herself left behind.
Oh?
Ning was startled. Subhuti pointed towards a wall of the wooden house. Whoosh! A technique suddenly appeared as countless characters manifested on the wooden walls.
This is the Unbound Elder God Visualization scroll, Subhuti said as he pointed towards the walls. When Mother Nuwa became a Pangda-level god, she became what is known as a world god in the primordial chaos. After becoming a world god, she spent time meditating on the mysteries of her divine body, spending an enormous amount of effort in developing this Unbound Elder God Visualization scroll. If you use this technique, you will have a chance of becoming an elder god. Although we've killed a number of alien outsiders, techniques that allow one to become an elder god are all secret techniques. They were all forced to swear lifeblood oaths, making it so that we were not able to acquire any of them.
Ning, you have become a true god, this technique should be of use to you, Subhuti said. Ning gave it a careful read. He never would have thought that the Nuwa Alliance actually had a technique that could allow one to become an elder god. This was a very, very rare thing. This technique is exceedingly important to us, as the birth of any new elder god is a momentous affair for the entire three realms, Subhuti said. This is why, even in the Nuwa Alliance, only true gods of incredible talent and absolutely unswerving loyalty would be given a chance to acquire this technique. If we aren't absolutely convinced of their loyalty, we absolutely won't divulge this technique. Ning was quite surprised by what he saw. The solitary world god was an extremely formidable technique that could allow one to train all the way to the world god level.
It was an extremely high-class technique, and the underlying principles of the technique lay in spending tremendous time in solitude in order to find a spark of insight within one's own divine body. This unbound elder god visualization scroll, however, was more like a visualization technique. It was about taking something illusory and making it real, then refining and mastering it. Its principles were completely different from that of the solitary world god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 2, The Lord of Chui Palace. Book 23, End War, Chapter 2, The Lord of Chui Palace. Theoretically speaking, the principles of the unbound elder god visualization technique seem to be on a higher level. However, the solitary world god was more detailed and more highly refined. It was, after all, a technique which countless experts had trained in and improved, giving it a higher success rate for mastery. Although the underlying principles of the unbound elder god visualization technique were incredibly profound, Mother Nuwa had created it as a new and inexperienced world god. In addition, since the solitary world god allowed one to train all the way up to the world god level, its creator was clearly far more powerful than Mother Nuwa had been. Still, from the creation of this technique alone, Ning could sense how incredibly talented Mother Nuwa had been. Even in a fairly backwards chaos world like the Three Realms, she had been able to train to such incredible heights. What level of power must she have reached once she entered the far vaster world of the endless primordial chaos? This truly was a difficult question to answer. Master, Ning suddenly said, since we have this technique, do we have any elder gods on our side? Previously, Ning had always believed that the Three Realms only had a single elder god, the Lord of all Fiends. This was what even Fushi and Tathagata had told him. Fushi and Subhuti exchanged a glance, then laughed. We do, Fushi said. The reason why we previously didn't tell you was because we needed to keep it secret. We do? Ning was surprised and delighted. Who? Three Purities, Tathagata, and the others were all quite formidable, but they were still just true gods and third-tier ancestral immortals. They had to work hard on their insights into the Tao to become comparable to ordinary elder gods. True elder gods, however, all had that level of power, even if their techniques were comparatively low-class. If they had superior techniques and insights into the Tao, they would be elite elder gods. One of our elder gods of primordial chaos is actually still alive, Subhuti said with a sigh. Who? Ning was quite curious. The ancestral dragon and the phoenix had both died. Nuwa had left, Fushi had been reincarnated, while Zhurong and Russia had all perished. Who was still alive? The elder god of water, Gongang. Subhuti said. Gongang? The one who broke Mount Buzhou? Ning immediately knew who Subhuti was speaking of. Right. Subhuti let out a sigh. That's the one. Then why has he never shown himself? Ning was puzzled. During the war that ended the primordial era, Zhurong ended up dying to save Gongang, Subhuti said. Zhurong died, while Gongang lived. All these years, Gongang has felt survivor's guilt over this matter. He's always felt ashamed that he owed Zhurong. He's never been able to get over it. Still, no need to worry about him. He will definitely appear during the end war. All right. Ning felt a surge of delight. Gongang was born an elder god. After having lived for a full chaos cycle, he must have improved in power at least a little. He was undoubtedly very strong. Anyone else? Has anyone successfully mastered the unbound elder god visualization scroll? Ning asked. Yes. Subhuti laughed. Swearon. Fushi nodded. Ning was surprised. Swearon? He's an elder god? But why he wasn't able to suppress Keeper Everwood when I was assassinated by the Seamless Gate? Even though you lost one of your bodies, we had to keep the fact that Swearon is an elder god a secret.
Subhuti looked at Ning.
We were in the midst of the war for karmic luck, and all of our efforts were directed towards winning it. No matter how much we wished to save you, we couldn't reveal Suweren's true power. Even if you only had a single body and were at risk of true death, we still would have made the same decision.
Ning nodded. He understood this principle.
This is the reason why we took the chaos nectar you gave us and gave it all to Sweren, Subhuti said with a smile. Sweren was always a tremendously talented figure. Even as a true god, he was comparable to elder gods in power. But now that he is a true elder god, he definitely is an elite elder god in power. Now that he also has the nine-horn lightning serpent technique? When the end war comes, he'll give the Seamless Gate a nice little surprise.
Right.
Ning felt excited upon hearing this.
Any other elder gods?
Uncertain.
Subhuti shook his head.
As far as we know, the only one who successfully became an elder god thanks to the unbound elder god visualization technique was Sweren. It's possible that no one else has mastered it, but it's also possible that some of the true gods are hiding their true power.
Understood. Ning nodded.
In the end, most major powers only truly trusted themselves. Only a secret that was shared with none was guaranteed to be a true secret. For example, given that Buddha Jueming had acquired techniques from under Moon Lake, he certainly had to be an extraordinarily powerful figure. Most people in the three realms, however, viewed him as just being an ordinary Taofather. Ning felt certain that other true gods and Taofathers on his side were hiding their power as well. It had been more than half a chaos cycle since the end of the primordial era, after all. Half a chaos cycle, such a long period of time was enough for virtually anything to happen. But by the same principle, it was also hard for them to ascertain the true power of the Seamless Gate.
We can't be overconfident, Subhuti said.
When the Lord of all Fiends took the survivors of the Seamless Gate and fled with them into the endless primordial chaos, they journeyed through it for a considerable period of time.
What happened during those years? What did the Lord of all Fiends experience? None of us knows the answer. In fact, not even Everwood knows the answer.
Only the Lord of all Fiends himself knows the truth. In addition, the Seamless Gate flourished for many years in the three realms. On the surface, though, they still only have 3 Overlord-class experts: the Lord of all Fiends, the Keeper of the Everwood, and Tao Mother Devil Hand. I refuse to believe that they haven't produced a single new Overlord in all these years.
Subhuti shook his head.
Some of our major powers have been hiding their true might, but the same is true for the Seamless Gate.
In the end, everything will only be made clear once the end war begins. Ning nodded.
Before planning for victory, first plan for defeat, Subhuti said. As with before, I shall not take part in the end war. If our side sees no chance of victory, then I'll lead our survivors in fleeing from the three realms.
Fleeing? Ning looked at Subhuti.
Yes. This was the arrangement which Mother Nuwa made all the way back during the primordial era, Subhuti said. This is why I've been focusing so much on my mastery of spacetime. I want to ensure that when I lead our survivors away, there will be no way anyone can follow us. Although the Lord of all Fiends is incredibly fast, his skill lies in the Tao of space alone.
He can't match me in spacetime. Subhuti held absolute confidence in his mastery of spacetime.
As Ning, Subhuti, and Fushi continued to chat inside the wooden cabin, footsteps suddenly rang out from outside.
Eh?
Ning turned his head to look, only to see an azure-robed middle-aged man walk in.
You, Ning was shocked. Gee, Ning. Long time no see.
The azure-robed man smiled as he looked at Ning. The Lord of Chui Palace.
Ning was filled with disbelief. You live here?
All these years, I've never been able to find you. During the 600 years his clones had been in Under Moon Lake, Ning had journeyed through the three realms but had been unable to find Lord Chui. It was as though the man had suddenly disappeared. I'm the treasure spirit of the Book of Life and Death.
To tell the truth, Nuwa handed over the Nuwa Immortal realm to me for managing. After the Netherworld Kingdom was destroyed, I naturally chose to come here, Lord Chui said with a laugh. Ning. Subhoodie smiled as well. The relationship between Lord Chui and Mother Nuwa is much like the relationship between your giant yellow bear Taoist 3 lives. Understand? Ning nodded. The Book of Life and Death, this was the most famous treasure which Mother Nuwa had ever created, and it contained inconceivable power over the workings of fate and destiny. Mother Nuwa must have poured all of her blood, sweat, and tears into the creation of this treasure, and she must have carried it by her side for a very long period of time as well. It was only natural for the treasure spirit to become very close to Mother Nuwa. In truth, many major powers held more faith in their treasure spirits than in any other beings. This was because there was no way a treasure spirit would ever disobey his or her master. They were absolutely loyal and devoted servants. Long ago, I managed to shed off the trappings of the Book of Life and Death and became an independent life form, capable of training on my own. Lord Chui looked at Ning. I ended up creating a clone and sent it into the path of reincarnation, and that clone ended up entering your own homeworld of Earth. That's why I said that we came from the same hometown. When Ning was weak, he had been quite puzzled by this. If Lord Chui had originally been a cultivator from the Tang dynasty of Earth, then he should have only recently become the first judge of the dead. And yet, the records of the 3 realms indicated that Lord Chui's great reputation had existed for countless years already. Only now did he realize that Lord Chui had long ago become the first judge of the dead, and that it was just one of his clones which he had sent to be reborn in Earth. How truly marvelous! Lord Chui smiled as he looked at Ning. I still remember what a weak, gentle youth you were. Back on Earth, you were just a bedridden patient, but now, you stand at the very peak of the 3 realms. I have to thank you, Lord Chui, for bestowing the Nuwa painting visualization technique upon me, Ning said. Without it, I would never have been able to accomplish what I did. The Nuwa painting visualization technique no longer meant anything to him, but it was the reason why he had been able to survive and acquire the legacy of the underwater estate. Only then did he become able to join the Black-White College, become the champion of the conclave of immortal destiny, and become the disciple of Subhoodie. Without the benefit of starting off with the Nuwa painting, he might have still been successful, but it was unlikely that he would become as successful as he was now. I actually bestowed the Nuwa painting upon quite a few people, but none of them were as impressive as you. Lord Chui laughed. When I first saw you, I had the feeling that there was a certain toughness and resilience about you, that you would never collapse no matter what setbacks or pressures you faced. Earth is a place where there is no such thing as cultivation, but even there you were able to change your own destiny, living for 2 years longer than you had originally been scheduled to live for. I had the feeling that, given a bit of help, you would be able to make a miracle happen. That is why I bestowed the Nuwa painting upon you. Lord Chui, Ning was shocked. Precisely. I already had the sense that the seamless gate was up to no good, which was why I began bestowing the Nuwa painting upon certain promising prospects which I encountered. This would make it easier for them to cultivate, but of course, this was just one of many small plans I put in place. It's quite unlikely for something as minor as the Nuwa painting to result in the birth of a Taofather or true god. In fact, less than 10 people I helped out were even able to become celestial immortals. Lord Chui shook his head, laughing as he looked at Ning. Thank goodness for you. Lord Chui, you really accomplished a great deed for us, Subhoodie laughed. Ahaha, Lord Chui laughed as well. Lord Chui, I tried to search for my old home of Earth, but I've never been able to find it, Ning immediately said. The Lord of Chui Palace shook his head. Of course not. It's much like how the Crescent world is located in an entirely different space-time continuum. Some of the trillions of minor worlds of the 3 realms are also hidden in their own pocket space-time continuums. After Mother Nuwa became a world god, she worked hard to set up these many minor worlds in their own little pockets, and your home planet of Earth was one of them. No matter what troubles the 3 realms go through, these minor worlds will remain blessed places, Lord Chui explained. Only when the entire three realms is destroyed will these worlds be destroyed as well. But Ning asked in a soft voice, I wonder how my parents of my past life are doing. The relationship between himself and his parents in his past life wasn't as unshakably close as his relationship to his parents in this life, but he had never forgotten about them. He had never forgotten about how his mother had taken care of him. Although his father had been more focused on his career, Ning's feelings towards his father were quite complicated as well. They live in a blessed land. Naturally, they have nothing to worry about, Lord Shui said. Can you explain in detail? Ning relaxed slightly as he asked this question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 3, Stars. Book 23, End War, Chapter 3, Stars. Lord Shui said, when you became apprentice to Subhuti, your previous parents were still alive. I helped them change their fate, allowing them to live to be 100 years old before passing away peacefully. They then were reincarnated into another blessed world. Naturally, their lives were calm and smooth. Ning nodded slowly. To be able to live a century in peace was a good thing. Reincarnated into another blessed world? Ning was puzzled about this. Mother Nuwa set up many minor worlds in separate pockets of spacetime. All of them are blessed lands, Lord Shui explained. Even after the 6 paths of reincarnation were destroyed, the process of reincarnation in those blessed lands was not disrupted in the slightest. Those who die in a blessed world shall be reborn into another blessed world. It might be Earth or it might be a different blessed world. But didn't I end up being sent to the Netherworld Kingdom? Ning asked. That's because I chose you, Lord Shui said. All those blessed worlds are linked together, but I selected you as a person who was suitable for immortal cultivation. However, those worlds are all too small, they aren't really suitable for an immortal to grow in. That was why I teleported your soul directly to the Netherworld Kingdom. Now, Ning finally understood. No wonder. No wonder he had never met a single person who had been reincarnated from Earth. So it was because Earth was a blessed world. Unless something special happened, no one from Earth would ever be reincarnated into the various major worlds. I wonder if the blessed worlds will be able to survive after this tribulation. Lord Shui slowly shook his head. Oh, right. I heard that you slew the 4 thearchs of the primordial ruin world? Yes. Ning nodded. You should have acquired their treasures, yes? Take a look and see if they had any star maps, Lord Shui said. Star maps are maps that record the various paths that exist through the primordial chaos. We've killed quite a few alien outsiders since the primordial era. The more powerful ones such as Rahu or the Lord of all things, as well as their true god and Taofather subordinates. We've acquired quite a few star maps from them, but the more star maps the better. Ning was startled for a moment, then chuckled. I haven't sorted through them yet. Please wait a moment, Lord Shui. Star maps. The primordial chaos was vast and endless, filled with opportunity and danger. Even a small place like the 3 realms had dangerous places such as Earthmoon Mountain or the Endless Sea. The primordial chaos naturally held far more terrifying dangers within it. Even a world god could get lost if he or she just flew around blindly, and it was even possible for them to die in a particularly dangerous area. That was why one had to have star maps to journey by. Mortals needed sea charts when navigating the seas, and fiend gods needed star maps to navigate the primordial chaos. The reason why they were called star maps was because the primary method for long-distance transportation in the primordial chaos was through spacetime transfer arrays. The primordial chaos was simply too vast. To slowly fly or teleport through it would take far too much time. Spacetime transfer arrays, however, were ancient constructs that had existed in the primordial chaos since time antiquity. They used stars and planets as their foundation, with the stellar bodies being forged together to form spacetime transfer arrays.
one could instantly travel from one spacetime transfer array to a different, distant array. Through repeated array transfers, one would be able to quickly reach the desired location. However, since the spacetime transfer arrays used giant stars and planets as parts of the array, the maps that showed the various paths and connections between them were known as star maps. Some immortals or fiend gods memorize then destroy every star map they see, Subhoodie said. Others keep them intact and trade them to others. This is why we managed to acquire a few star maps from the alien outsiders we have slain. However, we've generally found that the more powerful an outsider is, the better the star maps in their possession are. Found 1. Ning suddenly revealed a look of delight. He waved his hand, producing a metallic scroll. He unfurled the metallic scroll, allowing it to sparkle with spots of light. Every single spot of light represents a spacetime transfer array. Subhoodie pointed at the star map, clearly quite familiar with these things. These unremarkable little dots here represent chaos worlds. 3 spacetime transfer arrays, 721 chaos worlds, Ning said softly. How crude. Fushi shook his head. It is pretty crude. It seems the person who owned this star map was fairly low in rank. Lord Shui shook his head as well. This was the star map which had been in the possession of the Archdarkstill. When he had first joined the Lord of all things, he had been quite weak. At the time, it was quite impressive for him to be able to acquire even a crude star map. Follow me, Ji Ning. Lord Shui looked at him. I've acquired quite a few star maps since the primordial era. I've put them all together into a single large star map. Let me take you to it. Oh. Intrigued, Ning hurriedly followed behind him. He had once sworn a lifeblood oath to seek out and locate Vast Heaven Palace. Although World God Northrest had left behind a very large and detailed star map for him, it was of no use. World God Northrest had been fleeing for his life, and so he ran about randomly, jumping through every array he found. He fled so quickly that even he himself wouldn't be able to find his way back. Thus, the large and detailed star map he left behind represented a place that was extremely far away, very deep within the primordial chaos. For now, it would be of no help to Ning. So they compiled all the maps into a single giant star map? I hope there are a few places which connect to the places marked down in World God Northrest's star map. That will make traveling to Vast Heaven Palace much easier, Ning mused to himself. Still, he knew this was unlikely. World God Northrest had arrived in the primordial era and had stayed in the 3 realms for a long period of time, yet had been unable to find his way back home. It was likely that there were no known intersections after all. A short while later, Ji Ning, Fushi, Subhoodie, and Lord Shui arrived in front of a different graceful wooden house. Lord Shui waved his hand, causing a metallic scroll to immediately fly out from inside the wooden house. The metallic scroll unfurled on its own while rapidly expanding in size. It hung in the air like an enormous painting, more than 300 meters long. It was filled with countless tiny specks of light, and in the very center of those countless specks of light there was an enormous, blindingly brilliant sun-like dot. This is the star map we compiled. Lord Shui pointed towards the giant star map and smiled. It holds all the information from the star maps we acquired from generations of outsider invaders. During the primordial era, when Mother Nuwa adventured through the primordial chaos, she encountered an alien outsider who called himself Chissa. She slew him and acquired his extremely detailed star map. Most of the information in the star map we compiled came from this Chissa. Ning was surprised by what he saw. This was an extremely detailed star map. This star map records a total of 21 spacetime transfer arrays, as well as 86,112 chaos worlds. Lord Shui sighed in amazement. When I first found out how many chaos worlds the endless primordial chaos contained, I was shocked as well. More than 80,000 chaos worlds, and our 3 realms is merely one of the more remote ones. Subhoodie sighed as well. Ning, however, was just surprised at how detailed the star map was.
He wasn't surprised at the number of Chaos Worlds, because he had received a similarly detailed star map from World God Northrest long ago. This star map has a total of 21 spacetime arrays and more than 80,000 star maps. It covers a very large amount of space, but the star map which World God Northrest gave me doesn't have any overlapping stars at all. Ning mused to himself, it seems that finding Vast Heaven Palace really will be difficult. Fortunately, I have an entire chaos cycle to make the attempt. Look! Lord Shui pointed at an unremarkable speck of gray light located at the very northernmost part of the map. That little speck right there represents our 3 realms. That's where the 3 realms are? Ning was surprised. Then it should be easy for us to travel to the other Chaos Worlds. No Subhoodie shook his head. It won't be that easy. Fushi shook his head as well, pointing towards that section of the star map. Magnify. Lord Shui nodded, causing the star map to be magnified 100-fold. It became 30,000 meters long, and the area including the 3 realms was now much more easily visible. This place holds the 3 realms. Fushi pointed at that gray speck of light. Ever since the primordial era, the alien outsiders have only invaded from one direction. All of them came through this spatial vortex located right here in order to come to our 3 realms. The 3 realms is actually located in an extremely dangerous and inhospitable region. The only way one can reach it is by going through this spatial vortex here. Fushi pointed at another location. Ning took a carefully look while memorizing everything. When journeying through the primordial chaos, finding a safe route by which one could travel was extremely important. Still, the fact that we are surrounded by danger has helped to protect us. It has made it difficult for alien outsiders to reach us. They have to risk their very lives just going through the spatial vortex before they can reach the 3 realms, Fushi said. This is why we've encountered so very few alien outsiders since the primordial era. Spatial vortex? Ning was puzzled. Did Mother Nuwa leave via the spatial vortex? Yes. Fushi nodded. To reach the 3 realms, you must go through the spatial vortex. To leave the 3 realms, you also have to travel through the spatial vortex. If you are able to safely reach the other side, it'll be easy for you to travel to the other Chaos Worlds. And what's this enormous, sun-like spot located in the center? Ning pointed at the enormous spot of light located in the center of the star map. Fushi, Subhoodie, and Lord Shui all stared at the enormous spot of light, their eyes blazing with excitement. That's known as the Badlands Everworld, Lord Shui said softly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 4, A Meeting. Book 23, End War, Chapter 4, A Meeting. The Badlands Everworld? Ning was secretly surprised. Others in the 3 realms might not know what the phrase Everworld truly represented, but Ning did. World God Northrest's own Vast Heaven Palace resided in an Everworld. Every single Everworld was a place which the cultivators of the primordial chaos would be willing to fight for in an utterly berserk manner. Ning. Lord Shui waved his hand again, causing yet another jade slip to fly out from the wooden room. He handed it straight to Ning. This holds everything we know about the outside world. Ning quickly accepted it, sweeping it with his core sense. My oh my. Ning took a deep breath. Things were pretty much as he had guessed. Vast Heaven Palace was in control of the Vast Heaven Everworld, while the Badlands Court was in control of the Badlands Everworld. Based on the detailed information in the Jade Slip, Ning was able to estimate roughly how powerful this force in control of the Badlands Everworld was. I didn't expect for it to be a force comparable to Vast Heaven Palace, Ning mused to himself. In this vast region, at least, the Badlands Everworld is the center of the universe. Right, in the future, I'll definitely have to pay a visit to the Badlands Everworld. I trust that the powerful experts of the Badlands Everworld
such as its world gods or chaos immortals, must have journeyed to distant lands.
They might know where vast Heaven Palace is.
The only outsiders the Nuwa Alliance had ever slain were at most at the Elder God or Ancestral Immortal level of power. The more powerful one was, the more one would know. Perhaps there were some within the Badlands Everworld who knew of vast Heaven Palace.
Finished reading?
Lord Shui let out a sigh. According to the information in that slip, it is very likely that this region contains many world gods and chaos immortals. Compared to them, those of us in the three realms truly are puny, backwards figures.
Nin nodded slowly.
Generally speaking, every 10 chaos worlds would give birth to just one world god.
This was fairly normal.
From the vast size of this territory, one could imagine how many chaos immortals and world gods it held. Still, precisely because of how vast this territory was, there was no way to fly or teleport across it. One had to use space-time transfer arrays in order to reach certain places. Because of how vast the territory was and how many dangerous areas it contained, the various world gods and chaos immortals were all scattered into many different regions, causing the territory as a whole to become quite chaotic. In comparison, the three realms could be considered something of a paradise. To Godfiend Witherspike and the Lord of all Fiends, the three realms was merely a chaos world that was not part of the territory of any world god or chaos immortal. To them, it was like manna from the heavens. Of course they had to do their best to try and take it over. The price of a world heart was far greater than the price of their very lives.
The primordial chaos truly is endlessly vast. Vast Heaven Palace is in a different, distant corner of it, but the Badlands Court reigns supreme here. I wonder how long it will be before I can reach vast Heaven Palace.
Ning mused silently to himself.
Forget it. No point worrying about it now. Let's see if we can even win the end war and if I can even survive it.
They all boarded the wooden ship and departed from the Nuwa Immortal realm. As they did, Ning continued to ponder to himself. Upon learning that their side had two elder gods, Swearan and Gongdon, Ning had originally grown excited. Now, however, he began to worry a bit. The Nuwa Alliance was so powerful. How powerful, then, was the Seamless Gate? It was the Seamless Gate who had instigated the war, after all. They had launched an attack on the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing the 3 realms to be thrown into a state of chaos. For them to dare do such a thing, could it be that they didn't have their own reasons for feeling confident? It doesn't matter. If soldiers attack, let the generals deal with them. If a flood comes, build earthen ramparts to stop it. A hint of fierceness flashed through Ning's eyes. We can't afford to lose this war. If we lose, even if my daughter and my loved ones survive, they'll be chased and attacked and forced into the primordial chaos. If they lost the war, Subhuti would lead the survivors in fleeing. However, Ning knew exactly how dangerous the primordial chaos was. Even elder gods and ancestral immortals could easily lose their lives wandering through it. His daughter, Brightmoon, was still too weak. There was no way he could protect her at all. We can't lose. This was a war between 2 great alliances. A war for survival itself. Before the end war begins, I have to master the heavenly Tao of water, Ning mused to himself.
Gee Ning, where shall you go to next?
Subhuti looked towards Ning. Back to the Crescent World, or... For now, I won't return to the Crescent World.
Ning shook his head.
I wish to wander through the 3 realms a bit. I want to see more of the world, more of heaven and earth. I hope to be able to master a heavenly Tao before the end war begins.
Right. Subhuti smiled and nodded.
Your talent in sword force is impressive, but if you wish to become an elder god or a Tao father, you have to first master a heavenly Tao.
Ning nodded, then parted from Fushi and Subhuti for now.
Ning's true body began to journey through the 3 realms. Sometimes, he would sit on a boat and just watch the waters of the river flow past him. Sometimes, he would stand on the peak of a mountain, head raised as he stared at the dark storm clouds in the skies, presaging the arrival of a rainstorm. Sometimes, he would rest within an ancient monastery, watching as storms of rain descended upon the world outside. Sometimes, he would soar atop the clouds, watching the waves roll and spin about through the ocean. Water, it could sometimes be gentle, like a mother's caress. Water, it could be as cold as ice, capable of chilling you to the bone. Water, it could be utterly devastating, capable of shattering heaven and earth. Water, it could be joyful, dancing and drifting about the skies. The primal twin remained within the Heaven Gazer Tower, constantly focusing on the Tao. The true body continued to voyage through the three realms, seeing water in all of its many forms. Mist, waves, glaciers, all of them were water. A white-robed youth was relaxing by the side of a river, holding a fishing rod in his hands. He suddenly revealed a hint of a smile as he tugged at the fishing rod. Plop! A large fish flew up from the surface of the water, landing next to him by the side of the river. The white-robed youth immediately grabbed the fish, then tossed it into the fish bucket next to him. The bucket already contained 6 fish inside of it. Some fish stew would be nice. The white-robed youth rebaited his hook, then flung it back into the waters of the river. While acting like an ordinary mortal, fishing and swimming and boating, Ning was able to discover a different side to water. For ordinary mortals, water was necessary to life. However, it was also filled with great danger. Living the life of an ordinary mortal and experiencing water as they experienced it had caused Ning to gain many more insights. And so Ning had chosen to live life as an ordinary mortal for a time. Splash, splash. A distant ferry was slowly crossing from the other side of the river. This river was very wide, so wide that there were large waves even when there was no wind. There was a small wind today, and it caused the waves of the river to grow greater and greater, resulting in the raft beginning to rock violently. Ah! Help! A series of cries could be heard. The captain of the ferry did his best to keep the boat on an even keel, but as it continued to rock, a young child who was seated on the ferry fell into the water. Instantly, a nearby middle-aged man cried out in shock and dove into the water. Ning was seated at the banks of the river. Upon hearing the distant cries, he raised his head to take a look. Upon seeing the situation, he let out a soft sigh and waved his hand. Whoosh! It was like a giant, invisible hand had suddenly lifted the ferry up. Even the middle-aged man and the child, both of whom were in the water, were lifted up into the air. The ferry, the child, and the middle-aged man all flew through the air. They couldn't help but stare at each other, then stare at their surroundings in shock and terror. The ferry, the child, and the middle-aged man all landed on the other side of the distant riverbanks. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you for your great mercy, Dragon King. The ordinary mortals hurriedly kowtowed towards the water, believing that some great sea deity had just saved them. Far off in the distance, Ning continued to sit there and fish. Suddenly, he couldn't help but sigh a little. Life was so fragile and weak. If he hadn't just happened to be here, it was likely that many of the passengers on that ferry would have died. Suddenly, the waters of the river surged and parted, creating a corridor. A distant wooden boat sailed through the watery corridor, a red-nosed elder rowing the boat forward. In a very relaxed fashion, he rowed the boat all the way over to Ning. "Gee Ning, long time no see." The red-nosed elder chortled as he spoke. Gee Ning revealed a hint of delight as well as he hurriedly rose to his feet. "I had the feeling all day long that my luck was pretty good. I managed to catch 6 big fish. That's a lot more than I usually catch. I was wondering if something was going to happen today, given my luck, but I didn't expect to run into you, Old Man Yuan." Old Man Yuan had graced him with kindness in the past. Not only had he saved Ning, he had also bequeathed unto Ning the Heart Sutra. Still, the war between the two alliances had begun, and Old Man Yuan still had yet to choose a side. Ning couldn't help but feel a sliver of unhappiness when seeing the man. "Would you be willing to board this old man's boat and chat a bit?"
Old Man Yuan asked with a smile. Can I bring my fish? Ning laughed. Of course. Old Man Yuan nodded.
Ning hoisted up his fish bucket and his fishing rod, then stepped onto Old Man Yuan's boat.
Old Man Yuan looked at Ning.
Ning moved as though he was an ordinary mortal, but with every movement he radiated a hidden, reserved power.
Old Man Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He truly is extraordinary. Thunk.
Ning set the fish bucket down at the prow of the boat, then sat down in the lotus position facing Old Man Yuan. In front of them was a wooden table, and on the wooden table was a flask of wine and 2 wine cups. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 23, Chapter 5, Ning and Old Man Yuan. Book 23, War, Chapter 5, Ning and Old Man Yuan.
If you deem this old man worthy, just call me fellow Taoist, Old Man Yuan said with a smile.
Fellow Taoist Yuan. Ning nodded.
The mood between the two was quite subtle and difficult to explain. The campaign against the primordial ruin world had already concluded. The 3 realms was in the midst of the war for karmic luck, and this war was almost over. The end war was going to arrive soon. And yet, Old Man Yuan still had not chosen to stand alongside the New Alliance. To tell the truth, even Ning felt that Old Man Yuan was being a bit too selfish. First, have a bit of this wine this old man brought. As Old Man Yuan spoke, he reached out with his hand, intending to grasp the wine flask. Ning, however, grabbed it first and smiled at him.
Let me pour. Splash. Splash.
Ning poured 2 full cups of wine. Old Man Yuan lifted up his cup, taking a small sip. I still remember how young and inexperienced you were. I never would have thought that in less than 1,000 years, you would have reached your current level of power. The Seamless Gate truly views you as one of their major headaches, but they don't have any method of getting rid of you. The Seamless Gate isn't that powerful.
Ning looked at Old Man Yuan.
In fact, from the surface, it would seem as though they are weaker than our side.
If that's true, fellow Taoist Yuan, why are you still unwilling to join our side?
My master Subhuti as well as many other major powers in the New Alliance were born alongside you from the primordial chaos, fellow Taoist Yuan. They are your brothers, and all of you roamed the Panga Chaos world together.
Yes, they were and are my lifelong friends.
Old Man Yuan nodded slowly. But for the sake of my greater Tao, I'm willing to sacrifice all I have.
Your greater Tao?
Ning looked at him. My greater Tao exists in the vast expanse of space outside of this place. Old Man Yuan smiled. The 3 realms is just merely a single small chaos world. The outside world holds many more chaos worlds.
World gods and chaos immortals?
The vast expanse outside the 3 realms holds many of them. That is the world which I truly belong to. To risk my life in a civil war in such a fashion is too pointless.
So you are just going to watch as your old friends die one by one?
Ning asked.
So what if I do?
Old Man Yuan was quite calm. Ning immediately understood that other major powers such as Patriarch Subhuti had most likely tried to persuade Old Man Yuan using the same words. Old Man Yuan remained unpersuaded. Clearly, to convince him would be no easy feat.
In my homeland, we have a saying, houses of silver and gold aren't as good as a doghouse of your own.
Ning laughed. Although this phrase is quite crude, its meaning is quite simple. It might be true that the world outside holds more major powers, karmic legacies, techniques, and divine abilities. The alien outsiders that invaded the 3 realms might have been nothing more than minor figures. But no matter how weak we are in the 3 realms, this is our doghouse.
This is our home.
If we can't protect our home, if we can't protect our friends and brothers, what's the point of even cultivating?
Ning shook his head.
Old Man Yuan looked at Ning. Your words are somewhat reasonable, but as far as I'm concerned, reaching new heights is what truly matters. When mortals embark on the immortal path, some will end up slaying their parents or their loved ones in order to better understand their own heart. If I was a mortal who was training to become an immortal cultivator, I might very well do the same.
Do you understand? Ning sighed in his heart.
To kill one's father, mother, wife, and children to understand one's own heart, in Ning's eyes, this was a path of evil. If one was without love and feelings, wouldn't that just be the same as being a zombie? But those who travel on different paths cannot make plans together.
Ning lifted up his cup of wine.
Years ago, fellow Taoist Yuan, you bestowed the Heart Sutra upon me.
I have nothing which I can use to repay you. All I can do is offer you this toast.
A toast from Sword Immortal Dark North?
I certainly have to accept it.
Old Man Yuan raised his own cup as well.
The two both drank.
After putting down his wine cup, Ning looked at Old Man Yuan. Old Man Yuan couldn't help but sigh to himself upon sensing that faint, sharp aura surrounding Ning. He could sense the tremendous threat which Ning posed him.
Might I ask why you have sought me out, fellow Taoist Yuan? Ning asked. Does there have to be a reason? Can't we just share some wine and enjoy a chat about the old days? Old Man Yuan laughed. Chat about the old days? Well, we've drank our wine and had our chat. I need to go back and then cook some fish soup.
Ning rose to his feet as he spoke, reaching towards the fish bucket and the fishing pole which had been placed at the helm of the boat.
I actually do have something to discuss with you, Old Man Yuan said.
Ning came to a halt and was about to turn around, but suddenly, a strange, unfathomable ripple of power instantly invaded Ning's body, surging towards his soul in a massive wave.
Heart force. Ning instantly understood.
There was no way his own heart force could defend against that tremendous wave of invading heart force power. They were on completely different levels.
5th stage heart force.
Old Man Yuan has reached the 5th stage of heart force.
He just launched a sneak attack against me. Ning was tremendously shocked.
In the three realms, it was common knowledge that the only person who had reached the 5th stage of heart force was Hui. However, this clearly was not the case. Old Man Yuan was extremely accomplished in heart force. The Heart Sutra he had bestowed onto Ning had thoroughly convinced Ning of his formidable prowess in this field. Only today, however, did he realize that Old Man Yuan had actually reached the 5th stage of heart force.
Old Man Yuan's heart force flooded through Ning's body.
Ning's own heart force couldn't defend against it at all, resulting in the invading heart force delving straight towards Ning's soul.
Heart force soul lock.
Ning had been maintaining this secret art the entire time. Heart force soul lock was a type of defensive technique that joined one's soul and one's heart force together. It was like a series of extremely complicated chains that locked them together, making it difficult for an outside force to break through them. When adventuring through the primordial chaos, one would often encounter natural illusions and evil spells that were aimed at the soul. Possessing a secret art that could protect the soul was extremely important. Thus, World God Northrest had imparted the Heart Force Soul Lock technique unto Ning.
Ning's soul was nourished by his half-step elder god body, resulting in it becoming tremendously powerful.
Now that his soul had been joined together with his 4th stage heart force into a series of complicated interlocking chains, it was incredibly durable and nearly impregnable.
Boom!
The valiant power of Old Man Yuan's 5th stage heart force collided violently against the Heart Force Soul Lock technique.
Outside Ning's body,
space in the surrounding area had come to a sudden halt. The waters of the river had calmed, with not even the tiniest ripple or wave being visible. It was as though everything had frozen solid. Even the fish within the fish bucket at the front of the boat had frozen.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The wooden boat suddenly blew apart. The wooden bucket blew apart, with the fish inside the bucket being completely disintegrated into dust. In fact, even the surrounding waters of the river were instantly vaporized. Although heart force was ephemeral and invisible, 5th stage heart force was simply too terrifyingly powerful. However, it was as though Old Man Yuan's heart force had rammed into a steel board. The defensive prowess of the heart force soul lock technique was simply too formidable, and it completely defended against Old Man Yuan's attack. The resulting spiritual collision actually manifested as an enormous shockwave in the real world, causing everything within 90 meters to be utterly vaporized. Outside this range, however, nothing was damaged whatsoever. How is this possible? Old Man Yuan revealed a look of shock. This was the technique which he was the most confident in, but it had failed spectacularly from the very start. Ning just turned his head to look at him, a hint of pain in his eyes. "Fellow Taoist Yuan, you truly disappoint me." His voice echoed by Old Man Yuan's ears. Whoosh! A dazzling streak of swordlight suddenly descended. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately pulling out and striking down with Violet Jewel while using the most inscrutable, mysterious stance he knew, shadowless. Go! A horsetail whisk appeared in Old Man Yuan's hands. He flicked it outwards, causing countless strands of hair to swirl around the swordlight, blocking it as he hurriedly retreated. You hid your true power quite well. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ning discovered that Old Man Yuan definitely had the power of an overlord-class figure. Everyone believed him to merely be close to the overlord level, but that was something which had been established a long, long time ago. In his attack against Ning, Old Man Yuan had first revealed his 5th stage heart force, then managed to block Ning's swordlight with his own horsetail whisk. Although a soft weapon like this was a natural counter to Ning's fierce sword strikes, Old Man Yuan had still unquestionably shown himself to be an overlord-class figure. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flashed into existence next to Old Man Yuan. It was an azure-haired, red-robed man. The Lord of all Fiends. Ning was completely shocked by the Lord of all Fiends' speed. He had actually appeared without any warning whatsoever. Don't even think about leaving. Ning thrust out with his sword, striking like a thunderclap. This was the fastest stance he had, the blood drop stance. He stabbed directly towards Old Man Yuan, but the azure-haired, red-robed Lord of all Fiends gracefully flew forward at the same time. As he did, every inch of space around him began to change and blur. Ning's sword arts had exceeded the limits of the heavenly dais, and he was using the fastest stance he had, the blood drop stance. And yet, Ning stared, wide-eyed, as he realized that his sword couldn't keep up with the Lord of all Fiends' flying speed. Whoosh! The Lord of all Fiends and Old Man Yuan disappeared from Ning's field of vision. The All-Fiend World. The Lord of all Fiends appeared within a palace with Old Man Yuan in tow. Within the hall were Keeper Everwood, Mother Devilhand, and the black-robed God King. All three turned to look at him. I failed. Old Man Yuan shook his head. He just became a true god. Logically speaking, he would need to spend a long period of time allowing his soul to be strengthened by his new body. I had thought that his soul would be fairly weak, making him an easy target. I was hoping to capture him and use him as proof of my loyalty, but, ugh. I suppose I really have grown old. Ning is already an established power. It won't be that easy to deal with him. In truth, there was no need for you to bring some proof of your loyalty. I believe you. The Lord of all Fiends looked at Old Man Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 6, Buddha Jueming. Book 23, End War, Chapter 6, Buddha Jueming. The waters of the river began to flow once more. Ning stood there in midair, a look of anger and pain in his eyes. Old Man Yuan has actually, truly joined the Seamless Gate. Didn't he say that he doesn't wish to get involved in the struggles of the three realms? Ning had felt gratitude towards Old Man Yuan.
Although Ning felt some astonishment at the power which Old Man Yuan had revealed, his primary feeling right now was anguish at the betrayal. His master Subhuti had been very close to Old Man Yuan, most likely, Subhuti would be heartbroken as well. Whoosh! 3 figures suddenly appeared in quick succession next to Ning. First was Subhuti, who emerged from a spatial vortex. Next was Taoist 3 Purities. Last was Exalted Celestial Carefree. Elder Brother Yuan actually, Exalted Celestial Carefree was trembling, a look of disbelief in his eyes. You still address him as Elder Brother? A fierce, cold light was flickering in the eyes of Taoist 3 Purities. I truly never imagined that a traitor would emerge amongst our gang of brothers. If he left the 3 realms, that would be one thing, but he's actually joined the Seamless Gate? Fine. Fine. Subhuti, Zixio, mark my words well. From this day forth, Taoist Yuan is our enemy, not our friend. Agreed. Exalted Celestial Carefree nodded slowly. Traitor. Subhuti clenched his jaw, pain visible in his eyes. I didn't imagine this. I never would have imagined this. He told me face to face that he was going to leave the 3 realms, and then he immediately attacked Ning. Despicable, vile, traitorous wretch. Taoist 3 Purities looked towards Subhuti. Subhuti and Old Man Yuan had originally been extremely close to each other. They were like true brothers. Taoist Yuan's betrayal, it probably hurt Subhuti more than anyone else in the New Alliance. There's always a few black sheep in every flock. Taoist 3 Purities let out a sigh. Subhuti, don't grieve too much for his sake. Grieve? No. I won't grieve. Subhuti laughed coldly. I hope he dies. Ning could tell that although his master was putting on a stiff upper lift, he was so angry that his entire body was visibly trembling. Ning understood just how heavy a blow this had been to his master, and so he hurriedly changed the topic. Just now, when Taoist Yuan assaulted me, he used a heart force technique, which is why I now know that he has actually reached the 5th stage of heart force. The 5th stage of heart force? 3 Purities, Subhuti, and Carefree were all shocked. Although they had sensed the battle which had just occurred, they weren't able to notice the heart force attack from such a great distance. Yes, the 5th stage. Ning nodded, frowning. He's different from Senior Apprentice Brother Hui. Senior Apprentice Brother Hui focuses his heart force on his archery, giving his arrows utterly inconceivable power. Taoist Yuan, however, he uses heart force in a more mysterious manner. He was able to weaponize it and use it to directly attack my soul. Fortunately, my soul was strong enough to resist it. Directly attack the soul? That spells trouble. Subhuti, 3 Purities, and Carefree all understood that this was going to be quite troublesome. That wretch must have been planning to take advantage of the fact that you just recently became a true god, Ning. Subhuti said coldly, his guess was that your soul would be fairly weak, as it hadn't had much time to be nurtured and strengthened by your true god body. That's why he attempted this ambush. Right. Ning nodded. He had actually become a true god even before the campaign against the primordial ruin world, and was a half-step elder god at that. His divine body was significantly more powerful than the divine bodies of most true gods. Given that he also had the heart force soul lock technique, this time, Taoist Yuan really had rammed into a steel plate. Taoist Yuan, he was able to defend against Ning's sword, and his heart force has reached the 5th stage. Taoist 3 Purities said in a low voice, and he's also joined the Seamless Gate, his ambitions must be enormous. Tremendously powerful and incredibly ambitious, we have to be very wary of him. Agreed. Everyone present felt heaviness in their hearts. They felt furious disappointment in the man as well as a deep sense of wariness. Old Man Yuan had finally made his choice. He led the 4 ancestors of the river source and all of their allies in joining the Seamless Gate. The 4 ancestors of the river source and their allies were all completely loyal to Old Man Yuan. When he had been wavering between the two sides, the other experts had all chosen to wait for his decision, and now, they all followed him in joining the seamless gate. This was a testament to how unified a force the four ancestors were. From this day forth, Daoist Yuan is an enemy of the New Alliance. He is no longer a friend. Once the end war begins, we'll have to seize every opportunity possible to kill him. Daoist Three Purities was speaking within the All Clan's palace, his words filled with a killing intent. All of the major powers present fully agreed with his words. Daoist Yuan's betrayal had truly enraged them. Time continued to flow on. The realm wars continued to proceed unabated within the three realms, and the size and scope of each realm war grew larger and larger. 110 years had passed after the end of the campaign against the primordial ruin world, and with each realm war both sides would field more than 3,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals. Both alliances could sense that the end was nigh. The end war was about to start at any moment. They didn't have to necessarily wait for the war for karmic luck to end. Once one side could sense that there was no longer any hope of winning the war for karmic luck, it was entirely possible that they would launch the end war early. The mood in both alliances was quite depressed as a result. Everyone was preparing for the final battle. The Celestial Realm. Mount Ling in the Eastern Lands. There were a pair of Buddhist novitiates standing guard before an ordinary-looking hall here. Within the hall was Buddha Jueming, who was seated there completely unmoving like a statue. He was in complete solitude, without any sign of life about him at all. It was as though he was a corpse. Whoosh! The statue-like Buddha Jueming suddenly opened his eyes in a very, very slow manner. The realm war over the Shinong major world has begun? Buddha Jueming murmured softly to himself, the flames of war have filled the entire three realms. Even the Shinong major world has been embroiled into war. It has only been 150 years since the war against the primordial ruin world. Things are progressing too quickly. If this continues, the end to the war for karmic luck shall arrive in a few scant decades, but the final battle for karmic luck would result in all of the Empyrean gods and true immortals in both alliances engaging in one final clash. When this happened, all of the powerful immortals and fiend gods of the three realms aside from the true gods and Taofathers would be dragged into the battle. If one side felt that things were going poorly, the true gods and Taofathers might directly intervene, resulting in the end war beginning. Within 50 years, Buddha Jueming slowly rose to his feet. 50 years was a fairly loose estimate. If things progressed quickly within the Shinong major world, for example, it was entirely possible that the final battle for karmic luck would conclude in 10 or 20 years. The lifeblood oath I swore was to leave the three realms within 1,000 years of becoming an elder god and go search for vast heaven palace. Buddha Jueming murmured to himself, the end war could break out at any moment now, and I need time to break through from the true god level to the elder god level. If I wait for the end war to actually begin before making my breakthrough, I'll just be delaying the inevitable. Let it begin now. Whoosh! Buddha Jueming disappeared from the hall, with the two Buddhist novitiates being none the wiser. Atop a black star located deep in the endless primordial chaos, an enormous Buddhist lotus flower had descended upon the surface of this star, and seated in the lotus position atop it was Buddha Jueming. Rumble! The primordial chaos around the area suddenly began to writhe. Even the stellar energy of the black star was being ravenously devoured as everything in the area began to swirl around Buddha Jueming. Enormous amounts of energy were being frantically pulled towards him, forming an enormous swirling maelstrom of primordial chaos. As for Buddha Jueming, every single speck of divine power in his body began to transform and be remade anew. A short while later, the vortex of primordial chaos dissipated. Everything became calm again, and the black star once more regained its normal aura of grandeur. A hint of sadness could be seen in the eyes of Buddha Jueming. I become an elder god. 1,000 years from now, I must leave the three realms. Buddha Jueming was filled with a deep reluctance to part with the three realms. He had started as a weak mortal and had slowly risen to power here. He had made miracles happen in Undermoon Lake and as a result had been awarded the Solitary World God. After so many years of training in it, he had long ago found the necessary spark of insight within his divine body. He was able to break through from being a true god to being an elder god whenever he chose. However, he truly didn't wish to leave. He had a gentle disposition and was innately suited for the Buddhist Sangha. He had no great desires or ambitions. He was quite satisfied with living a peaceful life in the three realms. However, now that the end war was arriving, he had to stand up and step forward. Only by becoming an elder god would he be strong enough to have an impact on the outcome of the war. However, becoming an elder god meant he would have to leave the three realms within 1,000 years. If he did not, his lifeblood oath would rebound against him and destroy his soul. To be able to do battle alongside Master and my old friends against a common enemy, it is enough that I can do this before leaving. Buddha Jueming sat down on his lotus flower, once more disappearing. No one knew of his breakthrough in the endless primordial chaos, and he quietly slipped back into his own hall. The only people present in his hall were those two Buddhist novitiates. He was a low-key figure who never left his palace. Much like Swearin, he used a technique which withdrew and suppressed his aura. Even if someone came to visit him, they probably wouldn't be able to tell that he had changed. Given how tense the situation was with the end war ready to erupt at any moment, no one would come pay a visit, especially since Buddha Jueming was so low-key and spent all of his time in solitary meditation after becoming a true god. No one in the three realms knew that a new elder god had just been born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 7, Star-Seizing Hand. Book 23, End War, Chapter 7, Star-Seizing Hand. Within a quiet little mountain village. This village was a peaceful, calm place. There was an ordinary bamboo house located in the middle of it, and there was a white-robed youth who lived within this house. The other villagers were all actually quite curious about this youth. Most of the people in this village were ordinary mortal refugees who had fled to the depths of this mountain and built homes here. Thus, very few people knew each other. The white-robed youth had traveled alongside them and established a residence here as well. They had thought that the white-robed youth was a refugee like them, but then the white-robed youth had lived with them for 5 full years. During these 5 years, they noticed that the white-robed youth spent almost every day fishing. He didn't chase after pretty lasses, nor did he worry about starting a family, nor did he tend to any fields. All he did was fish. He relied on fishing to make his living. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. I tried to propose a wife for him, but he refused to hear of it. Old Lee's daughter is so pretty, and her family is a fine one. She's one of the top 2 eligible maidens in our village. It's rare for anyone to catch her fancy like he did, but all he did was smile and refuse, the matchmaker Granny grumbled as she walked out of the bamboo house. She even gave the bamboo door a hard kick as she left. If this old granny knew that she had just kicked at the door of one of the most supreme fiend gods of the entire 3 realms, what would her reaction be? As for Ning, he just chuckled as he stood there next to the bamboo door, then grabbed his fishing pole and once more headed out to go fishing. In previous years, he had wandered the 3 realms. Recently, however, he had chosen to merge into the ranks of commoners and live life alongside them. This actually resulted in Ning slowly gaining insights into a different aspect of the nature of water. In the mortal world, there was a saying that water was life. Water could lift up a boat, but it could also capsize it. Ning could vaguely sense a profound truth pertaining to the vast heavenly Tao of water. Just as Ning picked up the fishing pole, he came to a halt. I've finally finished refitting my divine ability. Ning revealed a hint of delight. Let's take a look. Whoosh! Ning soared into the skies, instantly disappearing into the horizons. However, none of the villagers were able to see this. They only saw the white-robed youth pick up his fishing pole and head off to go fishing. They had no idea that only an incarnation had been left behind. Ning appeared out of nowhere atop a tattered, damaged star located deep in the void of the three realms. As he descended upon the star, some dust was kicked up and sent flying into the endless void. "I'll train in the star-seizing hand, here." Ning nodded, then waved his hand. The dust on the ground was all swept up together, then solidified into a stone boulder, then landed next to Ning. Ning sat down in the lotus position atop the stone boulder. Waving his hand, he produced a gourd. This gourd was filled with 5 elements essence, the essence that he had acquired from breaking down pure young treasures and protocosmic spirit treasures in the prison world through his 5 elements cauldron. Ning needed to use the 5 elements essence to train the star-seizing hand to the 6th cycle. The 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand was incredibly hard to train in. Dao's 3 lives had been lucky enough to acquire a piece of golden starstone which held certain divine runes within it. After spending a long period of time analyzing it, he had used the golden starstone as well as many other supplementary materials to master the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. The only other person who had ever acquired golden starstone aside from Dao's 3 lives was Dao's 3 purities. However, Dao's 3 purities had used the piece he acquired as a component of his immortal slaying swords. The immortal slaying swords were based off of his insights into the 9 chaos seals. Countless precious materials had been consumed in their creation, and the 4 chaos-level swords were like a single weapon that could be joined together to unleash utterly terrifying devastation. Golden Starstone, this should have been the Starheart item which World God Northrest's records mentioned. It's quite impressive that the denizens of the 3 realms managed to find 2 such items. Ning shook his head. Without Golden Starstone, there was no way he could master the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. And so, Ning had begun to focus on researching and analyzing this technique. To Ning, upgrading his hands to become chaos-level treasures wasn't that important, because he already had real chaos-level treasures. In fact, Violet Jewel was far more powerful than chaos treasures. The real reason why Ning cared about the star-seizing hand was because when it unleashed its full power, he would be able to deliver blows of utterly tremendous power that vastly surpassed his ordinary level of strength. Dao's 3 lives wasn't that talented in comprehending the Dao, he hadn't even mastered a single heavenly Dao. However, thanks to the star-seizing hand, he had been able to valiantly slay multiple alien true gods and Dao fathers in the war that had ended the primordial era. The star-seizing hand was ranked by 3 purities as one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms, on par with Hoi's archery. This was precisely because it could unleash utterly shocking levels of power. Unfortunately, Dao's 3 lives himself wasn't that innately powerful. If he was a half-step elder god like Ning, he definitely would have been able to reach the overlord level of power with just the star-seizing hand. Ning was in bad need of a technique which would allow him to explosively increase his level of power. Although he had the 9 elements annihilation, he would need a long period of time before being able to develop a powerful divine ability of his own from it. World God Northrest naturally possessed formidable techniques that allowed for an explosive increase in power, but all of them had come from vast Heaven Palace and could not be taught to outsiders. Over the course of his many years of adventure, he had acquired a few similar techniques, but alas, all of them were fairly mediocre. Although he had passed them on to Ning, none of them could match the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. The 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand was developed by Dao's 3 lives after he meditated on a piece of golden starstone. However, the way in which he caused his divine power to explode out was excessively violent. My palms would have to be refined to become chaos treasures, otherwise, there's no way they would be able to withstand such tremendous power, Ning mused to himself. The star-seizing hand allowed for an incredibly forceful increase in power. This meant that the palms had to be made incredibly sturdy, only then would they be able to endure this level of power. It has been 172 years since I became a true god. My primal twin has spent a total of more than 17,000 years in the Heaven Gazer Tower of Radiance, Ning mused to himself. Although I've mainly focused on comprehending the Tao and only occasionally spent time on my sword arts and divine abilities, I was still able to finish retrofitting the star-seizing hand. Using the 9 elements annihilation as his foundation, he had carefully restructured and remade the star-seizing hand. The mysteries of the star-seizing hand actually came from some of the profound secrets contained within that piece of golden starstone. The construction of the star-seizing hand technique itself wasn't that complicated. With the 9 elements annihilation serving as a reference guide, Ning was able to completely deconstruct it, then slowly rebuild and postulate a new 6th cycle. This process took more than 17,000 years, but now, the primal twin had finally mastered it. This new technique allowed for the use of 5 elements essence to replace golden starstone and the other precious materials needed to refine the hands and make them into chaos treasures. The fundamental underpinnings of the star-seizing hand was to use 5 elements treasures to refine the hands, after all. Ning sat there in the lotus together, a gourd placed next to him which was filled with 5 elements essence. Whoosh! Under Ning's guidance, the 5 elements essence soared towards his twin palms. The divine star-seizing tattoos appeared on his hands, and they quickly began to grow more and more complicated. Finally, the tattoos reached a new peak of power, causing Ning to feel as though they were bursting with power. His hands began to emanate an aura of limitless might. However, Ning had long ago set up a barrier of heart force around the area, preventing anyone from investigating it. The Seamless Gate knew that Ji Ning was on this star, but they had no way of looking into what Ji Ning was doing here. Success! Ning willed the absolutely dominating aura of power radiating from his hands to be suppressed. My hands are now comparable to chaos treasures. They are now strong enough to withstand an explosion of divine power. Ning willed the divine ability active as he struck out towards the void with his palm. Boom, dot. An enormous, semi-translucent palm smashed through the void, causing space itself to shudder and ripple. An enormous void wave that was 100 million kilometers in size blasted forward, heading off to who knows where. What tremendous power! Ning nodded, revealing a look of delight. This sort of explosive power, when combined with Violet Jewel, would become even more formidable. My divine ability has been completed. Now, the only thing I am lacking is in my insights into the Tao. I hope that before the end war begins, I'll be able to master a heavenly Tao. Ning felt a hint of worry. He had left one of his incarnations in All-Clan's palace, which was why he knew exactly what the situation was like in the 3 realms. Things were truly at the tipping point now. The end war could start at a moment's notice. Even the end war occurred only after the war for karmic luck ended. That meant it was only a few decades away. Sometimes, the more you try to force something to happen, the harder it will be for you to succeed. Ning understood this principle very well. He deeply desired to master a heavenly Tao, and he had made tremendous progress during the past 17,000 years in understanding the heavenly Tao of water, but he knew that the more impatient he felt, the more it would hinder him in actually mastering the Tao. Thus, Ning remained very calm. He acted the same as he always had, and he would also take rests to go meditate on his sword arts and other techniques. Although he hadn't mastered a heavenly Tao during the past period of time, he had upgraded the star-seizing hand, and had improved tremendously in sword arts as well. I've already mastered 96 of the 98 techniques on those stone sword steels. Only 2 more techniques remain. I need just a little more time. Once I master them, I can begin to meditate on the nameless sword art. Within the Heaven Gazer Tower, the black-robed Ning was staring at the 2 final stone steels in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 8, Nameless Sword Art, Heart Sword Stance. Book 23, End War, Chapter 8, Nameless Sword Art, Heart Sword Stance. The black-robed Ji Ning stretched out a finger. A rainbow-colored sword materialized out of nowhere, which he then began to use to execute sword arts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
His sword shadows flowed through the air, as illusory as dreams. It was as though rainwater had appeared throughout the area, with an occasional hint of sharpness appearing. At first, Ning had a puzzled look on his face as he began training. However, a look of delight slowly began to appear on his face. In fact, he began to let out cries of delight and amazed sighs. Swoosh! The swordlight flashed one final time before disappearing into the void. What a fine, hidden edge, technique! Ning came to a halt, unable to disguise the excitement in his eyes. World God Northrest truly went all out in his efforts to guide me forward on my path. Each of these 98 stone steels have led me forward, step by step, to gain more and more insights into the sword. I am becoming an increasingly suitable candidate for training in the nameless sword art. Both of these stone steels focused on hiding one's sharpness. I've now thoroughly mastered them. The 98 stone steels, I've mastered them all. Ning waved his hand, and the Jade Shrine instantly appeared next to him. He entered the Jade Shrine, and as he did he looked at the countless sword diagrams that were drawn onto the walls of the shrine. These diagrams recorded the most important technique which World God Northrest had ever possessed, the nameless sword art. Even someone like World God Northrest had only been capable of merely memorizing all of the techniques. He was only able to actually master a portion of them. Being able to memorize something didn't mean that you could truly understand and master it. Daiwa's 3 purities, for example, had been able to memorize all 9 of the 9 chaos seals. However, when he fashioned the immortal slaying swords, he had only been able to understand 7 of them. This nameless sword art is completely focused on the true essence of the sword, Ning said softly. According to what World God Northrest said, someone who masters this technique has a chance of mastering the 6th stage of sword force. The 6th stage of sword force was the Sword World stage. This was a stage of true perfection. If a fiend god could truly reach the stage of power, then one could use the sword world to serve as the core of the body and remake it to become a world god. If a key refiner was to reach this stage of power, the sword world could be used as the nucleus for causing the Jindan region inside the body to be remade into primordial chaos anew, allowing him to step into the chaos immortal level. The sword world realm was a level of mastery that was on the same level as the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao of primordial chaos was one of the most commonly seen heavenly Taos. According to what World God Northrest said, more than 99% of world gods and chaos immortals had reached that level through mastering the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. This was because the primordial chaos itself existed in all things. It didn't matter what heavenly Tao you meditated on, once you started training in any heavenly Tao, such as the heavenly Tao of water, you would also be able to begin training in the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The primordial chaos could be divided into the duality of yin and yang. It could also be divided into the essence of life and the essence of destruction, or the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. If you trained in any of the other 9 heavenly Taos you were also training in the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. This was why only Tao fathers were able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos and able to train in that Tao. As a result, world gods and chaos immortals who reached that level through understanding the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos were extremely common. As for reaching that level through understanding the true essence of the sword and reaching the sword world stage, very few world gods and chaos immortals had ever done so. However, every single world god and chaos immortal who had reached that level through mastery of the sword world stage was an incredibly powerful figure with shocking offensive capabilities. Ordinary chaos immortals and world gods simply couldn't compete with them. But each stage of sword force was 100 times more difficult to master than the last. To advance from the first stage to the second stage was fairly easy, and to reach the third stage wasn't that hard either. The fourth stage, however, was extremely difficult. As for reaching the 5th stage of Sword God, the number of people in the 3 realms who had ever succeeded in doing so could be counted on one hand. More people had become overlords than reached the Sword God stage. As for advancing to the 6th stage of Sword World, this would be even more difficult. far more so than merely becoming a world god or chaos immortal. The nameless sword art, however, is a technique that guides me straight to the essence of the sword itself, a peerless sword art that can allow the user to reach the sword world stage. Ning stared at the sword stances recorded on the walls of the Jade Shrine. The nameless sword art as recorded before him had a total of 7 stances. This was, of course, just part of the real technique. It was so incomplete that world god Northrest himself didn't even know the actual name of this sword art. World god Northrest himself had only mastered 5 stances. However, so long as one could master the 3rd stance, one would be able to reach the sword world stage. Forget about 3 stances. This first stance alone, if I can master it, my chances in the end war will become much greater. Ning stared at the walls of the shrine. If Ning could master even just the first stance, then in terms of pure sword arts it would be almost impossible for him to find an equal who was not a world god or chaos immortal. Far less than 1 in 10,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals would possess an equal level of skill in the sword. The black-robed Ning carefully inspected the Jade Shrine, meditating on the first stance. Those 98 stone sword steels existed for the purpose of molding him to become a good candidate for training in the first stance. Without those 98 sword arts, just glancing at the first stance would probably result in Ning suffering injuries and vomiting up blood. However, now that he had mastered the 98 sword arts, Ning still found it incredibly hard to understand the first stance of the nameless sword art. The heart sword stance, but how can the very first stance of the nameless sword art be so ephemeral, arcane, and unfathomably profound? Ning simply couldn't understand the countless sword stances that had been engraved on the walls of the shrine, and in truth they were just samples for Ning to inspect. The heart sword stance. It had no stances. It was a sword of the heart. In all his years of training, Ning had always used the sword in his hand to do battle. The Bright Moon, Sword Art Soul Heart stance, Blood Drop stance, Heavenbreaker stance, Shadowless stance, and Yin Yang stance were all stances that could be seen with the naked eye. The Heart Sword stance of the nameless sword art, however, didn't have any actual stances to it at all. This made it incredibly hard for Ning to comprehend it. He could catch vague glimpses of the nature of this sword art, but actually training in it remained incredibly hard. Still, he could sense that when he mastered it, he would have reached a completely different realm of using the sword. After training in it for roughly 5 years, Ning came to a halt and instead once more turned to mastering the heavenly Tao of water. Training in the sword. Meditating on the Tao. He alternated between the two. Although the flames of the end war were growing increasingly visible, Ning remained calm as he trained in solitude. The 3 realms was in a state of complete chaos now. Both sides had finished their preparations and were ready for the end war. Buddha Jueming and others like him who had been hiding their true power had finished their preparations as well. The All-Fiend world. The realm war going on in the Shenong world went on for 9 years. In the end, we still lost. The seated Tao Father Ink Bamboo's voice was filled with worry. Fiend Lord, didn't you say that we have a grand army of bug beasts? Why is it that our bug beast army never made an appearance during the Shenong realm war? The Lord of all Fiends was seated in the highest position. He smiled as he looked at Tao Father Ink Bamboo. Ink Bamboo, no need to be impatient. We need to keep our eye on the bigger picture. If we lost, we lost. It doesn't matter. We've still been able to preserve the bulk of our forces, ensuring that our losses weren't too heavy. As for the Bug Beast army, of course we still have it. However, we can have it make its appearance during the very end of the war for karmic luck. Wind Fiend, do we actually have a Bug Beast army? The nearby Tao Mother Devil Hand immediately asked. We do. The Lord of all Fiends nodded. Why is it that none of us have ever heard about it? You've only mentioned it a short while ago. Tao Mother Devil Hand was quite dubious. I was just keeping it a secret from everyone. The Lord of all Fiends swept the group with his gaze. Today, a major power of the Seamless Gate has returned to us.
Just wait a short while and you will understand. A major power has returned? Everyone present was puzzled. Aren't all of our major powers already here in the three realms? The black-robed God King was the most puzzled of them all.
All of their formidable elder gods had perished during the war that ended the primordial era. The powerful figures who survived, such as Mother Devilhand or Keeper Everwood, were all in the three realms. How could a major power have made a return?
You'll know shortly.
The Lord of all Fiends had a smile on his face. Although they had been defeated in the Shinnon Realm War, he was still in quite a good mood. The other 10+ major powers present had no choice but to wait.
Roughly an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared before the palace, then stepped inside it.
This man was half bald, and his eyes seemed naturally and perpetually filled with malice and viciousness.
As he walked in, he immediately and excitedly knelt down with respect. "Your disciple greets you, Master." "No need for this."
The Lord of all Fiends reached out with his hand, sending out a surge of divine power and pressing upwards at the man's knee, making him rise. "Disciple, you've had to toil away all by yourself for so many years.
Master should be the one expressing gratitude to you.
In addition, you are now as strong as an elder god yourself.
There's no need for you to kneel.
Without you, Master, I would have died long ago when I was an ordinary mortal." The savage balding man said respectfully, "No matter what happens, you shall always be my master."
The Lord of all Fiends smiled.
This was his favorite disciple, and the disciple he trusted the most.
Stone Swan. The black-robed God King rose to his feet, staring at the man in disbelief. "Why, you didn't die?"
"You haven't died either, Cloth Red."
"How could I?"
The man laughed coldly.
"Windfiend, did you just say that Blood Swan has become comparable to an elder god? He's an overlord?" Mother Devilhand was astonished.
The Lord of all Fiends nodded.
"Yes, Keeper Everwood began to laugh.
"When you saved us all, Windfiend, you journeyed by yourself through the endless primordial chaos for a long time, only releasing us when you returned to the three realms.
You told us that your disciple, Father Bloodswan, ended up dying in the primordial chaos.
So that was just a lie you told us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Book 23, Chapter 9, Immortal Ascent. Book 23, End War, Chapter 9, Immortal Ascent.
When I fled from the three realms, the Lord of all Fiends said with a sigh, I found myself lost within the vast primordial chaos. I had no idea where I was supposed to go, so I randomly chose a direction and started to move. Back then, the Lord of all Fiends didn't have any detailed star maps. He had no idea that a spatial vortex tunnel existed which led out of the three realms.
The endless primordial chaos is filled with countless dangers.
I was very lucky in that I am skilled in staying alive, and I was also quite careful. That's the only reason I was able to survive for so long.
Otherwise, I would have died there long ago.
As the Lord of all Fiends spoke, the other major powers all listened to him. In the past, he had never been willing to divulge anything pertaining to his experiences wandering the primordial chaos. Afterwards, I was lucky enough to encounter an estate that should have been left behind by some ancient, powerful figure. The Lord of all Fiends continued, I even discovered an entire major world there. I imagine that only world gods and chaos immortals are capable of establishing a major world within the primordial chaos. The Tao Fathers of the three realms were generally capable of establishing major worlds, but that was only within the three realms. Those created major worlds depended on the world heart of the three realms to exist. Without the world heart, the entire three realms would collapse and fall apart. The Crimson Bright world, the Xuanwu world, the Crescent world, none of them could survive on their own.
The ruinous power of the primordial chaos would destroy everything.
To build a major world within the primordial chaos was incredibly difficult. Some particularly formidable elder gods and ancestral immortals might be capable of it,
but less than 1 in 10,000 would have that ability. Tao Father Fujiu, for example, was strong enough to do so, but that was only because he had been possessed by world god Northrest, who stood at the very highest peak of power amongst world gods. That was why he had been able to establish Undermoon Lake with ease. Although it was a major world, it was still just a few tens of millions of kilometers around, hardly enough for all of us to survive and flourish, the Lord of all Fiends said. When I adventured through the primordial chaos, Bloodswan traveled by my side as we risked our lives together. He took a liking to that estate world, preferring it to the three realms. Thus, he decided to take up residence there. I decided to stay there with him. Every so often, I'd go back to take a look at the three realms. When I did it in a way that ensured that Nuwa wouldn't notice. Finally, the day came when Nuwa left the three realms. I waited a fairly long period of time after she left before returning to the three realms with all of you in tow. By then the Nuwa Alliance clearly no longer wished to battle with us, and so they let us back inside. The Lord of all Fiends laughed. Afterwards, we ended up finding Black Heaven. I acquired his golem making skills as well as certain techniques that could be used for rearing bug beasts. The art of golem making requires many skilled artificers, but the art of rearing bug beasts does not. The only thing you need is time. Given enough time, the bug beasts will naturally grow and evolve. The Lord of all Fiends laughed. And so, I let Bloodswan help me out. For all these countless years, Bloodswan has been training in that estate world in the primordial chaos. In doing so, he also kept an eye on my bug beasts. Last time, when I paid him a visit, I realized that he reached the Overlord level. I always felt that Bloodswan was a determined and decisive man. Keeper Everwood nodded. When I heard that you lost your life while adventuring in the primordial chaos alongside your master, I felt saddened for a long period of time. Now that I know that you are still alive, I'm absolutely delighted. Bloodswan, congratulations. Tao Mother Devilhand looked at him as well. Devilhand was known by all as a devil amongst devils. Of the mortal geniuses who had risen to prominence in the seamless chaos world, the one she had favored the most was Bloodswan. Bloodswan was a true devil as well. However, he was an excessively solitary figure who hated the company of others. During the era of the seamless chaos world, the black-robed God King and Bloodswan had been considered equals amongst the younger generation of cultivators. The God King had become apprenticed to Demonheart, whereas Bloodswan had decided to join the equally solitary Wind Fiend. Damn! The God King felt aggrieved and stifled. Keeper Everwood and Tao Mother Devilhand had long ago stood at the very peak of power in the seamless chaos world. Bloodswan, however, had grown up at the same time that the God King had. He had always treated Bloodswan as a rival, but a rival who he had always been superior to. But now, Bloodswan had actually become an overlord? This caused him to feel extremely unhappy. Bloodswan's original name was Stone Swan, and he had been on fairly good terms with the God King. However, eventually they parted ways due to their different temperaments. Both were devils. The former delighted in toying with the hearts of others, while the other was an extremely solitary who abstained from the rest of the world, holding all in contempt. Master, Tao Father Bloodswan said respectfully, I've returned before the end war as promised. However, after this war concludes, I intend to head towards that spatial vortex tunnel. The Seamless Gate had also acquired a number of star maps and thus knew about the existence of the spatial vortex tunnel. I knew we wouldn't be able to keep you forever. The Lord of all Fiends nodded. Indeed, only by passing through that tunnel shall you be able to enter the vaster world outside. Right. Tao Father Bloodswan nodded. The black-robed God King now felt even more unhappy. This solitary idiot was now putting on airs of wanting to visit the greater world? He, the God King, was planning to become the leader of the three realms. Stone Swan. The black-robed God King forced out a laugh, managing to make it sound very genuine and loud. Now that you've become an overlord, our side has gained yet another powerful combatant. However, I need to warn you that your information might be a bit out of date. The new alliance has gained another extremely formidable combatant as well, Sword Immortal Darknorth, Ning. He is trained for less than 1,000 years but has already become an overlord. Oh? Bloodswan's eyes lit up. He's that incredible? The chance to face an opponent like him is truly exciting. His eyes were actually turning slightly bloodshot with excitement. The Shinnong World's realm war had come to an end. Both sides began to mobilize their armies in their various major worlds and realms as they gathered their forces. Ever since the battle for the Deerchaser Major World, the New Alliance's morale had been sky-high. They won most of the remaining realm wars, and they had also won the recently concluded Shinnong Realm War. The human world of Yu the Great. The All-Clans Palace. The various major powers had all gathered together here. The Seamless Gate has begun to mobilize their forces spread throughout their worlds. Daoist 3 Purities was seated up high as he spoke in an icy voice. Clearly, their many defeats have caused them to grow anxious. They wish to gather their remaining forces and launch the final battle for karmic luck. All the major powers seated below him felt their hearts clench. Had the day finally arrived? If they wish to fight, then let us fight. Fight them to the death. Fight them to their deaths. Exalted celestial thunder god crushed the wine cup in his hands as he bellowed loudly. Even though they have allied with the primordial ruin world, they still are not a match for us. Hui, also seated in one of the high seats, spoke in a calm voice. Either they die or we die. There are no other choices. We have only one option before us, to completely wipe them all out. Quafu bellowed in an even louder voice than Thunder God. All of the more irascible fiend gods present felt their blood begin to boil. Ning's own eyes flashed with sharp light as well. Nothing in the world would ever proceed exactly as planned or desired. Still, it didn't matter. He had already mastered his star-seizing hand, and had dramatically improved his sword arts. It was more than enough for him to go to the field of battle and slaughter his foes. By my decree, Daoist 3 Purities boomed out, all major powers shall mobilize their armies of immortals and fiend gods and send them to the human world of Yu the Great. Prepare for the final battle. Good. Good. Fight. Killing light flashed through the eyes of all the major powers. This was total war. Personal survival no longer mattered. They knew that even if they were able to win this war, it was very likely that many of them would perish in the process. It was likely that many of their old friends would perish before everything was said and done. Perhaps they themselves would also pass away. And so, their only choice was to kill. To kill as many of the foes as they could so that more of their friends would be able to survive. By my word, everyone is to immediately assemble at the Crimson Bright Major World. In the Grand Xia, the Xia Emperor was giving an order to the many immortals and fiends who had assembled before him. Let's go. The skies above the Grand Xia Palace split asunder, revealing an enormous passageway. The many immortals and fiend gods all entered the passageway, heading towards the Crimson Bright World. All of the armies under the command of the Crimson Bright Realm were mobilizing. After assembling at the Crimson Bright World, they would head together to the human world of Yu the Great. The 3 realms shuddered as the flames of war burned ever brighter. As for Ning, his true body remained within that mountain village of mortals. The village remained as calm as ever. They probably have no idea. Ning was seated by the side of a pond, fishing rod in hand. He turned his head to stare at the chimney smoke coming from the distant mountain village, then let out a sigh. A great battle is about to begin, and this battle may well impact every single major world. This was the final, life and death struggle between the 2 major alliances. Both sides would hold back and do their best not to wreck the 3 realms, but some collateral damage was unavoidable. It was also possible that when one side saw no hope of victory, it might decide to wreck the 3 realms out of spite. Water flows on in a turbulent stream, capable of supporting a boat but also capable of capsizing it. But if the boat is too big, the water can only endure, Ning was murmuring to himself, but he suddenly came to a halt as a light flashed in his mind. Boom! The skies above Ning suddenly began to shudder as the aura of the heavenly Daos descended. It descended upon the village pond, causing all of the denizens of the village to stare in utter terror. Faced with the terrifying aura of the heavenly Daos, they all uncontrollably fell to their knees. Right at this moment, they saw the white-robed youth suddenly soar into the skies. Laughing loudly, Ning tossed the fishing rod aside and soared into the skies. An immortal. The village dwellers all repeatedly pressed their heads against the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 10, The Prisoners of the Prison World. Book 23, End War, Chapter 10, The Prisoners of the Prison World. The white-robed Ning descended upon a tattered star located deep within the primordial chaos. He sat down in the lotus position. Rumble. The primordial chaos manifested above him, forming into an enormous whirlpool of energy that completely surrounded Ning, furiously surging into his body. When one broke through to become a celestial immortal or pure young true immortal, one would absorb elemental energy or energy from immortal pills. However, now that Ning had mastered the heavenly Tao of water, he also gained partial insight into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The former was part of the latter, after all. Thus, Ning was now naturally capable of drawing energy from the primordial chaos, resulting in a seemingly endless flood of energy flooding into his body. His pure yang Jindan began a new evolution, and the immortal energy within his body began to transform on a fundamental level. With the heavenly Tao of water serving as the core of his Tao, he began to absorb more and more chaos energy while converting it for his own use. The Crescent World, atop an island. The black-robed Ning walked out of his immortal estate. Uncle White, located outside the estate, glanced at Ning and smiled at him. Ning, son, you've come out. I need to make a trip. Ning smiled back at him. Swoosh. The black-robed Ning immediately soared into the skies. A moment later, yet another streak of light flew towards him. This was the primal twin which had been protecting his daughter the entire time. The primal twin immediately flew into the black-robed Ning's estate treasure. This time, the backup primal twin clone was going to make the breakthrough as well. The black-robed Ning sat down in the lotus position atop a distant, desolate island, then began to draw upon the energy of the primordial chaos. Instantly, a vortex of chaos energy began to appear in the air above the barren island. His true body, his backup true body clone, his primal twin, his backup primal twin clone, all of them began to make their breakthroughs. His backup true body clone made its breakthrough within the prison world. It too chose to use the heavenly Tao of water to serve as its core as it began to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos. As Ning mastered the heavenly Tao of water, a resonance was suddenly formed with the heavenly Daos. Yet another major power has mastered the heavenly Tao of water. Who mastered it? The other major powers of the three realms who had also mastered the heavenly Tao of water were the first to react. Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Swearin, and the others who had mastered the heavenly Tao of water could also sense the resonance with the heavenly Daos. Soon, they discovered that the person who had caused this major disturbance through his breakthrough was Ning. It soared immortal Dark North. Dark North has finally mastered a heavenly Tao. The major powers of the New Alliance all laughed and rejoiced. None of them were surprised at all, because Ning's attainments in the sword were simply far too exemplary. It was true that the heavenly Daos were vast and profound. Normally speaking, mastering a heavenly Tao would take an incredibly long period of time. For someone like Ning who had trained for a bit over 1,000 years to succeed in doing so was a ridiculous concept. However, Ning was someone who had spent less than 1,000 years to become an overlord. They weren't surprised at all that he was now able to master a heavenly Tao as well. But of course, they had no idea that Ning had actually used roughly 20,000 years in order to master a heavenly Tao.
Still, to master a heavenly Tao in 20,000 years was almost inconceivably fast, something which was rarely seen even in the primordial era. Within the main palace of the All-Fiend world, it was Sword Immortal Dark North who made the breakthrough. Taofather Ink Bamboo frowned. So he really didn't master the heavenly Tao of water before this. Tao Mother Devil Hand frowned as well. It seems that before this, he was completely focused on the path of the sword. Just by relying on his skills with the sword and his true god body, he was able to unleash the power of an overlord. In fact, he was able to fight God-Fiend Witherspike to a standstill. Even his body is comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. What the hell type of cultivation path has Ning been walking? He's mastered a heavenly Tao, but his insights into the heavenly Tao of water are far inferior to his insights into the sword, Keeper Everwood said. He's always been weaker as a key refiner. He might be a Taofather now, but it won't make much of a difference. Agreed. Sword Immortal Dark North's power lies in his close combat ability. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ning's divine body was terrifyingly strong. He had long ago acquired the power of a true god in close combat. For him to become a Taofather as well really was nothing more than adding a bit of icing onto the cake. It wouldn't be of significant benefit to him in terms of power. Atop a barren island within the Crescent world, the black-robed Ning could sense a flood of immortal energy coursing through him. Although he was a second-tier ancestral immortal, thanks to the One True Body and Re20-Vol18 Fiend Gods techniques, his immortal energy was absolutely comparable to that of an ancestral immortal's. A first-tier ancestral immortal. The power flowing through me truly is incredibly thick and pure. It's a pity that my primal twin doesn't have any good weapons. The black-robed Ning couldn't help but frown. In the three realms, virtually all Overlord-class powers used Chaos Treasures as their weapons. Dao's three purities even had an entire set of Chaos Treasures, as well as the immortal slaying swords which he himself had devised. My true body has Violet Jewel, but my primal twin has no suitable weapons. It seems I need to pay the prison world another visit. Ning came to this conclusion. Whoosh! A second figure suddenly appeared next to Ning. It was Subhuti. Ning. Subhuti had a smile on his face. You've mastered a heavenly Tao and become a Taofather. Congratulations. Fortunately, I was able to make the breakthrough before the end war begins. Master, I need to leave the Crescent world for a time, Ning said. Although he was at an extremely high level of power and was the undisputed #1 sword immortal of the three realms, he was still very weak in terms of his mastery over spacetime. In this regard, he was far from being a match for Taofather Subhuti. All right. Subhuti pointed towards the air next to Ning, causing a whirlpool to immediately appear. A second black-robed Ning suddenly appeared next to the first one. Although one Ning was going to enter the spatial whirlpool, the other one was going to remain on the Crescent world. The icy star located deep within the endless primordial chaos. A figure appeared in midair. Walking quickly, the figure soon reached a deep gorge, then entered the prison world hidden deep inside of it. Inside the prison world, the white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning advanced through it, shoulder to shoulder, emanating auras of tremendous power. The skinny, emaciated, bone-chewing wild dog suddenly rose to his feet, staring towards Ning's direction. His dark yellow eyes stared fixedly at Ning as he spoke out. Not bad, kid. You actually upgraded your Jindan from the 3rd tier to the 2nd tier, and you also learned a powerful divine ability that allows you to have the power of a 1st tier Jindan. The two Nings simultaneously glanced towards him and chuckled. I have to thank you for your advice all those years ago. The white-robed Ning spoke out, then the two quickly flew away. Coward. The wild dog sneered. When he had first met Ning, he had discovered that Ning had a 3rd tier Jindan. Now, however, Ning had the aura of a 1st tier ancestral immortal, and he certainly wasn't a weak chaos immortal. The aura of pressure and might which a Chaos Immortal had was completely different from that of any ancestral Immortals. Even someone with a third-tier gene Dan who broke through to become a Chaos Immortal would be an absolutely terrifying figure. This meant that Ning must have become an ancestral Immortal. How, then, could an ancestral Immortal with a third-tier gene Dan suddenly have the aura of a first-tier ancestral Immortal? There was only one possibility. First, upgrade the gene Dan, but the gene Dan could only be upgraded to the second tier at most. The second step would be to rely on certain secret arts to cause his power to vault all the way to that of a first-tier ancestral Immortals. In the future, I'll definitely pay you a more in-depth visit. Ning's voice rang out from far away. In the future? A bitter look instantly appeared on the wild dog's face. This damnable overseer, The white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning continued to fly forward through the prison world. The prison world has a total of 16 elder gods and ancestral immortals, Ning calculated silently to himself. Anyone who not only has the courage to offend a world god but also ends up being imprisoned here instead of being slain or enslaved is definitely either extremely powerful or has an important background. When I swept through all of the true gods and true immortals, I learned quite a bit from soul scouring them. These 16 elder gods and ancestral immortals, that wild dog is one of the 3 most formidable ones, Ning mused to himself. Doesn't matter. He's not one of my targets for this campaign. The wild dog elder god was extremely famous in the Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea as well. He was born an elder god, and over the course of countless years he had come up with just a single divine ability: eat. The wild dog elder god loved to eat. He ate living creatures, delicacies, mountains, rivers, the skies, the earth. He was an utter madman. He gave the terrifying divine ability he had created an equally bizarre name: eat. Using just this single divine ability, he had taken the lives of more than 30 elder gods and ancestral immortals with his mouth. The king of Pangaea favored him for his talent, and so even though he had disobeyed the king's will, the king had merely chosen to imprison him. The goal was to tame his unruly temperament, then release him in the future and allow him to once more fight on the kingdom's behalf. The wild dog elder god could be described as amongst the most deadly of the 16 ancestral immortals and elder gods. Only 2 of the others could match him for savagery and power. If the wild dog elder god was free, he would pose a far greater danger than Godfiend Witherspike, Ning murmured to himself. The end war is about to erupt. I can't let myself go too crazy with these elder god and ancestral immortal prisoners. Still, Ning felt a certain itchiness in his chest. He wanted to have a good fight with these elder gods and ancestral immortals. After all, even if his true body was slain in combat, he would be able to slowly rebuild it. That, however, would most likely require more than 10,000 years. Ning didn't have the time to waste for now. Fortunately, my target is Swordfather Trialt, Ning mused to himself. Swordfather Trialt was one of the 16 imprisoned elder gods and ancestral immortals. He was a key refiner who possessed a set of 3 supreme chaos swords, and so he styled himself Trialt. His attacks were extremely powerful, but Ning was actually very confident in his ability to deal with his type of powerful attacks. His protective divine ability was a perfect counter. However, Ning's only knowledge of Swordfather Trialt's power came from those true gods and true immortals. Thus, it was entirely possible that Swordfather Trialt had certain secret techniques that they didn't know about. Ning didn't dare to be overconfident in fighting him, but for the sake of acquiring that set of 3 chaos swords, he still decided to take the risk. Here I am. The white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning quickly arrived at a place in the desolate wilderness. A black-haired elder was seated in the lotus position here, emanating an aura of boundless cold. The black-haired elder opened his eyes, frowning as he looked at Ning. After becoming the overseer, Ning had never come here to bother Swordfather Trialt. Thus, the man didn't recognize Ning. Who are you? The black-haired elder frowned. Judging from your aura, you should be a first-tier ancestral immortal. The overseer of a prison world shouldn't be someone as powerful as you.
but I do just so happen to be the overseer of this prison world." The black-robed Ning and the white-robed Ning landed at the same time, both radiating auras of incredible power. The black-haired elder could sense the threat which Ning posed him. "You are the overseer?" The black-haired elder said in a low voice, "For the prison world to fall into your hands, it must mean that Pangaea is already destroyed. Speak. Why have you sought me out?" "Hand over those 3 ultimate swords of yours," Ning said calmly. "Humph!" The black-haired elder's eyes flashed with cold light. "Quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals have died to my swords." Although he had been imprisoned here, he was still able to unleash his full power within an area of 1,000 kilometers around him. He naturally wouldn't be willing to lower his head to other elder gods and ancestral immortals unless he had to. He had risen to power through blood and slaughter, and quite a few powerful figures had died to his trial swords. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Ning was quite cautious as well. This was his first time battling against an ancestral immortal. Many elder gods were only at that level of power because they were born with it. Ancestral immortals, however, had all definitely risen to their level of power through cultivation. However, this was a battle he had to win. He desperately needed a good chaos sword for the end war which was about to erupt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 11, Retainer. Book 23, End War, Chapter 11, Retainer. The white-robed Ji Ning and the black-robed Ji Ning walked forward, shoulder to shoulder. The two exchanged glances with the old man located in the center of the distant wilderness. Waves of murderous intent billowed from both sides. Since negotiations had failed, it was time to fight. "Come forth!" The black-robed Ning let out a cold shout. The air around him instantly became filled with a dense cluster of gold star beads. The gold star beads of the heavens quickly began to merge together, transforming into the 36 heavens. He filled them with his powerful ancestral immortal energy, causing each of them to transform into a beautiful frozen lotus. Each frozen lotus was like the core and essence of an entire world, and when the 36 frozen lotuses appeared, a stream of freezing energy filled the entire area around them. The wilderness around them began to freeze and crack apart, with space itself seeming to have been frozen solid. "Go!" The black-robed Ning pointed in front of him, causing the 36 frozen lotuses streaking forward through the skies and swiveling around the black-haired elder like 36 streaks of frozen energy. Over the past 20,000 years, Ning had improved dramatically both with the sword as well as in the Tao. He would also spend quite a bit of time meditating on the 9 chaos seals. Due to his tremendous level of insight into the Tao, he had already mastered 6 of the chaos seals. The 6th chaos seal allowed Ning to closely resonate with the original essence of water, something which was located infinitely far away. As a result, he was now able to manifest these frozen lotuses, which could be used to emanate streams of unfathomably cold energy to bind and trap foes. After activating the 6th chaos seal, Ning's 36 heavens were comparable to ordinary chaos treasures in power. Alas, in this form they could only really be used to constrict and bind foes. "You want to bind me?" The black-haired elder let out a cold laugh. "I am an immortal cultivator, not a fiend god. I don't even need to fight you in close combat. What can this technique of yours possibly do? If you won't come fight me in close combat, I'll come fight you in close combat." The white-robed Ning's body momentarily blurred as he manifested the 3 heads, 6 arms technique, holding 5 dark north swords in violet jewel in his 6 arms. Whoosh! The white-robed Ning immediately surged forward like a streak of light, flying towards the black-haired elder. Eh? The black-haired elder's face changed. Key refiners hated fighting in close combat. He immediately let out a cold snort, causing 2 streams of energy to emerge from his nostrils. These 2 streams of energy crystallized like ice, forming a pair of divine swords. "Just 2 of them? Pull out all 3 of your swords," Ning roared as he charged forward. Against you? The black-haired elder sneered coldly, 2 swords is enough. The 2 crystalline swords sliced out in 2 streaks of light, causing the air itself to glimmer with frozen energy as they struck straight towards the white-robed Ning. Clang! The 2 attacks collided against each other. The white-robed Ning was knocked backwards, his face changing slightly. Damn! As soon as they exchanged blows, he realized that this ancestral immortal definitely had the power of an elite elder god. He was even more difficult to deal with than Godfiend Witherspike had been. Fortunately, Ning had mastered the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand, otherwise, Ning wouldn't be able to do anything to him. That little bit of power you possess won't be enough to allow you to even get near me, the black-haired man sneered. Is that so? The white-robed Ning charged forward once again, striking out with all 6 swords. This time, he applied the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand to each hand. His mighty divine power instantly burst forth, causing 6 streaks of sword light to tear through the skies, carrying an aura of inexorable might. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Heavenbreaker Stance. The 2 flashing crystalline swords that were striking out towards Ning were instantly struck by Thy's blow. Boom, dot. The 2 crystalline swords were actually smashed flying backwards. On Ning's side, the flashing strike from the blood-colored violet jewel continued to streak forwards, striking out more than 1,000 kilometers as it hacked towards the distant black-haired elder. His divine ability is pretty powerful. The black-haired elder frowned slightly. A 3rd sword that was golden in color flew straight out from his forehead, quickly expanding in size to become more than 300 meters long. It swept forward in a straight line, carrying an aura of utmost forceful yang energy as it struck against Ning's violet jewel. Boom! Ning felt his hand go numb as violet jewel was knocked backwards, but the golden sword was also knocked backwards. Again! Ning once more charged forward, 6 swords and 6 arms. Damn! The black-haired elder frowned as he glanced at the icy lotuses surrounding him. The icy lotuses were emanating streams of energy that furiously coiled around him, constricting his movements. Although he wasn't fighting in close combat, his 3 swords were still somewhat impacted. Trialt Sword, First Stance. The black-haired elder's eyes flashed with cold light. The 2 crystal swords and the golden sword came together in midair to form a triangle, with the surface of the triangle flowing with runic light. Soon, the light solidified to form a shockingly sharp sword that was golden-white in color. When the sword appeared, an aura of infinite sharpness instantly appeared, slicing apart the energy streams surrounding him. Ning's face changed dramatically as he saw this. Such power! They really do form a perfect set of chaos swords. These 3 chaos swords are at least high-grade chaos treasures. In fact, they could well be top-grade chaos treasures. When the seals inside of them combine together to unleash their full power, they are almost as powerful as my own violet jewel. Dao's 3 purities of the 3 realms had something similar. He had those 4 chaos swords, which he was able to link together with the immortal slaying sword diagram. By Ning's estimation, that set was also close to violet jewel in power. This was how powerful a complete set of chaos treasures could be. Smash! The distant black-robed figure let out an angry roar. Swish! 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 The 36 frozen lotuses that had merely been hanging in the air around him all suddenly rushed towards him like meteors, smashing against the white gold sword. Every single frozen lotus of the heavens moved with incredible speed, far beyond the limits of the heavenly Daos. Although this was just a simple smashing movement, it was based off of the shadowless stance of the Bright Moon, Sword Art. Clang! 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 The frozen lotuses of the heavens smashed down one after another. Kill! The 3-headed, 6-armed, white-robed Ning once more charged forward with his 6 swords at the ready. The gold-white sword blasted away all the attacks. The frozen lotuses of the heavens were primarily meant to be used to constrict the foe through the release of freezing energy, after all.
They were rather similar to the Waterflame Apocalypse formation in that regard. If they were used to smash, they would at most be comparable to top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. They were simply too weak in this regard, whereas the gold-white sword was almost as powerful as Violet Jewel itself. When they were joined together, they had very nearly surpassed the limits of power possible for chaos treasures. Boom! Violet Jewel transformed into a black hole, moving to defend against the gold-white sword as the other 5 swords struck out. The black hole of swordlight was actually able to completely defend against the gold-white sword. What? The black-haired elder's face completely changed. This sword art, he himself was a sword wielder, he could immediately sense how terrifying that swordlight was. The black hole of swordlight seemed eternal and inexhaustible, with no end and no beginning. Ning just smiled coldly. The first stance of the nameless sword art, heartsword stance, was simply far too profound. Ning simply wasn't able to master it. However, the main purpose of the 98 stone steels which World God Northrest had left behind was to teach the principle of the hidden blade. The heartsword stance actually also represented a profound offensive and defensive technique. After analyzing the heartsword stance, then focusing on the principles of the hidden blade, Ning felt that there were many similarities with his own soul heart stance. Thus, he fused all of his insights into his soul heart stance, causing it to now be the most profound of the 5 stances he had developed. Kill! While blocking with one sword, Ning continued to charge forward and attack with the others. Trialed sword, second stance. The black-haired elder had an ugly look on his face. He had only come up with 2 stances thus far. Rumble! The gold-white sword suddenly began to spin. Ning's black hole of swordlight instantly began to tremble. It was only able to resist for a brief period of time before breaking apart, and the white gold sword immediately stabbed Ning on the chest, knocking him 1 step backwards. However, it was only able to leave behind a white spot on his skin. A protective divine ability? The black-haired elder was shocked. Fiend gods were skilled in close combat, causing key refiners endless headaches. Fiend gods who had exceptionally powerful protective divine abilities caused even more headaches. Go! The frozen lotuses in the air suddenly began to smash towards the black-haired elder once more. A black chain instantly flew out from the black-haired elder's body, coiling around him and blocking all the strikes from the frozen lotuses. Kill! The white-robed Ning once more charged forward, and the black-haired elder's face instantly turned extremely grim. A short while later. I lost. The black-haired elder gave up. The white-robed Ning's clothes were riddled with holes, but those holes were soon repaired. If I wasn't trapped here and forced to endure your assaults without being able to flee, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. The black-haired elder stared coldly at Ning. Ning had to admit that this was true. His protective divine ability, combined with his superlative sword arts, made it so that although the black-haired man worked hard to keep his distance from Ning, in the end he was still caught. The moment that Ning caught up to him was the moment that he lost. I can give you the trialed swords. The black-haired elder looked at Ning. Ning stood in front of the black-haired elder, his murderous intent billowing forwards. Previously, I merely wanted the trialed swords. Now, your life itself is in my hands. You had best be obedient and submit. Submit? The black-haired elder's face changed, but then he let out a snicker. Even if I was willing to submit and be your retainer, there's no way for me to leave this place in battle by your side, unless you are capable of releasing me from the prison world. I have no way of releasing you. Not now, at least, Ning said. Then why even speak of submission? The black-haired elder shook his head disdainfully. I need to search your memories, Ning said. An ancestral immortal would definitely know many things. He might learn something of use to him for the war. Impossible. The black-haired elder's face changed, and he roared angrily, I'm willing to submit to you, to be your retainer and to fight to the death in your service. However, don't even think about shaming me in such a way.
I would rather die than let you search my memories. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. It really was going to be quite difficult, as expected. After gaining the teachings of World God Northrest, Ning understood that when voyaging through the endless primordial chaos, there was a certain custom known as taking on retainers. Certain extremely powerful cultivators would often have retainers who served them and followed them. True gods and true immortals were considered weaklings without power, and so they were often simply captured and enslaved. Of the 6 servants of Godfiend Witherspike, 5 had been enslaved in such a manner. However, there were also retainers such as Saber who chose to follow someone in order to repay a debt. They could be described as servants, but they were no slaves. The black-haired elder was willing to be Ning's retainer, but he absolutely was not willing to allow Ning to search his memories. In the endless primordial chaos, elder gods and ancestral immortals generally were figures who were respected and honored. Then I have no choice but to do this. Ning stared at the black-haired elder, his eyes brimming with killing intent. However, he didn't take action right away, wanting to instead try and pressure the old man one last time. I can make one final concession. The black-haired elder gritted his teeth. I can swear a lifeblood oath that I will never lie to you. You can ask me any question you desire. So long as your questions do not impinge on certain personal matters that I cannot discuss with outsiders, I will answer them to the best of my ability. A lifeblood oath? Ning's eyes lit up. You have an oath stone? Generally speaking, only world gods and chaos immortals could swear lifeblood oaths. Elder gods, ancestral immortals, and weaker cultivators would generally only be able to swear lifeblood oaths if they made use of an oathstone. I was preparing to set up my own school. Of course I prepared an oathstone long in advance. The black-haired elder waved his hand, causing a jade globe to appear within it. Runes swirled over the surface of the jade globe. This is an oathstone which was personally forged by a Chaos Immorta. It cost me 99 drops of Chaos Nectar to purchase it. Upon hearing the words Chaos Nectar, Ning felt delighted. Ancestral immortals really were different from lower-ranking cultivators. They had far higher statuses, and they had far better treasures. The only reason why he was able to force this person to bow his head was because he was trapped here, unable to move more than 1,000 kilometers away. In the outside world, this ancestral immortal would have fled long ago. It is now an ownerless item. You can bind it. The black-haired elder offered the jade globe to Ning. An oath stone. Ning waved his hand, causing it to fly over to him. He immediately began to bind it, then activated the lifeblood oath ability. Swear your lifeblood oath. Ning looked at the black-haired elder. The black-haired elder let out a soft sigh. Retainer? This overseer was, at best, on par with him in power. If they were in the outside world, he absolutely wouldn't be willing to be this man's retainer at all. Still, in the face of death, he chose to bow his head. The black-haired elder stretched out with his hand, placing it against the oathstone. He could sense the lifeblood oath that had been activated. He didn't try to fight it, instead, he borrowed from its power, causing his soul to begin swearing an oath. I swear on my very life itself that I shall forever follow. As the master of the oathstone, Ning was able to sense the man's soul making this lifeblood oath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 12, Trial Swords. Book 23, End War, Chapter 12, Trial Swords. Master, the black-haired elder said respectfully. Ning sighed silently to himself. Ning knew himself to merely be a newly ascended ancestral immortal. It wasn't very likely that he would be able to force other elder gods or ancestral immortals to become his retainers, but he had succeeded in doing so. If he was in the primordial chaos, even if had managed to take on a retainer, it would have been his responsibility to provide his retainers with treasures and weapons. This was an extremely fair relationship, If the retainer was to risk his life for the master, then the master had to provide the retainer with cultivation techniques and treasures. This was the reason why powerful cultivators generally found it fairly easy to acquire retainers. Ning, on the other hand, ended up extorting his retainers for their treasures. Still, the black-haired elder was going to remain locked up in here. Only a world god or chaos immortal would be strong enough to break his chains. Thus, even though he had pledged his allegiance, there was no way he could really serve on Ning's behalf. Let me ask you a question. Ning looked at the black-haired elder. Do you have an elder god formation? Elder god formation? The black-haired elder was flabbergasted. Master, are you perhaps thinking a bit too highly of me? Even a small one would do, Ning said hurriedly. Or perhaps the other 15 elder gods and ancestral immortals imprisoned here, would any of them have an elder god formation? 15? The black-haired elder was surprised. Which 15? He was kept separate from the others. The only elder gods and ancestral immortals he knew of were the ones who had been imprisoned here before him. They include ancestral immortal Jade Tide. Ning listed all 15 of the other names. So that madman was imprisoned here as well? Good, good, good. The black-haired elder was in quite a good mood upon hearing these names, but he then looked at Ning and shook his head. Master, forget about acquiring an elder god formation. Although all the elder gods and ancestral immortals who have been imprisoned here are extraordinary, formations like that aren't for meant the likes of us. None of the elder gods or ancestral immortals of Pangaea would be able to acquire any elder god formation, even one that is only meant for 4 or 5 elder gods. Generally speaking, only world gods and chaos immortals will be able to acquire them. Elder god formations could be meant for many experts or just a few. Some, for example, could be used by as few as 6 elder gods. The 6 elder gods would bind different parts of the formation stone, allowing them to naturally join together in a large formation. They would be able to seamlessly share their divine power together, with their attacks dramatically increasing in strength. An elder god formation that could use up to 100 elder gods would be able to give even a world god a good fight. Even small-scale elder god formations could be used to dominate other elder gods and ancestral immortals with ease. This was something which Ning badly wanted to acquire. Ever since he had heard of them from world god Northrest's legacy, he had wanted to acquire one. If the elder gods of the Nuwa Alliance could join together in an elder god formation, they would definitely be able to effortlessly dominate the Seamless Gate with ease. Even if they didn't have enough elder gods, they would be able to use certain true gods to temporarily fill in positions. Even small-scale elder god formations would require 500 bottles of chaos nectar in trade. The black-haired elder shook his head. 500 bottles. The king of Pangaea spent unbelievable amounts of resources and hard work in order to construct those 36 chaos nectar refinery formations. Although those 36 formations are known as prisons, in the eyes of the king of Pangaea their true value lies in their ability to distill chaos nectar. The prison worlds can be said to be the most important treasures of Pangaea. For even a prison world to fall into your hands, it means that the chaos kingdom of Pangaea might have truly been annihilated. 36 prison worlds, each chaos cycle, they can only produce roughly 200 bottles of chaos nectar. The black-haired elder looked at Ning. An entire chaos cycle. But small-scale elder god formations will require at least 500 bottles of chaos nectar. World gods and chaos immortals might be able to afford such a price, but elder gods and ancestral immortals generally would not, unless they are ridiculously powerful or had absolutely incredible luck. Those of us who lived in Pangaea would rarely go out to adventure and risk our lives. Of course we wouldn't have enough treasures. Ning nodded. Elder gods could generally be divided into 2 different types. The first type consisted of elder gods like Gonggong, Swearen, or Swordfather Trialt. They spent their entire life in just a single chaos world, rarely going out to adventure. The second type consisted of the likes of the Lord of All Things or Godfiend Witherspike. They often went out adventuring.
They acted carefully for fear of losing their lives, but if they were successful they could reap fantastic rewards.
How much chaos nectar or chaos gems do you have?
Ning asked.
I have 2 bottles of chaos nectar and just 100 or so chaos gems, the black-haired elder said.
Ning shook his head.
How disappointing. Still, this was the average net worth for an ordinary ancestral immortal. Most of his resources would have been spent in acquiring those valuable chaos treasures, after all.
That black chain, for example, it would be worth quite a few bottles of chaos nectar.
As for the trialt swords?
They were worth dozens of bottles of chaos nectar, and Swordfather Trialt had only acquired them after spending countless years building up his resources.
Chaos nectar was something of a common currency in the endless primordial chaos.
It was the extracted essence of chaos energy and could be used to replenish the soul, divine power, immortal energy, heart force, all physical wounds. After asking the black-haired elder a few more questions, Ning finally gave up on acquiring an elder god formation, a world castle, or any other incredibly powerful treasures. It really just wasn't realistic. Only the most monstrously powerful elder gods or ancestral immortals had access to such treasures, such as the ones who were able to battle against even world gods and chaos immortals.
Go ahead and give me your chaos treasures, Ning said.
Ugh. The black-haired elder revealed a hint of pain in his eyes, but he still waved his hand, causing the 2 crystalline swords and the golden sword to join together and fly over towards Ning.
The black chains appeared as well, spinning around him. You only have 2?
Ning asked.
How much more do you want?
The black-haired elder said angrily, I nearly lost my life in acquiring the trial swords. Go ahead and see how many of the other 15 elder gods and ancestral immortals here have treasures superior to the trial swords.
Ning laughed, then waved his hand and accepted the 2 treasures, sending out his immortal energy to quickly bind them.
A look flashed past Ning's eyes.
How many levels of the trial swords and the dark cloud chains have you mastered?
Ning asked.
I've mastered the 3rd level of the trial swords and the 2nd level of the chain cloud chains, the black-haired elder said.
Oh, right. Take out all your other treasures and let me choose from them, Ning said.
You? The black-haired elder was instantly rendered speechless.
This was worse than a robbery.
What sort of a person extorted his own retainers like this?
Ning didn't pay any attention to the man as he picked through the treasures. These treasures weren't very useful to him, and the 2 bottles of chaos nectar wouldn't make much of a difference, but when he left the 3 realms in the future, he would have to make sure that he had enough good things to leave behind for his daughter Brightmoon.
After cleaning out the black-haired elder, Ning immediately left. He wasn't willing to face the old man's glowering, resentful glare.
He located a nearby mountain, then landed atop it. Ning waved his hand, causing the 3 chaos swords to appear in the air before him as well as the large, serpent-like black chains.
Black cloud chains.
It has 3 levels of power, and can just barely be considered a high-grade chaos treasure.
The trialt swords,
They actually have 6 levels of power, and all 3 are top-grade chaos treasures. Upon being joined together, they actually exceed the entire chaos level of power. Ning nodded silently to himself, then began to test out binding the treasures. First, he bound the black cloud chains. The black cloud chains could be used to bind and trap enemies, or it could be used to circle around the user and deflect enemy attacks. Ning's true body didn't need this sort of protective treasure, as he had an extremely strong protective divine ability, but his primal twin was only an ancestral immortal. His primal twin's body wouldn't be able to resist enemy attacks in the same way, making the black cloud chains quite a useful item for it.
The first level is fairly simple. The 2nd level, done.
After spending a bit more than 2 hours, Ning finished mastering the first 2 levels of the black cloud chains. The aura of the black cloud chains increased dramatically in strength, and the chains themselves seemed to move more agilely as well.
Ning's sword arts truly were at an incredibly profound level.
As a result, he had now mastered 6 of the 9 chaos seals, even though he only spent part of his time analyzing them.
Even Dawa's three purities had only mastered 7 of the Chaos Seals back during the Primordial Era. Thus, he was able to easily master the first 2 levels of the Blackcloud chains. The third level is too difficult, I won't be able to unlock it in a short period of time. Ning spent 6 more hours working on the chains before giving up. I'll focus on the trial swords first. Violet Jewel's still the best. There are no restrictions or levels that I need to bind and unlock, Ning said with a sigh. It's a divine sword that has a core quintessence within it, after all, but Chaos weapons were considered fairly high-level weapons. Above Chaos weapons were Dao weapons. World gods and Chaos Immortals generally would use Dao weapons. Violet Jewel, however, was something that surpassed even Dao weapons. It even had a core quintessence within it. Ning had merely repaired the surface layer of the sword, but that was still enough to allow it to have more power than any Chaos weapon. But of course, Violet Jewel was a weapon which even World Gods and Chaos Immortals would go berserk for. When World God Northrest had fled all those years ago, he had sent his true soul writing on the sword. All his other treasures had been lost, and even his very body itself had been lost. The only things left to him were his true soul and his precious sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 13, The Battle Begins. Book 23, End War, Chapter 13, The Battle Begins. I really wonder what sort of damnable places World God Northrest entered when he fled. Even something as tough and precious as Violet Jewel was damaged to such a degree. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Those 3 Wujiao god beasts who had chased after World God Northrest were very famous amongst world gods as well. When they attacked him, they did so with the goal of annihilating his true soul. If World God Northrest managed to send a message back to Vast Heaven Palace, the 3 of them would be doomed. Thus, when World God Northrest had frantically fled, the 3 of them had chased just as frantically. All World God Northrest had left had been the remnants of his soul and his sword. For the sake of fleeing, he had fled into every dangerous area he encountered, including areas that were known to be utterly deadly even for world gods. As for the 3 Wujiao god beasts, they had entered those places as well. Cultivators, by their very nature, would often enter dangerous regions. The only places which the 3 Wujiao god beasts would not dare to enter were those places where death was absolutely guaranteed. Teleporting through space, blinking through time, diving into danger zones, in the end, even Violet Jewel had been badly damaged. Finally, he had managed to escape into the 3 realms, but he was no longer able to flee any further. As for Violet Jewel, the only part of it that remained intact and undamaged was its core quintessence, which remained very stable. Ning sat there quietly, meditating as he bound the swords. The seals within the trial swords were clearly much more complicated. He was only able to bind and unlock both the first and the second levels of it. Excellent! Ning was secretly delighted. After unlocking the first level, he found that each sword could be used as he pleased. After unlocking the second level, he found that the 3 swords could be combined into one, but after another 2 days, he finally managed to bind and unlock the third level as well. I'm at the same level which Swordfather Trialt was at. Ning continued to proceed to the 4th level. The more levels he could unlock, the more powerful the swords would become. Swordfather Trialt was a fairly powerful ancestral immortal of Pangaea, but when viewed in the context of the vast primordial chaos, he was nothing more than an average figure. Even the likes of the Lord of all things was nothing more than a minor figure amongst the elder gods and ancestral immortals of the universe. The 4th level is quite difficult. Still, I should be able to master it, given time. After working on it for half a day, Ning began to frown. He expected that it would take several years for him to master it. Best to finish the process in the Heaven Gazer Tower of Radiance. The Crescent World. The black-robed Ning was fishing alongside his daughter Brightmoon.
His main true body and his main primal twin were both located in the prison world. Only his backup primal twin remained here in the Crescent world. The young Master HS already caught 12. Bright Moon, you haven't even caught a single one. Autumn Leaf looked into the fish buckets, then smiled as she teased Bright Moon. How should I know what's going on? Bright Moon glared at her nearby father. Father, are you cheating? Ning looked back at Bright Moon. Bright Moon looked quite similar to Yue, and she also liked to dress in black, just like her mother. Each time he saw his daughter, he couldn't help but think of his senior apprentice sister Yue. Senior apprentice sister, Ning murmured to himself, after the war, I'll leave the Three Realms. The Three Realms is a small place, after all. There are no techniques here I can use to save you, but perhaps in the outside world there is. One reason he was going to leave the Three Realms was in order to find Vast Heaven Palace. The other reason was because Ning still clung onto a thin strand of hope that he might one day find a way to rescue his wife. Saving his parents would be much easier. Comparatively speaking, all he had to do was become a world god or chaos immortal. Rescuing his wife, however, would be incredibly difficult. Bright Moon, you've been watching me like a hawk. If I cheated, you would know, right? Ning laughed as he spoke. You've mastered the heavenly Tao of water, father. If you were cheating, how would a little girl like me be able to find out? Bright Moon muttered. Ahaha, Ning laughed. Whenever he was with his laughter, he couldn't help but smile and laugh. Gee Ning, the final battle for karmic luck is about to begin. Come to the All Clan's palace right away. Subhoodie's voice suddenly rang out by Ning's ears. Next to Bright Moon, Ning suddenly froze mid-laughter. So, it has finally begun. Ning's breathing turned a bit ragged. Father? Bright Moon looked towards Ning. What happened? Nothing. Let's keep fishing, Ning said with a smile. The icy star located deep in the primordial chaos. Whoosh! A white-robed Ning suddenly appeared in the skies above the icy star. It has finally begun. Ning quickly teleported through the void and disappeared. The All Clan's palace. Swoosh! A white-robed Ji Ning suddenly appeared at the gates of the All Clan's palace. As he appeared, all the major powers inside the palace turned to look at him. Because both his true body and his primal twin had entered the prison world and were completely separated from the outside world, there was no way for Ning to keep an incarnation present in the All Clan's palace. Ji Ning has arrived. Daoist three purities rose to his feet. Let us go. The Seamless Gate has already mobilized their army, let us mobilize ours. Right. All the major powers had sent their true bodies, because they all knew that once the final battle for karmic luck began, the end war would definitely be nigh. Thus everyone, Fushi and Shinong included, had all hastened back from the primordial chaos. In fact, even that stooped, masked figure dressed in grey robes had made his appearance. Ning glanced at the masked, grey-robed figure. He mused to himself, he should be Gongung. Daoist three purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Swearen, Fushi, Shinong, Hui, Ji Ning, and the grey-robed figure walked at the head of the pack. Behind them walked Subhoodie and the rest of the major powers. The awe-inspiring group of major powers flew out of the All Clan's palace and into the air. Ning stared downwards. He immediately saw that the human world of Yu the Great was filled with teeming masses of immortal armies. The armies stretched off into the horizon, like so many countless dragons that lay coiled throughout the world. All of the immortal armies and fiend god armies of the New Alliance and the Three Realms have been summoned. Daoist three purities let out a soft sigh. Xian Yuan, give the order. Yes. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan had been standing behind him. He immediately sent the mental order. Mobilize. Rumble. Utterly titanic tears in the sky began to appear in front of them. One immortal army after another began to flood forward and soar towards the tears in the sky.
The battlefield for this final battle for karmic luck would be the vast void itself. During the previous realm wars, the various major powers had acted to keep the major worlds stable, making it possible for them to endure the earth-shaking devastation wrought by each side. This final battle for karmic luck, however, involved simply far too many immortals and fiend gods. This represented nearly all of the immortals and fiend gods that existed in the entire three realms. If they were to battle on a single major world, that major world would most likely be instantly annihilated. The distant solar star could be seen glowing with light, illuminating the darkness of the void. However, the void still remained a dark, gray place. It was simply too far from the solar star, making it seem rather dim. The armies of the Seamless Gate were beginning to appear in the distant parts of the void, joining together into multiple giant formations that were spread out throughout the area. The immortal armies of the New Alliance continued to flood out through their spatial rifts, moving into formation as had been previously ordained. Both sides stared at their enemies, separated from them by tens of millions of kilometers. Behind each side's armies were their major powers. Daiwa's three purities, Lord Tathagata, Swearin, Shinon, Fushi, Hoi, the masked figure, and the rest of the major powers were all standing behind their armies, staring at the enemy forces ahead of them. We've flourished for countless years. Fushi murmured softly. In terms of major powers, Empyrean gods, true immortals, and even celestial immortals, far more exist in this era of the three realms than existed during the primordial era. This war is also far larger in scale than the war which ended the primordial era. Dao's three purities nodded slowly as well. Xian Yuan. It is now up to you. Lord Buddha looked towards the nearby Yellow Emperor. All right. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan nodded. It was the Yellow Emperor's responsibility for directing their armies in this battle. As for Ning, he stared at their vast allied armies. As he scanned through their ranks, he saw so many faces he recognized. They included his fellow apprentices, such as Senior Apprentice Sister Empyrean Phoenix, Junwo, and Goldcrow. They also included Ning's own subordinates, such as Ninefangs, Primelight, and Sunblaze. He also saw the Xia Emperor as well as the Empyrean gods he had rescued from Undermoon Lake, such as the Seven Dragon Gods, Oddwitch, Eastvoid, Buyo, and Sin. Ning's eyes blazed with torchlight as he turned to stare at the vast army of the Seamless Gate. He immediately saw Sword Immortal Evergreen, the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater, Fairy Deadgrass, True Immortal Gaudy. Dark North, do you still remember him? Lord Tathagata suddenly spoke out to Ning while pointing towards a distant figure. Ning followed Tathagata's finger and saw one of their formation commanders. This was a barefoot bodhisattva who was dressed in yellow robes and whose face was pale and handsome. He is. Ning immediately felt that this person looked quite familiar. Bodhisattva Eastluck, Lord Buddha said with a laugh. Eastluck? Ning immediately remembered the man. No wonder he had looked familiar. When Ning had first gone to learn the 5 treasures, sword art which Dao Father Fuju had left behind, he had encountered this spoiled prince, Eastluck. Ning had ordered Prince Eastluck to become a servant at an inn-house for 300 years, and had commanded that he allow others to hit him and berate him without fighting back or talking back. Right. You sent him to work as a servant in the mortal world for 300 years with the goal of tempering his arrogance. Instead, he came to truly understand his own heart. He ended up understanding the Tao and becoming a celestial immortal, then joined my Buddhist Sangha. His rate of advancement was simply astonishing. Lord Buddha sighed with praise. He truly has the heart of a Buddha, and my Buddhist techniques were perfect for him. If he was given enough time, he would stand a very good chance of becoming a major power as well. Alas, the war has already arrived. Ning felt quite pleased as well. He had never imagined that the spoiled Prince Eastluck who had provoked him would become Bodhisattva Eastluck. Ning continued to stare at their forces. There were quite a few people who he had ties to. There were also quite a few who had grudges against him. They were all scattered throughout the various immortal and fiend god armies.
At this point in time, they were nothing more than minor chess pieces in the end war. Ning, however, had carved out a path for himself via his cultivation. He had also been blessed by luck and opportunity, and as a result he now stood at the very peak of power. He was capable of truly influencing the entire course of the war. I wonder how many of them will be alive after the war. Ning continued to quietly look at them all. Seamless gate. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan's voice echoed through the endless void, reverberating by the ears of every single immortal and fiend god. We once permitted you to enter our 3 realms and live amongst us. It's one thing for you to be ungrateful, but how dare you once more stir up trouble and cause such a great war? You were even so despicable and shameless as to assassinate the family and friends of our major powers, Empyrean gods, and true immortals. Now, you wish to fight? Do you think our side is afraid of you? Ha! You lost the war all those years ago, and you'll lose the war this time as well. Cut the crap. A cold laugh rang out from amongst the major powers of the distant Seamless Gate. The victors pronounce themselves kings while the losers are derided as bandits. If we win, we'll become the masters of the 3 realms. Only one of us will be able to survive. Then all of you can die. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan's cold voice echoed through the void. Kill. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan gave the order. Kill. 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 The entire void seemed to be filled with these cries. The hundreds of millions of immortals and fiend gods in the many armies all roared furiously, causing the entire 3 realms to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 14, The Battle for Karmic Luck, 1. Book 23, End War, Chapter 14, The Battle for Karmic Luck, 1. The 2 titanic armies of immortals and fiend gods began to charge towards each other, smashing upon each other like a pair of massive anvils. Of course, the ones who charged forward were the ones skilled in close combat. There were quite a few ancient, massive formations that were located in the rear, throwing large-scale spells and attacks against the battlefield. The attacks blotted out the sun, causing even the void to splinter and shatter. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan solemnly and carefully deployed his troops. Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist 3 Purities, Swearin, Shinong, Fushi, Ning, Hui, and the masked man all stood at the back lines, watching the battle and keeping an eye on the actions of the major powers of the Seamless Gate. They were determined to prevent the Seamless Gate's major powers from launching any sneak attacks. Now that the final battle for karmic luck had begun, it was possible that the Seamless Gate's major powers would suddenly launch the end war if they thought they were losing. The advantage lies with us right now, Taoist 3 Purities said in a cold voice. We won't be in a rush to launch the end war. The Seamless Gate, however, is different. They have a slightly weaker hand to play. Once they completely despair of victory, they will launch the end war. Swearin, Ning, the 2 of you are the quickest. When the time comes, it will be up to the 2 of you to stop the Seamless Gate's sneak attacks. Right. Swearin nodded. All right. Nin nodded as well. The 2 of them had both mastered the 9-horn lightning serpent technique. If the Seamless Gate was to launch a sneak attack, they would be able to intercept it. Our side is beginning to sustain casualties already, Tathagata said softly. Casualties are impossible to completely avoid. Swearin's eyes glowed with divine power, a desire to do battle radiating from his entire body. He said in a low voice, sometimes, victory can only be won when you pay a price in blood. It had been Swearin who had led the human race from obscurity to power. He knew very well that an enormous price had been paid in blood and bones for the human race to rise to its current illustrious state. Ning watched it all unfold silently. Senior apprentice brother Sloppy, Ning suddenly saw an unremarkable figure located in a distant Nuwa heaven repairing formation. It was his eldest disciple brother of the Black-White College. 1. I didn't expect for him to become a pure young true immortal as well. Ning sighed to himself.
If he hadn't broken through, he might have been able to avoid this battle. The weaker disciples and family members of the various major powers, such as those who had merely become celestial immortals, were generally permitted not to take part in this battle. Ning's own daughter Brightmoon was one example, and Taofather Crimson Bright's disciple Adept Woodpass was another. Both were celestial immortals, and there was no real point to them taking part in this battle. No matter what, the New Alliance still had to preserve its next generation, and so its lower-level geniuses were not required to take part in the battle. As for the likes of Autumn Leaf or Bluecliff Xiaoyu, who weren't even celestial immortals, there was of course no point whatsoever for them to get involved. However, for anyone who became an Empyrean god or true immortal, things were different. The sloppy Taoist and Bodhisattva Eastluck were all geniuses as well, but they were required to take part in this battle. There would only be an exception if an extremely important member of the New Alliance absolutely insisted on protecting them. Someone like Taoist Three Purities, Tathagata, Swearen, or Ji Ning could insist on protecting a particular Empyrean god or true immortal. For example, if Ning's daughter had theoretically become a true immortal and Ning was unwilling for her to suffer any danger, the New Alliance would be willing to satisfy this personal request of Ji Ning's. Still, even major powers would only rarely make a request like this. Even if they did, they would at most request for one or two of their most dearly beloved family members to be protected. Taofather Subhuti, for example, did not ask for a single one of his disciples to be protected. All of them had gone off to war. Those dazzling geniuses of yore have become nothing more than minor chess pieces on this battlefield. Faced with such a deluge of immortals and fiend gods, Ning could keenly sense how irrelevant a single person's power and ability was. Even most true gods and Taofathers would feel powerless in the face of a war like this. Both sides were using enormous formations, and the attacks from these formations surpassed the power of an ordinary true god or Taofather. The attacks were very close to the power of elite Taofathers. The first time the two massive armies clashed, they battled for roughly an hour before both sides withdrew. This sort of battle caused both sides to use up immortal energy and divine power at an absolutely staggering rate. Virtually every single immortal and fiend god in the three realms was taking part in this battle, and so neither the New Alliance nor the Seamless Gate could possibly provide enough immortal pills for them to replenish their energy. Thus, their only choice was to battle over and over again. Both sides proceeded very carefully with each clash, doing their best to locate the enemy's weak spots and tear them apart as much as possible. On the very first day of battle, the New Alliance lost a total of 612 Empyrean gods and true immortals, more than 3.2 million celestial immortals, and countless lower-level cultivators. As for the Seamless Gate, they lost 122 Empyrean gods and true immortals, more than 1.89 million celestial immortals, and countless lower-level cultivators. By the sixth day of battle, the New Alliance had lost a total of 925 Empyrean gods and true immortals, more than 5.62 million celestial immortals, and countless lower-level cultivators. The Seamless Gate had lost a total of 531 Empyrean gods and true immortals, more than 1 million celestial immortals, and countless lower-level cultivators. By the 19th day of battle. By the 26th day of battle. Both sides continued to do their best to seek out the enemy's weak points, and they proceed tentatively with each clash. Casualties were still fairly light, given that almost all of the immortals and fiend gods of the three realms were taking part. The 69th day of battle. The battle this day was noticeably more vicious than on previous days. More Empyrean gods and true immortals died on this day than during all previous days combined. This was because on this day, both the Seamless Gate and the New Alliance had almost simultaneously revealed their Bug Beast armies. The appearance of the dominating Bug Beast's armies immediately destabilized the battlefield, resulting in large-scale massacres. Withdraw. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan gave the order. Both the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate began to withdraw their troops. The mood on the battlefield was noticeably much grimmer than before, with countless immortals and fiend gods having frenzied looks in their eyes. All of the cultivators knew that there was nowhere to run. Their only choice was to stake their own lives in an attempt to take the lives of their opponents. They actually have slightly more bug beasts than we do. Fu Shi frowned. They gained the legacies of the Lord of all things. It's not that strange that they also gained his bug beast techniques. Daoist three purities said coldly, although they have slightly more bug beasts than we do, things are still manageable. Sword Immortal Evergreen, Ning shook his head. Ning had always been wanting to find an opportunity to kill this traitor. However, no one would have imagined what had happened. Due to both sides suddenly adding bug beasts into their armies, the balance between the two sides had been completely disrupted. Faced with critical danger, Sword Immortal Evergreen had actually made a sudden breakthrough. He had mastered one of the heavenly Daos, causing a resonance that everyone was able to feel. Sword Immortal Evergreen had immediately swallowed Great Firmament Immortal pills to break through to become a golden immortal of the Great Firmament, Daofather. After he made a breakthrough, he immediately suffered frenzied, concentrated attacks from the Nuwa Alliance. He became a focal point, resulting in him being slain almost instantly. Just a few seconds after becoming a Daofather, Sword Immortal Evergreen had been assaulted by more than 10 mighty formations. He had died on the spot. In this sort of massive battle, anyone who seemed particularly impressive or eye-catching would immediately draw enormous amounts of concentrated firepower on his or her head. Only someone close to the overlord level of power would be able to survive, anyone else would almost certainly perish. Too many died in this battle. Shinnong sighed softly. There are no other choices. Swearin suppressed the pain he felt in his heart. Ning felt miserable as well. This latest battle was the most vicious battle to date in the final war for karmic luck. As a result of this battle, the total number of Empyrean gods and true immortals the Nuwa Alliance had lost had reached more than 8,600. As for celestial immortals? Celestial immortal casualties had surpassed 100 million. Loose immortals and fiend gods? Forget about even trying to tell them. Things weren't much better for the Seamless Gate either. Although they were supported by many powerful golems, they were still the weaker side in this conflict. They had lost more than 6,900 Empyrean gods and true immortals and more than 92 million celestial immortals. Their loose immortal casualties were also horrendous beyond count. These simple, plain numbers represented a hideous loss of life amongst immortals and fiend gods. Far too many had died in this battle, including many of Ning's good friends. Old brother Buyo. Rough peak, Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. More than 10 of the Empyrean gods he had rescued from Undermoon Lake had died just now, including Empyrean gods Buyo and Roughbeak. He had been particularly close to those two. And East Luck, Ning sighed again. That stubborn wastrel of a prince, after his temper had been tamed, he had revealed his tremendous talent and brilliance. He had skyrocketed in power after entering the Buddhist Sangha, causing even Lord Buddha to take notice of him. In this battle, Bodhisattva Eastluck had actually been given full control over a large formation. But, just now, the dazzlingly talented Bodhisattva Eastluck had also died in battle. If he had been given enough time, it was entirely possible that the Buddhist Sangha would have gained yet another Buddha into their ranks. Alas, this was destiny. No matter how talented you were or how much of a genius you were, if you weren't given enough time to grow, you still wouldn't become a major power. Dying in a titanic battle like this was like a single wave disappearing into the sea, leaving behind no traces of its passing. Not even Lord Buddha had enough time to grieve for each individual person. Far too many were dying, and every single major power had to watch as quite a few of their beloved disciples perished. Almost every Empyrean god and true immortal had taken on a major power as master, after all. 1. The legend of Nuwa repairing the heavens is one of the oldest legends of Nuwa, and was mentioned previously with regards to how Gongang damaged the pillars of heaven, causing the skies to collapse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 15, The Battle for Karmic Luck, 2. Book 23, End War, Chapter 15, The Battle for Karmic Luck, 2.
War was a cruel affair. The Empyrean gods and true immortals were all fighting in massive formations. Each of them commanded many celestial immortals and a sea of loose immortals and fiend gods. Each time a formation was broken apart, a huge massacre would follow. Only a few lucky individuals would be able to survive, generally when allied immortals and fiend gods who were still in formation managed to scoop them up into estate treasures. Ning's eyes were bloodshot. When he saw all this happen, he couldn't help but wish to charge into the fray himself as well. However, he knew that he had to remain calm. Although the numbers indicated that the Nuwa Alliance's losses were heavier than the Seamless Gate's, that was because the Seamless Gate was losing golems as well. As more and more golems were destroyed, the Seamless Gate began to lose more and more immortals and fiend gods as well. Ning suddenly relaxed slightly. His primal twin had been in the Heavengazer Tower the entire time. Just now, it had finally mastered and unlocked the 4th level of the Trialed Sword. As his primal twin was now also an ancestral immortal, he now used up a staggering amount of energy when he sped up time inside the tower. Thus, his primal twin now merely maintained a rate of 30 times the normal speed of time. At 20 times the normal speed of time, the primal twin was able to maintain an energy equilibrium. At 30 times the normal speed of time, the primal twin would need to occasionally consume spirit pills in order to stay steady. Roughly 3 months had passed in the outside world, but roughly 8 years had passed in the Heavengazer Tower. Finally, the 4th level had been unlocked. Now, the Trialed Swords will be slightly more powerful for me than they were for Swordfather Trialed, Ning mused to himself. To be able to increase his own power at such a critical moment in time was something which pleased Ning greatly. The war for karmic luck continued. As more and more golems were destroyed, the Nuwa Alliance's advantage became increasingly apparent. However, the Seamless Gate was quite resolute as well. They triaged their losses whenever necessary, determined to give the Nuwa Alliance no chance at all for a quick victory. The battles continued, and the casualties continued to climb. By the 179th day of battle, after roughly half a year had passed, the Nuwa Alliance had lost a total of more than 20,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals. The Seamless Gate had also lost more than 20,000 as well. If this was a battle between mortal armies, such terrible casualties could very well have caused a complete breakdown in morale, resulting in one side collapsing. However, the two vast armies continued to fight with utter bloodlust. It's about time. The Lord of all Fiends, Keeper Everwood, Tao Mother Devilhand, Tao Father Bloodswan, Old Man Yuan, and the other major powers were all standing in the darkened skies, watching as the battle proceeded. Prepare for the end war, the Lord of all Fiends sent mentally. The end war? Everyone present felt their hearts clench. Tao Mother Devilhand sent frantically, Wind Fiend, we haven't lost the war for karmic luck yet. Our losses in Empyrean gods and true immortals are equal to their losses. We can keep fighting. We can, but can we win? The Lord of all Fiends asked her. Tao Mother Devilhand instantly fell silent. The Lord of all Fiends swept them all with his gaze. He sent mentally, things weren't so bad at the start, primarily because we had so many golems in storage. But more and more of the golems have been destroyed. Over the course of the past half year, we've lost nearly 90% of our golem army. The formations of the Nuwa Alliance, however, remain as powerful as ever. They completely suppress our formations in power. We aren't a match for them in terms of mobilizing true immortals and Empyrean gods. The major powers of the Seamless Gate had to admit to this. The Nuwa Alliance's formations had been left behind by Mother Nuwa herself. Their formations were superior, which meant that their Empyrean gods and true immortals were able to join together more effectively. Perhaps certain tactical schemes and traps can turn the course of battle, but the enemy commander is Xian Yuan. His control over their armies is completely flawless. He doesn't strive for brilliant victories, he only seeks to make no mistakes. He fights against us in a frontal, above-board manner, slowly draining our armies. He relies on his superiority in numbers and his superior formations rather than compete against us in tactical brilliance.
The Lord of all Fiends shook his head. Traps and schemes might be useful against another commander, but we can forget about using them against Xian Yuan when he's commanding troops in such a manner. But our karmic luck is weaker than theirs. The situation is disadvantageous to us. The black-robed God King spoke out in worry as well. The Seamless Gate had lost many of the important realm wars, resulting in their karmic luck weakening. They were at a disadvantage in this battle as well. If their karmic luck was to weaken even further, then during the end war it would be much more difficult for them to use certain formations to summon enough energy from heaven and earth. The New Alliance, however, would find it easier to summon and maintain those formations. It would be as if heaven and earth were both trying to assist the New Alliance. Yes, our karmic luck is a bit weaker right now, but if we keep fighting like this, we'll probably lose all of our karmic luck, the Lord of all Fiends said. Everwood? Dowmother Devilhand looked towards the silent keeper Everwood. I agree with what Windfiend said. Keeper Everwood said slowly, no matter what, we have to start the end war at some point. Although it does seem as though we still have a chance at winning the war for karmic luck, that's precisely why, if we attack now, we might be able to catch the New Alliance off their guard. If we wait until we completely lose the war, not only will we have even less karmic luck, the New Alliance will be fully prepared as well. Fine. Then let the last battle begin. I haven't had the chance to make the New Alliance pay for my child's death yet. The Three Realms was created by the collision of our Seamless Chaos World and their Pango Chaos World. Why, then, have they always put on airs of being the true masters of the Three Realms? I've been pissed off about this for eons. Fight. The major powers of the Seamless Gate cast aside all their doubts and worries. Only one path existed before them, that of battle. The Lord of all Fiends sent mentally, Taoist Yuan, don't end up becoming soft-hearted when the battle starts. Don't worry. Old man Yuan chuckled calmly. Wither's Pike. The Lord of all Fiends sent a mental message deep into the darkness of the void, to a location where a dark golden castle was located. Inside the castle, Godfiend Witherspike was seated atop his throne as always. Smiling coldly, he made his reply. Don't worry, Allfiend, if I don't intervene, your chances of winning the end war would be pathetically low. I'll definitely take part. Good. The Lord of all Fiends looked calmly at the two vast armies battling before him. Transmit my orders. All of the major powers of the Seamless Gate turned solemn, preparing to enter battle at a moment's notice. The battle between the Immortal armies turned increasingly vicious. Ning and the other major powers of the New Alliance all held their breaths, unable to breathe as they saw so many familiar faces perish. They felt tremendous pain in their hearts, but all they could do was watch. Although he felt pain, Ning was still continuing to focus on attuning to his own body. He continued to train in accordance with the solitary world god, seeking to find that spark of insight in his own body so that he could break through to become an elder god. If he could become an elder god, given how he had the Tao 18 fiend gods, and, one true body, divine abilities, he would become a half-step world god. In all the three realms, most likely only the mysterious, inscrutable Lord of all Fiends would be a match for him. Alas! Ning desperately wanted to make the breakthrough, and he had mastered the heavenly Tao of water, but mastering a heavenly Tao was just one of multiple prerequisites for becoming an elder god. In the three realms, quite a few true gods had mastered heavenly Taos, and a good number of them had been taught the unbound elder god visualization technique. However, Swearin was the only one to break through to become an elder god. From this, one could see how hard it was to become an elder god. Ning had been unable to find that spark of insight inside his body. Despite that, Ning had never given up on trying. He continued to search for that spark at all times. Snow Scorpion! Suddenly, an agonized cry rang out from behind Ning. It was Red's now, and he had a frantic, heartbroken look on his face. Red's now had left his secluded meditation when Ning was fighting against the primordial ruin world. He had already broken through to become a true god. Reds now was staring at a distant Pangogenesis formation, one which had already been broken apart. Empyrean God Snowscorpion had been inside that formation, and her body had been torn through by the sharp claws of an envoy of all things. She died on the spot. Snowscorpion, Ning felt pain in his heart as well. 7 Empyrean gods had followed him from the Starsizer world, and one of the 7, Snowscorpion, had just perished. Compared to Ning, however, Reds now felt far greater pain. Reds now and Snowscorpion had been the right and left arms of Taoist 3 lives. He would never be able to forget how the two had fought side by side for countless years. The other Empyrean gods and true immortals under Taoist 3 lives command had all slowly trickled away, with only a few remaining within the star-seizing manor. Reds now and Snowscorpion had stayed behind, and the two had long ago grown close to each other. Although they didn't formally join together to become Tao companions, they had lived alongside each other for so long that they were like family. Damn! Red Snow's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rumble! Suddenly, a streak of black light appeared in the distance. The streak of black light moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Taos, charging straight towards the vast armies of the New Alliance. This alpha strike had been launched by the most terrifying figure of the Seamless Gate, the Lord of all Fiends. He was simply far too fast when he attacked, but the New Alliance had been watching vigilantly this entire time. Kill! Taoist 3 Purity's face changed and he immediately let out a furious bellow. Kill! All of the major powers had been keeping their growing rage suppressed. Now, they let it all explode outwards. True God Reds now and the others had bloodlust eyes as all of them instantly went berserk. Alfie and Ning and Swerin simultaneously let out angry howls. The two of them were the fastest on the New Alliance. When faced with the sudden attack of the Lord of all Fiends, Ning was actually the most suitable candidate for defending against it, thanks to his mastery of the 5 treasures. Ning immediately executed the 3 heads, 6 arms technique as well as the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. The divine tattoos appeared on his 6 enormous palms, filled with such power as to cause the entire void to shudder. They were like 6 titanic storm clouds that swept through the skies, each palm surpassing the limits of the heavenly Taos as they struck towards the armies of the Seamless Gate, but Ning knew very well that in terms of speed, he was still a bit inferior to the Lord of all Fiends. Thus, he launched an attack in order to force the Lord of all Fiends to withdraw his attack as he sent his 6 cloud-sized palms towards the army of the Seamless Gate. In this way, he could ensure that the Lord of all Fiends would have to withdraw his attack. Not good. Careful. Block it. The soldiers of the Seamless Gate stared ashen-faced at the 6 titanic storm clouds that were descending towards them. The Lord of all Fiends had only struck with a single sharp blade that moved like a streak of black light, but Ning had struck out with 6 gigantic palms. How many of them would die to this strike? Humph, the Lord of all Fiends frowned. The black streak of light curved in midair, expanding to become hundreds of thousands of kilometers long as he swung it towards Ning's palms. Boom! A massive blast could be heard, and the incomparably powerful collision caused Ning to uncontrollably fly backwards a few steps. The Lord of all Fiends' body trembled momentarily as well. The weapon in his hand was a strange, black-colored weaver's shuttle. Sword Immortal Dark North and the Lord of all Fiends had exchanged blows. Now, all the other major powers of the 2 alliances entered the fray as well. Some began to take command over envoys of all things, some began to take command over many Empyrean gods and true immortals to assume mighty formations. The battlefield quickly transformed from the final battle over karmic luck to the true end war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 16, Guardian Formation. Book 23, End War, Chapter 16, Guardian Formation. So powerful. Ning stared at the distant Lord of all Fiends, who continued to stand there in midair. He really is an elder god. If I only use the star-seizing hand, I'm at a complete disadvantage. Even during the primordial era, the man had been able to save the seamless gate from the hands of a world god, Mother Nuwa. He was the person who the Nuwa Alliance feared the most. Assemble the formation. Assemble the formation. Assemble the formation. Assemble the formation. Daiwa's three purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Shinnon, and Fushi began to take command over the Empyrean gods and true immortals on their side. Quafu, Taoist Jade Cauldron, Xingtian, Exalted Celestial Carefree, and the rest of the true gods and Taofathers quickly took command over their respective Empyrean gods and true immortals as well. The final battle. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan's voice rang out by the ears of every single immortal and fiend god. All of the celestial immortals immediately waved their hands, putting away the loose immortals and fiend gods under their command. In the blink of an eye, the previously countless throngs of immortals and fiend gods began to dramatically sparsen and thin out. All of the weaker cultivators vanished, while the Empyrean gods and true immortals then instantly drew their tens of millions of celestial immortals into their estate treasures and estate worlds. Almost all of the cultivators on the side of the Nuwa Alliance instantly disappeared, leaving behind only the true gods, Taofathers, Empyrean gods, and true immortals. Rumble. Tao's three purities gathered a total of 3,600 pure young true immortals around him. A flood of immortal energy began to activate, drawing upon enormous amounts of natural energy. Given Taoist three purities abilities, the energy was instantly formed into an enormous formation. The illusory image of a titanic Taoist three purities appeared above the formation, and beneath the feet of the illusion was an enormous deep azure diagram. Four chaos swords floated around the illusion, one in each direction, their auras filling the heavens. Nuwa Heaven Repairing Formation. The major powers of the Seamless Gate hurriedly took control over their formations as well, with some entering their envoys of all things. However, when they saw the enormous formation which the distant Taoist three purities had just created, they couldn't help but feel their hearts quaver. Mother Nuwa had left behind three guardian formations. What did this termed guardian formation truly represent? Mother Nuwa was worried about more alien outsiders invading in the future, and so she spent enormous amounts of effort to develop these three guardian formations. Only then did she feel confident enough to leave. During the war for the Deerchaser world, the Nuwa Alliance had put one of their three guardian formations on display, the Pangogenesis formation. However, that time they merely had true immortal Jimin command the formation, and his formation only held a total of around 500 Empyrean gods and true immortals. It could be considered a simplified version of the Pangogenesis formation. However, Taoist three purities was now serving as the core of a massive formation with 3,600 pure young true immortals, forming a perfect Nuwa Heaven Repairing formation. Every single movement he made was filled with the power of heaven and earth. He was every bit as powerful as a true first-tier ancestral immortal. In addition to that, Taoist three purities had an extremely high level of insight into the Tao, and his immortal slaying swords were tremendously powerful. One could imagine how deadly he was. Arise! Lord Tathagata folded his hands together in prayer. Around him were exactly 5,800 Empyrean gods, and they too began to summon an overwhelming amount of natural energy from heaven and earth. A titanic body was quickly formed around them, but it still had the appearance of Tathagata. This formation was the guardian formation known as the Pangogenesis formation. It had been manifested through the power of 5,800 Empyrean gods, with Tathagata serving as the core. The Pango god created by this formation was every bit as powerful as any elder god. Given Tathagata's insights into the Tao and formidable palm arts, it could be said that he did not need to fear anyone. Assemble the formation. Fushi also took command over 3,600 pure young true immortals to assemble a second Nuwa Heaven Repairing formation. Assemble the formation. Shinnon took control over 5,800 Empyrean gods to form a second Pangogenesis formation. Arise! Exalted Celestial Carefree commanded a total of 2,200 Empyrean gods and true immortals, using them to form the origin of duality formation. 3 mighty guardian formations.
The Pangogenesis formation used Empyrean gods to form a Pango god which was adept at close combat. The Nuwa Heaven Repairing formation sued true Immortals to manifest tremendous amounts of immortal energy that could be used to launch long-distance attacks.
The Origin of Duality formation was an extremely durable formation.
It could be used on the battlefield to deal with the most dangerous situations. It could be placed wherever it was needed. It could launch long-range attacks but could also tank attacks at close range. These 3 Guardian formations were incredibly powerful. Even if alien outsiders with the power of elder gods and ancestral immortals invaded, the Nuwa Alliance would be able to rely on these 3 Guardian formations and their profound insights into the Tao to fight back.
The Nuwa Alliance had assembled into formations, but the Seamless Gate was doing the same.
They had many Empyrean gods and true immortals as well, and they also had their envoys of all things. But when they saw the 3 Guardian formations of the Nuwa Alliance reveal their full power for the first time, they couldn't help but quiver.
Fiend Lord, our karmic luck is weak while their karmic luck is strong. Our major powers are drawing far less natural energy than theirs.
Our karmic luck is weak and our formations are weak, the difference is simply enormous.
Fiend Lord, what should we do? Everyone in the Seamless Gate was beginning to panic.
They knew that the Nuwa Alliance had 3 powerful Guardian formations, but the Nuwa Alliance had never truly revealed them in the past. The versions they had previously seen were all just simplified versions. Daiwa's 3 purities, Tathagata, and the others had never personally taken command over those formations. Now that they had, the Seamless Gate was shivering in fear.
Forget about the Seamless Gate, even the highly experienced Godfiend Witherspike had an ashen look on his face. Prepare to fight.
Godfiend Witherspike was commanding his retainers and the alien outsiders of the primordial ruin world, and he was about to command them to charge forward, but upon seeing the enormous formations the Nuwa Alliance had just set up, he was dazed. This formation, Godfiend Witherspike previously always had a calm look on his face, but he could no longer remain calm.
Awestruck, he said, Nuwa, she was just a local aboriginal, right?
And she left the 3 realms shortly after becoming a world god. A new world god who didn't have much tutelage. How the hell could she have created 3 formations of such power? This is trouble. The nearby Saber said in a low voice, Master, these locals are much weaker than us, but that's primarily because they are all just true gods and 3rd-tier ancestral immortals. Now that they've assembled these so-called Guardian formations, they have become dramatically stronger.
Look at Tathagata over there.
That Pango god he's created definitely has the power of an elder god. Combined with his palm arts, even if the 2 of us joined together, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him.
Agreed. Godfiend Witherspike nodded. Tathagata was highly skilled in defense.
Even in the primordial ruin world, when the 2 had joined forces they had only been able to injure him, not capture him. Now that Tathagata had the body of a Pango god, he could absolutely be described as invincible.
These local overlords all have incredible insights into the Tao.
They had just one weakness, and it's just been covered by their formations.
Saber frowned. They are not easy to deal with.
I just knew that a chaos world that gave birth to a world god wouldn't be so easy to invade.
Godfiend Witherspike gritted his teeth. Let's watch for now and see how the Seamless Gate reacts.
If they get completely manhandled, we'll give up on our schemes and leave right away.
Agreed. Saber nodded.
Although Godfiend Witherspike and Saber both had ultimate attacks that they had yet to use, when they saw the true power of the Nuwa Alliance they understood that even if they used everything they had, they still wouldn't be able to take over the 3 realms. It was best to see what the Seamless Gate had up its sleeve first. The Seamless Gate was panicking, but it had no options but to fight.
Tathagata, 3 purities, Fushi, and Shinon.
Don't worry about the formations they are in command of. All of you, go deal with the formations led by the other true gods and Tao Fathers, the Lord of all Fiends immediately instructed.
Yes.
The major powers of the Seamless Gate all heaved sighs of relief.
The Seamless Gate had quite a few major powers on its side as well, especially after Old Man Yuan had led the four ancestors of the river source into their alliance. These major powers had two types of large formations of their own to use. One of them involved 3 true gods to take control over 3,900 Empyrean gods in the Infinity Fiend God formation. The other involved 6 Tao Fathers taking control over 5,100 true Immortals to form a Ragnarok formation. These were the 2 mighty formations which Keeper Everwood had come up with after spending countless years of effort. However, these formations were far weaker than the ones which Mother Nuwa had devised. The Ragnarok formation, for example, it required 6 Tao Fathers and 5,100 true Immortals, but the Nuwa Heaven Repairing formation was stronger, even though it only required a single Tao Father and 3,600 true Immortals. But of course, the more powerful the commander, the more powerful the formation. There was a huge gap in power between a formation commanded by Taoist 3 purities and a formation commanded by an ordinary Tao Father. 3 purities, Fushi, Shinong, and Tathagata had each taken control over a formation. If the Seamless Gate's Tao Fathers didn't need to worry about those 4 formations, they felt much more confident in their chances. We can ignore the nastiest ones. We have 9 envoys as well. We can at least give the Nuwa Alliance a good fight. However, I wonder how the Fiend Lord and the others are planning to deal with those terrifying formations of the Nuwa Alliance. The major powers of the Seamless Gate continue to worry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 17, A Host of Elder Gods. Book 23, End War, Chapter 17, A Host of Elder Gods. The Nuwa Alliance was not going to show any mercy. As soon as the formations were established, they immediately began to press the attack. Kill. Taoist 3 purities, in command of a Nuwa Heaven Repairing formation, pointed from far away, his aura towering to the heavens. Instantly, his 4 immortal slaying swords joined together to form a single titanic sword that chopped downwards towards the grand army of the Seamless Gate. The tip of the giant's sword instantly caused the void to break apart, and the terrifying aura of power around the sword caused all the major power to feel their hearts grow cold. What a killer formation! The faces of both Godfiend Wither's pike and saber were rather ashen. Even Ning sighed in shock upon seeing this. Although his primal twin was a first-tier ancestral immortal and capable of unleashing tremendous power with the trial swords, it wouldn't be like this. Daiwa's 3 purities had acquired the immortal slaying swords far too long ago, and he himself had developed the sword diagram linking the 4 together. Daiwa's 3 purities was also at a higher level of insight and understanding than Ning. Thus when he used the immortal slaying swords, the power of his attacks could be described as truly unequaled in all the 3 realms. 3 purities. A loud roar rang out. A wooden ruler suddenly expanded in size, becoming so gigantic that it seemed to completely block out the skies themselves. The gigantic sword collided with the massive wooden ruler, the collision completely obliterating the void around them. Daiwa's 3 purities stared at the distant violet-robed figure, then said in a cold voice, "Everwood, I've never been able to get a good handle on the Lord of all Fiends' power. The other one I was unsure about was you. You really did hide your power very well. You've actually become an elder god." Keeper Everwood's face was turning slightly pale. The immortal slaying swords were simply far too strong. No need to waste words. Keeper Everwood immediately attacked once again. Kill. Daiwa's 3 purities once more sent his immortal slaying sword formation to strike at Keeper Everwood. Keeper Everwood was proficient in almost every aspect. Treasure forging, formation setting, attack, defense, he seemed to be skilled in everything. His talent was such that even Lord Demonheart felt great admiration for him. The 2 most dazzling figures in the seamless chaos world had been the Keeper of the Everwood and the Lord of the Demonheart. Keeper Everwood simply didn't have any taste for power. Despite that, after the battle that ended the primordial era, he managed to make a breakthrough to become an elder god. He didn't have any guidance from others, much like how Mother Nuwa wasn't guided by anyone to become a world god. The same was true for Keeper Everwood. He simply had such a powerful foundation and many profound insights into many different fields. After being baptized by the war that ended the primordial era, he ended up becoming an elder god. He simply never revealed it to anyone else, but today, during the End War, he finally did. And yet, Daoist 3 Purity's immortal slaying sword formation was simply too savage. Even though Keeper Everwood was an elder god, he was only able to just barely withstand the formation's attack. Water Flame Apocalypse, Yin-Yang Birth and Destruction. Fushi was in command of a Nuwa Heaven repairing formation as well, and he immediately executed his strongest technique. Rumble. An area of 100 million kilometers around him became instantly transformed into a sea of water and fire. Seemingly endless amounts of arcane moon water and eternal kindle fire filled the emptiness of the void, and the formations and envoys of the Seamless Gate instantly felt as though their bodies had been trapped in quicksand. Their movements were all affected, and their speed was dramatically lessened. In addition, the water and fire joined together to form a gigantic Taiji diagram in front of the Lord of all Fiends. Water was used to represent Yin, while fire was used to represent Yang. Water represented life, fire represented destruction. In his previous life, Fushi was Elder God Fushi, after all. He was born with mastery over the heavenly Tao of destruction. In this life, he had worked hard to understand the heavenly Tao of life, so as to be able to recover his memories from his past life. Thus, he was quite talented in both of these heavenly Taos, and he had of course long ago mastered the heavenly Taos of Yin and Yang. This was why the true killer technique of his Water Flame Apocalypse formation was this technique, the Yin-Yang Birth and Destruction technique. If he was to master the heavenly Taos of life and destruction, the power of this attack would increase dramatically. Even now, thanks to the power of the Nuwa Heaven repairing formation, this technique possessed extraordinary power. The robes of the Lord of all Fiends fluttered, causing a series of concentric ripples to spread out around him and defend against the attacking Taiji diagram. Kill. Shinon, in control of a Pangogenesis formation and protected by a Panga god, also flew forward and attacked the Seamless Gate. He had mastered the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and was exceedingly powerful in close combat as well. Kill. Swearin no longer held back his overwhelming powerful aura either. He completely unleashed his Elder God aura as he charged towards the Seamless Gate. He's an Elder God. Swearin is an Elder God. He's actually an Elder God? The Seamless Gate was stunned. The only natural Elder God on their side was the Lord of all Fiends. The other one was Keeper Everwood, a genius who spent countless years cultivating before also reaching that level. As the Seamless Gate saw it, advancing from true God to Elder God was incredibly difficult. There were no techniques that could teach someone to make this breakthrough, after all. The only reason why Keeper Everwood had been able to do so was because he had such a deep, well-rounded foundation in every single aspect of the Tao. They felt that the Nuwa Alliance wouldn't be able to accomplish the same, but they were wrong. Kill. The stooped, gray-robed figure suddenly straightened his body, lifting his head up and revealing a heavily bearded face. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His aura towered to the heavens as he charged towards the Seamless Gate. That's Gonggong. Elder God Gonggong. He actually didn't die? The Seamless Gate instantly recognized him. Elder God Gonggong had displayed his might during the war that ended the primordial era, after all. But everyone in the 3 realms had believed Gonggong to be dead. It was said that he had been slain by an alien outsider, and he hadn't shown himself in countless years. In the end, the Seamless Gate came to truly believe that Elder God Gonggong had perished. No one imagined that he was still alive. First Swearin, now Gonggong. The Nuwa Alliance actually has 2 Elder Gods. Kill. Hatchet in hand, Hoi no longer held back. His aura completely burst forward, sweeping through heaven and earth with as much power as the auras of Gongang and Swerin. He was the most dazzlingly, peerlessly talented figure of the primordial era. After he gained Mother Nuwa's unbound elder god visualization, he had trained to become an elder god as well. In the entire Nuwa alliance, only 2 figures had been able to train in the unbound elder god visualization to become elder gods. The first was Swerin, while the second was Hoi. Dai, God King. 36 icy lotuses had appeared in the air around Ning, and they were freezing all the opponents around him. Fushi's water flame apocalypse formation focused on large-scale attacks, which was why it wasn't that powerful in terms of constricting any specific individual. Ning, however, was a first-tier ancestral immortal, and his frozen lotuses of the 36 heavens covered a much smaller region, allowing for much more concentrated power than Fushi's formation. Wherever the icy lotuses flew past, snow fluttered about. Ning wielded Violet Jewel in his hand, sending his sword key flying everywhere and bringing terror to the Seamless Gate. Ancestral Immortal? A first-tier ancestral immortal? As Godfiend Witherspike watched from afar, his face instantly changed. He's actually a first-tier ancestral immortal. Saber was shocked as well. The Nuwa Alliance's foundation is far too deep. Weren't they supposed to have no elder gods at all? How the hell did they gain 3 elder gods and an ancestral immortal on top of those guardian formations? Godfiend Witherspike felt true pressure now. The 3 guardian formations had only made him feel that any assault would be unlikely to succeed, but now he felt as though he was staring at a steel plate that was waiting for him to kick. Wait. Godfiend Witherspike growled, let's keep waiting. We probably aren't strong enough to fight back against either side. The only thing we can do is wait and hope that the Seamless Gate is strong enough to fight back. If both sides are badly injured, perhaps the Seamless Gate will deal the Nuwa Alliance a heavy enough blow that I'll have a chance. Saber nodded slowly. In the primordial chaos, taking advantage of a chaotic scene to gain benefits for oneself was an extremely common tactic. It was far too difficult to crush someone with overwhelming power. Before this, Godfiend Witherspike had thought that there would be no way the 3 realms could resist his ultimate attack, but now he saw that he had been far too arrogant. The Nuwa Alliance's morale was skyrocketing. Their formations were incredible, and they had multiple elder gods who had just shown themselves. Jueming, why haven't you entered a formation yet? The major powers of the Nuwa Alliance had all entered into their respective formations, taking command over their Empyrean gods and true immortals. The weaker Dao Fathers would join together in groups of 4 to 5 and jointly lead a formation. Daoist 3 Purities was able to easily command a Nuwa heaven repairing formation by himself, but ordinary Dao Fathers wouldn't be able to unleash the formation in its perfect state. If 2 or 3 other Dao Fathers were to join in, they would be able to work together to unleash the full power of the formation. Amit Ba. Buddha Jueming folded his hands together in prayer. Boom! A terrifying aura that was every bit as powerful as the auras given off by Ning, Swerin, Gonggong, and Hoi instantly blasted through the void. Buddha Jueming slowly walked through the void, each step causing space to twist and distort as he walked towards the Seamless Gate. Vile seamless creatures, you should be sent into the endless hells. His eyes no longer held any mercy in them at all, only adamantine rage. Jueming is also an elder god? The major powers, Empyrean gods, and true immortals of the Nuwa Alliance were all shocked as well. Good. Daoist 3 Purities, Tathagata, Fushi, and Swerin all revealed looks of joy as well. As I thought. Ning smiled upon seeing this. The grand army of the Nuwa Alliance charged straight towards the Seamless Gate. They were led by Gonggong, Hoi, Ning, Jueming, and Swerin, 4 elder gods, 1 ancestral immortal. In addition to them, there was also the formation commanding Daoist 3 Purities, Fushi, Shinnon, and Tathagata. All of these terrifying figures came surging forward, bringing utter terror to the hearts of the Seamless Gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 18, A Bloody Battle. Book 23, End War, Chapter 18, A Bloody Battle. The overlords of the Seamless Gate all had ashen looks on their faces. They had made extensive and careful preparations for this fight, but the might which the New Alliance had just displayed was just too strong. 5 Elder God-level combatants had just appeared out of nowhere. Just 1 or 2, the Seamless Gate would have been able to deal with, but now? They had instantly been pushed to the edges of the cliff. Ugh! Old Man Yuan let out a sigh, then said mentally, "I'll fiend, I'll do what I promised I would do. However, there's no way I can change the overall situation by myself. Leave Gong Gong to me. Deal with the rest yourself." Swoosh! Old Man Yuan transformed into a streak of light, flying straight towards Gongang. Elder God Gongang's eyes were filled with murder as he stared at Old Man Yuan. He roared angrily, "Taoist Yuan, you traitor, die! Who will kill me? You?" Old Man Yuan's horsetail whisk struck out, causing countless strands of white hairs to flew towards Elder God Gongang. Godfiend Witherspike and the one-armed saber watched from the sidelines. Right at this moment, the Lord of all Fiends' voice rang out by their ears. "The situation looks grim. Do you plan to give up or do you plan to help us out?" "Help out. Of course we will help out," Godfiend Witherspike replied. "Hui, Ji Ning, Jueming, Swearin. Choose 2 of these 4, the Lord of all Fiends sent." Godfiend Witherspike and Saber immediately made their decision. Ji Ning? He was too hard to deal with. Swearin? He actually also had the 9-horn lightning serpent. He was also too hard to deal with. Hui? Intriguing. They hadn't fought against him either. Jueming? He'd hidden his true power quite well. "Leave Hui and Jueming to us," Godfiend Witherspike replied. The 2 transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the New Alliance. These 2 had battled countless times in the primordial chaos. To exchange blows with elder gods and ancestral immortals was a commonplace event and they felt no pressure whatsoever. Still, since they had chosen to get involved in this fight, they still had to give it their best shot. "I'll go stop Shinon," Taofather Ink Bamboo sent, then moved to engage. "Be careful." The Lord of all Fiends sighed quietly to himself. After the battle that destroyed the primordial era, the Seamless Gate had given birth to overlords of its own. Bloodswan and Ink Bamboo were 2 examples. As for Everwood, he had actually broken through to become an elder god. Of course, all these things were kept highly secret. Taofather Ink Bamboo had always been a very low-key figure. Long ago, he had followed the Lord of the Demon Heart as a loyal retainer. Later, when the Black-Robed God King became the nominal leader of the Seamless Gate, he had willingly carried out tasks on the God King's behalf. No one realized that this loyal, devoted servant, this ordinary Taofather, would actually come to possess the power of an overlord as well. Tathagata did so by mastering the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fushi had mastered the heavenly Daos of Yin and Yang. But Taofather Ink Bamboo was different. He had grafted his insights into the seamless chaos world's heavenly Daos of earth and water with the 3 realms' heavenly Tao of wood, joining them together into a seamless whole. This allowed him to reach an utterly inconceivably high level of insight into the Tao of wood. Much like how Ning had reached a shocking level of power thanks to his skill in the Tao of the sword, Taofather Ink Bamboo's mastery over the Tao of wood had allowed him to become an overlord as well. Swoosh! The skies became filled with giant stalks of bamboo, all of which reached out towards Shinon's Pangogenesis formation. Bloodswan, Devil Hand, the 2 of you go deal with Tathagata, the Lord of all Fiends instructed. All right. Taomother Devil Hand and Taofather Bloodswan didn't hesitate at all, immediately charging towards Tathagata. If they had to fight against Tathagata by themselves, they truly wouldn't have felt any confidence at all.
The reason why Doubtfather Ink Bamboo dared to fight Shinnong by himself was partially because Shinnong wasn't that skilled in close combat. In addition, Doubtfather Ink Bamboo was skilled in defense. Whoosh! While Doubtfather Bloodswan flew forward, a second body suddenly appeared next to him. There were now two of him, one in black robes, the other in blood robes. Both bodies were at the overlord level of power. Dowmother Devilhand was by his side as well, and the three of them jointly struck out towards Tathagata. As for the Lord of all Fiends, his divine body suddenly split apart into two different bodies. The two Lord of all Fiends separately attacked Ning and Swearin. Although all this took time to describe, it actually all occurred in an instant. Keeper Everwood, Old Man Yuan, Godfiend Witherspike, Saber, Doubtfather Ink Bamboo, Doubtfather Bloodswan, Dowmother Devilhand, and the Lord of all Fiends attacked in unison. Keeper Everwood, Godfiend Witherspike, Saber, and the Lord of all Fiends were actual elder gods. Old Man Yuan and Doubtfather Ink Bamboo were both extremely skilled in defensive techniques, guaranteeing that even though they were somewhat weaker they would still be able to hold on in the face of enemy attacks. This was much like how Tathagata had been able to hold on for a long period of time against Godfiend Witherspike, Saber, and an entire host of outsider major powers. When Doubtfather Bloodswan's two bodies joined together with Dowmother Devilhand, they formed quite a formidable team. Die, all of you can go die, Elder God Gongang's long hair fluttered about as he smashed at Old Man Yuan with his staff in a berserk manner. Old Man Yuan continuously focused on defense, blocking the attacks. You should know that I hate traitors like you the most, Elder God Gongang bellowed. Hoof! Old Man Yuan just smirked calmly, not deigning to respond. I heard you are pretty good with the bow. Godfiend Witherspike stood there in midair, chuckling as he faced the hatchet-wielding Hoey. Why don't you show me? You think you merit it? Hoey suddenly charged forward, his aura bursting with power as he raised his hatchet up high. This scene caused Godfiend Witherspike to feel a slight hint of terror. He felt as though he was facing a terrifyingly powerful world god who was chopping down at him with an axe. Still, Godfiend Witherspike was able to remain quite calm. His tail rapidly expanded in size as well, striking out like a giant whip that lashed out at the upraised hatchet. Boom! Godfiend Witherspike was knocked slightly backwards, while Hoey's body came to a halt as well. Quite powerful. Godfiend Witherspike chuckled, then let out a sigh. This is a bit interesting. Your heart force really is strong. I nearly succumbed to your blow just now. Fortunately, I'm quite experienced myself. Humph! Hoey just advanced coldly, continuing to swing his hatchet. The one-armed Saber was battling against Buddha Jueming. A dazzlingly brilliant golden palm came flying through the air, and it knocked Saber backwards. Saber's eyes gleamed as he stared at Buddha Jueming, a hint of excitement in his gaze. Your three realms has the so-called Buddhist Sangha. I've tangled with your Buddhist overlord, Tathagata. Your palm arts are quite similar to his, and even your palms are like top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. However, your palm strikes are even more powerful than his. Only because I have strong enough divine power. Buddha Jueming replied calmly. His eyes were ice-cold, and he continued to slam down with his mighty palms. The Buddhists were all skilled in palm arts. After Jueming became a Buddha, Lord Tathagata had naturally imparted many Buddhist secret arts and divine abilities to him. Buddha Jueming had meditated on these secret arts, then joined those insights to his 9 elements annihilation. He had spent countless years in order to develop a palm art divine ability that was every bit as strong as Lord Tathagata's. In fact, in terms of raw explosive power, it was actually superior. Now that he was an elder god, this set of palm arts allowed him to unleash the power of a truly elite elder god. His only weakness was that his insights into the Tao weren't as profound as Tathagata's, making his palm arts less perfect. Despite that, his advantage in raw power as an elder god made it so that when he used this palm art, his strikes were truly devastating. For now, even Saber was kept at a disadvantage. Daoist three purities commanded his new heaven repairing formation to use his immortal slaying swords to attack the elder god Keeper Everwood, who found it difficult to endure his blows. Lord Tathagata commanded his Pangogenesis formation to fight against Dao Father Bloodswan and Dao Mother Devil Hand, who also were just barely able to hold on. Shinnong was in command of another Pangogenesis formation, but Dao Father Ink Bamboo had managed to tie him down. Sueren's strikes with his wooden staff were filled with incredible, extraordinary power. Each time he struck out with his staff, an ferocious burst of flame would erupt with absolutely devastating might. Even the Lord of all Fiends was forced to dodge, rather than take those attacks head-on. All Fiend, is dodging all you can do? Is that all you dare do? Sueren roared angrily. He was quite fast, but the Lord of all Fiends was even faster. If we were fighting one-on-one, of course I'd fight you head-on. Right now, I only have part of my full power, a head-on fight isn't in my favor. The Lord of all Fiends flew about unpredictably, continuously circling around Sueren and ensuring that Sueren wouldn't dare to act rashly. Although he had divided his body in two, causing both bodies to be slightly weaker than his normal body, each body could still just barely be considered as having the power of an elite elder god. If Sueren acted rashly, he would still be in danger of dying. But of course, only someone like the Lord of all Fiends, the physically fastest combatant in all the three realms, would dare to divide his body in half at a time like this. Ning was facing off against a Lord of all Fiends as well. Lord of all Fiends, you split your body in two? I imagine that each body only has a portion of your true might. Ning shook his head. You underestimate me too much. Whoosh! A black-robed Ning suddenly appeared next to the white-robed Ning. Swoosh! Swoosh! The white-robed Ning charged towards Dao Father Ink Bamboo, while the black-robed Ning charged towards Dao Mother Devil Hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 19, Executed. Book 23, End War, Chapter 19, Executed. Damn! The Lord of all Fiends' face turned pale. His body surged forward like a gust of wind, quickly flying towards the black-robed Ning. He knew exactly how formidable Ning's true body was. It was as tough as a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure and was simply unbreakable. By comparison, the primal twin should be much easier to deal with, as it had a much more fragile body. Go! The black-robed Ning turned his head to stare icily at him. Swish! 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 3 streaks of swordlight flew out from his forehead. Those 3 streaks of swordlight moved in an unpredictable, ghostly fashion, and all 3 of them surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos. They swirled around the region, completely halting the Lord of all Fiends in his tracks. After testing those swords out, the Lord of all Fiends immediately felt a headache impending. Ning was a first-tier ancestral immortal who was controlling chaos-level swords that moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. The swords flew around Ning like a circle, with Ning being the center of that circle. They only had to defend against any attacks that drew close to that center, and if the Lord of all Fiends wanted to breach their defenses, he would have to attack much faster than they moved. But there were 3 of those swords. And that wasn't the worst part of it. The worst part of it was that 36 frozen lotuses had appeared around the area, spinning about and releasing streams of frozen energy, dramatically implicating the Lord of all Fiends. Even if he was at the peak of his power, he would still find it difficult to penetrate Ning's defenses. In truth, Ning had yet to reveal his black cloud chains. Once he did, his defenses would become absolutely and completely impervious. Where the hell did he acquire this set of swords? How can they be so powerful? The Lord of all Fiends tried multiple times to break through Ning's defenses, only to discover how formidably sharp and fierce the set of 3 swords was. Swoosh! He wasn't able to stop the black-robed Ning, which meant the black-robed Ning was free to continue charging towards Dao Mother Devil Hand. As for the white-robed Ning,
he moved forward at high speed using his 9-horn lightning serpent. I have no choice but to go stop his true body instead. The Lord of all Fiends moved at maximum speed towards the white-robed Ning. The two were originally quite far away from each other, but the distance between the two could be visibly seen shrinking. Before the white-robed Ning had reached Dowfather Ink Bamboo, the Lord of all Fiends had once more appeared before him, stopping him in his tracks. "You can't stop me." Ning laughed coldly, "The Seamless Gate is doomed to lose for sure." The Lord of all Fiends couldn't help but sigh to himself as well. Indeed. Upon discovering how many terrifying overlords the Nuwa Alliance had, he had racked his brains for solutions and had gone so far as to split his own body in half, so that he could stop the two fastest enemy overlords, Ning and Swerin. And yet, in the end, it wasn't enough. Ning had a second body of his own, one which most likely also had the combat power of an elite Dowfather. That second body was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Seamless Gate simply had no more extra power it could squeeze out. Should we retreat right away? This thought flashed past the Lord of all Fiends' mind. If they were to retreat now, he was fast, but it would still take him time to rescue everyone one by one. If the Nuwa Alliance seized the opportunity to press the assault, the Seamless Gate would definitely lose a large number of Immortals and Fiend Gods, but it would only make up a small fraction of their total forces. If things went on for too long, they would probably lose even more. Not yet. The reasons behind this war have yet to be revealed, the Lord of all Fiends mused to himself. To this very day, neither side truly understood what the cause of this war was. In addition, the alien outsider known as Godfiend Witherspike still had yet to display his true power. Everything still seemed quite odd. The Lord of all Fiends wanted to watch and wait for a bit longer. Boom! The Dowfathers, Empyrean gods, and true Immortals continued to battle in the void. One of the infinity fiend god formations of the Seamless Gate broke apart, and the 3 true gods and 3,900 Empyrean gods inside of it were thrown into a state of chaos. The Nuwa Alliance naturally seized the opportunity to butcher them. Whenever a formation was broken apart, a large-scale massacre would immediately occur. The longer the end war continued, the more major powers, Empyrean gods, and true Immortals would die. Die. The black-robed Ning stared off into the distance. Swish. 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 2 crystalline swords and a golden sword came together, forming a triangle as they shot towards Dowmother Devilhand and Dowfather Bloodswan's 2 clones. The 3 of them were currently battling Lord Tathagata, and as Ning's 3 swords flew towards them, the divine runes atop the swords began to manifest and glow. The 3 swords quickly began to transform, melting together like mist to form a single semi-translucent golden sword. Once the semi-translucent golden sword appeared, a faint aura of sword ki manifested around it for 1,000,000 kilometers, causing everyone on the battlefield to feel astonished. That sharp aura of light was simply too ferocious. It was completely comparable to that of the immortal slaying swords of Daowa's 3 purities. Daowa's 3 purities' immortal slaying swords were capable of causing tremendous difficulties for even a defensive specialist like Keeper Everwood. Ning's trialed sword formation flew straight towards Dowmother Devilhand and Dowfather Bloodswan. Not good. Flee. The faces of Dowmother Devilhand and Dowfather Bloodswan both changed. They could tell that Ning was specifically targeting the 2 of them. Don't even think about leaving. Lord Tathagata's palms came crashing down upon them, seeking to bar their path. However, Dowmother Devilhand and Dowfather Bloodswan were in no mood to fight him any longer. When they saw the power of the trialed sword soaring towards them, they instantly knew that this wasn't something they could fight back against. Right now on the field of battle, the most offensively powerful attack is the immortal slaying swords of Daowa's 3 purities, who was in command of a Nuwa heaven repairing formation. The second was the terrifying unknown sword formation which the black-robed Ning had just unleashed. Flee in separate directions. Dowfather Bloodswan's 2 bodies and Dowmother Devilhand fled in 3 completely different directions. Swish.
The semi-translucent golden sword continued to fly after Mother Devil Hand. It was best to pull up grass by the roots. Mother Devil Hand didn't have any clones. If she could be killed, she would be permanently slain. Come, then. The fleeing Mother Devil Hand understood what was happening. She knew that she wouldn't be able to outrun that terrifying sword, and so she turned, a calm look on her face, to watch as the swordlight descended upon her. She was dressed in violet robes, and she was as beautiful as any fairy maiden. However, she was the most terrifyingly devil of the entire seamless chaos world. She calmly struck out with her jade-white arms, using them to block the incoming streak of swordlight. No, Father Devil Hand had fled far off into the distance. When he saw this happen, his face changed. Devil Hand Keeper Everwood grew frantic as well. When the Lord of all Fiends saw this, all he could do was sigh softly. Boom! She managed to block the blow. Her twin palms, covered by a pair of chaos gloves, had actually managed to block the semi-translucent golden sword. However, the sword strike had carried far too much power within it. The force of the collision instantly caused Mother Devil Hand's body to quiver, and she couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, the semi-translucent golden sword hacked down again in an unpredictable, ghostly manner. Before she died, Mother Devil Hand was able to strike out a total of 8 times, blocking 8 of those sword attacks. On the 9th sword attack, the swordlight swiped past her neck, and as it did so it completely annihilated the rest of her body. Her body evaporated like a snowflake in the sun, completely disintegrating into dust. The difference in power was simply too obvious. This scene caused terror to fill the hearts of all the major powers of the Seamless Gate. Did she just die? That was Mother Devil Hand. A legendary woman who was known as a devil amongst devils in the Seamless Chaos world. This legendary figure, who had once exchanged blows against Mother Nuwa herself, had died, just like that. But when they thought of the sword formation Ning had just displayed, every member of the Seamless Gate shook in fear. Too powerful. In raw power alone, perhaps only the Immortal slaying swords could match it. Technically, the Immortal slaying swords might be a bit more powerful, but the important thing was that Ning's trialed swords were much faster than the Immortal slaying swords. The trialed swords were being used to display Ning's sword arts, the most supreme sword arts of the 3 realms. After 20,000 years of polishing, Ning's sword arts had reached a truly inconceivable level. Fiend Lord, we can't hold on any longer. We can't hold it. The Seamless Gate had less karmic luck to begin with, making it so that their formations were able to summon significantly less natural energy from heaven and earth. Mother Devil Hand's death, combined with the fact that no one was able to bar the path of the black-robed Ning, caused the morale of the Seamless Gate to dramatically plummet. 2 more of their formations were broken in quick succession, resulting in the deaths of the 9 true gods / Dowfathers and 10,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals in them. It was an absolute massacre, and now, Ning was chasing after Dowfather Bloodswan. The situation was growing grimmer and grimmer. Have we lost, just like that? The Lord of all Fiends truly didn't wish to accept this. He had known right away that Devil Hand was going to die. From the moment that he had been unable to stop the black-robed Ning from advancing, he had known that Mother Devil Hand was definitely going to perish. However, the degree to which things were worsening was causing the Lord of all Fiends to grow frantic. What exactly is the cause of all this mayhem? The Lord of all Fiends suddenly detected a subtle ripple of power. His face instantly changed. This is... The Nuwa Alliance's morale was skyrocketing even further. They had 5 new overlords, the 3 guardian formations, and superior karmic luck. Although the Seamless Gate had gone all out to recruit new allies, bringing Old Man Yuan and the 2 elder gods of the primordial ruin world into their fold, in the end, this short initial clash had already brought the Seamless Gate to the breaking point. Lord Tathagata, Ning, and the others sought to widen the scope of the massacre and slay even more of them. But right at this moment, rumble, an extremely minute ripple of power spread out.
Every single major power, Empyrean god, and true immortal on the battlefield could sense it, because the source of this ripple came from the heavenly dais. The ripple quickly began to grow more powerful, causing all of the heavenly dais of the three realms to begin to shudder. You wish to stop me? Three realms, you aren't able to do so. A furious roar rang out in every single part of the three realms, causing all of the heavenly dais to shake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 20, Escaping the Three Realms. Book 23, End War, Chapter 20, Escaping the Three Realms. That voice, it sounded like the voice of the heavens themselves. The countless denizens of the three realms, human and monster alike, stared questioningly at the skies. The weaker ones were confused, while the powerful cultivators and dire monsters were stunned. As for the two battling armies in the void, their experts and major powers were similarly shocked. Is that, Ning and the others all felt fear in their hearts. Rumble. The entirety of the three realms was trembling. Heaven and earth were thundering and shaking. Even the void itself was booming. It was as though some invisible creature was attempting to tear the three realms asunder. This surge of power caused the major powers of the New Alliance, who had held the upper hand in the end war thus far, to have a bad feeling. Ignore him. Wipe out the seamless gate first, Dao's three purities barked. Wipe them out first. The black-robed Ning pointed, causing the semi-translucent golden sword to rapidly swing towards the distant army of the seamless gate. The sword energy stretched out 1,000,000 kilometers, aimed at a Ragnarok formation that was formed by 6 Daofathers and 5,100 true immortals. Rings of black light swirled around the Ragnarok formation as it did its best to defend. Slash! The first strike of the semi-translucent golden sword nearly destabilized the Ragnarok formation. Stab! The Trialed Sword formation launched yet another attack, this one using the blood drop stance of the Bright Moon, sword art and striking with extraordinary speed. Boom! The entire Ragnarok formation completely blew apart. Sword key sliced everywhere, causing the majority of the true immortals in the formation to be reduced to dust. The 6 Daofathers and the remainder of the true immortals sought to flee, but the semi-translucent golden sword then spun about, transforming into an enormous black hole that drew in and ground to death all of the immortals and fiend gods in the area. Some attempted to hide in their immortal estates, but even those estates were ground to tiny pieces. Of the thousands of immortals, only 8 were able to survive, all of which were only able to do so because they had extraordinarily powerful estate worlds or immortal estates on them. 3 of the 8 were Daofathers while 5 were true immortals. Come here. The black-robed Ning flew over towards them, waving his hand and collecting all 8 of those treasures. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, dot. Lord Tathagata the Buddha, in command of a Pangogenesis formation, also advanced through the void as he charged towards the Seamless Gate's army. The mighty formations of the Seamless Gate quickly began to flee. Although these formations had many immortals and fiend gods inside of them, how could they possibly fight Lord Buddha head-on? A Ragnarok formation had been destroyed by Ning with just 2 blows. You shall break! A furious roar echoed throughout the entire 3 realms, causing the infinite void to shudder and shake. Re20-Vol18. A blinding golden light suddenly appeared at the end of the distant void. It was like a giant golden tear in the emptiness of space. Although the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate were in the middle of a giant battle, they couldn't help but pay attention to what had just happened. The rift of golden light was at least 100 million kilometers long, and it seemed to very nearly tear apart the entire 3 realms. Deep inside the rift of golden light, something which looked like a massive, turbid flood could be seen. Boom! The torrential flood of water gushed out from the golden rift, quickly passing through into the void and flowing towards the battlefield where the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate were located. As the waters finished flowing out, the distant golden rift quickly healed and closed, completely disappearing from sight. Demon Heart. The Lord of all Fiends was the first to speak.
Ah ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. I've finally returned. I've finally returned. Ah ha ha ha. Wild, frenzied laughter rang out, echoing throughout the void. The raging waters of the river quickly solidified into a tall, slender, black-robed figure. He had thick, bushy, ink-black eyebrows, and a pair of intoxicating eyes that caused those who looked into it to feel an uncontrollable urge to submit. His black robes rustled about him as his aura surged towards the heavens. Tathagata. The black-robed figure waved his hand, causing his palm to once more transform into a raging river that smashed directly towards Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha, who had been charging towards the Seamless Gates army, was forced to turn his attention towards this oncoming palm attack. Boom, dot. The massive Pangogenesis formation shuddered violently, causing Tathagata's face to change. The raging river then delivered a second blow with incredible speed, so fast that no one present was able to block it. Boom! The Pangogenesis formation actually broke apart. Lord Buddha was knocked flying backwards, and as he did so he frantically waved his hand to use his Buddha realm within the palm to collect as many Empyrean gods as he could. However, more than 90% of the Empyrean gods were instantly reduced to dust. Die. As soon as the black-robed figure assaulted Tathagata, Ning immediately used his Trial Sword formation to counterattack, sending the awesome power of the semi-translucent golden sword forward. The black-robed figure delivered yet another blow of his palm. His palm once more transformed into a raging river, striking against the tip of that semi-translucent golden sword. The sword let out a keening cry as the raging river shuddered and dissipated slightly. However, the sword itself was knocked flying backwards. The entire battlefield turned completely silent. The army of the New Alliance had been in hot pursuit, but now they quickly began to regroup. Ning's true body and primal twin moved towards each other, while Lord Buddha flew back to his side as well. Everyone stared at that black-robed figure. After appearing, he had attacked twice with his palms. With one palm attack, he had effortlessly suppressed the Trial Sword formation. With the other palm attack, he had delivered a double blow that had annihilated a Pangogenesis formation that had been commanded by Lord Buddha. Swoosh! 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 The grand army of the Seamless Gate quickly reassembled as well. Even Godfiend Witherspike, Saber, and the others retreated temporarily. As he retreated, Godfiend Witherspike stared fixedly at the skinny, black-robed figure as he chatted mentally with Saber. So he is the Lord of the Demon Heart? He's too powerful. Even in the endless primordial chaos, he would be one of the most supreme of elder gods and ancestral immortals. He's incredibly close to the world god level. Yes. He's definitely a transcendent figure amongst elder gods and ancestral immortals. Saber's heart was quivering as well. Ordinary elder gods had the power of an ordinary overlord. This was the power which elder gods were born possessing. Elite elder gods included the likes of Ning and Keeper Everwood. When Taoist three purities and the others used certain formations, they could also attain this level of power. In the endless primordial chaos, most elder gods and first-tier ancestral immortals who did some adventuring and who worked hard would generally be able to reach the elite level of power. However, less than 1 in 1,000 elder gods would be able to reach such a supreme level of power, a level of power that was extremely close to that of a world god or a chaos immortal. Be careful, everyone. He is the Lord of the Demon Heart, Taoist three purities sent mentally. Long ago, he merged his body into the heavenly Daos. I never would have imagined that he would actually be able to escape from them. Everyone who saw this scene could guess that it was most likely Lord Demonheart who had just broken free of the heavenly Daos. If he hadn't, how could he possibly have struck out at them and slain so many Empyrean gods? He actually broke free. Ning felt dread as well. This was too terrifying. His Trial Sword formation was his most powerful technique, but it had actually been crushed in a head-on clash. This Lord of the Demon Heart was far too strong, but during the war that had ended the primordial era,
the most powerful combatant of the Pango Chaos world had been Mother Nuwa, while the most powerful combatant of the Seamless Chaos world had been Lord Demonheart. The two had been on the exact same level. Mother Nuwa had become a world god and left the three realms, while Lord Demonheart had merged himself into the Heavenly Daos and remained within them for countless years. But today, he had broken free. Demonheart. The two bodies of the Lord of all Fiends merged together once more, and he stared calmly at the Lord of the Demonheart. "You owe me an explanation." "An explanation?" Lord Demonheart's black robes rustled, causing space around him to ripple like water. He chuckled. "Yes, I do you an explanation. You really are quite clever, Wind Fiend. Even all those years ago, I could tell that although Everwood's reputation was second only to mine in the Seamless Chaos world, only you were truly a match for me. I have to thank you for what you did during the clash between our two Chaos worlds. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to see my disciple and grand disciples today." The explanation. The Lord of all Fiends continued to look at him. "Oh." Lord Demonheart laughed. "Your guess is correct. I was indeed the one behind all of this." Lord Demonheart turned his hypnotic gaze towards the Nuwa Alliance, his voice reverberating within the void. "It was all because of me. I wished to break free of the three realms, which is why I had to come up with a way to cause this great war. What does you breaking free have to do with this great war?" The Lord of all Fiends frowned. I'll tell you, all of you. Especially you." Lord Demonheart once more swept his gaze towards the Nuwa Alliance. "Before you die, I'll let you know why exactly you are dying." The major powers of the Nuwa Alliance were all filled with murderous intent. This Lord of the Demonheart was behaving far too arrogantly. He actually held them in no regard at all. Still, Ning and the others all understood that although Lord Demonheart wouldn't be able to effortlessly dominate them as a world god would, the power Lord Demonheart had displayed just now meant that multiple overlords of the Nuwa Alliance would most likely have to join forces against him in order to stop him. Ning, your true body, Jueming, and myself will join forces and strike out simultaneously against Lord Demonheart, Swearin sent mentally. "All right." Ning and Buddha Jueming both assented. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 23, Chapter 21, The Lord of the Demonheart. Book 23, End War, Chapter 21, The Lord of the Demonheart. Ning's true body was as tough as a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Buddha Jueming had mastered the 9 elements annihilation, coming up with his own palm arts that were even more formidable than those of Lord Tathagata's. Not only were his palms comparable to top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, so was the rest of his body. As for Swearin, his attainments in fire were simply too profound. He had long ago mastered his own flameform incarnation technique, which was similar to how Lord Demonheart could transform his body into the waters of a raging river. This was why Ning, Jueming, and Swearin would dare to fight head-on against Lord Demonheart. Lord Demonheart, however, held the Nuwa Alliance in no regard whatsoever. He sighed wistfully. When Nuwa suddenly broke through to become a world god, she came straight for me. I was out of options. I could sense that the heavenly Daos of the newly forming three realms contained a Demonheart within it, and so I immediately merged myself into those heavenly Daos, avoiding that near disaster. If Nuwa wanted to kill me, she would have had to destroy the entire three realms. Clearly, she wasn't willing to do so. Although I managed to survive, I was perpetually trapped inside of the heavenly Daos, becoming part of them. Even I myself thought that I would forever be a part of the heavenly Daos, and that I would perish with the three realms when it eventually perished, as all chaos worlds do. But I wasn't willing to accept that, and so all this time I've been searching for a chance to escape the heavenly Daos. Lord Demonheart once more turned his gaze towards the Nuwa Alliance. The heavenly Daos that apply to the three realms were formed from multiple Daos, including metal, wood, water, fire,
earth, yin, yang, life, destruction, chaos, the sword, the taiji, infinity, thunder, demon heart, and more. These countless Daos join together to form the complete set of functioning heavenly Daos. Later, I realized that the heavenly Daos weren't always completely stable. For example, when many worlds began to clear their forests, causing the amount of wood in the three realms to slowly lessen, the heavenly Dao of wood would slowly begin to weaken as well. Lord Demonheart smiled. Upon hearing this, the distant Ning was surprised. Right. The records which World God Northrest had transmitted to Ning had made it clear to him that there were differences amongst Chaos worlds. In some Chaos worlds, for example, there was an enormous amount of fire. Those places were known as Flame Chaos worlds. The most powerful Dao in a Flame Chaos world would be the heavenly Dao of fire, and in that Chaos world it was entirely possible that it would be nearly as complete as the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. The Dao of the sword also had at least 6 levels and was thus also comparable to the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. Both the Dao of wood and the Dao of fire could also be continuously developed to the point where it would be a match for the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. A Flame Chaos world could, over the course of its development, suffer from special circumstances that would cause the entire Chaos world to all but be destroyed. This would instill the entire Chaos world with the aura of destruction, very possibly causing it to transform into a destruction Chaos world. As for the formerly supreme heavenly Dao of fire, it would dramatically weaken, allowing the heavenly Dao of destruction to become the most important heavenly Dao in that Chaos world. There are fluctuations in every single heavenly Dao. Lord Demonheart smiled. When the three realms sink into times of strife, resulting in many deaths and killings, the devil in the heart of all creatures will grow stronger. As a result, the entire Dao of the demon heart will grow stronger and stronger. I realized that as the Dao of the demon heart grew stronger, my influence over the three realms grew greater as well. In fact, I had the feeling that if the Dao of the demon heart grew strong enough, I would be able to break free from the heavenly Daos of the three realms. And if the Dao of the demon heart became the most powerful Dao of the three realms, then I would become the absolute master of the three realms. My will would be the will of the three realms itself. However, the three realms is merely a single chaos world. How could I let myself be perpetually tied down to a single chaos world? All I needed was to make the Dao of the demon heart strong enough that I could escape the heavenly Daos. Alas, the heavenly Daos functioned in a way in which the balance is automatically maintained. I had no chance of changing things at all, until one day, my chance came. Lord Demonheart said smugly, after countless years of propagation, the number of living creatures in the three realms grew to an unfathomable level. More and more immortal cultivators and dire monsters emerged. More and more celestial immortals, empyrean gods, and true immortals were born. In fact, even many Dao Fathers were born as well. This placed an increasingly greater burden on the three realms. All of you refused to engage in civil war, which meant that more and more experts continued to arise with very few perishing. The burden on the three realms grew to be so great that I could sense that one day, it could cause the three realms to collapse and be destroyed. What? Everyone present was astonished. Too many living creatures could cause the destruction of the three realms? Don't you understand? Imagine being on a boat that can seat 20. If 200 of you board the boat will sink. The same is true for the three realms. It is nothing more than a single chaos world. You can see for yourselves how many major powers, immortals, and fiend gods existed within the New Alliance and my seamless gate. The number of celestial immortals was truly inestimable. Lord Demonheart laughed coldly. Both the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate had to admit this was true. Previously, they had all been sighing emotionally at how this war was far greater in scale than the one which had destroyed the primordial era. And yet, the experts who took part in the war that ended the primordial era had come from two different chaos worlds, while this time they came from just one, the three realms. This single chaos world of the three realms had more experts than those two chaos worlds combined. Even though the Three Realms was a special chaos world that had been born from the collision of two different chaos worlds, it apparently had still been under enormous pressure due to the number of creatures who were living within it. The heavenly deities of the Three Realms were intrinsically searching for a solution to lower the number of living creatures in the Three Realms. They sent down countless disasters and tribulations, but it was all useless. Immortals and fiend gods are simply too good at staying alive. The calamities the heavenly deities sent down were only capable of killing ordinary mortals, and even then immortals and fiend gods would sometimes set up large formations to protect those mortals. Mortals continued to propagate, filling every world of the Three Realms. Countless immortals and dire monsters continued their path of cultivation, resulting in more and more powerful experts. If this continued unabated, the entirety of the Three Realms would be completely crushed and shattered by the burden. That's when I knew that my chance had come. I communed with the Three Realms, imparting unto it the suggestion to have the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate engage in a great battle. My idea was to have the two sides engage in a great civil war. Without a doubt, enormous amounts of immortals and fiend gods would die during this war. This would instantly cause the burden on the Three Realms to be dramatically lessened. Lord Demonheart laughed. And it would be quite easy for us to instigate this war. All we had to do was to have fate whisper to both sides and guide them, telling them that only one of the two sides could survive. If one side wished to survive, they would have to annihilate the other side. The living creatures of the Three Realms would never question it when fate itself whispered to them. But the river of destiny of the Three Realms is nothing more than part of the heavenly deities that function to maintain the Three Realms. Lord Demonheart roared with laughter. In the past, the heavenly deities of the Three Realms had functioned in an extremely fair and just manner. However, after the heavenly deities realized that the propagation of the various living races was threatening the very survival of the Three Realms, it automatically began to adjust itself in a way that would ensure more internal warfare amongst the various races. All I did was give it a little push. The New Alliance and the Seamless Gate all had ashen looks on their faces. It was all a scheme. It was the heavenly deities of the Three Realms which had guided them to kill each other. I nudged the Seamless Gate into causing all sorts of trouble, filling the Three Realms with all sorts of chaos and slaughter. Shadows were cast over the hearts of countless living creatures, giving birth to the demon heart within their soul. Lord Demonheart laughed. I even had the Seamless Gate launch large-scale assassinations of the family members and loved ones of the New Alliance, causing the demon heart to fester and growth within the hearts of many of your experts. Some of them actually died when their demon hearts grew out of control. The Three Realms were thrown into chaos, and the demon heart prospered. The Tao of the demon heart continued to grow increasingly powerful. Although I could sense that much chances were growing greater and greater, I continued to wait. I knew that I could only make one attempt to break free of the Three Realms. If I failed, the heavenly deities would use all sorts of schemes and ploys to more firmly entrap me and suppress me. It would be very hard for me to find a second such chance. After 1,000 years of chaos in the Three Realms, the Tao of the demon heart had become very powerful. Finally, you started the wars. What a fine slaughter it was! Immortals and fiend gods died in droves. You were filled with hatred and the desire to kill. You hated your enemies to the bone, but you had no idea that as your hatred filled the heavens, the demon heart grew within the Three Realms and within you. The Tao of the demon heart only grew even more powerful. Lord Demonheart smiled. Nuwa left behind those three guardian formations, and I imagine she also left behind a technique allowing one to train to become an elder god. Quite a few of you ended up becoming elder gods, and you also had such powerful formations. The end war has just started, but the Seamless Gate has already begun to crumble. That's why I decided to immediately break free of the Three Realms. I've been scheming and preparing for countless years for this moment. I was at a higher level of enlightenment than I was during the war that ended the primordial era. When I suddenly struck out, I was able to break free of the Three Realms in one blow.